Hello everyone, tell me this AI voice is okay. Yeah, I changed this voice. Chapter 131, True and False Gray. There's no other way but to wake this guy up. Oration cease, can't have a second person fall. Brain glanced at Midnight, who was still sleeping beside him. He didn't like to wake this guy up if he could, because he might not be able to hold him back if this guy turned back on him. But now that one of Oration cease has been killed, and a few more people have been killed, his plan will be seriously affected. Before Nirvana is found, these guys can't die anymore. Midnight. Brain called Midnight's name. Midnight in Oration cease slowly opened his eyes. Kill them all for me. Yes, Father. Midnight left immediately after getting the order from Brain. Brain began to search for Nirvana. It should be around here, come out quickly. Nirvana. On the scales of Snake Princess, Leon, R.A., and Sharia are all powerful mages. Especially Mala, also known as the top 10 magic wizards, although it is only the last seat, it is not an existence that ordinary magicians can compare to. The mage guild that attacked several people was defeated by them all. Abandoned village in the west. Ancient, people's village. Sharia said lightly, it's really digging my own grave, thinking about relying on these guys to defeat us, but we found the base. Jura looked at Leon and said, Leon, you and Sharia go west. If the enemy can attack us, we will certainly attack others. Maybe everyone in the coalition will be concentrated there to fight the enemy, and you will immediately rush to help. And you? Jura's eyes turned to the side. A powerful magic force is coming towards us, and I'm here to stop him. Oration cease. Sharia and Leon were both taken aback. After being attacked by Oration cease just now, the two of them could be considered good-natured. Knowing that Oration cease is far from those dark guilds that one or two of them can wipe out. Everyone in the Oration cease is a powerful sorcerer, and they are difficult to contend against alone. RA is the top 10 magic wizards, and they can still rest assured against an Oration cease. Mr. Ulla, please be careful. Leon and Sharia hurried westward. La looked in one direction and said, I know you're there, come out. What? The ground softened and flowed, and the surrounding trees tilted. Pull quickly to harden the ground and stabilize your body. As expected of the holy 10 great wizards. Otai looked at Mala and said, What? Pull your finger to point at Bullet and Tia. What? Several pillars quickly formed on the ground and struck Tia. Otai raised his finger for a point. Jura's bamboo suddenly scattered like water splashes. Ra narrowed his eyes when he saw it. Otai smiled and said, My magic makes the soil soft, and your magic makes the soil hard, so whose magic is stronger? Raman said without changing his color, magic has no pros and cons. Those with strong beliefs can win. No, Cheng Sheng has always been rich, right? Otai smiled brightly. Urza and Lucy here. Under the suppression of Urza's powerful strength, the members of the Dark Guild who attacked Urza and Lucy were all defeated. Boom. Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the last enemy. At first she was a little terrified to see so many people attacked, but Urza was very good at stabilizing the situation. It was only then that she discovered that Urza's strength is also very strong. Unlike Sultan, who relies on his own strength, Urza's fighting moves and fighting skills are too powerful. If Su Yan's fight is violent, Urza's fight is gorgeous. Suddenly, a man ran over here with scars. Urza. Lucy. Save me. Gray. Lucy exclaimed when he saw the person coming. It was Gray who had come, but Gray looked scarred and about to die. Lucy immediately wanted to run over to help Gray up, but Urza immediately shouted with a face change, Lucy, don't go over. At the same time, the sword in his hand was thrown towards Gray. For flowers. Call. Gray quickly stood up and raised his hand, freezing the sword. Deliver. Lucy is a little slow. What's going on? Why is Urza taking a shot at Gray? What's going on? He's not Gray. Huh? He's not Gray. At this time, Gray's face showed a sinister expression and said, How did you find out that I am not the real Gray? My transformation should be perfect. Urza said, Your transformation magic is really powerful, but we discussed it before we entered the forest, in order to prevent the enemy from turning into us and attacking. 0. When we move, the groups will spread out, and then all of our positions will be reported by those who use ancient script magic to report where we are. We were not informed that we would meet, and if you ran over recklessly, then you must be fake. You guys were seriously injured by sneak attack, and the same strategy won't let you succeed a second time. After all, Laju, who was as strong as the top 10 magic guides in the past, was successfully attacked, and this matter had to be prevented. Lucy just remembered that this was indeed the case when they discussed it before, but she was really taken aback when she saw Gray's appearance just now, and she forgot about it. She suddenly became a little scared, and if she just passed by stupidly, it would be bad. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out and said, "That's it, it looks like you guys are still very smart." A girl in white came out from behind a tree. "It's you." Lucy and Urza recognized immediately that the other was the only woman among the Oration Cease, a woman named Angel. "It's you who did it. Open it." The Gate of Taurus. Taurus. Lucy took out the key of the zodiac sign Taurus and activated celestial spirit magic. A golden magic circle appeared in front of the key, and Taurus, a cowman with a big axe, appeared in front of Lucy. Alas! Lucy's figure, "I will protect it." And Chapter 132. Taurus, kill this woman for me. Lucy had just cooperated with Urza to defeat a guild, and now is the time to be high-spirited. Even if the opponent is Oration Cease, it's just a girl, she doesn't think she can beat it. Of course, even if she can't beat Urza next to her, she is naturally much more courageous. Wow! Received. Taurus clenched the big axe in both hands and was about to charge at Angel. Suddenly, Gray Shot suddenly began to transformed into Lucy. "It's me." Lucy was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. Lucy said, "Why are you transforming into me? Such a blatant transformation can't fool us." Lucy smiled and said, "Really? That stupid cow likes your body a lot, doesn't it?" 960. Lucy said and started to pull up his clothes, revealing his upper body. "Ugh. Ah." Lucy enclosed with his chest screamed. "Don't look." Taurus. "Ah. The celestial spirit information has been collected, send it." Although it's a stupid cow, it still has a lot of energy. It's just that the master's strength is a bit terrible, so let's change the master. Lucy's mouth twitched slightly as he ordered, "Kill Urza, Taurus." Suddenly, Taurus raised his big axe and slashed at Urza. "Call." Urza quickly raised his sword to block Taurus' attack. "Taurus? What are you doing?" Lucy couldn't believe her celestial spirit Taurus attacked her companion Urza. No, it's not like this, it's... Taurus is also very flustered at the moment. He can't understand, he feels that his body is out of control, his body is constantly shaking, it is difficult for him to disobey orders. Do it. Could it be that she manipulated my celestial spirit into her own appearance, and it is very likely that she also manipulated herself. Taurus, close the door. Lucy immediately closed Taurus. The opposite Lucy took out a key of the zodiac, open it, the door of Taurus. Taurus. What? Taurus appeared beside Lucy. Deliver. First close the door. Lucy immediately wanted to close the door and send Taurus back to the celestial spirit world. Lucy waved his fingers and said, "No, this is the celestial spirit that I summoned. How could Mo?" Lucy gives the order and says, "Taurus, go kill her." No. Taurus immediately wanted to disobey the order, and his body kept shaking. Lucy immediately took out another zodiac key, open it. The Gate of Sagittarius. Sagittarius? What? A magic circle appeared, and a man in a man-horse costume appeared. Are you calling me? Moses. Sagittarius. Kill that her. Ugh. Sagittarius was also a little confused after he appeared. She didn't seem like Taurus knew who was real and who was fake. Now there were two identical Lucy in front of her, and Taurus was standing beside Lucy on the opposite side. Urza rushed towards Angel immediately, although she didn't know what was going on, but it was definitely related to the woman Oration Cease. Stop her. Lucy gave Taurus an order. Taurus immediately came to Urza and stopped Urza. As long as he didn't attack Lucy, he could, but he didn't want to attack Lucy's companion, so he just intercepted and didn't attack Urza. Attack. Urza frowned, she could see Taurus' intention, but she also couldn't kill because Taurus was Lucy's celestial spirit. Kill me, Taurus said through gritted teeth. What? Urza's eyes changed. Taurus was Lucy's celestial spirit, and naturally belonged to her companion. She could not attack her companion. Kill me, I will not die, I will be resurrected in celestial spirit. No. Elu immediately refused. Even if the celestial spirit could be resurrected, she would not do anything to hurt her companions. It was a matter of principle. Sagittarius, kill that woman. Lucy also immediately ordered Sagittarius to attack Angel. Sagittarius immediately raised the bow and arrow in his hand and aimed it at Angel. Lucy shouted, "Stop, Sagittarius!" The arrow that Sagittarius was about to shoot stopped. "At this point," said Lucy, "Sagittarius, attack Urza." Woo! Sagittarius knew that Urza was Lucy's companion, and naturally didn't want to attack Urza. His body trembled. "Close the door." After Lucy saw it, he immediately closed the door of Sagittarius. The figure of Sagittarius began to blur and disappear. Damn it! Lucy was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. His celestial spirit could not be commanded, and he might even hurt his companions. The best way was to close the door. However, he is a celestial spirit magician, and he cannot use celestial spirit, so his combat power is almost gone. Is there no way? Little Lucy, your celestial spirit magic is still not at home. It's better to give me the keys of your zodiac sign. Angel said to Lucy with a smile. What do you mean by that? Angel smiled and said, what do you mean? It's very simple. Because I am also a celestial spirit sorceress, and she is the celestial spirit of Gemini. Celestial Spirit 3.5 plus. I want the key you have, little Lucy, hand it over and I'll spare your life. Snapped. Lucy took out the leather whip around his waist, looked at Angel and said, since you know that you are a celestial spirit wizard, it's easy to deal with. The weakness of a celestial spirit wizard is himself. As long as you kill you, everything will be fine. It's all settled. Lucy himself is a celestial spirit mage, and of course he knows the weaknesses of the celestial spirit mage best. Snapped. Gemini's copy of Lucy also used the whip. Angel smiled and said, is that so? It's 2 versus 3 now. If you want to beat me, you should beat yourself first. Suddenly, a voice said, it's 3 on 3 now. Chapter 133. A figure appeared in front of Lucy. Wearing a black suit, a golden hair, looks very handsome. Rocky. Lucy come to see very surprised, this is the long-lost Rocky, is the zodiac Leo celestial spirit. Rocky. Attack Urza. Gemini turned into the Rocky Lucy on orders. But Rocky unmoved. Lucy little surprised. Loki smiled and said, I am the strongest celestial spirit, the door is to use my own magic, so you like this control does not work for me. Excellent. Lucy met Rocky is not controlled immediately, his face showing a happy expression. Please. Rocky, must take the woman down. Please do not worry. Angel laughed, donkey hide, not bad, little Lucy, however, oration cease if we are so easily knocked down 13 words, but you misjudge the oration cease. Angel took out a key zodiac singing mantra, it is turned on, the door of Aries, Aries. Boom. Aries celestial spirit Aries in front of several people, this is a lovely woman looks celestial spirit. I'm sorry, Leo. After Aries came out to apologize, said Rocky. Aries. Rocky could not help but shocked to see Aries, and Aries belonged to his former under a master, it is the owner of Rocky's predecessor Karen. Rocky order to protect Aries was forced to stay in the human world for 3 months, 3 months after Karen died results, there is no way to return Rocky celestial spirit community. Seeing the time necessary to completely disappear, Lucy appeared to help return celestial spirit Rocky sector. How could this also Loki? Lucy's body cannot help but tremble, followed by Lucy remembered something. Why would you control celestial spirit Karens? Angel said with a smile, because I killed her, this is the time of Booty-O. Rocky trembling body up, though he does not like Karen, Karen always bullied because Aries, but that is his former master but he died on the Karen have been guilty, had been killed this woman do. You rarely meet, but this is the case, Rocky. Rocky said, please do not look down on me, Lucy, even once friends with different people, then, is the enemy, celestial spirit is to master fighting. Aries said, even if there is a grace to have been rivals, but also to the owner crusade against the enemy. That's the pride of our celestial spirits. Rocky and Aries rushed past toward each other at the same time. Oh? Fight of it? So there are such interesting about it. Angel said with a smile, though Aries' fighting ability a lot worse than Leo, but she was not in a hurry. Shouted Lucy reconciled, celestial spirit also have feelings of life. Hurt you to do so can be considered a celestial spirit mage. Oh. You feel bad of it. This is not a qualified celestial spirit mage. A qualified celestial spirit mage is to put to use as props. Urza see this scene, for Taurus he said. Sorry. Dress flying armor. Urza enhanced the speed of the moment. A large axe to escape the Taurus quickly appeared behind Taurus, then their weapons for a change, a sledgehammer appear in Urza hands. Taurus large hammer in the back of the head. Pi. Taurus screams, the stars began to turn his head. From their control of celestial spirit, yet easily with them or not. Gemini, close the door. Gemini is closed, because Taurus Gemini summoned disappears with together. Open it, with a carved portal, the cane rum. Looks like the same as a small laser cannon. Celestial spirit fell on the ground, shot go toward Ares and Loki. Pucci dash. Wow. Wow. A laser through the Rocky and Ares body. Ah ha ha. Oh, right on target. Ares. Leo. Rocky and Ares both disappear. Celestial spirit in this world after death can return to celestial spirit sector resurrection, but the pain is still there. Even his celestial spirit also cannot believe it. Lucy did see the angel of disbelief. What? What are they anyway? Celestial spirit will not die, what thing, but rather that this is the method celestial spirit mage really use the celestial spirit, ha ha ha. Really good, with strong Ares and Leo celestial spirit in other words completely earned it. Angel said themselves happy applaud. You guys. Urza also angry, and immediately rushed over to Angel wants to attack. On it. Door of Gemini, Gemini. Angel calmly took out the key using the Gemini celestial spirit magic. What? A figure appeared before an appearance in AI chat, Urza's sword to the 960 block. What? Urza see in front of people in front of his face changed, because the man was her own. I know you before the end of the fighting is not so secretly restore the magic, but I do not do nothing, just in Gemini resolve your message, but now they can give you a copy. Under a magic consumes a lot of you, and you fight a flourishing state, what will happen? This is also killed his own family members so foolish thing ah ha 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 ha. Woo dash. Suddenly, Gemini become the Urza uttered tongue hue. What? Then see Urza is pressing his playing replica, and therefore also injured. It's impossible. Gemini but can completely copy another person, twin looks, ability to think. You just do not have low consumption, cannot beat you. Urza side fighting side said, it is indeed a very powerful celestial spirit, you will be able to play this force celestial spirit to the point is also very strong, but just before you copy that's just me. The method is very simple and you want to win, that is, before I let the strength of this moment is beyond me. Chapter 134. Angel said with a distorted expression, you said it so easily. It's so easy to do it. As long as you have the faith to protect your companions. These can definitely be done. Urza knocked back the copied self. Okay, that's amazing. Lucy was stunned when he saw Urza who said this. Urza was not talking empty words, but really surpassing himself before. Angel's eyes were a little gloomy, this woman. She could see that this woman named Urza was very unusual, worthy of the name, Queen of Fairies, and was the kind of monster who could truly grow and leap in strength during battle. I can't let this woman go on any longer, or I'll be in danger. Canarum, close the door. Open. Scorpio gate. Scorpion. A cool guy dressed in hip-hop appeared. Scorpion, kill that woman for me. Storm of sand. The cool man pressed his hands on the ground, and the scorpion tail behind him aimed at Urza. Unleash a mighty storm of sand. Urza jumped quickly, dodging the blow. Open it. The door of Sagittarius, Sagittarius. Lucy summoned the celestial spirit with his last magic power. Are you calling me? Moses. Sagittarius, kill that woman. This time Sagittarius did not hesitate at all, and immediately pointed his bow at Angel. Oops. Angel's face changed. Urza just burst out with amazing combat power, and he summoned Xiaotori in the battle when he had reached the bottom, and he was paralyzed. She didn't expect the other party to have the magic power to summon a celestial spirit. Porphyrin. 3 arrows in a row shot towards Angel. Scorpion. Anger immediately ordered Scorpion to shield himself from the arrows. Scorpion also acted immediately and stood in front of Anja. Puff puff. Ugh. 3 arrows stabbed Scorpion, and Scorpion screamed. Boom. Scorpion disappeared, forced to return to Celestial Spirit due to his injuries. Boom. Sagittarius also returned to the Celestial Spirit world because Lucy's magic power was exhausted. Huh. Angel sighed in relief, looked at Lucy proudly and said, "Scared me, see? This is the correct way to use Celestial Spirit." Lucy lay on the ground with a smile on his face. "Now you don't have Celestial Spirit to block your gun." Angel was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked behind him, and saw that Urza had already defeated the fake Urza at some point. Urza was looking at himself aggressively. Anji's face changed immediately. No, wait a minute. She still has the silver Celestial Spirit, but all the zodiac signs have been killed. Black Feather Moonlight. Mum. Urza charged towards Angel with a long sword in hand, passing Angel's side. Pfft. A cross slashed at Angel. Wow! And let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. Ugh. Brain, who was in the depths of the sea of trees, let out a painful cry, and a trace on his body began to slowly dissipate. This was the second trace that began to dissipate, and the first one disappeared when Lisa was killed. Angel was defeated too. Damn it. Bright guys. I will never let you go. Boom. Brain angrily slammed into the rock next to him. Boom. The rock was smashed, and then, with a rumbling, more rocks were shattered, and a path appeared in front of him, and in front of the path seemed to be bright again. This isn't. Brain immediately accelerated his pace and walked towards the inside, and soon came to the inside of the canyon. This is a place surrounded by rocks, and a big tree exudes a gleaming light. A chain of chains runs through the tree. Brain saw a frenzied look on this face. This is, finally found. Our future. Boom. A black beam of light soared into the sky in the endless sea of trees. What is that beam? Look, those creepy black trees are all attracted by that beam of light. Could it be, do you mean that there is Nirvana in that beam? Midnight glanced at the black beam of light and said, "Has your father found it? Then the others will be attracted too, and the hunt has begun." At this time, on the ground, Blue Pegasus and several people were lying on the ground. Magic can't hit. It surprised me that this guy's strength is so powerful. Brother Suyan, what is that? Wendy pointed to the black beam of light in front of him and asked. This should be the so-called Nirvana. Sutan had little or no impression of Nirvana and Oration Cease, and his opponents never put them on these people. Look, the black light has become white. Carla shouted, pointing to the white light rising into the sky in the distance. Brain opened his arms wildly and shouted, "Wake up! Nirvana! Show your true form!" Boom, dash. The entire sea of trees suddenly began to vibrate, and then, supergiant legs that seemed to be giants were lifted from the ground of King Nyos, shook, and rocks fell from above. Everyone saw this scene. They were all frightened and ran away. After a while, the shaking began to subside. Then, what is that? Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a super huge object appearing in the air, supported by 6 huge feet, which looked like an octopus. After looking carefully, I found that above the huge object, it turned out to be a city with many tall buildings. This magnificent sight made everyone open their mouths and couldn't believe it. Even Suyan was a little scared to death. Finally! It's finally here. Destroy, the ultimate weapon of light, super reverse magic Nirvana. Unity and trust, the most powerful weapons of these regular guilds are powerless now. Chapter 135. Cobra is now above Nirvana. Finally here. Brain. Finally got Nirvana. It's amazing, this is the legacy of the ancients, Hubelius, look, this is amazing. Brain said in high spirits, look, Cobra, the vast world in front of you. The city of ancient people, this is the true face of Nirvana. As long as you are in this king's room, you can move the city as you want. Move. Where do you want this guy to go? I can't see it here, that guild. The original target. A cruel smile appeared on Cobra's face. The main purpose of their search for Nirvana was to destroy those regular guilds. You can call it the starting point of destroying the light. Brain raised the wand in his hand, and the magic circle appeared immediately. Go ahead. Ancient city. Let my darkness turn into light. Boom, dash. Nirvana's huge feet began to move, slowly moving 960 in one direction with Nirvana. That thing moved. Lucy was very surprised. Where is it going? Urza frowned, and she had a bad premonition. At this time, the sound of Blue Pegasus sounded in everyone's mind. Everyone, can you hear my voice? No, Oration Cease has obtained Nirvana, please stop them. What exactly is Nirvana? That is a very terrifying magic that can exchange light and darkness. If such magic attacks the regular magic guild, then the only possibility is to let the people in the regular guild kill each other. If it is not stopped as soon as possible, the light guild will be wiped out. What? Many people's faces changed when they heard these words. It would be too dangerous for a guild to kill each other. Think about how terrible it would be if the Fairy Tale Guild members really killed each other. This is not the fairy tale melee during the Harvest Festival. At that time, everyone actually had their hands closed, and it was a real killing of each other. BDDF, I would never let that happen, Natsu shouted. Happy. Love. Happy immediately flew Natsu towards Nirvana. Brother Suyan. Wendy looked at Suyan. Sutan nodded and said, Carla, protect Wendy, I'll destroy this thing. Brother Suyan, you have to be more careful. Sutan smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a small matter. Suyan stepped in the direction of Nirvana and rushed over. Boom. Under the rapid rush, Suyan's speed was very fast, and he quickly caught up with Nirvana. Suyan appeared in front of Nirvana and wanted to stop Nirvana from moving forward, but Sutan's body looked like a man's arm blocking the car compared to Nirvana. OM. Suyan raised his palm, and the domineering arrogance gathered above his head, forming a purple domineering sword. Cut me off. Suyan swung his hand downward, and the domineering sword slashed towards the foot of Nirvana. The blade cut through the atmosphere, forming an endless wave of air, which overlapped heavily and turned into a terrifying sword. Boom. Crack. Nirvana, a huge leg was cut off by Suyan lazily. Boom. Huge legs fell to the ground, crushing many trees. Wow. Ugh. Nirvana shook violently, and Brain and Cobra on Nirvana couldn't help shouting. Damn. What happened? With a wave of Brain's magic wand, the control panel screen appeared in front of Brain, which showed that one of the legs of Nirvana was in a faulty and broken state. Nirvana's legs are broken. Can this thing still move? Cobra's expression changed after seeing this. Nirvana is the weapon they found after all the hard work. If it can't move, this weapon is the biggest weapon. Effect disappeared. Brain said with the same expression, don't worry, this is the highest crystallization of ancient wisdom. Even if it is destroyed, it has the function of self-healing. Soon, the leg that he had just cut off in front of Sutan began to recover quickly, and reconnected in a blink of an eye, returning to the way it was before it was cut off. Huh? Interesting, it can be repaired automatically after it is broken. I wonder if it can be repaired automatically if it is completely broken. Saying that, Suyan clenched his right fist tightly, armed with domineering, hardened, entangled, tyrannical domineering entanglement, and purple thunder and lightning wrapped around his fist. Break me. Suyan punched out, and the world seemed to be pierced by this punch. Dash. The fist hit Nirvana's leg. Nirvana's leg seemed to be impacted by a terrifying force. Starting from the position where Suyan hit, it was annihilated continuously. Boom. Woo. The vibration of Nirvana was even more violent this time, and the whole body couldn't help but step back, and both Brain and Cobra fell to the ground. The red light warning on the control panel kept flashing, and the leg that Nirvana had just recovered from was damaged again. Damn it. Cobra, immediately kill the guy who hindered the progress of Nirvana. If you don't kill that guy, how can Nirvana move forward, and all the guys who try to prevent him from destroying the light should be damned. I see, Hubelius. Cobra looked ugly and called out the name of the snake that he was carrying. Whoa, dash. The leg of Nirvana that was shattered by Sutan began to be repaired again, and it would not be long before it was repaired. Sutan's brows wrinkled slightly. It seems that the only way to do it is to destroy the top. Do it when he thinks of it. Sutan squatted, and then jumped upwards. Boom. The ground under Su's feet exploded directly. In the blink of an eye, when Susu appeared in midair, he stepped on the air, and his body rose rapidly again. After several consecutive steps, his body appeared on Nirvana. Chapter 136. As soon as Sutan landed on Nirvana, a person launched a sneak attack on Sutan from behind. The fangs of the poisonous dragon. A giant snake mouth formed by a poisonous mist bit Sutan. Humph. Sutan let out a cold snort, turned around and punched away the poisonous mist attack. Suran looked in the air and saw Cobra and Oration Cease stepping on a large snake with purple scales in midair. Undead Demon Emperor, Suyan, I will not let you hinder us, the light will surely fall. You forget it, no matter who you are, just kill it. Suyan raised his palm, and a long sword formed of domineering overlords appeared in front of Sutan. Under Suyan's control, he quickly shot towards Kabula. Mimi. Cobra stepped on the purple flying snake and quickly dodged. But Suyan's attack was too fast, faster than the snake flying under his feet. The scale fang of the poison dragon. A black-red magic circle lit up in Cobra's hand, and a poisonous mist like scales shot out. Boom boom boom. The poisonous fog bomb and the domineering sword collided in midair and exploded. But the number of domineering swords is too large, and Cobra's magic can't completely resist it. Hubelius flew down. The big snake under his feet flew down immediately and landed in the building complex. Boom boom. Sutan controlled the sword of domineering and continued to pursue the opponent, all attacking the ancient buildings in Nirvana City, and these ancient buildings were all smashed by the sword of domineering. Give me death. Cobra suddenly appeared from behind Sutan and attacked Suyan. Sutan raised his palm and grabbed the opponent's fist, blocking Cobra's attack. Cobra said with a sneer on his face, "Is this really good? One blow from the poisonous dragon can destroy everything. Poison." Suyan didn't care much, his body was almost inhuman, and his resistance to toxins was extremely high. Sutan clenched his fist and hit the opponent. Cobra quickly dodged. I heard your heart, so knowing your actions, you can't hit me." Cobra evaded Suyan's attack and quickly counterattacked, but he did not hit Suyan after several consecutive attacks. My level of arrogance is relatively low. Although I can't hear your heart, I can see through your next move. As for you saying that you can't hit you, hee, I'm telling you now, I just want to hit you. A sneer appeared at the corner of Sutan's mouth. God feet. Taste. Suyan appeared in front of Cobra and punched Cobra. Cobra quickly raised his arms to resist. Wow. Wow ah ah. Cobra screamed and was sent flying. Boom boom boom. The body smashed several ancient buildings in a row before it stopped. Whoa. Cobra stood up from the rubble with an ugly face. Just now, he wanted to hear Sutan's voice from Suyan, but he only heard from the other party that he wanted to pick him up. The other party rushed in front of him, not giving himself more time to react. I'm still thinking about messy things in my mind after a fight. I don't want to pick you up. UBD. It was the first time Cobra had seen a guy who figured out how to hack it as soon as he met him. It seems that this little trick doesn't work for you, so I'll come for the real thing. Cobra's arms turned into dragon claws. Dragon Slayer. Sutan was slightly surprised. After all, Aknoralaya cleaned up Dragon Slayer when he had nothing to do. Dragon Slayer appeared very rarely in this era. That's right, I am a new generation Dragon Slayer who obtained the power to kill dragons by inlaying the dragon's magic crystal in my body. Double Tooth of the Poison Dragon. Cobra raised his hand, and the two giant tooth thorns formed by the poisonous mist stabbed towards Suyan, and Suyan slapped it casually. Boom. Dulong's teeth were smashed by Suyan. Sutan stepped on his feet, his body rushed towards Cobra, and Cobra jumped into the air. The spiral of the poison dragon. Cobra wrapped the poisonous mist around his feet and kicked Sutan with a whirlwind leg. Suyan raised his arm to resist the blow. OM. 4 flowers. Suyan's domineering arrogance exploded instantly, and he attacked Cobra. Boom. Ugh. Cobra let out a pained cry, and his body flew backwards. Soon, a giant purple snake appeared behind Cobra and caught Cobra. Damn it. Hubelius. The purple poisonous snake spit out the poisonous mist, and Cobra began to swallow the poisonous mist. Seeing this scene, Susu's eyes were already very familiar, and Natsu often devoured the flames. Roar of the Poison Dragon. A storm of poisonous mist sprayed towards Sutan. Boom. A terrifying explosion appeared. A shock appeared, and Sutan appeared on the spot unharmed. It's useless for you to blow it away. The poison dragon's breath can infect the body of the enemy with viruses, and then slowly deprive its body of freedom and take its life. The moment you hit this breath, your defeat has already been decided. It's long-winded, you have a lot of nonsense. Sutan's domineering arrogance escaped, surrounding Suyan, forming a purple domineering dragon. Sutan raised his finger and pointed at Cobra. Roar. The domineering dragon let out a roar. Boom. The ground beneath Sutan's feet shattered, and dense cracks appeared on the surrounding buildings. The domineering dragon quickly charged towards Cobra. The claws of the poisonous dragon. Cobra wrapped the poisonous dragon's venom around his hand, scratched at the domineering dragon, and slashed a giant scratch towards the domineering dragon. Boom. The scratches hit the domineering dragon's head, and black and red lightning continued to bloom in the void. Call. Cobra's scratches shattered, and the domineering dragon rushed towards Cobra. Cobra's expression changed and he quickly turned sideways to avoid him. Sutan pointed with a finger, and the domineering energy quickly rushed to the sky, and then Susyen swiped down, and the domineering dragon quickly fell. Cobra raised his head, and his face changed greatly when he saw this scene. The iron fist of the poison dragon. Cobra clenched his fist and hit the domineering dragon's head. Boom, and Chapter 137. The dragon head of Cobra's fist domineering dragon did not collide, but it had already produced a substantial attack. Red and black thunder continued to bloom in the void. Ah! Cobra roared loudly, unleashing all his magic. Boom! The terrifying impact spread to the surrounding, and the surrounding ancient buildings were smashed. Although Cobra's strength is not weak, it is still a lot worse for Sutan, who is almost full of domineering and domineering. After just holding on for a few seconds, Cobra's body was hit head-on by the domineering dragon. Woo-ah-ah-ah! Screamed loudly fall down toward the bottom of Nirvana. Boom boom boom. Cobra's fall to Nirvana did not stop, but continued to fall downward, and the floors of the 963 department in Nirvana were smashed. Soon the bottom layer of Nirvana was penetrated, and it fell towards the endless sea of trees below. Dash. As if a meteorite fell, a terrifying impact erupted in the endless sea of trees, and that was the impact force generated by the final explosion of the domineering dragon. Crack kick. All the surrounding trees and rocks were destroyed by the domineering explosion, and the earth was shaking. After everything subsided, in the middle of the explosion, Cobra had been completely injured and passed out. The appearance of the Overlord's domineering form of a dragon is something that Susyen has studied and mastered recently, more precisely after Galuna Island returned. I saw Leon's magic in Galuna Island. Leon's ice modeling magic is a dynamic modeling, which is much more flexible than Gray's static modeling. The essence of his domineering form of domineering is compression and shape. The explosive power of the incarnation of a great sword is particularly strong, and the attack power is also high, but it lacks flexibility. A lot of times, the tyrants attacked with domineering arrogance, but they never looked back, resulting in a huge waste. Although he has a lot of domineering arrogance, but there are also many enemies, and the release of domineering arrogance has a certain impact on his spirit. To be honest, he feels that the nature and magic of tyrannical arrogance are the most similar. For mages, magic power is life force, and if the magic power is consumed too much, they will jump off, and if it is heavy, it will even affect life. Ugh. Brain, who was in the Nirvana control area, let out another cry of pain, and a trace on his face and body began to slowly dissipate again. BD. This guy Cobra has been killed too, these nasty bright public crap, all damn. All of a sudden, a voice called out, "You are the damned guy. This kind of thing, watch me burn them all." Happy flew Natsu to Brain's side, and then burst into flames. Boom boom boom. Many things were destroyed by Natsu's flames, and red alerts began to appear on the control panel in the control area. "You goddamn stinky brat." Brain was furious. This was the control room. Although he set up an automatic attack, it would be difficult for him to set his next destination after it was destroyed. Seeing the angry Brain, Natsu had a smug smile on his face. Hee. It looks like you care about these things, so go ahead. Stinky brat. Don't be too arrogant. Eternal Dark Rondo. A large number of dark energy bullets shot at Natsu and Happy. Happy immediately flew Natsu around the central, Nirvana Control Center building, to avoid it. Boom boom. The Nirvana Control Center building was damaged quite a bit by Brain's Rondo magic. Hee. This was destroyed by yourself. Bastards. I won't let you escape. Since all my companions have been killed, then come and become my new companions. Brain chased Natsu and Happy with a little body under his feet. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu took a deep breath, and a violent storm of flames spewed out of his mouth. Eternal Dark Rondo. Boom. The magic of the two people met in midair, sending out a terrifying explosion. Humph. Happy was knocked back with Natsu by the impact. It's alright, Happy. Love. Then we continue to destroy. Just as Suyan solved Cobra, he raised his head and looked at a building not far away. Are you just watching your partner get killed? At this time, there was a person standing on this ancient building, dressed in a very non-mainstream killing mat, who was Midnight in Oration Cease. Sotan knew just now that this guy was watching the battle, but the other party didn't have any intention of taking action, and he was watching until he killed Cobra. Midnight looked at Sotan and said, "My father said that the loser doesn't deserve to be Oration Cease. Since Cobra has failed, he should die." Huh? Oration Cease is really ruthless. Originally, I thought there was some conflict between the two of you. It seems that I think too much, but it is not surprising. Most of the dark guilds are such a group of guys. Sotan has dealt with a lot of dark guilds over the years. In fact, the real dangerous dark guilds are those assassination guilds. Most of the dark guilds are actually similar in nature to the underworld. A person has been reduced to a mixed triad. Do you still expect him to have any loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness? It's just right that you're here. Save me, go looking for it, and after you get rid of you, Oration Cease will only have 1 or 2 left. Midnight's face remained unchanged, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a smile, and he said, "Kill me? 3.5 It's not too late, I'm the strongest among Oration Cease. The strongest trash fish is just trash after all." Sotan's domineering arrogance suddenly erupted and attacked Midnight. Although the damage of this explosive tyrannical arrogance was limited, it was not weak. It was roughly equivalent to giving a slap in the face. The most important thing is that the speed is fast, the range is large, and it is difficult to avoid. For many people, it's not very harmful, but it's very insulting. When he used this trick to deal with Jose of the top 10 magic guides, he beat Jose in a few seconds, and he started to confront Suyan. In terms of frontal rigidity, Suyan has not yet served anyone. Boom. Midnight stood still, but all the buildings around Midnight were blown apart. Chapter 138. Suyan was a little surprised. He was attacking in a wide range, and he didn't dodge in many ways. Suyan raised his palm, and the domineering arrogance overflowed from Sotan's body. Formed a domineering long sword and aimed at Midnight. Shhhhhhh. A large number of domineering swords shot at Midnight. Midnight stood with his arms crossed. Suddenly, seeing that the sword of domineering was about to shoot at Midnight, a big turning point suddenly occurred. All the domineering swords returned along the same path and shot at Suyan. Sotan was suddenly very surprised. Boom boom. The sword of domineering bombarded Suai's body with a terrifying impact. Sotan's body was blasted back a distance. The feeling of his own domineering attacking himself is indeed very fresh. But it is true in theory. This feeling is like hitting yourself 13 times with your own fists, and it will definitely hurt. In the same way, his own magic attack is also established. Midnight smiled and said, "How does it feel to be attacked by your own magic?" "Interesting, what kind of magic is this?" "My magic is zigzag magic. It can distort anything, and while reflecting all kinds of magic, it uses the refraction of light to create illusions. So your magician can never hit me. On the contrary, my magic can cause a lot of damage to you, and I like to see other people's painful and twisted expressions the most." Whale. Space tearing. Midnight raised his palm to cast magic on Sotan, and the space around Sotan vibrated violently. Constant tearing and compression. This magic of his can cause strong pain to opponents, and I didn't know how many opponents screamed in pain under this move. What he likes most is the painful and distorted expressions of others, and what he likes most is the sound of others screaming and wailing. He had already expected Sotan's pain and wailing. But immediately he was stunned, because Sotan didn't scream or howl at all. Instead, he stood in the same place, and his expression did not change. "UBD. Don't you have pain nerves?" Midnight asked Sotan in disbelief. Sotan raised his brows slightly and said with a smile, "Did you say this? I thought it was a massage, it was very comfortable." UBD. Midnight's face was very ugly. He didn't think the other party would feel comfortable, it was just a simple provocation by the other party. But he was also very upset, because he didn't see Sotan screaming in pain as he wanted. Pain spiral. Midnight waved his hand, and the space around Sotan began to twist and spin. Sotan let out a painful scream. Midnight looked excited and perverted. Pain a little bit, give me a little more pain, this expression is great. Suddenly, Sotan's screams stopped, rolled his eyes at Midnight and said, just kidding, fool. A hole. The magic dissipated, and Midnight glared at Suyan. The ground around Suyan showed a spiral shape, obviously the ground was distorted by the opponent's magic just now. Sotan smiled and said, it's very powerful space magic, but like most magic, you can distort the space, but you can't distort the body. If it wasn't for me, you might have won by now. Unfortunately, my body is a little stronger than your magic. Don't be too proud, I just tried to attack, I will let you taste what is the ultimate pain. I'll leave the extreme pain to you, I'm not interested in continuing to play with you. Suyan stepped on his feet. Boom. The ground shattered, and Suyan's body rushed towards Midnight. Pain spiral. Midnight waved his hand and launched a painful spiral attack, and the space around Sotan quickly twisted and rotated. What? Suyan's body turned black by the way, and the armed color was domineering and hardened and covered his entire body. His current physical fitness is only half of Kaido's. The pain spiral will still cause a certain amount of damage to Sotan, but as long as the armament color is domineering and hardened, the damage is almost completely negligible. What is that? The armed color is just domineering and hardened. Sotan clenched his fists and punched forward. Boom. The space distortion was shattered by Suran's punch. Sotan continued to rush towards Midnight. Suyan came to Midnight, and Midnight's expression changed. It was too late to defend, and Sotan's fist was wrapped in armed domineering and domineering. The arm seemed to be wrapped in purple thunder. Not good. Distortion. Midnight twisted the clothes space of Sotan's body, trying to restrain Suyan's actions. Tear. Sotan's body clothes were torn open, revealing Su's body. Battle boxing. Sotan shouted and punched Midnight. In Midnight's eyes, Suyan's fist seemed to occupy a whole 963 worlds, his fist was shocking, and he seemed so insignificant under this fist. A great fear suddenly rose in Midnight's heart, and in the blink of an eye, fear occupied his entire heart. No. Wow. Sotan punched Midnight. Taste. Midnight's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom 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 boom. All buildings along the way were destroyed. Boom. Finally Midnight's body slammed into the wall of the control tower in the middle. Boom, fell to the ground, his eyes turned white and he passed out with serious injuries. At the same time, Natsu and Brain are fighting here. Someone fell. Happy said. It's the guy who's been sleeping. Natsu recognized this man immediately, the man who had been sleeping when they were attacked by Oration Cease before. He also used a roaring attack before, but turned without touching the opponent. Brain's expression changed immediately when he saw Midnight falling to the ground. Midnight. No, it's impossible. Midnight is the strongest Oration Cease, it's impossible to lose. Chapter 139. Suddenly, ugh. Brain engulfed his head in pain. There was one less seal on his face. Natsu and Happy were stunned, wondering what happened to Brain. But his fighting instinct all along made him know that this was the best time to attack. Natsu took a deep breath, and the power of the dragon gathered in his lungs. Fire Dragon's Roar. A violent firestorm erupted from Natsu's mouth and shot at Brain. Brain's expression changed, and he didn't expect to be attacked at this bad time. Always Dark Guardian. Brain quickly released a magical barrier. Boom. The magical barrier barely blocked Natsu's roaring attack. When the flames dissipated, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Crap. Brain's expression changed when he saw Natsu's figure. Natsu had flame blades wrapped around his arms and hands. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Red Lotus Blazing Blade. Natsu's body was spinning extremely fast, and the blade of flames kept slashing at Brain's body. Boom. Wow ah ah ah. Brain screamed and was knocked into the air by the Red Lotus Blazing Blade, and then fell to the ground. No. I didn't expect that. I lost my wish. I just don't want to disappear. Brain passed out. And the traces on his face disappeared again, leaving only the last trace. Natsu and Happy also ran out of magic power and fell to the ground of Nirvana. Ha. Ha. Finally done. Love. Brain is one of the oration cease, and Natsu tries his best to be suppressed. Fortunately, he was defeated, and the magic of Natsu and Happy had bottomed out. Gah! Natsu's troubles with transportation were repeated. Clatter! At this moment, footsteps sounded. Natsu and Happy looked up and saw Suyan appeared not far away. Natsu, Happy. Suyan. Suyan saw the fallen Brain next to him, smiled and said to Natsu, "Not bad. You two also killed an oration cease. There seems to be only one left now. In the endless sea of trees. The 10 great magic ducks are fighting Otai, the last member of the oration cease. 2 people, one can harden the rock and one can soften it. Magically Otai is a little restrained. However, Yala is the top 10 magic guides of the Holy Spirit, and the powerful magic power is not comparable to that of Otai." As the battle continued, Butei's magic power was somewhat weak. Stone array. A large number of rebels surrounded Otai from all sides. Liquid earth. Otai used magic to soften all the rubble, making them look like liquid. Multiple pillars of rain. Several pillars immediately rushed out of the rubble that had turned into liquid sand. Hit Otai. Ah! Crack! Then the rock pillar broke, surrounding Otai's body. Pulling his hands together, he shouted loudly, "The Overlord Rock break!" Boom! Rocks burst open. Wow! Ah, ah, ah. Otai screamed and fell to the ground. In the battle between hard and soft, the strength of law is better. At this time, Nirvana is on. Not good, Sotan. The city seems to be heading towards our guild. Wendy and Carla ran over with anxious expressions on their faces. Just now she and Carla saw that Nirvana was heading in the wrong direction. That's where her guild is heading. Wendy, Carla. Happy was very happy to see Carla. Happy said, "Don't worry, the guy who controls this city has been knocked down by us. I believe this thing can stop soon." Wendy and Carla then saw Brain and Midnight falling not far away. "But why hasn't this thing stopped?" Suning said, "Maybe it will take a while, don't worry, if I don't stop, I will destroy Nirvana." Wendy felt relieved after hearing Sotan's assurance. "Natsu, are you injured, sir? I'll treat you right away." Wendy saw Natsu fall to the ground, thinking that Natsu was injured. Happy waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Natsu is just a vehicle." Carla looked at Brain, and suddenly, she noticed that Brain seemed to be very different from what she saw at first. "When I first saw Brain, the marks on his face were much more than that." At this time, the last trace on Brain's face began to slowly dissipate. "Huh? The marks on his face are gone." Happy also noticed that the marks on Brain's face were gone. "There will be no problem." Sotan suddenly said, "Happy. Carla. Stay away from him. Deliver." Happy and Carla were stunned when they heard Sotan's words. Suddenly, boom. A powerful magic power suddenly erupted from Brain's body, and the magic power shot straight into the sky. Wow! Wow! Carla and Happy weren't ready to be blown away, and turned several somersaults on the ground. Brain suddenly opened his eyes, and the whole eyes turned blood red. The body stood up straight. What happened? Didn't we just hit him? Happy couldn't believe it when he saw this scene. What a terrible magic. Wendy's body couldn't help shaking, as did Happy and Carla. Even Natsu, who was lying on the ground, stared at Brain, the first time he felt such an uncomfortable magic. It's like a different person. Carla felt that the other party had changed too much, as if she was not the same person she had seen before. The corners of Brain's face twitched slightly and said, "Speaking of which, this feeling is really long gone. This body, this voice, and this magic power are all nostalgic. Little devils. You guys are very capable. You have beaten the members of my guild so badly, then it's up to me, the guild leader, to cut you off." Chapter 140. None. Several people were very surprised to hear this. Obviously Brain, why does this person claim to be Wu, or the president of Oration Cease? Happy, Carla, you guys get Natsu and Wendy away and I'll take care of this guy. Sotan could see that this guy's magic power is not weak, and it is easy to hurt innocent people when he solves it. Solve me? It's me who will take care of you. Wu raised his palm and aimed at Suyan and the others. A large amount of dark energy catapulted towards Suning and several people. Boom. A powerful explosion appeared. Whoa. Ugh. The shock of the explosion made Wendy and Happy scream in shock. However, several people were not injured, because all the attacks were blocked by Sutan. "Brother Suyan!" Wendy exclaimed worriedly. Boom. The smoke from the explosion was blown away, and Suran appeared unharmed. "Late? You didn't get hurt by an attack like mine. It doesn't look like you are an ordinary mage, but the more extraordinary you are, the more destructive you are. You step back." After Suyan finished speaking, he stepped towards Wu and rushed over. Wu also immediately greeted him. 967. Boom. The fists of the two collided. The strong impact shattered the ground beneath the two of them. This time the collision between the two people looked half a catty. What a great power! Wuxin was a little surprised. The other party was just a kid, he almost didn't resist. Suyan was also a little surprised, but he stopped thinking about it in a blink of an eye. He is only using his body's own power now, and the magician can actually use his own powerful magic power to compete with his power. It can even hurt him, but that's only when he doesn't use the domineering armament. This kind of feeling is like the magician does not use magic to fight, and there is no difference between fighting and fighting with ordinary people. Sutan raised his foot and swept towards Wu. Wu quickly lowered his head to dodge. A smirk leaked from the corner of his mouth and hit the back of Sutan's head. Suyan lowered his head as if he had eyes behind him and happened to avoid Wu's attack. Snapped. At the same time, Wu's fist landed on Suyan's palm. Huh. Wu obviously didn't expect the opponent to have such strong fighting skills at such a young age. Ah. Suyan held Wu's fist and threw it forward. Wu's body became unbalanced and slammed into the wall in front of Suyan. What? Wu shouted, and quickly sent a dark magic bullet towards Suran during the process of being thrown away. Suyan raised his hand to use it. Snapped. This dark magic bullet was used by Sutan on a nearby building. Boom. This building was blown up with a bang, showing how powerful the magic bullet that had just been released was. Wu's body was also mounted on the wall. Boom. The wall was knocked out with a huge kick. Whoa. There is no way to stand up from the broken wall and stone, and there is no injury to the body. Obviously, the defense of the opponent is not comparable to that of ordinary magicians. Very scary. Happy with Natsu, Carla and Wendy flew in midair not far away to watch Sutan and Wu fight. Although the battle was only a few short rounds, they all saw how powerful Sutan and Wu were. If it was them, they might have been killed in seconds. "Brother Sutan is okay?" Wendy asked worriedly. "It should be fine." It seemed that Sutan had the upper hand in the fight between the two just now, but Carla wasn't sure. Happy said confidently, "Don't worry. It's definitely fine, Susui hasn't used his strongest power yet." BDDF, Happy is the scene where Sutan turned into a dragon. Although Suyan denied that he was a dragon, he did not deny that he had the power of a real dragon. Wiluo looked at Suyan with a smile and said, "Boy, your strength is very good. I didn't expect you to have such a strong strength at such a young age. But everything ends here, now let you see the huge gap in strength between you and me. Ever dark Fantasia." Wu raised his finger to point at Su, and a spiral dark energy beam shot towards Suyan's head. Suyan slightly tilted his head to avoid the attack. There was a sly smile on Wu's face, and when he used his finger, the dark energy beam quickly turned and shot at Suyan again. Crack. Suran raised her hand to resist. Boom. Suji Sutan frowned, and he felt that the skin on his palm was torn open. Since his physical fitness has become more and more abnormal, he has not been injured for a long time. Idiot. Chang'an Fantasia is a penetrating magic, and I will accept your arm. Wu shouted to increase the mana output. Humph. Sushien snorted coldly. Ah. The arms and arms were immediately attached with a domineering color, and the color of the hands and arms turned black. Then Suyan squeezed hard. Boom. Wu's magic was directly crushed by Su. How is that possible? Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Suyan chuckled and said, "I'm just playing with you for a while, you're still serious. Since you've already used magic, then I'm welcome." Sutan raised his finger, and the overlord color quickly formed a long sword. Suyan stepped towards Wu Chong, and the domineering sword also advanced with Suyan. Sutan came to Wushan in front of him and slashed his fingers towards Wuxi. Ever dark Rondo. Without a loud shout, he opened his palm, and a continuously rotating dark energy greeted this domineering sword. Boom. The sword of domineering collided with the Chang'an Rondo, sending out black and red thunder. Immediately afterwards, The sword of domineering and the Chang'an Rondo exploded together, and the impact of the explosion shattered the surrounding buildings. Sutan once again exuded the domineering look of domineering, and quickly compressed and deformed along Su Yan's arms and fingers, and another domineering sword quickly took shape. What? Wu saw that his expression changed after seeing it. He did not expect the other party to be so fast, and he connected with the new magic almost without any time interval. Chapter 141. Always Dark Guard. No body quickly flew back, releasing a magical barrier. The domineering sword slashed on the magic barrier. Boom. Crack kick. Cracks appeared on the magic barrier, and the long sword formed by Sutan's domineering arrogance also shattered. Boom. The sword of domineering erupted. Wu's magical barrier was also blown apart by the domineering impact. Ugh. With a painless cry, his body was knocked flying by the impact of the explosion. Sutan's body paused for a while, and then immediately rushed towards Wu, forming a long sword on the way. A sword slashed at Wu's body. Boom. Wow ah ah ah. Without screaming, he was knocked into the air. This domineering sword was not sharp, and the attack was more like being attacked by a blunt weapon. However, it does not affect the attack power of the domineering overlord. Sugao was unforgiving, and the domineering arrogance in front of his fingers was compressed again into a long sword. A hole. Wu's face is very ugly, it is the first time he has encountered such a rogue style of play. Don't be too arrogant, brat. When Sutan was about to attack, Wu roared in anger. Always dark gravity. Boom. A strong gravity pressed on Sutan. The ground under Sutan's feet was all shattered, and a large hole appeared. Su Yan's body fell downward. Always assassinate. Wu followed and rushed down, sending out a large number of magic bullets. Boom boom boom. The magic bullet hit Sutan's body. Void whipping. Then Wushao sent out a dark whimsy and used it towards Sutan like a whip. Snapped. Sutan raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's magic. OM. The overlord's domineering arrogance directly bombarded Wu's body. Wow. Wu's combo was interrupted. Overlord Su Yan's arrogance quickly gathered and compressed in front of him, forming a huge domineering fist, and quickly moved towards Wu's strike. Wu's expression changed, and he immediately raised his arms to defend. Boom. The huge domineering fist hit Wu's body, and Wu screamed and flew away. Boom boom boom. Wu's body penetrated several floors in a row, and his body slammed into the control tower in the center of Nirvana. Su Yan stepped on his feet, and his body rushed towards Wu on the control tower. Boom boom boom. The two people fought continuously on the control tower, and the control tower was shattered by the impact of the two people's fighting. After Sutan was full of domineering, he was almost powerless to resist, and was beaten by Su Yan all the time. Boom. Su Yan swept Wu's body with one foot. Gah. Mum. Wu's body flew upwards and landed on the top of the control tower. Sutan immediately followed, and his body landed on the top of the control tower in the distance. Wu stood up from the ground with a gloomy face and looked up at Su Yan above. His injuries are not particularly serious now, most of them are just skin injuries, but compared to the opposite Sutan, they are a little worse. From the beginning of the battle to the present, apart from being injured a little by Wu Jia at the beginning, Sutan still appears to be alive and well, as if he was not injured at all. You know, he has a lot of magic on this guy. Is this guy a monster? Wu no longer wanted to continue. On the one hand, he was tired, on the other hand, he already felt a trace of fear in his heart. If he continues to fight like this, he is likely to be killed. The opponent's physical quality is too abnormal, and he must kill this kid with a thunderous strike. Stinky brat, I admit, I did underestimate you, but it's all over here, and the enemy of me, oration cease, has only a dead end, and in the end, I will give you the supreme nun, a grasp of greatness magic. Wushao put on a Tai Chi-like posture, and the powerful magic was condensed in his hands. Is it over? It's a pity that I'm just getting excited, but let's end it. If it ends earlier, you can go home earlier. Sutan raised the palm of his right hand as he spoke, and Sutan's body exuded a domineering look, forming a long sword of purple and transparent energy, which was densely distributed behind Sutan. Asking for flowers. History is about to end before me, and the creation of nothing is about to begin. Disappear. Go to the beyond of nothing. Genesis none. Open it. Devil May Cry door. Bang dang. A gate that seemed to be connected to hell appeared behind Wu's. The gate of hell opened slowly, and countless black ghosts drilled out of the gate, wailing and flying towards Su Yan's direction. With a frenzied face, Wu Yan shouted, "No traveler! Destroy the soul of the person in front. Memories and existence disappear. In the name of nothing. Go with." Su Yan didn't have so much nonsense. With a wave of his hand, countless swords of domineering fell from the sky and attacked these black ghosts. Boom boom dash. Black and red thunder continued to flash in the void, and terrifying shocks continued to appear. The hardness of the long sword formed by the tyrannical domineering is not large, and it seems that it is only the energy that forms the long sword, but the power of the domineering burst of the tyrant is not to be underestimated. The black ghost was constantly destroyed by the domineering long sword, and the power of the domineering tyrant was revealed at this moment. The black ghost was gradually suppressed, and the sword of domineering continued to advance towards Wu's position. Wu's face changed greatly. "No. This is impossible. My magic is being defeated." Sutan smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised, isn't it normal for your magic to be defeated? Because I'm better than you." Su Yan said that he increased his strength, and the attack speed of the domineering sword was even faster. "No." Looking at the domineering sword that had already approached him, Wu finally let out a terrified shout. Boom 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 boom. The sword of domineering bombarded Wu's body, drowning Wu's figure. Ugh. Without a loud scream, the entire control tower was collapsed and destroyed. After a while, the control tower of Nirvana was completely destroyed, and the president of Oration Cease was lying in the ruins of the control tower, and passed out with serious injuries. End. Chapter 142. Wu. Su fell on the ground, looked at his palm which there are a wound, he weekdays, and all who fight on their own body, he rarely used armed color domineering. The use of armed color domineering majority only use the most simple wound, do not have to let yourself become depressed because they were hit by magic or streaking nothing. More often still use color domineering king color domineering attack stronger, wider attack range, and now king domineering color dots is very high, it is also easier with. Only he has to be broken against, or need showdown when he would use armed color domineering. Body limited. The world is the world of magic, the Soviet Union never feel that they can rely on the physical aspect invincible. Even Kaido Proto only, 967, with the body, he would be beaten dog. But he normally encountered are usually the strength is not too strong guy. He can rely on its defense against attacks at each other, but these guys recently encountered some let his body to withstand up. This is hardly a good sign, and now this story has just begun, there are those more strength next guy, his small physique may not be able can go ah. King color domineering attack is strong, but the defense still depends armed color domineering, his armed color domineering level or a little lower. Bite. The system automatically signs success. Sign location, Nirvana. Obtaining reward, 100 points free attribute points. Suddenly, the Soviet Union charcoal mind which prompted the voice sounded, so charcoal eyes lit up. Did not think there could be a windfall, then Su Yan suddenly think of it, his story since the beginning of the harvest indeed many, the Devil's Island, Tower of Heaven, Nirvana now and then, the story of these major sites have gained a lot free habitability point. Then place after the story appeared he might also get more attribute points, it seems they have to keep an eye on the Natsu them. At this point, bang. Nirvana stopped, happy with Natsu, Carla took Wendy also fell down. Su Yan brother, are you okay? Wendy asked, concerned. Nothing. Su smiled and replied charcoal, not only right, but fortunately enough, more than 100 attribute points can grow up happy and drank. Great, this thing finally stopped coming. This has been moved to Natsu for something to make him feel too uncomfortable, this time finally without shaking. The control tower was destroyed because of it. Wendy breathed sighs of relief, great, finally stopped, and the places of the cat in front of. At this time, a shadow appeared, looked up a few people up. See some broken blue Pegasus Guild magic crit boats appeared in the sky. Magic before detonating the boat was hit so charcoal to destroy hands, but whatever the outcome is Blue Pegasus Guild of the most powerful weapons, materials are advanced materials, defense is not weak, it has not been damage was particularly severe. In a few people control magic, or it can barely fly. Hey. Everybody alright? Lucy Suyan directed at a few people below shouted. Lucy. Soon, Blue Pegasus magic detonating hit the boat and landed on the Nirvana, the formal coalition society all go down. Great. We are all right. Urza asked, Oration cease or how kind? Sukarbin replied, we have all been blown away. That guy is. Blue Pegasus is seriously injured. Several people fainted. Saw the midnight, all teeth. Now here is the Blue Pegasus coalition, a few of them quite serious. Before, Blue Pegasus midnight to a few people have been defeated, but for Nirvana suddenly reopened, midnight rush to board the Nirvana, few people are likely to be blown away. After a few people survived, and people converge, in order to catch up, Nirvana, to start with the most magic places crit boat crashed, use magic to make magic crit boat temporarily restore the ability to fly, then together toward the side rush over. This guy down here, it must have been the Soviet Union inflammation or Natsu to get rid of, no matter who kill or the Fairy Tail Guild resolved. There is no doubt Fairy Tail Guild individual strength than their Blue Pegasus to be much more. Mom Pole said, I just feel an unusually strong magic. Mom felt not just Pole, other people are feeling, perception is like magic color domineering knowledge, this is the basic force mage has. For the magic of powerful people perceive more clearly. Hey, this guy. Sis fainted on the ground pointing. Brain said. He is not Oration Summit. Brain cease do. Is not clear, it seems that after Oration cease be killed, he appeared, claiming that he is the president of Oration cease. No, strength is not weak. Although the Soviet Union carbon free to get rid of, but he has to admit, this guy the strength of really strong, and if the strength of more than a dozen such a powerful guy, he is not good to do. Lucy looked surprised expression, Oration cease there is also President do. Oration cease own strength is very strong, I did not think there could be such a powerful president. Mom pulled sigh and said, this is thanks to you Fairy Tail, otherwise the consequences could be disastrous. He had heard about the Soviet Union inflammation, but had only the Soviet Union as carbon is a very promising younger generation to look at, until recently Suyan defeated one of the top 10 magic of San Jose Poor Law, just as everyone I know. However, many people thought it was Fairy Tail siege of the crowd together, it seems likely 3.5 each other's strength could still above their own. Society is irregular, stop the opposition which is a matter of course. However, the success of the crusade against Oration cease, really good. Wendy said, we, in front of the places that we bake Nico Association, do you want to tidy up our association? Although formal coalition won, but now everyone a little miserable, even the Soviet Union is now in a state of charcoal blast clothing. Erzan nodded his head and said, ah, good, do not come here to visit what it also inappropriate. Soon everyone take the boat went to magic lead the relegation places of Cat. After everyone left, has just been poured on the ground fainted no, suddenly opened his eyes and bloody. Chapter 143. Wizards Guild. Cat's house. Wow. It's so cute. Lucy put on what looked like a minority. I'm cuter. Sharia also put on a similar outfit, standing alone in front of the mirror. Well, it's very characteristic. I'll also collect a set. Urza has a hobby of collecting clothing and armor. She even secretly keeps a wedding dress, and occasionally wears it herself when she thinks of it. Wendy saw several people who were satisfied with the clothes and smiled and said, the entire village here is a guild, and it is rich in textiles. Sharia asked, I said, Wendy, when did the cat house join the guild alliance? I'm a little rude but until this battle started, I hadn't heard the name of this guild before. Speaking of which, so do I. Lucy has been in the guild for almost half a year now, and he is not a newcomer. He also knows the names of many guilds. The kingdom of Fiori is so big, and many of the guilds' names are more or less heard. She 13 had never heard of the cat house. Wendy was a little embarrassed, is that so? Wow, our guild is really not well known. Carla said, it doesn't matter, everyone is waiting. Hearing Carla's words, several people immediately came out and came to the square. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Scales of Snake Princess, and Wendy, and Carla, you finally defeated Oration Cease and stopped Nirvana. On behalf of the local guild alliance, I, Robinman, thank you. Thank you very much. Robin Liu, the president of the cat house, said to the members of the coalition army that there was a little proud expression on the faces of the coalition troops, the other party was the chairman of a guild after all. You're welcome. President Robin Liu. The fierce battle with Oration Cease continued. It was a hard fight. But the bonds of our companions led us to victory. He said righteously overnight, his voice high several degrees. As expected of a teacher. The Blue Pegasus trio immediately echoed. Gray complained, I will try my best to get it cheap. Lucy also complained, did they fight anyone? Happy said, seems to have played with Midnight in Oration Cease, but both were defeated. It's finally over, Sharia said. The expression on Leon's face was not very happy. Before he came, he was eager to defeat everyone in Oration Cease, but none of them were defeated. Instead, he was toyed with by the opponent. Later, he entered the endless sea of trees and consumed a lot of physical and magic power in order to deal with those little scoundrels. Fortunately, Mr. Law defeated in Oration Cease, otherwise, almost all of the Oration Cease were defeated by Fairy Tales people. They all knew from the conversation just now that Urza and Lucy defeated Angel, Natsu defeated Brain, and the remaining 3 Oration Cease, including the last Oration Cease's President Wu, were all killed by Sotan. Seemingly seeing what Leon was thinking, Law patted Leon on the shoulder and said, you guys did a good job too. Mr. Duck. Don't think too much, this is also a good thing. There are many powerful wizards in this world, you can also become stronger, and so do I. Yes. Leon regained his spirits after hearing Ma Le's words. Although he did not defeat any Oration Cease this time, he also saw the strong men of other guilds. Even the mighty Mr. Law has to work hard to become stronger, and he has no right to complain that he is not strong enough, just work hard to become stronger. Suddenly, boom. The earth shook suddenly. Wow! How is this going? What happened? Many people in the square panicked. Look. Nirvana. Everyone looked towards Nirvana and saw Nirvana Center. Many stones began to spread out, forming what seemed to be a huge muzzle, and powerful magical energy was converging towards the muzzle. Not good. The face of Robin Liu, the president of the cat house, changed drastically. Everyone. Run away. Nirvana is about to launch. Why? Isn't the control tower destroyed? Why can Nirvana be activated? Everyone saw that the control tower was destroyed, so they left with confidence. No one thought that Nirvana would be activated without the control tower. At this time, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. Ha 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 ha. You damn bright guys, all of you have gathered. What is this voice? Many people's expressions changed. It's the president of Oration Cease, no. Happy immediately recognized who the voice was. Has he woken up yet? What is he doing? The voice without roar continued to sound in everyone's mind. You think that if you destroy the control tower, you can destroy Nirvana. 967. You are so naive. The control of Nirvana has already been transferred to me. If you killed me before, everything would be over. Now you regret it. Ha 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 ha. I just want to destroy. Everything is destroyed. Anything that gets in my way, I'll wipe it out. You guys, don't even try to escape. Let me all disappear. Nirvana launch dash. Don T. Wendy yelled desperately. BD. The expressions of the others also changed greatly, the magic power contained in that cannot be prevented by ordinary magic attacks. Is this the end of it? Sharia couldn't help but despair when she saw the radiance of energy that kept gathering. Suyan touched Wendy's head. Wendy raised her head to look at Suyan, brother Sotan. Suyan smiled and said, don't worry, your guild will not disappear, and everyone will be fine. When the fairy tale and the others heard Suyan's words, their expressions immediately changed. Natsu's face even showed an expression of uncontrollable excitement. Could it be? Chapter 144. Sotan raised his head to look at Nirvana in the distance and said, really, isn't it bad to live? You have to seek death, but what you said does make sense, and you should have been completely killed before. After Sotan finished speaking, he took a few steps forward, keeping a little distance from the crowd. What is he doing? Sharia looked puzzled. Suyan's body began to change. With the cracking sound of crackling, sporadic dragon scales grew out of Sotan's exposed skin. His body swelled slightly with a punch, and 2 dragon horns grew out on his forehead, making him look more and more hideous. His eyes turned into hard pupils, becoming inhumanly cold. His hands and feet twisted and grew, turning into dragon claws, and a layer of clouds and whirlwinds appeared all over his body. Sutan took a deep leap, and the whole person turned into a huge blue dragon and flew into the sky. It takes time, the sky is full of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. A fiery red flame cloud was wrapped around Sublanket's arm, and the huge body twisted and circled in the air. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Everyone present, except for Fairy Tail, was stunned when they saw Sutan's transformation. Dragons are legendary creatures. It is said that dragon-killing magic can be passed on to humans. Natsu and Wendy are both dragon slayers, but no one other than them has really seen dragons. The dragon even became a legendary creature, but when a real blue dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone was truly frightened. Suyan, isn't he human? Sharia shouted in shock. I have long known that this man is as strong as a monster, but I didn't expect that the other party is really not a human being. Urza explained, no, Suyan said that he is a human, but he can have the power to become a dragon. What's the difference between that and a real dragon? Leon couldn't help saying. Indeed, a human who can transform into a real dragon doesn't seem to be any different from a real dragon. No wonder the strength is so powerful. It turns out that he is a real monster, said Overnight in shock. Others were very shocked by Sutan's transformation into Jackie Chan, and there was even a trace of fear in their hearts. But Natsu and Wendy are very fond of dragons, both of them were raised by dragons and taught them magic. It's just that all their dragons have disappeared, and they miss seeing the real dragon again. Natsu had been pestering Sutan to make Sushien transform into Jackie Chan to show him, and he also shouted that he would have a showdown with Su, but Sutan ignored it. The president of Oration Seas, Wu, was also very shocked at this time. Of course, after the shock, he was excited, and Wu shouted madly, "Dragon? I can't believe that I can still see the legendary creature dragon, and is still hiding in the regular guild among them. It is really very valuable for destruction. Destroy it. Follow everyone and turn into the dust of history. The era of your dragons is over. I will end your dragon. Nirvana. Lon, ah, 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 ah. Lin. The terrifying energy that had already been condensed turned into a huge black and white magic beam of light and shot towards Suyan. Sutan's head also raised slightly towards the back, opened his mouth, and energy continued to gather in his mouth. Heat, dash. A terrifying breath of heat spewed out of Sutan's mouth, which looked the same as the dragon roar that Natsu and the others used. Heat and Nirvana's attacks collided in the air. Dash. A dazzling light shone in the sky, and the terrifying impact destroyed everything around it. Wow! Ah! Ugh! Many people couldn't help exclaiming. Ice make city wall. Gray quickly used modeling magic to create a super vast city wall like ice wall for defense. But the scorching heat made Gray's ice walls begin to evaporate quickly. It's so far. Gray's eyes widened. Now he was very far away from the attacking position. At such a long distance, his magic was melted by the heat, which was really terrifying. Soon, Suyan's heat in midair constantly burned the magic of Nirvana, and continued to advance toward Nirvana. No. It's impossible. The magic of Nirvana will burn. It's impossible. The president of Oration Seas shouted with a frantic face, "This is the perfect time, the power of Nirvana is so powerful, how could he lose?" Sutan didn't pay attention to Wu's madness at all, and the heat will fall on Nirvana. Wow, ah, ah, ah. No Face shouted in horror, but he couldn't stop the heat from drowning it. The heat of the breath melts Nirvana into boiling magma from the moment it hits Nirvana. From this end of Nirvana to the other end of Nirvana, the heat breath completely penetrates Nirvana, turning almost all of it into boiling magma. Boom boom boom. The breath of heat fell on the endless sea of trees, burning the endless sea of trees into a bottomless huge rift valley. Everyone looked at the scene in shock, even Urza and Natsu who had seen it before. Only at this moment could they feel how powerful and terrifying the dragon, as a legendary creature, was the former overlord, and how huge the gap between them and Suyan, Niuzhao's, was. Boom, dash. The original source of energy was lost, or the main body was wiped out, and the only remaining 6 giant feet of Nirvana could not repair the main body core automatically, and began to shatter and collapse. The heat in Sutan's mouth also slowly dissipated. Scare. The villain died of talking too much. Suran felt very unhappy about the nonsense before oration ceases. President, no. I really don't know where this guy got so much nonsense. After Sutan finished speaking, his body fell to the ground and his lungs fell. The dragon is here. Everyone was a little terrified when they saw Sutan coming. Soon, Qin Glong's huge body began to shrink rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of Suyan, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The form of the Susign giant dragon put too much pressure on them. Chapter 145. Susu Brother Yan. Su Yan rubbed Wendy's little head with his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, don't be tense, everything is done." "What is that?" "Dragon. Become a dragon. The attack is also terrible." "Is it a real dragon?" At this time, many talents reacted, and what they saw just now, people turned into dragons, the legendary dragons. Robin Liu, the chairman of the cat house, said softly, "I can't imagine seeing the dragon again in this era." Carla, who was beside Robin Liu, heard the president's words and said something very different. "Suyan, have a showdown with me." Although Natsu was covered in scars, he still shouted at Susian enthusiastically. As a dragon slayer, how could he not really defeat the dragon? Honestly point. Don't make a mess. This time Nirvana was completely destroyed. Originally, Leon and Sharia were still a little unconvinced, thinking that Jura might not be weaker than Sutan, but after seeing the scene in front of them, they were completely convinced that the other party was a real monster. Many people were in a mess, and it finally calmed down after a while. Although Oration Cease was defeated, Urza was still a little puzzled. "I really don't know why Oration Cease is so persistent in destroying the cat house." "Don't think about that, Oration Cease has been defeated, and it's time to celebrate." 970. Natsu suddenly remembered and shouted excitedly. "Yeah." Happy jumped up too. Urza smiled and said, "That's right. The successful crusade against Oration Cease, and so many dark guilds, is indeed a big victory worth celebrating. One night with him. One night him. Show off your skills. Show off your skills. Wow ahh. Several people from Blue Pegasus have already started to jump up, and obviously there are a lot of banquets on weekdays. Okay, everyone from the cat house, let's go too. But almost everyone in the cat house was quiet, and the atmosphere couldn't help but stagnate. After a while, Robin Liu, the president of the cat house, said, "Everyone, thank you very much, but there is one thing I have to make clear and tell you the truth of the matter. If you have something to say, you can just say no. It's rare that the atmosphere is so good now. It would be great to have a celebration dinner first." Robin Liu shook his head slowly and said, "Some things still need to be made clear, because there is no time. First of all, I want to say sorry." BDDF, why? Everyone in the regular guild coalition was a little surprised. Why did the other party say sorry? 400 years ago, the person who created Nirvana was the boss. What? Is that a lie? 400. It was very shocking to see a real dragon today, and it turned out that there was still a human who lived for 400 years. Everyone could not help but listen carefully to Robin Liu's story. Robin Liu continued, 400 years ago, in order to prevent the spread of war in the world, I created the magic of good and evil, Nirvana, and Nirvana opened an era as a symbol of peace in our country. But a great force must produce an opposite force, and Nirvana is entangled in that part of darkness that has changed from darkness to light. Because to achieve a balance, the human personality cannot be changed to the bright side without limit. Compared with the darkness, there is light, and in contrast to the light, there must be darkness. The darkness that people have lost has entangled our family, it is hell, our family cannibalize each other and lead to extinction, only the old man survived. No, this statement is a bit wrong now. The old man's body has perished in the distant past, and now it is an existence similar to the missing body. In order to pay for this sin, and to wait for someone who can destroy Nirvana in place of the powerless undead, I have been guarding it for 400 years. Now my mission is finally complete. Robin Liu had a relieved smile on his face, but then his expression darkened. Others were also very shocked. They never thought that someone would exist in this form for 400 years, in order to protect Nirvana from being discovered by others, or to wait for someone who could destroy Nirvana. This kind of thing Wendy's body couldn't stop shaking. At this time, the members of the House of Pigs who were surrounded by everyone began to disappear one by one. Meguna. Babble. This is you. Wendy and Carla panicked immediately. After all, they had lived in this guild for many years and had been with everyone day and night, but now everyone started to disappear. The coalition forces and others were also a little panicked. What's going on? People disappeared. Urza was very surprised. Wendy even shouted desperately, "Don't. Everyone. Don't disappear. I'm sorry for keeping this secret from you, Wendy. The members of the guild are all phantoms created by the old man." What did you say? Natsu was taken aback by this. A phantom with a personality. Leon had never seen such magic before. RA sighed, what an amazing magic. These are equivalent to the existence of the missing body, and the use of the missing body requires powerful magic power. With so many missing bodies, I don't know how much magic power it will consume. The old man hangs himself in this abandoned village in order to protect Nirvana. 7 years ago, a teenager brought a young Wendy to the place where the old man lived and asked the old man to take care of him. Looking at the innocent and straightforward eyes of the young man, the old man couldn't help but agree. After Wendy woke up, he said that the young man was going to take her to the guild. In order not to disappoint Wendy, I deceived her and said that this is the Sorcerer's Guild. And use magic to create phantoms of friends. Lucy was moved when he heard this. For Wendy, a guild was created. Wendy closed her ears in pain. I don't want to hear this. Don't let Basku and Naoki disappear. Robin Liu smiled and pointed at the coalition troops and said, Wendy, Carla, you don't need an illusory partner anymore, don't you have a real partner? At this time, Robin Liu's figure also began to blur. Your future has only just begun, everyone, thank you so much, Wendy and Carla will be on your side. President. Wendy burst into tears while looking at the empty square. Then Wendy felt a big warm hand on her head. Wendy looked up and said, Brother Sutan. The loss of a loved one is the most painful, but you should also be happy for President Robin Liu. He has been bound here for 400 years, and he has been waiting for this day for 400 years. Come to Fairy Tale, fill up the pain of parting with your loved ones with your friends. Chapter 146. On the returning sailboat. AHH. It's so comfortable to get on the boat and the sea breeze. The transportation is awesome. Hey dash. Natsu stood on the boat with a comfortable expression blowing the sea breeze and ran happily on the boat. Suddenly, Natsu fell to the ground and started to get out of the boat again. Ah, almost Troya is about to unravel. Ouch. Cast it on me again. If you use it continuously, the kid won't be noticeable late. Wendy still casts magic on Natsu. Soon, Natsu came alive again. Wendy joining the guild is the best choice. Wendy, you join our team. He has been on the transportation for so many years, and every time he is dizzy, just because of Wendy's magic, the problem of the transportation has finally disappeared. Every time a mission is out, the most difficult thing for Natsu is not the battle, but the feeling of riding the vehicle. Ah, I haven't joined the guild yet. Gray said, don't worry about that guy, Wendy, your magic is so good, so many people will invite you to join the team. If Wendy joins our team, Carla will join too. Happy said happily beside Carla. Susyen asked Wendy to come to the Fairy Tale Guild, and the happiest thing was to be happy. This was the first time he met the same female cat as himself, who used the same magic, and was obviously of the same race. Carla Tsundere said, I only went with Wendy because she said she was going. I am very much looking forward to joining Fairy Tale. Sutan touched Wendy's little head with a smile and said, don't worry, you won't be disappointed there. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Hello, my name is Wendy, she is Carla, please give me some advice. Wendy greeted everyone in the guild. The people in the guild all focused their attention here when they saw a cute little girl like Wendy coming to the guild. So cute. And a mother, happy. Everyone, welcome back. Little sister, how old are you? Everyone in the guild enthusiastically surrounded Wendy. Suyan reported this incident to the president Makarov. This time, the regular guild joined forces and eliminated one of the three most powerful dark guilds in the Balam Alliance. The matter is very important and must be to report in detail. Well done, I never thought that Nirvana turned out to be such a dangerous magic. If Oration Cease really got that thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. The first thing that would hit the kingdom of Fiori, maybe the whole world would really be given to him. Subversion. But the area is now peaceful for the time being, and of course Wendy and Carla are welcome. Little Lulu, you're back. Levy rushed towards Lucy happily. Levy. Lucy is also very happy to see his friend. Levy is a girl of the same age who shares a hobby of reading with Lucy, and naturally they became good friends. It's great to be safe, Sarasuk said. Gradually Lucy is getting further and further away from us. Droy was a little emotional. Lucy had only joined the guild for a few months, but it seemed that many major events had happened, whether it was good or bad, compared to the major events they had encountered in the guild over the years. Mage depends on strength on the one hand, and fame on the other hand. Now Lucy is joining the coalition to destroy Oration Cease, no matter how powerful Lucy is. Lucy's name has been heard by many leaders of the local alliance guilds. At this time, Natsu was talking to several people, then Suyan turned into a dragon with a click. It's super big. Then the entire ancient city of Nirvana was melted with a click. Although many people don't quite understand the adjectives of Natsu's Ning and Yuan, but they can imagine how shocking that scene was, destroying a city with one blow, which is also too terrifying. As expected of Big Brother Su, a man among men. Mila squatted in front of Wendy and asked, Carla is probably the same type as Happy, what kind of magic does Wendy use? Wendy immediately said to Carla with a look of excitement, Carla. This is the real Miss Myra Jane. Ask for flowers. Wait. Don't compare me to that male cat. Wendy said obediently with her hands behind her back, I use sky magic, the dragon slayer of the sky. Many people in the fairy tale guild were taken aback. Oh. That's awesome. It's the dragon slayer. Like Natsu. It's amazing. Counting Gajeel, there are 3 dragon slayers in this guild. What a rare magic. While the guild was cheering, Gajeel was sitting alone, sweating down on his face with anxiety and a look of doubt about life. 0. Little kitten, they are all the same dragon slayer, why am I the only one without a cat? Why? President Makarov jumped up and shouted, today there is a big feast. To celebrate the destruction of Oration Cease, of course, a welcome party for Wendy and Carla. Oh. It's going to be a big mess. Woo. I'm burning up. Soon the guild started to be noisy. The banquet was put into the world where Sutan used to be a party, eating, drinking, and having fun. How to come here and how to be happy, Sutan also liked this lively atmosphere very much. Wendy said happily, what a happy place, Carla. Carla crossed her arms and Tsundere said, well. I don't care. Soon, Wendy and Carla were surrounded by a lot of people, and they chatted with Wendy kindly. Sutan felt relieved after seeing it. Any world is the same, when encountering certain things, people will have to become strong. There are many such members gathered in the guild. It is not money, not interests, but pure existence. It is the link for everyone to survive. They support each other and rely on each other, so that they can continue to survive in this world. Even Suyan was the same, a month or 2 was fine, but after a long time, he couldn't imagine how a person without any bonds could live, unite people's hearts, and bind each other. This might be the guild's greatest strength. And Chapter 147. A few days later. Wendy, how's it going? Are you used to this guild? When Sutan came to the guild early in the morning, Wendy couldn't help but ask when she was reading the book. Although Suyan doesn't go to work, he doesn't spend all day in the guild, taking Happy to go fishing, and taking Mila to watch a movie, go shopping, and have a meal. Or gather a few people to play cards, take a bath, and lie down on a park bench all day. Not working may be boring to others, but for Sutan, who used to stay at home without work for several years, it was too easy. Hearing Suyan's words, Wendy immediately replied, yes. Everyone in the guild is very friendly. I'm more satisfied with the women's dormitory. Carla of Tsundere also rarely said a compliment. 970, I said Suyan, don't you go to work? Lucy, who was beside him, asked Suyan. Lucy has been in the guild for so long, and he has never seen Suran accept a serious mission. Work? Why work? Why? Lucy was a little confused, and he still needed to ask why at work, of course, for the rent and for the meal. Then she thought of one thing, Suyan didn't seem to be short of money at all, the only one who was short of money was herself. Suddenly, a man ran in and shouted, "It's not good." Then the bell started to ring. What? It's the bell. The way this bell rings is. That's right. Whoa whoa. Could it be that? Everyone in Fairy Tale's public account had happy expressions on their faces when they heard this way of ringing the bell, and Suyan also had a smile on his face. The Guildarts are back. You're back. Guildarts. Wendy was a little puzzled, she had just joined the Fairy Tale Guild, and was not quite sure. Lucy said, I haven't seen him either. He is said to be the strongest wizard in Fairy Tale. The strongest? Isn't Brother Suyan the strongest wizard? Sutan is good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. If it wasn't for the last time he was angry, others wouldn't know that he was actually a dragon. Lucy had long known from Natsu that Suyan had never transformed into a dragon before. It seemed that it was Laxus when the chi to Sutan was broken, Sutan became a dragon. I'm a human. Suyan corrected again, he didn't have enough free attribute points before, so he couldn't open it at all, but in the crowd, he turned into Sutan pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's alright, why is there such a commotion? Lucy was a little puzzled. It's like a festival, Carla. It's a guild that loves to make fun of. Myra came over and said, it's no wonder everyone is so excited, he hasn't come back for 3 years. 3 years? What is he doing? Lucy was a little surprised, it was too long. Of course it's work. On top of the S-level tasks, there are SS-level tasks. On top of that, there is also a work called the 10-year task. No one can complete it in 10 years, so it is called the 10-year task. Guildarts is doing a 100-year mission on top of that. Lucy is horrified, 100 years mission, 100 years of work that no one can do. She and Natsu secretly went on an S-rank mission that time. Although the S-rank mission was a bit weird, if the monster was really unblocked, it would probably be a very dangerous mission. Unexpectedly, there are more dangerous SS-level tasks, 10-year tasks, 100-year tasks, and no one has completed them in 100 years. The degree of danger can be imagined. The residents of Magnolia Town were all a little riotous when they heard the bell. It's Guildarts. Guildarts, it's back. Many magic horns fly up. Magnolia changes to Guildarts mode. Citizens, please go to the designated location quickly. Repeat again, Magnolia has changed to Guildarts mode. Citizens, please go to the designated location quickly. Suddenly, the street began to rumble. Then the ground on the street began to separate, and a passage to the Fairy Tale Guild appeared on the ground. City, torn apart. Mila explained with a smile, because Guildarts uses magic that will shatter objects when he touches them, and if he walks over in a daze, it will crash the houses. How confusing is this? The city has been remodeled just for this. Amazing, Carla. Yeah, that's stupid. Soon, a figure walked towards this side. Come on. All the members of the guild gathered at the entrance of Fairy Tale and looked outside. After a while, a man with a big back, unshaven beard and a black cloak walked in. Guildarts. Have a showdown with me. Natsu's first words when he saw Guildarts was to challenge Guildarts. Elfman complained after hearing it, challenge all of a sudden. Welcome back. Lucy looked at Guildarts, this man is Guildarts. Guildarts was a little confused, miss, I seem to remember that there should be a guild named Fairy Tale nearby. Myra raised her hand and said, that's it, and I'm Myra Jane. Mila? You've changed a lot. Guildarts finally saw a trace of the past in Mila, but the change was too great. By the way, how come the guild has a new look? 3.5 Guildarts. Natsu ignored Guildarts when he saw Guildarts, and immediately ran towards Guildarts. Oh. Is that Natsu? Long time no see. I said a showdown with me. Natsu threw a punch at Guildarts. Guildarts dodged his head sideways, then raised his palm, sending Guildarts flying with a single blow. Boom. Natsu was embedded in the ceiling. Natsu said with a look of joy, the fruit is really super strong. Uncle, it hasn't changed at all. A man of men. Both Gray and Elfman had expressions of reverence on their faces. Gildarts was an idol worshipped by everyone in the guild. Now, almost all the wizards in the guild grew up listening to the legend of Gildarts. Chapter 148. Ah, there are still some new faces, and this place has really changed a lot. Gildarts swept his eyes and said with emotion, this time he really escaped from death, and it feels so good to be able to come back here alive. Gildarts. Suddenly, President Makarov called Gildarts' name. Oh. President. Long time no see. How's the work going? Ha ha ha. Gildarts scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard Makarov's question. No, I can't finish it. What? No way. That Gildarts' mission failed. Almost everyone in the guild couldn't believe what Gildarts said. Gildarts was the strongest wizard in the fairy tale guild, and even he could not complete the task, so how difficult this task was. Is that so, can't you? I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed to the guild. How come, as long as you come back safely, as far as I know, you are the first person who can come back from this mission, and if you can't complete it, President Makarov turned his attention to Suyan. Seeing President Makarov's eyes, Sutan resolutely refused to talk. The 100-year tasks were all super troublesome tasks. Because he was running outside himself, President Makarov just happened to give Sutan a 10-year task at a certain place, and let Sutan complete it. As a result, it took Sutan a long time to go back and forth, and it was very troublesome. Since then, he has decided not to touch those 10-year tasks, 100-year tasks, and so on. There is a reason for not completing it for so many years. Oh. Isn't this Suyan? After 3 years of absence, you have changed so much. Have you grown so tall? Gildarts came to Sutan's side and patted Su's shoulder hard. If it is Sutan, the task will definitely be completed. I don't want it. The 100 years mission is so troublesome, so I'm too lazy to go. After 3 years of not being at home, he is not the prodigal character of Gildarts. If possible, he would like to live in the fairy tale guild all his life. The centennial mission is very interesting. Not interested in. Ka. You're still so boring. I'm exhausted. Natsu, come to my house later, I have a present for you. Then I'll go first. After speaking, Gildarts turned and left. Dash. The wall suddenly turned into small pieces and shattered. Gildarts, out the gate. After Gildarts left the guild, all the members of the guild were talking about it, and it was a very important challenge for the guild members to complete a higher level task. Now the only people in the guild who have really completed the S-rank tasks are those S-rank mages, and the SS rank is legendary to other mages in the guild. Not to mention the 10-year mission and the 100-year mission, these two missions are only accessible to Suyan and Gildarts. The strength of Gildarts is recognized by everyone in Fairy Tale. Gildarts is also the only wizard in the guild who is in his 40s except for the President Makarov. Now the Sorcerers Guild is showing a trend of youth. Most of the Sorcerers Guild are young and old. The older ones are either physically weak or want to live a stable life and retire. There are very few wizards like Gildarts who are still brave and diligent at this age, and Suyan feels that only Gildarts is the purest guild wizard, and he will continue to become stronger. I said, brat, you really don't think about it. Makarov seemed to want to persuade Suyan to do the century-old mission. To be honest, he was also very worried about Gildarts doing the centennial mission, but that was Gildarts' own wish. But Sutan was very relieved. This stinky boy, he used to think that this stinky brat was very public, but only now did he realize that this stinky boy was actually pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He doesn't know how powerful this stinky boy is, but there is no doubt that this stinky boy is already the strongest wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild, and even himself is no match for this stinky boy. Not consider. Sutan simply and neatly refused. He is eating and drinking well now, and the interest in the bank for living expenses can't be spent. Why should he do such troublesome things, take risks, or something? Natsu excitedly walked towards Gildarts' house with Happy. Could the gift be some exotic flame or something? What could it be? Excuse me. Natsu and Happy arrive at Gildarts' door to greet Gildarts opposite Gildarts. Come on, Natsu, Happy, are you okay with Lisina after that? Gildarts asked Natsu. Natsu and Lisina had a very good relationship in the past, and Lisina said she wanted to be Natsu's bride when she grew up. When he saw Natsu who grew up again, he couldn't help but want to make fun of it. What? You're so old, you're still shy, ha 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 ha. The expression on Natsu's face faded and he said, Listener died, 2 years ago. Gildarts froze for a moment, in disbelief. Really, is that so? Then Miloshi, oh, yes, sorry, Natsu. Natsu turned around and said, if that's what you want to say, I'll go back. Natsu was also very sad about Listena's death and didn't want to talk about Lisena. I said, Natsu. Happy immediately tried to persuade Natsu. Gildarts said, Natsu, where I was working, I met the dragon. Natsu turned around immediately upon hearing the news. I don't think that's the red guy you're looking for, it's a black dragon. Where is? In Lingfengzhou NIA, the mission that was about to be successful also failed because of him. Natsu was ready to run out immediately. What are you going to do? You don't need to ask, of course, where is Igneal? It's no longer there, the black dragon is on the mainland, it should be said that it is flying around in this world. Natsu shouted reluctantly, even so, it's hard to say that there will be some clues, maybe. Gildarts loosened his cloak and said, Natsu, look at this. Chapter 149. It takes time for Natsu and Happy to see the scarred body spread over Gildarts' body. Among them, there were several fatal injuries, and the left arm and left leg disappeared and were replaced by prosthetic limbs. Natsu and Happy were surprised and speechless when they saw this, it was Gildarts. It happened almost in an instant. The left hand and left foot were injured, and even the internal organs were injured. I don't know what happened to the Igneal guy, but that black dragon is undoubtedly the enemy of mankind, and mankind cannot win. It's the dragon slayer who will knock it down. As long as there's my magic black dragon or something. I won't stop you if you really think so. Natsu's body was trembling constantly, and he finally got some news that might be related to Igneal, but he couldn't go again. BD. Natsu yelled and ran out. Natsu. Happy, you have to help Natsu. Well, that thing, humans can't, but if it's a dragon, maybe it can win. Kilda has been out on the centenary mission for 3 years and has learned a few things about the dragon slayer, but it is not convenient to say now. Dragon? Do you mean Suyan? Happy when he thinks of dragon now, he immediately thinks of Suyan. Suyan? Why Susui? Gildarts, don't you know, Sotan can transform into a dragon. It's so huge, it's almost half the size of a town. Tell me what's going on. The next day. Fairy Tale is back to what it used to be. July 7th, 777. The ability to teach Dragon Slayer magic to me and Natsu disappeared on the same day. Wendy and Lucy were chatting in the guild, and unknowingly they talked about the topic of dragons. Speaking of which, Natsu said before that Gajiel's dragon may also be a woman who disappeared on the same day. Carla asked suspiciously, what's going on here? Lucy thought, is it a day out for an outing? Wendy laughed, Lucy sometimes says weird things too. Happy tied a bow to the fish he caught not far away, then raised the fish eagerly and ran to Carla, this is the fish I caught, and I want to give it to Carla. I don't want it, fish are the most annoying. Really, then what do you like? Next time I. Damn it. Don't pester me. Carla jumped off the table and walked outside the guild. Wait a minute, Carla. You're going too far. That's what happy means. Wendy yelled at Carla. Humph. Carla ignored her and continued walking out. Happy immediately followed. Ah. Wait, Carla. Lucy said, I said, do you think Carla is a little too cold to Happy? Wendy is also very puzzled, why in the end? Carla Happy came up from behind. Carla stopped in place, why, I told you to stop pestering me. Did I do something bad? Happy looked down, as if he had made a mistake. Carla looked at such Happy and sighed helplessly, I didn't mean that, you can't protect Natsu. Deliver. But I want to protect Wendy, and no matter what happens, I absolutely want to protect Wendy. I will protect Natsu too. Because Natsu said we were friends. You can't protect a cat who doesn't even know who he is. In the guild, Gildarts reported to the president Makarov about his centennial mission for the past 3 years. Yesterday, he went back to rest because he was too tired due to his injuries. He came to the guild today to make a good report. After all, these are all very important information, and they are very important information for those who will do this century-old mission in the future. Suyan, you are hiding very deeply. You turned out to be a dragon, no wonder you have always thought that your body is not as strong as a human being. Sotan said helplessly, who is talking nonsense, I said that I am human, and the ability to transform into a dragon was only recently activated. I thought you were a little monster at first, but now you have become a monster, and now you are the strongest wizard in the real fairy tale guild. Don't put a high hat on me. Are you trying to trick me into doing a 100-year mission again? Huh? Is it so obvious? I don't want to go. I'll get married and have children at that time. After a while, the sky began to change, and black clouds covered the sky of Magnolia Town. Soon, the raindrops fell sparsely, and gradually became heavier, and gradually turned into heavy rain. Kana said happily, holding the big wine barrel, "It's better for a girl to go with beer on a rainy day. Kana, you need to save some for the guests." Mila put on some thicker clothes. Huh? Where are you going in this weather, Myra? Well, I'll go to church. Then he shouted to Elfman, who was berating Sarasuk and Droy, "Elfman, let's go." Elfman said, "Sister, you also talk about them. These guys actually failed in their previous jobs. How could such a guy be so good at protecting the bacteria? He was rude at the beginning, and in the end he didn't Levy picks up the pieces all by himself. Ah, how harsh. It's too embarrassing. For the mages, the failure of the mission is a very shameful thing. No, it should be said to be a super, Nyojiao's, shame. They are just doing ordinary missions, not the century-old missions like guild arts. The last Macau mission failed, but I was ridiculed for a long time. I think Sarasuk and Droy have worked very hard." Myra reassured with a big smile on her face. "Myra miss." The two suddenly felt redemption. Myra continued, "Let's say it. That's too much. Lungs." Lucy said curiously, "What is the purpose of going to church in such weather?" Levy suddenly said, "Ah. By the way, Listena's death day is coming." Listena. Lucy hadn't heard the name. "My sister, Mila, and Elfman, died in an accident at a job 2 years ago, and it was almost the anniversary of their death, so the two of them guessed that they went to the church." Chapter 150. Suyen also heard Listena's name and couldn't help but recall the cute girl who was always gentle and a little naughty. Thinking of Lisena secretly asking herself when she would be her brother-in-law, but Mila was so fierce at that time, Suning dared to think about it and didn't dare to say it. It had nothing to do with strength. Later, Mila became an S-rank magician, and Sutan also asked the old man not to let Mila do S-rank tasks to avoid Listena's situation repeating itself. Although she was angry with Mila, Mila was taking Elfman and Lisena with her at the time, and she would not take the risk of taking them both. Who would have thought that the real thing appeared on an ordinary crusade mission? Suning knew that it had been 3 months since the incident. When he came back, the grumpy Mila had changed a lot and turned into what she is now. Sutan did not mention the information that Lisena was probably still alive. At that time, Mila finally stabilized and needed to give Mila a longer period of calm. He went to Mistogan at that time. He knew Mistogan's identity. After all, he was a rare S-class wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild. He still remembered part of the plot about him. However, Mistogan's whereabouts are mysterious, and he rarely returns to the guild, which is similar to his own time. After that, Suyen left for a year. It's almost time for him to bring Lisena back. When Mistogan comes back next time, let him send him over and bring Lisena back by himself. On the streets of Magnolia Town, heavy rain is falling. "Carla, I finally found you." Wendy ran out to find Carla when the dark clouds appeared. "Wendy, you will catch a cold if you don't even have an umbrella." Carla is still not the same. Wendy squatted in front of Carla. "Carla, we just joined the guild. I think we should get along well with everyone." "It's not necessary, as long as I have you, it's enough." Wendy pouted and said, "Really? You're here again." Carla is her best friend, but she also hopes that Carla can make many friends in the guild, just like Happy. The Fairy Tale Guild completely regarded Happy as one of their members, and she also hoped that Carla could become a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and a man who had covered his body was walking towards this side from not far away. "Who are you?" Carla immediately appeared in front of Wendy and asked the person who came. "Wendy, I didn't expect you to come to this guild," and the person who came said took off his hood and face towel, revealing his face. "Jalal. I didn't know anything about the world 7 years ago, so I told you my name is Jalal, and now I'm Mistogan in Fairy Tale." Mistogan. Carla was very surprised. Joining the guild these days, she also knew several powerful S-rank wizards in the Fairy Tale Guild, one of which was Mistogan. You are 7 years ago, I have always wanted to see you. Wendy's tears flowed out, dripping with the rain. I'm sorry I couldn't see you, but there's no time to be happy about reunion now. Deliver? You leave the city right now. Why? The city is about to disappear. Well, what's going on here? Everything is over, disappearance is unavoidable, at least to save you. Where's Fairy Tale? What will happen to everyone in the guild? Everyone will die. Wendy immediately ran towards the Fairy Tale Guild after hearing this. Wendy. BDDF. I have to tell everyone. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky began to change, and a huge vortex appeared. Because of the thunder and lightning, and the heavy sound of rain, almost no one in the entire city noticed this situation. Wendy stumbled all the way to the front of Fairy Tale. Everyone. Not good. Sky. Suddenly, the guild gate in front of Wendy began to twist, as if it had turned into gas and began to evaporate. Immediately afterwards, the same changes took place in the architecture of the entire city. What's this? Everyone. Wendy tried to keep running, but was ejected. All the buildings began to disintegrate, and then formed a tornado and rolled towards the huge hole in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the whole city disappeared, and in front of Wendy was a flat open space and the mountains outside the city. No. Wendy slumped to the ground in disbelief. The guild disappeared, and the streets were all, how could it be? What the hell happened? Is anyone here? Wendy looked at her trembling hands and cried, why am I the only one here? The streets and the guild have disappeared, why is it only me? She just experienced a disappearance of all her partners not long ago, and she doesn't want to lose any of her partners, but she just joined Fairy Tale, and Fairy Tale also disappeared. Are you a broom star? Why didn't he just disappear? Suddenly, kick. The ground not far away shattered. Huh. Wendy was taken aback. A figure appeared in front of Wendy. Wendy saw this familiar figure, and immediately rushed over crying. Brother Suyan. Everyone disappeared. The guild also disappeared. Wendy rushed on Suyan and cried. Wendy, it's alright, don't cry, don't cry. Suyan looked at the situation in front of him and was a little confused. Before he saw Mila and Elfman go to Listena's grave, he was in a daze in the memory. Immediately before he had time to react, everything in the guild evaporated before his eyes. The first time he thought of the guild being attacked, he was attacked without even noticing. Then he heard Wendy's voice, immediately came out of the soil, heard Wendy's cry, and then he noticed that not only the Fairy Tale Guild was attacked, but the entire Magnolia Town was attacked. Chapter 151. At this time, wow. A mound of dirt suddenly appeared on the ground, and then Natsu emerged from the ground. What? Natsu? Wendy felt relieved when she saw that someone appeared again. Suyan, Wendy, oops. Where is this place? Natsu was a little confused, and when he woke up, he found that the surrounding scenery had all changed. Don't you remember anything? I'm sleeping. This is the guild. What? A big hole suddenly appeared in the sky, sucking both the guild and the city in. Natsu covered Wendy's little head and said, Wendy, have you been knocked out? What nonsense are you talking about? What I said is true. It seems that only the three of us are left. If you don't believe me, look at the sky. Natsu immediately looked up at the sky, and saw that there was indeed a large hole in the sky, but it was now slowly shrinking. Really? Natsu saw with his own eyes that he was still in disbelief that the city had completely disappeared. At this moment, a voice said, it's true. Several people looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Carla flying towards this direction. Wendy saw Carla and said with joy, Carla. Great. Are you alright? It's okay. Carla was a little embarrassed, but she ignored Wendy and ran out of the guild before. Why are we the only ones left here? Carla said, I'm clear that it may be the special magic of Dragon Slayer that plays a role. What about Big Brother Suyan? Big Brother Su, it's not Dragon Slayer. But Wendy quickly stopped asking Sutan. Although Sutan is not a dragon slayer, Suyan is a dragon. Natsu immediately asked, what happened to everyone else? Why are they all gone? Disappeared, to be exact, absorbed by the F***ck. A F***ck? The hole in the sky just now is the door to the parallel world Epilogue. Natsu asked excitedly, what did you say? Where are everyone? Su raised his hand and put his hand on Natsu's shoulder. Natsu, calm down. Then he looked at Carla and said, Carla, explain things a bit more clearly. Sutan only remembered that there was another world, Lysina was there, and he couldn't remember what happened. Carla was a little silent, she didn't know if she should say it or not. Wendy also asked, "Hey, Carla, what do you know? Also, why is Carla okay?" At this time, Happy flew over in a panic, "Na Natsu. Suyan. What is this? This city?" Happy. Carla said, "I'm from the parallel world Edalas, and so is the male cat over there. What happened? This city disappeared because of me and the male cat." Then Carla began to explain. Edalas is another world, the magic over there has been exhausted. Unlike this world, in Eolas, the magic is limited. That is to say, if you keep it, it will run out one day. In order not to completely deplete magic, the king of Edalas invented magic to absorb waste from other worlds, that is, from our present world. That's hyperwarp magic AF*CK. It's the big hole in the sky just now. 6 years ago, this plan was implemented, setting up FCK all over the world, but it did not defeat the expected effect, because some people are constantly closing down FCK. Now think about it, it should be the person named Mistogan. Of Mistogan. Na and Happy were a bit confused, why did they get involved with Mistogan? Mistogan is very mysterious in the fairy tale guild. Only a few people in the entire fairy tale have ever seen Mistogan. Natsu and Happy are easily put to sleep with sleep magic every time Mistogan comes over. Sutan understood what Carla was talking about. But this time AF*CK is really too big, without any precautions, the guild was sucked away like this. Natsu asked suspiciously, "Why suck up fairy tale? Didn't you say it, in order to increase Edala's magic power? For flowers." Wendy reacted, "Fairy tale has a lot of powerful mages, so they're being targeted." "Yes." Carla answered in the affirmative. "These guys are too casual. Give everyone back to us, you bastards." Natsu shouted at the big hole in the sky with a grip. Happy asked disappointedly, "Is this all because of me and Carla?" "Indirectly, we were given other missions by the Edala's kingdom and then sent to this world." "Impossible. You broke out of an egg, and in this world. Happy is also, I found it." Suyan saw it too. Wendy and Natsu immediately denied that. When Natsu and Lysina discovered the egg of Happy, they immediately brought the egg to Su, and Suyan had also seen Happy when he was still an egg. Inflamed. "Yeah, let me state first, I have never been to Edalas, as Wendy said, I was born in this world and grew up here, but we were infused with Edala's knowledge in our own mission, and we spoke out. It should have known by then." "But why don't you know anything?" Carla pointed at Happy angrily. She was so troubled by this mission that Happy was able to live a heartless life, which is so unfair. Happy didn't know what to say, he didn't know anything about it. "That's the way it is, as long as we belong to Edalas, we can't get rid of this incident." Wendy asked, "Didn't you just say you have another mission, Carla?" Carla turned her head, trembling slightly, "I can't tell." "Happy, tell me, Carla, who the hell I am." "How do I know? Think for yourself." Carla yelled angrily. Happy lowered his head when he heard Carla's words. Sutan squatted beside Happy, touched Happy's little head and said, "Okay, Happy, don't think too much, you are no one, just, Happy, let's save everyone back together, you still the original, Happy. End. Chapter 152. But how are we going to get to Edala's world? Natsu couldn't take it anymore, and everyone in the guild was taken away by others as magic. This kind of thing is absolutely intolerable. Carla said, "From above, the big hole above is the passage that connects Iceland into Edalas. Well, without further ado, Happy, let's go." "Love." Happy immediately flew behind Natsu, grabbed Natsu, and flew into the sky. "Carla. Let's go too." Wendy said to Carla immediately. Carla hesitated. Wendy said, "Now that I'm part of Fairy Tale, I don't want to lose any more company." Hearing Wendy say this, Carla clenched her fists, finally made up her mind, raised her head to look at Wendy and said, 973 okay. But we agreed that if the male cat and I do anything to betray you, we will kill us without hesitation." "What?" Carla just grabbed Wendy and flew into the sky. Carla soon caught up with Happy and Natsu. "Male cat, release the magic." Love. Whoa. Wendy and Happy start to fly faster. Suyen originally wanted to find Mist, who had just entered Epilogue, but it was the same when he entered. Suyen's body began to deform. With the cracking sound, sporadic dragon scales grew out of Suyen's exposed skin. The body swelled even more, and 2 dragon horns grew on the forehead, making it look more and more hideous. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, becoming inhumanly cold. His hands and feet twisted and grew, turning into the appearance of dragon claws, and a layer of clouds and whirlwinds appeared all over his body. Suyen jumped and turned into a huge blue dragon rushing towards the sky. In a blink of an eye, Suyen caught up with Happy and Carla. Wow! Natsu was very excited when he saw the huge energy body flying by him. It was the first time he saw Suyen's dragon body at such a close distance. Accelerate! Happy! Over Suyen! Natsu shouted excitedly. Love! Happy also had the idea of who can fly faster than Suyen, and immediately accelerated. Before the passage disappeared, several people passed through the passage and came to Epilogue's world. Oh! This is Epilogue. This world is completely different from the world of Ashlinden. Large swaths of floating islands are suspended all over the world. There are many stars that seem to be very large hanging in the sky, and they seem to be only a short distance away from this planet. The plants below are also completely different from Icelandic. Some strange creatures are flying in the sky. This is really another world. Suddenly, the wings behind Happy and Carla suddenly disappeared. Wow! Several people screamed and fell down. Suyen also changed back to human form and fell down. Boom! Several people happened to fall into a warehouse. What's the matter, Happy? Have you run out of mana? Asked Natsu, who was lying on the ground. No, it's the wings that suddenly don't work. Carla said, didn't you say that you can't use magic freely here? Wendy looked at her hands. Really? I always feel something is wrong. This seems to be a warehouse. It happened that you can find clothes here to dress up. Several people started looking for clothes to disguise themselves. Suddenly, Natsu looked to the side when he was lying on the ground, and was stunned, and saw a house that looked like a big tree root, and there was a fairy tale logo on this house. Natsu stood up and shouted in surprise, it's fairy tale. What? Several people were a little surprised when they heard Natsu's words. It was a coincidence that they found fairy tale in Epilogue's world. Although it doesn't look the same, it's the fairy tale. Natsu shouted and rushed over. Love! Happy also ran in. Wait a minute. Carla yelled anxiously, but Natsu and Happy wouldn't listen at this time. They pushed open the door and rushed in. These 2 idiots. This is a strange world. Suyen's eyes lit up. He remembered that Lisana was in the fairy tale of this world. He wanted to come here at first, but to be honest, it was really difficult to find a guild in a world. Didn't expect it to be so easy to find. As long as he finds it, it's easy, he can bring Lisana back to the fairy tale guild. Suyen said, let's go take a look too. He also wanted to see what fairy tale in this world was like. Soon, Natsu opened the door and walked in, and saw many familiar figures. Great. Everyone is fine. Wait a minute. Everyone looks suspicious. Several people looked forward. Juvia is going to work. The smartly dressed Juvia said. Wait a minute, Juvia. I want to go with you too, how about that? Gray, who was wearing thick clothes, came to Juvia diligently. Juvia snickered and said, I look bored, how many layers of clothes are you wearing? Come to me with thinner clothes. Coco is afraid of the cold. What's the situation? 3.5 Natsu was stunned when he saw this situation. Gray, who was always naked, was wearing such thick clothes. And Gray is very positive towards Juvia, which is the complete opposite in fairy tale. Immediately afterwards, it was discovered that everyone was different. Jet and Lyle are scolding Elfman, Nab is busy with work, and the swaying Macau has her hair neatly combed. Altsak and Bisksa are tired together. The most outrageous is Kana, dressed in a very ladylike dress, and said she can't drink at all. What exactly is going on? Everyone is so weird. At this time, everyone in the guild also noticed Suyen and several others. Hey, who are you? What are you doing hiding here and sneaking? Chapter 153. Suyen and the others looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a Lucy dressed in a dark style who looked like Mila from before, looking at them. Everyone else in the guild also looked at a few people with scrutiny in their eyes. Lucy. Desh miss. Natsu and Happy were dumbfounded. they were teammates with Lucy, and they were most familiar with Lucy. They had never seen Lucy in this style. Carla's face was in disbelief, and her body was shaking. What the hell is going on? Everyone, what's wrong? Wow. Lucy is horrible. Natsu? Look closely, you are Natsu. Lucy seemed to recognize Natsu and immediately hugged Natsu tightly. Ugh. Natsu was taken aback by Lucy's actions. Is it Natsu? How do you dress like that? Who are the handsome guy and the little girl over there? Lucy said to Natsu, where did you get established before 13? I'm worried to death. Lucy. Natsu was a little moved when he heard Lucy's words, but he was a little inexplicable. He came to this world to save Lucy and the others. Why did Lucy mean that he was lost? Also, why Lucy didn't know Suyen and Wendy? I haven't finished thinking about it in Natsu. Execution. Lucy yelled and locked Natsu's neck with his thighs, twirling his fingers on Natsu's temples. Natsu has never been bullied by Lucy like this before. Natsu always bullied Lucy before. Appeared. One of Lucy's 48 torture moves, turn around. Natsu. Wendy felt weird seeing Natsu being bullied. Happy said, are they all influenced by Daedalus? Everything turned upside down. Sutan shook his head and said, no, it's not upside down, but these people are not the companions we are looking for, they are members of this world's fairy tale. What? Carla said with a serious face, Sue is right, look over there. I saw Myra waved and shouted with a bright smile on her face, Natsu, welcome back. Mila hasn't changed. It's still the same Mila. But it's not right. Mila and Suyen had the best relationship, and it was impossible for Sutan to stand here without Mila saying hello. The decisive proof is her. Warren, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said to a very beautiful but overgrown young girl, that kid looks a bit like you, Wendy. Yes. It's me. Wendy was taken aback. Of course she wanted to grow taller and have a better figure, but it didn't appear in this way. These people are not the companions we are looking for, they are all irrelevant people who have lived in Daedalus. It's not impossible, as in parallel worlds, Daedalus has a unique culture and history, and it's possible that another fairy tale exists. How is this possible? This is the original fairy tale that Daedalus had. Natsu shouted anxiously, so where have all our acquaintances gone? How do I know? I'm going to find them next. Suddenly, the door of the fairy tale guild was opened, and a person rushed in a panic and shouted, the fairy hunter is here. Almost everyone in the fairy tale guild changed their faces. Ugh. Has this place been discovered? The people from the royal army are here to hunt us down again. Many in the fairy tale guild fell into panic and despair. Happy asked suspiciously, Kingdom. That's the group we sent to Icelandin, Carla explained. Are we fairy tale's enemies? Happy was shaking. They were sent to Icelandin by the royal army, and in this world the royal army was also chasing fairy tale. Teleport magic not ready yet. Wongbai. It's working now, a whole Lucy. OM. The air began to vibrate, as if some behemoth was approaching. Coming. Then. What is that? Everyone looked outside, and saw a behemoth appearing, which looked like a monster like a huge cow, with a pair of huge wings on its back. Goblin hunter. What is it? The royal army is chasing fairy tale. Why? Several people were puzzled. Tuba Wendy said, isn't that obvious, because the king issued an order to abolish all the wizards' guilds. In this world, we are the only guild left. What? Did you follow Natsu without knowing anything? In other words, we are the Dark Guild. Wendy was a little dumbfounded when she heard this. The Dark Guild is a villain in the Ishgar continent. It's like Oration Cease who wants to subvert the world. The fairy tale of Daedalus turned out to be the Dark Guild, which is incredible. Alright. Activate the teleportation magic circle. Start teleporting. This fairy tale guild, which seemed to be a big tree root, began to shrink rapidly. Before the monster attacked, it suddenly got into the ground and disappeared. Teleport. A figure with a spear appeared on the huge monster. A man in armor said, well, the goblins escaped so fast. Sigboy, you're here too. The figure on the monster noticed the man beside him. Hyujiboy nodded, well, what a pity, goblin hunters, but the number of times they can teleport is running out, it's just a matter of time to capture them. By the way, that huge F***CK battle planet seems to have succeeded, so the king has ordered all the magic war troops to return to Wangdu. Icelandin, has the fairy tale been wiped out? Accurately, it was absorbed. Our king really did a great job. What happened to the absorbed wizard of Islandin? In the capital, it turned into a huge magic crystal. Great, this way, Edila's magic will last a long time. Chapter 154. In a secluded place in Edilis. A small sapling suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the sapling began to grow rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a building like a big tree root, which was the Edilis Fairy Tale Guild. Boys. Moving is over. Move place? Is it transferred with the guild? Impressive. A magic that can transfer all the guilds together, this is indeed very powerful. In Sutan's view, it is the same. This kind of feeling is like the alliance trick of playing games in the past, fighting and summoning everyone in the guild at once. If you can't beat it, run with everyone directly, which is very powerful. Are you all okay? Fine. Lucy came to Levy and said angrily, "UBD, why are you so diligent? How dangerous it was just now." Levy retorted unceremoniously, "Noisy. You can do it yourself if you have the ability. What happened to that guy just now?" Natsu seemed to see a familiar figure on the huge monster just now. Myra said, "What's wrong with you, Natsu? Did you forget that you haven't come back for so long?" She is one of the opponents of the Royal Capital's Demon War Force, Urza Netwoka, the famous goblin hunter Urza. Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Urza is the enemy. These people in Edila's fairy tale found something was wrong. Natsu didn't seem to know them, and Natsu began to explain. "What did you say? You come from some world called Icelandin. Did you come to Edilis to rescue a comrade? There is also fairy tale in your world, where Urza is still your companion." "That's probably what happened," Carla said. "Love. It's hard to believe that this Natsu is not the Natsu we know." The big Wendy looked at the small Wendy in surprise. "You are me in that world." "You, hello." Small Wendy couldn't help but feel restrained when she saw the big Wendy's figure. "So, I hope you can tell us how to get to the capital." The Fairy Tale Guild was all quiet for a while. Wendy pleaded, "Our companions have been absorbed by your king, and we must rescue them quickly, or he will turn into magic and become invisible." Big Wendy said, "Although it's not a good thing to say to the little one, but for your own safety, give it up. Those who rebel against King Edilis have only one death. This country is so strong. In this world, magic is limited and will be exhausted one day." It was out of this concern that the king took the magic for himself, so he issued an order to dissolve all the sorcerers' guilds. Although everyone resisted at first, in front of the kingdom's demon army, the guilds were defeated one by one, and in the end we were the only guild left. Of course we are not without damage. Our companions also sacrificed more than half, and even the president was killed. Just escaping for your life is enough to eat, so it's best to stay away from the capital and go back to your original world. Many people in Edila's fairy tale can't help but feel sad, and the persecution they have suffered for days makes these guys also bear a lot of grief and pain. Natsu said, "Please. Tell us how to go, we're going to rescue our comrades." "It will definitely be rescued." Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect that these people actually wanted to save people after hearing that the kingdom's army was so powerful. Suddenly, Suyan said, "I'm sorry, I want to ask, where is Lysina?" Everyone in the Edila's Fairy Tale Guild looked at Suyan vigilantly, their eyes a little bad. Natsu and the others were also a little confused. Why did Suyan ask Lysina? Isn't Lysina already dead? "What are you asking Lysina for?" Lucy asked Sutan. Suyan smiled and said, "It's very simple, I'm going to take Lysina home." Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild changed color. "There is no Lysina you are looking for here. If you are going to court death in the capital, go out and turn left and keep walking. You will be there in 4 or 5 days. Please leave, you are not welcome here." "What's wrong?" Natsu and Happy were a little confused, not understanding why the other party suddenly changed his face. Sutan ignored these people, but raised her voice and said, "Lysina, you are here, come out, Mila and Elfman miss you very much, go back with me." Mila and Elfman of Edilis shuddered when they heard Sutan's words. "Hey. UBD. They said that there is no Lysina you are looking for. Why do you still say that? Please leave here immediately, or don't blame us for being rude to you." Lucy immediately confronted Sutan or rebuked, the others in the Epilogue guild were also preparing to attack Su Yan. Natsu asked incredulously, "Sotan, you said Lisina is here." Natsu knew Su Yan well, and knew that Sotan would never open his mouth, but he always thought Lisina was dead. "Lisina, I don't want to fight with these people. If you don't come out of the kitchen, I can't guarantee that these people won't get hurt." Su Yan's arrogance and domineering had already sensed Lisina. "Nyozea how, Lisina is really here. I haven't seen Lisina again for 2 years. Naturally, he misses her very much." Sotan's contempt angered the people like Fairy Tail. They were the Dark Guild Fairy Tail pursued by the royal army, and they were not ordinary people who were helpless. "I'm going to teach you a good lesson." Lucy, who seemed to have the hottest temper, used the whip in Sotan's hand to swell it up. Crack! Su Yan grabbed Lucy's whip casually, and then with a free hand, Lucy fell towards Su Yan's side. Su Yan raised his hand and grabbed Lucy's arm. "UBD. Let go of Lucy." Others saw Su Yan grabbing Lucy, and immediately wanted to attack Su Yan excitedly. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. An invisible domineering arrogance radiated from Su Yan's body. Chapter 155. What? The guild suddenly seemed to be still. Kick. Many people fell to the ground, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and passed out. What did you do?" Lucy looked at Su Yan with a look of horror. "It's nothing, just let these guys calm down, don't worry, these guys are not dead, they just passed out." Many people looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but become frightened. They didn't know what happened and several people fell down. What the hell did this guy do? At this time, the back door of the kitchen was opened, and Lisina hurried out and shouted, "Don't hurt them." Natsu and Happy were stunned when they saw who was coming. Lisa Shana. Really Lisina? Natsu has the best relationship with Happy and Lisina, who has been Natsu's childhood sweetheart since childhood. She is not the Lisina of your world, she is the Lisina of our Epilogue world. Lucy ran to Lisina to protect Lisina and said, "Yes. That's right. She's Lisina from our Epilogue. You are not allowed to take her away." Many people came forward, and Natsu and Happy were a little suspicious that the other was Epilogue 977 Lisina. Su said with a faint smile, "I didn't plan to argue with you about where Lisina she is. You all know where Lisina she is. I'm here just to take her back, and I don't plan to get your consent. For the sake of being the Fairy Tail Guild, I also don't like touching familiar faces, and I can still make you all pass out. Try if you can. We will not let you take our companions. You go to the capital to find death, don't bring Lisina with you. Hurry up and leave our guild." Sotan frowned when he heard these voices, and pointed his finger outside the door. The domineering arrogance of the king escaped, forming a domineering fist, and hitting the huge rock like a hill outside. Boom! The huge rock was shattered by Su Yan's domineering fist, and the huge roar made everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild startled. "The rock is broken." "BDDF, what is that? He doesn't have magic in his hand, why can he unleash magic? Take a look." Su Yan looked at Lisina. "Lisina, I'm going to the imperial capital now, to save your sister Mila, your brother Elfman, and everyone in the guild. Come with me, I don't want to make a second trip. Don't think you can fool the past, you know, what I believe will never change." After finally finding Lisina, Sotan naturally wanted to bring Lisina back. Although the people here looked the same as the people in the Fairy Tail Guild, they were not his familiar companions after all. Lisina's eyes were filled with joy of reunion, but also with a little helplessness. "Brother Sotan." Hearing Lisina's name signed by Su, both Natsu and Happy stared at Lisina with wide eyes. Lisina used to be in charge of Su Yan, called Brother Su Yan. "Really, it's Lisina." Natsu and Happy jumped up immediately. They were afraid to confirm before, but now they are finally sure. "This is Lisina." Wendy said in surprise, "It's true that Miss Myra's sister should have passed away. But this could really be Lisina of Icelandin," Carla said. Natsu Happy Lisina couldn't hold back her tears. At this time, the rest of the Fairy Tail Guild quieted down and looked at Lisina with a slightly complicated expression. Lisina also noticed the expressions of everyone in the guild, and immediately panicked. Mila came out and took Lisina's hand and said, "It's okay, we already know." Hearing Mila's words, everyone in Epilogue's fairy tale showed no surprise. Obviously, they all knew that Lisina was not Lisina of their Epilogue. "Deliver? Although, I noticed it, but I didn't say it, sorry." Elfman said, touching Lisina's hair. You are as gentle and considerate as the dead listener, but the kingdom of Edelas is too strong. We have lost a listener, and we don't want to lose another. But we can't stop you from saving your sister and brother. Sister Mila, brother Elfman, everyone, listener's tears couldn't stop flowing. Suyan didn't say anything at this time. Listener lived in this world for 2 years, which means that they took care of Listener for 2 years. Naturally, he would not really take action against these people. Edela's royal capital. Unified Staff Headquarters. It's amazing. Do you see it? Urza, that huge magic crystal. Hughes, captain of the Edela's kingdom's 3rd magic battle unit, looked at the huge magic crystal in the distance and said. Urzan Netwoka smiled and said, I saw it when I came here, Hughes, it's really beautiful. That's the magic power of the tens of thousands of humans in the other world. The captain of the 4th demonic force, Hyojeboy, said, well, to be precise, it is the magic power of 100 mages, plus many other lives, right? Don't mind that kind of disappearing, right? Shago boy, I only care about this super large magic crystal. Listen, the super large I'm talking about is not the usual super large. It's a super large shout. That's awesome. At this time, a yin and yang voice sounded, isn't this Urza? Haven't the fairy tale been wiped out yet? Barrow. Urza looked coldly at the speaker, a small old man with a short stature and a very sinister look, and also the chief of staff of the royal army. Beiluo said with a weird smile, Guji Mimi, you really deserve your name as a monster hunter. The only remaining guild is the fairy tale. It is true that they are the guild with the highest escape speed, but your majesty is almost impatient. Just keep waiting. Hyojeboy said in a helpful voice, don't be in such a hurry, the day when the goddess will hunt down all the fairies is drawing near. Hughes also said, yeah, Urza's gun is not only powerful, but super powerful. Chapter 156. Gushiu. Barrow continued doing all. Suddenly, a voice said, stop laughing so uncomfortable, Balo. Panza Lily. The person who came was a black cat that was taller than a human body. He was wearing armor and looked very burly. I don't like noisy things, and neither do you, Hughes. Even me. Do you think that you are the most powerful? You must be. You shut up. After speaking, Pansalali walked over to the conference room over several people. Hyojeboy said, hey, you're in a bad mood, Lily. Humph. Urzan Netwoka, he seems to be very unhappy with the recent military build-up. Hyojeboy, it's obviously something that will be very happy for the soldiers. But my country has almost unified the world, and I really can't find a reason to continue to strengthen its armaments. Well, is it because there is still residual resistance? Aren't those strengths enough for us? I don't understand. You're saying super hard stuff, right? I don't get it at all. Edela's royal palace. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The chief of staff of the kingdom's army, Coco, hurriedly ran to the king to report, as scheduled, after 4 days, the magic power can be extracted from the huge magic crystal, which is great. King Fast said suddenly, not enough. Huh? What did you just say, Your Majesty? I said just those are not enough. Although you say so, but Your Majesty, the magic crystal contains the magic power of the entire magic city of Islanden. This is the source of magic power that can supply our country for about 10 years. My great kingdom of Edelas cannot exist in the word finite, more give me more magic. At this time, Suyan and the others had already started their journey, rushing towards the capital of Edelas. Listener, aren't you dead? Why are you here? Natsu asked inexplicably. Yeah. Why pretend you don't know us? Happy asked too. Listener still followed, although she knew that she might not be able to help, but she couldn't watch everyone in the guild suffer danger and leave it alone. I'm not dead at 40, I lost consciousness 2 years ago when I was on a mission with Sister Mila and Brother Elfman, and I was sucked into the F***ck around that time, and that's when Ace Langdon was there. There are probably a lot of small F***cks around. I was surprised to find Fairy Tale after Edelas woke up and everyone thought I was Listener of Edelas probably already. I guess it's already dead. Judging from the atmosphere of the guild, it should be like that. But Brother Elfman and Sister Mila treated me as Edela's Listener, and I couldn't tell the truth, so I pretended to be Edela's Lisa. Now it seems that everyone has long known my identity, but they didn't tell me on purpose. Brother Suyan, how did you confirm that I must be Lisina from Islanden? Lisina was a little curious. She also thought that Natsu was the Natsu of this world, but when she saw Suyan and Happy, she immediately understood that Sotan was the Sotan of Islanden, so Natsu was the Natsu she was familiar with. Sotan lightly tapped Lisina's head and said, "How can you deceive me? I already discovered you when I entered this fairy tale guild." "Oh. It hurts. Brother Suyan, your strength has grown again." Lisina exclaimed bitterly. "Whoever said, I don't know what to say when we see you and we are here, this is punishment." Wendy said a little embarrassedly, "Then, why did the terrible Miss Lucy come with me?" Not only Lisina, but also Lucy of Edelas left with Suning. "Of course I don't worry about you. You are going to fight against the kingdom's army. The kingdom's army is too strong. If you go, you will die. If I think the situation is not right, I will take Lisina away." Edelas Lucy said through gritted teeth. "Far flowers. Leave? Where to go? Continue to return to Fairy Tale, and then be hunted by the royal army? How long will you be able to escape?" Su couldn't help shaking his head, seeing how frightened the people just now looked. Obviously the only way to go back was to continue to flee. In the end, the fate of being killed cannot be avoided. "That's at least some time to live," Lucy said stubbornly. She also knew that Fairy Tale of Edelas was actually facing the countdown to death, but what could be done then? The royal army was really too strong. They have the strongest magic technology and have plenty of magic power to splurge. Their fairy tale resistance is meaningless. Sotan said to Lucy, "Don't worry, the Edelas kingdom provokes our fairy tale and treats our fairy tale members as magic. With me, that kingdom has been sentenced to death. Before I leave, I will destroy the royal army that you are afraid of as a reward for taking care of Lisina for the past 2 years." Sotan has never been a kind-hearted person. The ghost just wants to take revenge for destroying the guild. These guys want to harm the lives of everyone in Fairy Tale, which is even more unforgivable. "Ha! You're bragging." Lucy didn't believe that Suyan could defeat the kingdom's army. These people didn't know how powerful the kingdom's army was. After they did, they would understand what despair was. Lisina said, "Lucy, Brother Sotan is very powerful, and Natsu is also very powerful. I believe that he will definitely be able to defeat the kingdom's army, definitely." He said it again, as if to make himself more convinced. When Suyan was discussing with Mila before, Lisina was always by her side, so she naturally knew how strong Sotan was. However, she has also known how powerful Edelas kingdom army is when she has been with Edelas Fairy Tale for the past 2 years. She has no idea in her heart against a country with the strength of just a few people. Happy said, "Don't worry, Lisina, Suran is now super strong, probably the most powerful wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu has also become very powerful and can definitely save everyone." And Chapter 157. Goo. Cuckoo. A strange-looking little frog caught Natsu's attention, and Natsu approached quietly, then pounced. Caught. Cuckoo. The little frog dodged easily. "Stop." Natsu started crawling on the ground in pursuit. Carla groaned, "What is he doing so he doesn't feel a little nervous?" Lisina laughed, "Ha ha ha ha." 2 years later, Natsu still hasn't changed. When she was a child, she and Natsu caught all kinds of small animals in the mountains together. Natsu was also very curious, and this kind of stupid thing was what Natsu would do. "How long will it take to get to the capital?" Wendy asked. Lisina looked at it and said, "It would take about 5 days to walk." Happy said, "Wings 977 are not in good condition either. I don't know what happened." Carla sighed and said, "I don't know, the future is really bleak." Sotan didn't think about this. The distance was not a big problem for him, and he turned into a blue dragon and flew directly to the capital. He is now thinking about how to add more points in his mind. That's right, Suyan gained attribute points again not long ago. Ding. The system automatically signed in successfully. Sign in location, Fairy Tale, Edelas. Reward, 100, free attribute points. It has only been a week since the last time I obtained 100 attribute points, and I never imagined that I would have obtained another 100 attribute points. Otherworld, the new map. He has an urge to run the map again. Maybe he is used to running the map. But this time, he was a little entangled with the addition of some points. The reason is very simple. Now someone can break the defense for him. Although it is a human form to break the defense, it also makes Suyan feel it. Of course, the more trump cards, the better, so most of the time he uses his body to resist hard, and when he can't, he uses the domineering defense of the armed color. After all, it is still in the early stage of the plot, and there are people who are stronger than this in the later stage, and there is the strongest black dragon, Aknora Ria. He was a little worried that his armed arrogance was not enough. Forget it, let's start with a little bit of armed arrogance, it doesn't seem good to be too biased. System, put 100 free attributes on the domineering of the armed color. Yes. Add some success. The column of armament color domineering became 600 points, special constitution, 52%. Sutan felt that his physique was a little stronger, and the feeling of getting stronger was very good. Happy, come and help. That's a frog I've never seen before. Take this as a present to Lucy and the others. Happy complained, I don't think they will be happy. Hey. Natsu Frog Jump, a scholar who was still in high spirits, chased the little frog. Ugh. Suddenly, Natsu bumped into something, and when he looked up, he saw a super big frog appearing in front of him. Wow. 07 dash. Seeing such a huge frog, Natsu and the others were taken aback. Cuckoo. Big Frog's flippers pressed down on Natsu. Natsu. It's attacking. Natsu clenched his fists and said, okay dash. Fire dragons. Immediately afterwards, Natsu's sweat broke down, and his fists kept shaking. Magic can't come out. Natsu turned around and started to run away. Lucy of Edelas wanted to see what kind of magic this Natsu of Islanden would use, but even the royal army tried to provoke him, and it turned out to be like this. Listen, don't die with these idiots. Come back with me. Lucy shouted to Lysina. Lysina smiled and said, ahaha. What's going on here? Natsu ran towards Suyan and shouted, Suyu. Help me. Sutan shook his head helplessly, this idiot will always cause trouble. The big frog came to Sutan and patted his claws towards Sutan. Lucy took out his weapon and was ready to attack. Humph. Susa looked directly at the big frog and let out a cold snort. OM. The invisible overlord's domineering eruption. The big frog's eyes suddenly turned white. Ugh. The big frog fell to the ground and passed out. Seeing that the big frog fell to the ground and fainted, Natsu immediately went up and punched and kicked the big frog. UBD. How dare you scare me? But Natsu has no magic power now, and his attack power is not very strong. Sutan grabbed Natsu and said, okay, that's about it, who asked you to provoke other people's children first? Lucy looked at Suyan in surprise and asked, how did you do it? You obviously didn't use magic. Lysina explained, Lucy, in Islanden, there is magic in the human body, and when using magic, you don't need those magic tools, you can use magic yourself. Lysina had been in this world for 2 years, and she was also in the Fairy Tale Guild, so she naturally understood what Lucy meant by magic. Then why can't he use magic? Lucy pointed to Natsu. How do I know? Natsu felt that he had lost his magic power. The magic power was still there, but he couldn't cast the magic, which made him very depressed. Me too. Wendy also felt like she couldn't use magic anymore. Carla said, maybe this is the effect of Edelas Islanden being different from the world. Then why can he use it? Lucy pointed at Suyan and asked. Happy said, because what Su is using isn't magic at all. 3.5 isn't magic? What is that? Lucy was a little confused. What should I do now that I can't use magic? Natsu was feeling a bit of a headache now, and without magic, he wouldn't be much better than a normal person. Yeah. Wendy was also a little worried. Sutan smiled and patted Wendy's little head and said, okay, don't think about it so much. When I get to the capital, I'll kill all those guys in the capital. But I also want to do my part. Lucy, please help us. Lysina said to Lucy. Lucy pouted, she could see that this man named Suyan did possess great power, but he was a super arrogant. Humph. For Lysina's sake, I'll help you once. Come with me. Traveling without a weapon is simply suicide. Chapter 158. Horrible Lucy. Horrible Miss Lucy. Lucy spit out, you don't want to be terrible at one bite. Natsu came to Lucy and patted Lucy on the shoulder, you're still Lucy anyway. What are you saying? Soon, a few people led by Lucy came to a town. Although the architectural style here is a bit peculiar, the difference is not big, but the town looks a bit desolate. Lucy brought a few people to the underground magic black market and bought a magic weapon for Natsu and Wendy each. As for Lysina, Myra put a weapon on Lysina when she went out. After finishing the work, a few people came to a cafe in the town to drink tea and chat temporarily. After all, they had traveled a long way before. Ahahaha. Said I was writing a novel? Also said I was the daughter of a daughter who used celestial spirit magic. Ahahaha. Natsu smiled and said, "It's the same loud voice. Don't say I'm loud." It turns out that Miss Lucy also joined Fairy Tail in Iceland. Is she still Natsu's teammate? Lysina is very curious about the changes in Iceland in Fairy Tail. When she left Iceland, Lucy had not joined the Fairy Tail Guild. "Brother Suyan, how is your relationship with Sister Mila now?" Lysina asked quietly in Suyan's ear. Lysina said when she was a child that she wanted to be a Natsu bride when she grew up. Although a large part of it was a child's words, it was considered a relatively precocious one. At that time, Lysina was like a little matchmaker, matching Suyan and Mila. She saw at that time that her sister was really too strong. So strong that almost no boy in the guild can hold down Sister Mila. In order to prevent Sister Mila from dying alone all her life, she had to match up with Suyan, who was stronger than Sister Mila. She also saw that Sutan and Mila also had different feelings in the sparring, and only brother Sutan could conquer Sister Mila. Well, the relationship is okay. Suyan showed a smile on his face. It's been 2 years, and I haven't taken down Sister Mila, so you can't do it, Suyan. I thought you and Sister Mila had babies. Name. Suyan raised his finger on Lysina's forehead lightly. Ouch. It hurts. People are big devils. Suddenly, several voices sounded. Found it. Block the entrances and exits of the street. Many men in military uniforms broke in through the gate. Lucy's face changed. Kingdom Army. Deliver. Several people did not expect to encounter Wang Qiajun so quickly. You are the wizards of Fairy Tail, aren't you? Step over and capture. Is your identity exposed? Whoa. Carla and Happy were a little flustered when they saw the Royal Army, because according to Carla's account, they should have been on the Royal Army's side. With a smile on Natsu's face, he immediately jumped out. Just right. Come and try the magic you just got. That's right. Let's show you how good we are. Wendy also stood beside Natsu and said aggressively. Come on. Take the call. Natsu took out a hilt that looked like a sword, aimed it at the Royal Army, and pulled it. Flame attack. A flame shot out from the hilt. Ha. Huh. Natsu had just finished laughing, and the smile on his face quickly froze. I saw that an energy shield was formed on the arms of these Kingdom Army soldiers, blocking Natsu's flame attack unscathed. Seeing that the attack was useless, Natsu quickly pulled the hilt of the weapon again. Those bastards, do it again. But this time, no flames came out. Didn't I say that magic power is limited? All magic uses must be limited in number. Natsu was dumbfounded. This thing is a one-off. If you use the right force, you should be able to say it 100 times. Wendy anxiously fiddled with the magic weapon in her hand. How exactly should this be used? Catch them. Oh. Suyan. Brother Suyan. Natsu and Wendy immediately turned their heads and ran towards Suyan. Hiding behind Suyan, Carla helplessly held her forehead. These two guys are really a bit embarrassing. This man also has Fairy Tail's coat of arms on his arm. He must be a member of Fairy Tail. He will be arrested with him. People from the kingdom's army rushed towards Sutan. Go away. Sutan snorted coldly. OM. Boom boom boom. The domineering burst of domineering looks, smashing all the tables and chairs in front of Sutan, and swept away towards several people. Wow. Ugh. These people didn't even have time to open their magic shields, all of them screamed and were knocked into the air. They crashed into the opposite wall, and fell into a coma under the mental and physical impact of Overlord Saba. It's amazing. This is the second time that Edila's Lucy has seen Susun make a move. There is no trace at all, and he can burst out with a very terrifying power. Who is this man? Carla persuaded, there is no way to use magic now, so don't push yourself. Damn it. The magic in this world is too useless. If I could use the original magic, these guys could all be defeated in 3 or 2 strokes. Natsu said unwillingly. Lucy said, this place has been discovered by the Royal Army. The Royal Army is now searching for our Fairy Tail. Let's leave and go to the next city. There are too many royal army in this town. Although Sutan didn't pay much attention to these royal troops, it was still good to go to the next city first. A few people just walked not far when a voice sounded. Found it. It's Fairy Tale. Have you been found? A few people looked around, and there was no royal army running towards them. Apparently they were not found. The voice came from another street, and a few people went over there to see who was caught, and if it was a Fairy Tale member, they would help. Chapter 159. Come here. A few people looked towards the other street, and saw a few kingdom troops grabbing Lucy's arm. Let go of me! Lucy yelled. You are Lucy. It's me, but why are you arresting me? Lucy. It's me. Epilogue's Lucy was surprised to see Lucy who was exactly like him. Really, Miss Lucy? Listener saw that the two Lucy were exactly the same. Happy said in surprise, why is Lucy here? 2. What the hell is going on? Carla was also very puzzled. Several people were very surprised when they saw Lucy appear. Everyone in Magnolia Town and Fairy Tale Guild should have been absorbed. Why is Lucy okay? You hurt me, really? We have to save her. Lucy took out a key of the Zodiac. Open it, the door of Scorpio. Wendy warned, Lucy. Magic cannot be used in this world. Scorpion. The magic circle of the Zodiac lights up, and the Scorpio celestial spirit Scorpion appears. Desert hurricane. Scorpion's tail unleashed a storm of sand upon these royal troops. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All the kingdom's troops screamed and were sent flying. Magic. Why? Natsu and Wendy were very surprised. They didn't expect Lucy to be able to use magic in this world. This is Lucy from Epilogue was the same. She was shocked when she saw Sutan's skills before, and now she saw strange magic again. Lucy. When Lucy heard someone call his name, he looked towards Suyan and the others with a happy expression on his face. Everyone. I miss you so much. What the hell is going on? Natsu was very puzzled, wondering why Lucy appeared here. Then Lucy saw the same person next to him. Terrified Tuko, it's me. Difficult, could it be that this is from Icelandin? Lucy from Epilogue just heard a few people from Natsu mention Lucy, but I didn't expect to actually meet him. At this moment, a lot of footsteps sounded. Over there. Don't try to run away. Catch them. Lucy of Epilogue said angrily, these nasty guys are here again. Faced with such pursuit, it is almost commonplace for her. Go away. Sutan burst out with domineering arrogance and rushed towards these kingdom troops. Boom boom. The overlord color swept over aggressively, and cracks appeared on the ground and the surrounding walls. Defense. Many immediately evoked a shield of energy in their arms. Crack clap. Cracks appear in the energy shield. Call. The energy shield shattered, but Suyan's domineering attack was almost neutralized. Suyan was only trying to deal with a group of trashy fish, he didn't use his full strength attack at all. Attack. Someone from the kingdom army immediately raised their weapons and aimed them at Suyan. Porphyrin. A magic bullet was fired at the positions of Sutan and the others. Boom boom boom. The attack of the magic bullet landed on Sutan, causing an explosion. Epilogue's Lucy's face changed greatly, he is finished. You guys run. Immediately after she found out, the expressions of Natsu and several people including Listener did not change much, and there was no panic because Sutan was attacked. Listener smiled and said to Lucy of Epilogue, don't worry, Lucy, Sutan is fine. Did you kill it? At this time, everyone in the royal army also stopped firing magic bullets and looked towards the attacking place. The smoke from the explosion slowly disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Sutan, who was attacked by so many magic bullets, and his body was still unscathed. This is impossible. Lucy of Epilogue and the kingdom army of Epilogue shouted in horror together. Sutan looked at Wang Qiajun in front of him and said lightly, it seems that I was too kind before. Sutan's body is wrapped in a strong domineering look of domineering, and the domineering look of domineering turns into a dragon, which looks like a dragon formed of purple energy. After Suyan's domineering look becomes strong, purple appears in this world. It looks like a dragon. It seems to be purple magical energy. Sutan raised his hand and pointed at the royal army. Roar. The domineering dragon let out a roar and charged towards the people of the kingdom army. Defense. The members of the kingdom army immediately formed a shield in front of them, and the shields gathered together to form a larger energy shield. Boom. Crack kick. The domineering dragon slammed into the magic shield, sending out black and red lightning. Crack. Cracks appeared on the magic shield. What? Call. The magic shield could not withstand the impact of the domineering dragon, and it shattered, and the domineering dragon crashed into the kingdom's army. Boom. The domineering dragon suddenly burst out with a terrifying domineering shock. Well, no money. Everyone in the kingdom army screamed and was shot away. So strong. What happened just now? Why is the magic attack of the kingdom's army invalid? Could it be that he brought some defensive magic to feint? Listener explained, no, Brother Su has a strong defense. Ordinary magic attacks can't break Brother Su's defense, and ordinary swords can't hurt Brother Su Yan. Weird thing. Edila's Lucy yelled in horror. Islandin's Lucy complained, seeing this expression, I seem to see my former self. She used to have this expression when she knew that Su Yan was invulnerable. Of course, there are still many things that Sutan shocked her in the follow-up, such as hitting a train with her body, slashing her magic power with her sword, or turning into a dragon. By the way, Lucy, why are you here, and why are you able to use magic in this world? Natsu asked quickly. Chapter 160. Lucy begins to explain why she's here. At the moment when Magnolia Town was swallowed by IF*CK, I used the clock stand to escape and hid in another space. When I reappeared, I found that the entire Magnolia Town had disappeared, and I was alone. That's when Mistogan showed up, and he threw me into this world after asking me a bunch of questions. By the way, Mistogan also said that if I meet Sutan and you here, I tell you not to worry first. If you can delay the time, try to delay the time as much as possible. He is looking for the traces of IF*CK, so he will leave it intact. Magnolia is restored. Revert back. Everyone came here to save everyone in the guild and the whole city, but there is no clue yet. I didn't expect to get news from Mistogan. It seems that the other party has a way to restore Magnolia Town, which is indeed good news. What the hell is that guy? Natsu looked puzzled. Although he knew that Mistogan had joined the Fairy Tale Guild in Sutan for about 7 years, he had never really seen what Mistogan looked like. I don't know that either. What about you, Suyan? Have you met Mistogan? Who is that guy? Sutan smiled and said, you should be shocked when you see it. Scared. Does that guy look scary? Wendy said, are you talking about Mistogan? He said it was his name in the world of Icelandin and he had another name, Jalel. It was Mistogan who told him that Magnolia Town was going to disappear. She remembered that 7 years ago Mistogan had told her before taking her to the cat house that his name was Jalel. Jalel. Natsu, Lucy and Happy couldn't help but exclaimed. Their impression of Jalel was too deep, except that on the one hand, it was because the other party heard Urza, and on the other hand, it was the magic power. I believe that anyone who encounters that kind of terrifying attack will be deeply impressed and will never forget it for a lifetime. Is there something wrong with Jalel? Everyone else was a little puzzled. Hearing this, Natsu and the others didn't know what to say. This is not a problem to describe, but a very problematic one. What happened to Suyan? Lucy asked Suyan. Apparently Suyan was the only one who knew the answer. Sutan smiled and said, it's nothing, just like Lucy you saw. The two Lucy looked at each other, and everyone else turned their attention to Lucy. Carla was the first to understand the surprised look on her face and said, you mean, Mistogan is Edila's Jalel? When the others heard Carla say this, they also reacted. Sujian nodded, that's right, so don't look at Mistogan with hostile eyes. Jalel is Jalel, Mistogan is Mistogan, and he is still a companion of our guild. Several people nodded, and they could still tell the difference, especially after seeing two identical Lucis. By the way, Lucy, why can you use magic in this world? Natsu turned to the question he was most concerned about. The magic in this world is really too difficult to use. Without the power of magic, he can't even be a soldier. However, he still wanted to rush to the capital and kill the quartet. Yeah. Lucy began to think, but forgot a little, and then began to think wildly in his mind, is it possible that I am the hero of the legend, BDDF? No way. Don't talk so fast. Wendy asked, what do we do now? Several people also looked at Sutan, wanting to hear Sutan's decision. Let's continue to the capital first. Although Mistogan said that he is going to reverse, but I don't know how long it will take. We still have to ensure the safety of everyone in the guild. Okay. That night, a few people came to Sika City to rest, perhaps because it was closer to the royal capital. Sika City was much busier than Lone City. Lysina and Lucy are the same age, and they quickly became good friends who talked about everything. Lucy learned a lot about Suyan and Natsu when they were young from Lysina, and Lysina also learned from Lucy some changes in the Fairy Tale Guild in the past 2 years. Lucy also told Lysina about some of the feats of Suyan and Natsu, secretly doing S-rank missions, hitting a train with his body, etc. Although Lysina was a little scared at first, but quickly recovered, that kind of stupid thing, so Charcoal might really be able to do it. Then he learned about the war between the Phantom Lord and the Fairy Tale Guild from Lucy. Suyan single-handedly eliminated the Phantom Lord, who was as famous as Fairy Tale and who also possessed the top 10 magic guides. Tower of Heaven event, Fairy Tale event, crusade against Oration Cease. Wendy and Carla also listened carefully. The two of them had just joined Fairy Tale, and there were many things they didn't know yet. Listening to them was like listening to stories. Lysina was very surprised. She didn't expect Lucy to experience so many great things in less than half a year after joining the guild. It even made her think that she left the guild not for 2 years, but for 10 years. But she did miss everyone from the Fairy Tale Guild, especially when she heard that on a rainy day, Sister Mila and Brother Elfman went to the church to pay their respects. Her heart was suddenly very uncomfortable, and Lucy of Edelas felt the same when she heard this. It was indeed too selfish to keep Lysina here forcibly. After all, that was Lysina's real family. Lucy looked at a few people and asked, "Do you really think you can defeat the royal army?" "Definitely." Both Lucy and Wendy said firmly. Although Carla has some doubts about her identity and that of Happy, when she thinks of Sutan's terrifying attack that destroyed Nirvana, this attack landed on the capital of Edelas, and Wang is likely to be turned into ruins. Legend has it that a single dragon can destroy a country, and Suyan may really be able to do it. Chapter 161. Early the next morning, several people left the hotel to set off. As soon as they left the hotel, they saw many royal army troops hurriedly running in one direction. "Hurry up. Let's go now dash. It's the Kingdom Army." Several people noticed these Kingdom Army. After all, they only dealt with these guys yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we will finally begin to extract the magic power from that huge magic crystal. Hey. If you move too slowly, you won't be able to catch up. Huge magic crystal? Natsu was a little puzzled. Wendy said, "I'm talking about everyone at Magnolia." Lucy was a little worried. The magic power will be drawn in 2 days? Wouldn't it be impossible to keep up with walking? Hey. What are you going to do? Carla said with a serious face, "Once you start drawing out the magic, you can't change back to the way you were." Suyan's face was also not very good looking. Anyone who heard that his relatives were taken as magic power would not feel good. Although Suyan's temper was not irritable, he was definitely decisive. He now wants to transform into a blue dragon and rush directly to Edela's capital, giving them a dragon's breath, causing the capital to evaporate. But that kind of thing is only to think about. There are countless lives in the capital. Although these bastards deserve to die, they are not guilty of death. At this time, a magic aircraft appeared over the city, and fell in the direction that the royal army had just run. "Snatch that thing and take it to the capital." Suyan pointed to the flying machine in the sky. Everyone else's eyes lit up when they heard Suyan's words, and they were all fed up with the hassle of walking, and it was naturally much easier to fly to the capital quickly. Good. Several people immediately chased in the direction where the royal army left. Soon several people appeared at the location where the aircraft had fallen, and a large number of the kingdom's army had gathered here. Who? A few people were discovered by the royal army as soon as they arrived here. "It's Lucy from Fairy Tale. There are 2 Lucy. Arrest them all." Natsu raised the Fenjian sword in his hand and said, "This time I will be ashamed." Wendy also held up the magic weapon air cracker like a jar in his hand. "I have also mastered the use method. Let's go." Yes. Ugh. In just one face-to-face, Natsu and Wendy were sent flying. Not at all. Happy a few people helplessly helped their foreheads. Carla also said with a similar expression, "Sure enough, it still doesn't work. These 2 idiots." Lucy of Epilogue didn't know what to say when she saw that Natsu and Wendy were defeated, and now that someone came towards her and Lysina, she immediately attacked. Look at me. Before Suyan started, Lucy volunteered to take out a key to the zodiac. Open. Taurus Gate. Taurus. A golden magic circle lights up, and the humanoid cow celestial spirit Taurus appears, who? Lucy's figure is protected by me. Huh. There are two more Lucy. Taurus was a little dumbfounded. The last time he came out there were two Lucys, making it hard for him to follow orders. Don't worry about it, go kill those guys for me. Alas. Taurus shouted and rushed towards the kingdom's army. Wow. Ugh. Taurus is still very strong in cleaning up trash, but these kingdom troops are also very good at fighting. At least they entangled Taurus. It's the thing that Lucy summoned, kill her. Deliver. Lucy has no way to double summon, and now the combat power is almost the same as a goose. Suyan, help. Lucy immediately ran behind Yan. Lucy of Epilogue was a little speechless. How could this pose look so familiar? Not long ago, I saw Natsu and Wendy hiding behind Sutan in succession. Is Landon's fairy tale guy just hiding behind Sue's? Epilogue Lucy asks Lysina. Ahaha. Lysina, I've seen it these 2 days, and it's funny to hear Lucy's words. For flowers. However, she knew that Natsu was not like this on weekdays. Normally, he would lead the way when something happened, otherwise he would not have been beaten in vain. It's just that there is no way to use magic right now, that's how it is. To be honest, if she encounters this, she will be the first to hide behind Sutan. At this time, Suyan did not take the initiative to find these kingdom troops, and these kingdom troops also came to attack Suyan. Sutan's invisible tyrannical arrogance suddenly erupted. The eyes of these royal troops immediately turned white. Crack. One by one fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainted. Suyan's current level of domineering is very high, even those magicians who have magic power can't resist, not to mention these ordinary people who have no magic power. Even those soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles are difficult to resist. Suyan's domineering look is domineering. 0. Let's go. Let's go to the capital. Lucy of Epilogue was a little confused, and again, he was still fighting fiercely just now, and everything was over in a blink of an eye. Lucy was a stronger woman. He has been relying on himself since before, and he is the backbone of fairy tale even in the midst of the storm. In her eyes, the kingdom's army is not broken enough to defeat the terrible level, but in the face of the numerous kingdom's army, she can only run away again and again, because the kingdom's army has the most magic power available, and also has the best magic equipment. But after walking with Su for only 2 days, many of her cognitions were completely overturned. She initially thought that people like Sutan would understand that it was impossible to rescue them after encountering some attacks from the royal army. As a result, those powerful kingdom troops were as fragile as paper in front of this man named Sutan, and were easily defeated by this man. Now that she is really going to the royal capital, she is not yet mentally prepared. The royal capital is the enemy base for them fairy tale. Who is this man named Suyan, and why isn't this man in their Epilogue's fairy tale? Others don't think so much like Lucy, they have seen the power of Sutan, and this is how they should deal with this kind of trash. End. Chapter 162. Several people quickly boarded the aircraft, and the royal army on the aircraft was thrown down. How should I drive this thing? Suyan's domineering arrogance exploded just now, and the driver was also knocked unconscious. Lucy smiled confidently and said, "Leave it to me. Then take out a key of the zodiac, open it." The door of Gemini. 2 little people appeared in front of Lucy. Wow. This is. Natsu saw the 2 little people were very familiar. It's Oration Cease Angel's celestial spirit. After she was defeated by us, all her celestial spirits belong to me now. Gemini, gather information on this guy, and start this ship. Gemini can collect information. Anja, 980, was called a woman who spied on the soul. It is because of Gemini that Gemini can change into anyone, as long as it does not exceed the person who possesses the magic power, and at the same time will also gather the corresponding intelligence information and use the same magic. The 10 great sorcerers, Gila, were all planted in Angel's hands. Gemini did not disappoint everyone, and soon took off with the aircraft and set off towards the capital. Epilogue Lucy looks at the alter ego. Is this the magic of Ace Langdon? It's unbelievable. Lucy said a little embarrassedly, it feels amazing to praise yourself. Guck. Natsu was already retching on the aircraft floor. What happened to him? Listener smiled and said, Natsu still can't do anything about transportation. Love. Brother Suyan, what should we do after we arrive at the capital? Wendy asked worriedly. It would be fine if she could cast magic, but there was no way to cast magic. She felt like a burden. Sutan touched Wendy's little head and said, don't worry, just leave it to me to solve it. If it was Edel as Lucy before, she would still feel that Suyan was rude, but now she is shaken. These guys, maybe, really, can defeat the Edela's kingdom. The flying speed of the aircraft is not particularly fast, but it is still much faster than the walking speed of people. It took a few hours for everyone to come. Everyone stood on the cliff and looked down, and a super huge city appeared in front of everyone, 4 or 5 times larger than Magnolia Town. What a big city! Is this the capital of Edelas? Unexpectedly, I will come here again. Lucy of Edelas sighed, not knowing whether he felt that he was here, or that he had the courage to come here. She has always been hunted down by the kingdom's army, this is the enemy's base camp, and she is a forbidden place here. Unexpectedly, it was just because of some worries at first, but I came here unknowingly, and now it is difficult to leave. Great. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Natsu was finally alive at this time. I don't know where everyone who has been turned into a magic crystal is. Lucy is a little worried. Go down and take a look first, and then it will be clear. Wangduchan Business District. Everyone came here, and compared to other cities passing by, it looked like a fantasy land, very prosperous. There are magic items everywhere, and magic is applied to the fullest here. It is clear that the magic power is almost endless in Islandin. Compared with this, most of the magic in Islandin is attributed to the mages themselves. The research on magic equipment and tools is much poorer, and most ordinary people still use the power of technology, such as trains. What's this? What a surprise, because it is said to be under the rule of a dictatorship. I thought it would be a relatively shabby city. This is completely different from cities like Lone and Sika, like an amusement park. Lucy of Edelas said bitterly, they took all the magic of all countries and guilds, concentrated them in this royal capital, and built such an entertainment city to win the support of the people. It's so unfair that these people can squander their magic power at will, but they have to be hunted down. Lucy asked, now are we going to find the magic crystal or are we going to wait here for Miss Doggin? Suyan shook his head and said, no, I want to enter the palace. What? Lucy of Edelas was dumbfounded when she heard Sutan's words. She thought that Suyan would sneak into the palace, then grab the king and force the king to restore the fairy tale guild. It turned out that Suyan's plan was to enter the palace directly. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, this is the easiest and most effective way. Then Sutan showed a rare serious expression on his face and said, no one can provoke fairy tale without paying a painful price. Lucy of Edelas suddenly felt a strong domineering and self-confidence coming from this man. She suddenly felt that what this man said before was not bragging, this man really wanted to subvert the kingship of this country. Damn it! If only I could unleash magic. I can destroy this country with Suyan. Natsu has destroyed a lot of things over the years, streets, and towns, etc., but he has never destroyed a country, this kind of it's a pity he can't participate in the big scene. Brother Suyan, come on. Wendy cheered to Sutan. 3.5 Brother Suyan must pay attention to safety. Lisana also said that although she came 2 years earlier, she couldn't help much. I'm still. Lucy was still aggressive, after all, she could use magic in this world, but fighting against a country was undoubtedly another act of courting death for her. She also found that the things she encountered were bigger than each other. From the original Dark Guild Eisenwald, to the Guild War with the Phantom Lord, to the Tower of Heaven and the destruction of Oration Cease, it is now beginning to destroy a country that unites the world. Sutan looked at Lucy and said with a smile, you are responsible for protecting everyone, and I will take care of the rest. Chapter 163. The Edelas Palace, located in the center of the capital, is also the tallest building in the Edelas Kingdom. It is a lot bigger than the Tower of Heaven. It is heavily guarded, and no outsider will be allowed to enter it on weekdays. It seems to be of great value for destruction. I don't know what you are doing to prepare for destruction. Suyan walked towards the palace step by step. Who are you? The palace does not allow anyone to enter. Hey. Look at this guy's arm. That's the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild. Are you the Wizard of Fairy Tale? Arrest him. As expected of the kingdom's army that defeated the armies of all other countries, the response was still very fast, and they immediately picked up their weapons and attacked Suran. Suyan raised a finger, and the opponent's spear stabbed Sutan's finger, not even piercing the skin of Suyan's finger. Let's start. Suxian said silently. Sutan's body instantly burst into a terrifying domineering arrogance. Boom. The entire King Edalas shook violently. Wow! All the soldiers of the royal army around Sutan screamed and were sent flying, their bodies mounted on the wall. Suyan's domineering arrogance might be able to stun all the soldiers in the entire palace in an instant, but Sutan didn't do that. He didn't come to stun these guys this time, he came to beat people. It's no fun to beat a guy who doesn't resist. He wants to make these people feel the deepest fear and regret for provoking Fairy Tale. Attack! Attack! An enemy attacked the palace. The alarm sounded throughout the palace, and even spread outside the palace, and many people in the city couldn't help but talk about it. Inside the palace of Edalas Palace. What's going on? King Faust asked in a deep voice when he heard the siren. He hadn't heard the siren of an attack in the palace for a long time. A lively-looking girl hurried in. Not good. Not good. What's going on in a hurry? Your Majesty. Not good. Someone attacked the palace. Someone attacked the palace, it's really daring. I can't imagine that there are guys who dare to resist us in this world of Edalas. How many people came? Only one. At this time, the outer wall of the Edalas Palace. In order to separate the palace from the residential area, Edalas Palace built a wall outside the main building of the palace to protect it, and there are many palace guards here. There is only one door in the wall leading to the outside. Attack, shouted the captain of the guard. Porphyrin. A large number of soldiers of the royal army aimed at Suyan below with magic weapons and fired magic bullets to attack. Boom 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 boom. The magic bullet hit Suyan's body, causing a terrifying explosion. Done. Definitely done. A person even dares to trespass the palace, it's just like courting death. At this time, the smoke slowly dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of everyone unharmed. No, impossible. The enemy is still alive. Sutan's body exudes a terrifying domineering arrogance, which turns into a long sword. What is that? Enemy magic. The soldiers of the kingdom army changed their expressions when they saw Sutan condense the dense purple energy long sword with the domineering look of the overlord. Then, with Suyan's finger pointing forward, countless sword rains flew towards the numerous soldiers of the kingdom's army on the city wall. Boom. 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 Ugh. Wow. The screams of the kingdom's army continued to sound, and at the same time it was accompanied by the sound of the overlord's domineering explosion. The seemingly indestructible city walls were all destroyed by Sutan's domineering sword. The impact of the explosion shook the entire capital violently. Those self-righteous citizens also understood that this time it seemed no trivial matter. It seemed that someone was really there. The attack on the palace also caused a lot of damage. At this moment, in the royal capital, a figure who was looking for something changed his expression. This feeling can't be wrong, that guy is here. Damn. Who the hell is the other party? The continuous vibration made King Faust look very bad. There is the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild on the opponent's arm. Is it those damn mice? They dare to come to the palace. No, it doesn't seem to be, because I didn't see any magical weapons on the other side, and the other side is probably a wizard from Fairy Tale in Islanden. King Faust's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it the remnant of Fairy Tale of Islanden? I can't believe that the entire city was absorbed by IF**ck and the fish that slipped through the net, and they even caught up to this world. However, there is only one guy in 980. No matter how strong he is, he can't make any waves. He will kill that guy immediately. King Faust gave an order, the kingdom army immediately began to act, and a large number of kingdom army soldiers appeared. Attack! Attack! Many soldiers of the kingdom army launched an attack on Sutan, and a round of magic bullets shot towards Sutan. Sutan used the armed color domineering to wrap around his body, a red light glowed slightly on his body, and all the magic bullet attacks were blocked. How is this possible? Monster! The soldiers of the kingdom army could not believe that Sutan had resisted so many attacks with his own body. Is this guy really human? Humph. The overlord's arrogance quickly condensed into a huge fist and hit the opponent. Defense. The kingdom's army was well trained and immediately gathered together to form a huge magical shield. Crack clap. This mask powder shield just touched the domineering fist, black and red lightning started, and then, a crack appeared on the shield. Call. The shield shattered and the magic element disappeared. Boom. Chapter 164. Woo. Wow. The domineering fist erupted, and many soldiers of the kingdom's army were all sent flying, and a huge fist-shaped hole appeared in a building behind them. Su Yan did not stop. Another huge domineering palm appeared and continued to attack the kingdom's army. This kind of scene is very familiar, and that's how he demolished the house in the Magic Council. However, it is different now from the Magic Council. At that time, the Magic Council did not threaten the lives of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, while the Edela's kingdom violated Sutan's dragon scale. Boom. Su Yan stepped on his feet and rushed to the front of a kingdom army soldier, grabbed the kingdom army soldier, and threw the kingdom army soldier at the crowded place. Wow. The power of Sutan is terrifying. Just throwing it at will, the power is comparable to throwing a cannonball. Wow. Many soldiers of the kingdom's army collided with this man, and they all screamed and were knocked flying. What? Sutan appeared in front of another soldier of the kingdom's army. The soldier's face changed greatly, and he immediately opened his magic shield. Sutan smiled when he saw it, and punched the magic shield. Crack. The magic shield was shattered by Su Yan's punch. Wow. The soldier of the royal army was also punched by Sutan. Attack. Sutan was surrounded by soldiers of the kingdom's army, and he stabbed Su Yan's body with a long spear. Crack clap. Su Yan himself had nothing to do. These soldiers of the kingdom army felt as if they were stabbed on an iron block, and all their weapons were broken. How is this possible? The soldiers of the kingdom's army were dumbfounded, invulnerable to swords and bullets. This is just like a legend. How could human beings have such a hard body? Su Yan rushed into the soldiers of the kingdom's army, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, or a big shark broke into a group of sardines, and there is no enemy at all. Overlord's domineering arrogance suddenly erupted on Sutan's body. A terrifying impact was produced out of thin air, knocking everyone around Su Yan into the air. At this moment, a man descended from the sky, and a huge sword slashed towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan raised his palm to catch the attack of the giant sword. Boom. The ground under Su Yan's feet shattered, showing how powerful the opponent was. It's Captain Pansalary, captain of the 1st Demon War Force. You can block my steel-shattering sword with your bare hands. The magic of your islandin is truly astonishing. Cat? Is it the same race as Happy and Carla? Sutan saw the image of the other party and the wings behind him. Although the size gap was a bit big, it should be of the same race. Suddenly, another figure appeared and quickly stabbed Su Yan's head. Sutan also raised his hand to block it. It's Erzan Netwoka, captain of the 2nd Demon War Squad. Great. The captains are here. Urza. Sutan also showed a surprised expression on the other side's face. He knew that the other side was Urza of this world, but he couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the gun blocked by Su Yan's hand lit up with a dangerous light. Boom. A powerful explosion appeared, and Erzan Netwoka and Pansari all backed away. When Sutan made a riot at the Edela's palace, Natsu and others were also paying attention. After all, this is a war against a country by one person alone, and this kind of wonderful war should not be missed. Then a voice sounded. Get out of the way. A person hurried towards this side from behind several people. Natsu and the others felt very familiar when they heard this voice. When he turned around, he saw that Gajeel was rushing towards him. Gajeel. Gajeel also saw several people and was very surprised by the loss. Fire Dragon. When Gajeel saw Natsu's face, it was too late to break and slammed into Natsu's body. Ugh. Natsu screamed and was knocked away. Mr. Gajeel. Wendy was very surprised to see Gajeel, but also very surprised at the same time. You guys are here too? I thought only Sutan was here. Hey. Gajeel, you BD. How dare you bump into me? You definitely did it on purpose, didn't you? Gajeel pretended that I didn't understand what you were saying. Huh? Fire Dragon, you are here. Although Gajeel looks very reckless on weekdays, he is actually very careful, and at the same time, he is a bit annoying. He is not bad for Gajeel, the other guild, but for Natsu, who is also a dragon slayer, he is very competitive. Pressed Natsu's head. He didn't think about the strongest wizard in the fairy tale guild. After all, the monster Suyan was there, but he still wanted to compete for the strongest dragon slayer in the fairy tale guild. Seeing Gajeel's expression, Natsu was furious. UBD. Natsu yelled and punched Gajeel in the face. A layer of iron suddenly appeared on Gajeel's face. Kick. Ugh. Natsu's fist hit Gajeel's face, but he let out a scream, and he felt like he was hit by an iron block. But he reacted immediately, and so did the others. Wendy said in surprise, Mr. Gajeel, you can actually use the magic, no money, method in this world. What, didn't that guy named Mistogan give it to you? It seems to be called an X-ball. Gajeel said and took out a small medicine bottle. Just eat this and use magic in Epilogue. Seeing this, Lucy suddenly remembered something and said, ah. By the way, I seem to have eaten this too. That's what happened, I thought I was a hero who saved the world. Natsu immediately snatched the vial from Gajeel's hand, and immediately shoved one into his mouth. Then, Natsu felt a tickling in his throat. Dash, dash. A violent burst of flame spewed out of Natsu's mouth and shot into the sky. Fire. Lucy of Epilogue was taken aback when she saw it, she had never seen anyone spit fire out of her mouth. Was this the magic of the wizards of Eslanden? Chapter 165. That's great. The magic is back. Natsu clenched his fists. He couldn't release the magic before, and he couldn't even beat the fish of the kingdom army, which made him feel bad. Now that the magic can finally be released, he will definitely make a scene. Wendy also took a potion, and soon, Wendy felt that she could release magic again. Listen a 812. Boom. Listena's arms turned into bird wings. Listen. Lucy of Epilogue was taken aback. Listen smiled and said, did you forget, Lucy, I'm also the wizard of Eslanden. Lucy said in surprise, Listen, you magic, and Elfman. Sister Mila, brother Elfman, and I all use receiving magic. Sister Mila receives the devil's soul, brother Elfman is the soul of the beast, and I am the soul of the animal. Snapped. Natsu's fists lit up and clapped his fists. Now that the magic is back, it's time to rescue the guildmates. Let's go. If we don't go, all the enemies will be killed by Suyan. Natsu immediately ran towards the Epilogue palace. BD. Don't try to sneak away. Gajeel also told 983 Natsu. Lucy said, let's go too. Although Lucy was timid, she didn't dare to take risks in order to save everyone in the guild, but when only Suyan was there before, even if she went with Su, it was just a burden. Now that everyone's magic is restored, and two powerful wizards, Natsu and Gajeel, she can also help. Wendy and Lysina followed immediately. Lucy of Epilogue hesitated and followed. Horrible Lucy! Happy exclaimed in surprise. Scary Miss Lucy! Wendy also said. Who is Scary Lucy? Lysina said, Lucy, this has nothing to do with you, why are you following? Who said it doesn't matter? The royal army killed so many of our comrades. Besides, you went too. I can't watch you. Everyone laughed when they heard Epilogue Lucy's words. Inside the Epilogue palace. The explosion slowly dissipated, and Sutan's figure withdrew from the explosion. BDDF, this level of explosion was not enough to hurt Sutan. It's so strong. Panza Lily couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Suyan had endured Erzan Netwoka's blow unscathed. As for the surprise, he was not surprised because he had seen Suyan's power just now. Attack together. Urza. After Panza Lily finished speaking, he rushed towards Suyan, and the huge sword slashed towards Sutan's head. Ah! The armed color on Suyan's arm was domineering and hardened, his arm quickly turned black, and then he punched the huge blade of Pansalai. Boom. Crack clap. Pansalai's great sword was shattered by Sutan's punch. Pansalai said in disbelief, how is that possible? My destroyer was actually smashed. La. Suyan instantly appeared in front of Pansalai, and pressed his palm on Pansalai's chest. Wow. Pansalai let out a pained cry, and his body flew straight back. Boom. 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 Several consecutive walls were smashed by Pansali's body. Sonic gun. Erzan Netwoka picked up the spear and rushed towards Suyan at a very high speed, and Suyan sideways dodged Urza's blow. Even though I heard that Urza here is a member of the royal army, I was a little surprised when I saw it. What? Am I a fairy tale member in Icelandin? Erzan Netwoka continued to attack Su, and Suyan blocked it with his arms. Well, you still grew up with me. I'm not her. I know, it's just a sigh. Although your speed is very fast, this kind of damage is still not enough for me. Sutan's body suddenly burst into a domineering look. This trick is very easy to use, and it is also the most basic way to use the domineering look of the Overlord. The weak guy will be knocked out, and the guy with strong spirit will be knocked back because of the power of Suyan's domineering look. In terms of playing games, it is a large-scale group control skill, which cannot be stunned, and it is also very useful to knock back. If the other party is grumpy and use it a few times, the other party will choose to be brainless and work hard with you, such as Jose, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild. Ugh. Erzan Netwoka didn't expect Sutan's attack to be so fast, and with a terrifying mental shock, she kind of understood why those ordinary soldiers were no match for this man. The Spear of Ice Flame. Erzan Netwoka's long spear turned into two short spears, swung quickly. One sent out flames, and the other sent out ice to attack Sutan. Boom. The domineering look on Sutan's body erupted, and all the ice and flames were scattered. Vacuum gun. Ugh. A vacuum impact hit Sutan, and Sutan's body was hit backwards. Boom boom boom. Suyan's feet made two deep marks on the ground. Sonic gun. Erzan Netwoka rushed towards Suyan again at a high speed. Gun of gravity. When she was in front of Sutan, her gun began to change rapidly, and a black gravity ball appeared in front of the gun head and hit Suyan. Snapped. Sutan raised his palm and pressed it on the gravity ball. Dash, dash. Terrible gravity appeared on the gravity ball, knocking Suyan's body into the air. Boom boom boom. Sutan's body smashed several walls in a row, and then stopped. *77. As expected of Captain Urza the Goblin Hunter. He's so strong. Finally killed the intruder. All the kingdom army cheered when they saw this scene. Just now, Susai slaughtered the quartet, invulnerable to swords and bullets, and the destructive power was as strong as that of a monster. It made them even feel what it means to despair, and they were naturally very excited to see this monster defeated. Whoa! Among the shattered walls, a figure stood up, all the gravel fell to the ground, and the cheers of the kingdom army came to an abrupt end. Chapter 166. Boom. Pansaliforce. After being hit to fly, Suyan quickly stood up, ready to continue to attack the Soviet Union inflammation. But he soon saw several people being reversed toward the side. You have these bastards, in the end to our association to hide where the Natsu was holding a collar. Kyojun soldier shouted. So Kyojun Edila's charcoal are attacking a large force. They are looking to take advantage of this opportunity to fairy tale crowd turned into a magic crystal, but also ready to arrest the king of Edila's up. Pansaliforce Natsu eyes look to others. You are the ice fairy tale Langdon? Interest force captain. Great, Lee force captain coming. Lee Kyojun saw soldiers force all like to see the savior. A big cat. Happy Pansala see a huge force, body could not help but exclaim. Why do you go beyond those people and fairy tale mix? Pansaliforce happy and Carla quality, asked. Transcendence. Several people here a little confused. You guys look a bit position you arrested everyone will know where the Natsu said we should force the hands of the Pansala. Oh. Natsu just ready to do it, the body was hit fly. See hit their own thing Gajil, Natsu angry shouted, you BD doing. This guy to me, you go against other people. Gajil shining eyes looked at the Pansaliforce. Why? Gajil was hit fly Natsu being unhappy it, finally saw a guy is not trash, he did not want such a good rival. I want him to be my cat. People break the ruins of what appeared Suhuan, patted the dust on the clothes, came out from the broken wall. How is this possible? This monster is immortal it. So by the horrific attacks even still intact. At this time, standing on the top of the palace of the king Fauzit to see it all and said. Immediately to prepare for duel Luoma Anum. Soldiers beside was taken aback, that was prohibited under section 23A. Wang Qiuxian chapter. Ready to go? Fauzit shouted. Yes, soldiers immediately hurried to prepare. Fauzit just did not expect it to absorb fairy tale, actually led to such a troublesome guy. He did not trust anyone, Urza if they lost the battle, he only put personally to get rid of this guy. Urza Knight Voka face serious look at the Soviet Union, she just attacks but no mercy, but the other injured but did not look, this guy really is a human, not a monster dressed in human skin. Sukharbin looked at Urza said. Although different worlds, but Urza is Urza still strength cannot be underestimated. Are you look down upon me? Urza Knight Voka hear the words of Suyan eyes slightly narrowed, their attacks on the other side, the results of the other unharmed, and said these words, simply look down at yourself. I look down upon? No, me telling the truth, after all, let me say that the people cannot be ignored, but not much. This is the look down upon me. Particles of light gun. Urza Knight Voka, the gun turned into a muzzle, a light particle energy shells fired at the Soviet Union to talk about. So charcoal right index finger and middle finger close together, king color domineering rapid compression of condensed form into a sword domineering, Suyan sword chopping off toward this light particle energy of the projectile. Boom. Domineering Jianpion magic shells, immediately sent into the power of terrifying explosions. Kick. King color domineering toward the surrounding impact, will disperse the smoke gave open, so noted the figure appeared in front of everyone again, still just looks like monster. Urza Knight Voka pupil sudden contraction, and finally cannot help but say these words. You talk about it. God enough. Suyan foot of a step, the body instantly appear in front of Urza, palm toward Urza shot to go. Urza Knight Voka face changed, and she did not expect the speed of even the charcoal Su so fast, she even did not have the opportunity to transform weapons, just in time to resist with guns. Far flowers. Snapped. Urza Knight Voka felt a terrible Julie came in the 10 commandments gun body. Well Urza Knight screamed Voka body inverted out. So charcoal continue toward Urza Knight Voka rushed. Burst gun. Rapid morphological transformations in the hands of Urza Knight Voka gun class against the Soviet Union charcoal strike to go. Boom. Sukharbin had to be hit by the explosion, but almost in an instant hit. Sukharbin rushed out from among the explosion, clothes broken part, but the body's skin is still no sign of injury. King color domineering quickly form a huge hand. Gravity gun. Urza Knight Voka rapid transformation gravity gun, a huge black ball appeared gravity. Boom. Gravity ball and domineering palm collide together. Raining cats, void emitted into the black and red lightning. Collision of two forces, have a strong impact, as well as the ground around the building all to break. Click. Black gravity ball cracks appeared, the power of the terrorist explosions happened next. Urza Knight screamed Voka as the impact of this explosion to knock the shares. Boom, bang hit the top of the wall, knocked a big hole in the wall. OM. Suyan raised his palm, who exudes king domineering color domineering king cohesion compressed to form a domineering the sword. Then Suyan finger against Urza Knight Voka a finger, a large number of sword Jianyu domineering toward Urza shot in the past. Urza Knight Voka face became pale, and now it was too late to escape, and immediately raised his gun at the sword attack domineering. But the attack sent Suyan is too much, instant Urza Knight Voka was vested with the sword to drown. Hong hong humming. Wow. Chapter 167. Accompanied by Urza Knight Voka's screams, her location was destroyed by the domineering sword in a blink of an eye, leaving nothing but ruins. Sir Urza. Attack, attack. The soldiers of the kingdom's army immediately attacked Suyan, wearing gloves that looked like cannon barrels on their arms. This was a long-range strike force, and a melee attack force wearing shield gloves and a long spear. This kind of army can be regarded as very powerful when placed in any force. Leaving aside the option of magic wizard power, the Edela's kingdom is no less powerful than the magic council of the Ishgar continent. It's just that the opponent's enemy is Suyan, a monster that can easily destroy a country. If Suyan's clothes were not damaged, he would still take care of his own image. 983 would wrap around his body with a domineering look of armament, or dodge attacks or something, if his clothes were damaged. Sotan wouldn't have the slightest concern, the whole person seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal, and his combat power increased by several grades. Boom boom boom. Sutan rushed up against the opponent's intensive attacks and launched a violent attack. There was no enemy of Sutan in the kingdom's army. Edila's magic technology is indeed advanced, but the limited magic power still restricts the opponent's development of powerful magic weapons. In short, even if they put the magic power technology in front of the Edila's kingdom, they would not be able to use it at all. Therefore, only a few leaders of the demonic army of the royal army had special weapons, and the rest were standard weapons. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, some huge monsters that looked like cows landed around Sutan's body. That's great. It's the Region army. The soldiers of the royal army were very excited to see these monsters. Reggie Wong. He had seen this monster in the Edila's fairy tale guild before, but he didn't expect that the Edila's kingdom would have domesticated so many such monsters. No wonder they can only be thrown and run around by Edila's kingdom. It seems that he is going to re-evaluate Edila's kingdom's combat power. Leaving aside the power of magic wizards, the Magic Council of Ishgar continent does not seem to be the opponent of this kingdom. Roar. The monster named Region roared, and then ran towards Sutan. His head slammed into Sutan's body. Kill him. Boom. The ground shook for a while, Wang Qiajun's shouts stopped abruptly, and everyone stared at Sutan's position in stunned eyes. I saw the Region monster, which could easily smash houses and even city walls, was actually blocked by Sutan's hand. This is fake. Did Region just stop when he was about to hit it? A smile appeared on Su Yan's face. The strength is not bad. Region felt that he was being ridiculed, and immediately used the strength of sucking against Sutan. Crack. The ground beneath his feet shattered, but Sutan still didn't move. Sutan grabbed a small part of Region's head with both hands, and then pointed hard. Boom. Region's huge body was lifted up by Sutan's skinny, no, compared to Region's petite figure like an ant, Region's four legs were constantly fluttering in midair, but it was completely explained. What does it mean? No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. Judging from the expression on Su Yan's face, it seemed that he did not take much effort to make such a shocking behavior. Su Yan grabbed the huge Region and grabbed a circle. Crack-cack. Region's tail hit the surrounding Region's face. Neighing. The surrounding Region let out a scream, and all fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su Yan grabbed Region's tail and threw the Region into the sky. Kick. Region collided with the Region troops in the sky, and then fell on the Edila's palace building together, smashing the palace buildings into big holes. Wei monster ah. The soldiers of the kingdom army finally collapsed. Before, Su Yan was invulnerable and defeated Urza, the leader of the demon war force. They did not collapse when they killed the quartet. Because they have heard that the magician in Islandin has magic power and can use magic without magic tools, but as long as the opponent's magic power is exhausted, he is a lamb to be slaughtered. But seeing this they collapsed. This guy is not human at all, it is a monster, or that kind of super monster. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, "Don't panic." The soldiers of the royal army looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a scarred figure appearing among the ruins that had just been destroyed. It was Urza. It's Captain Urza. Great. Captain Urza isn't dead yet. Urza appeared, and the morale of the royal army stabilized again. Why do you want to stand up? Can't you just lie down? Su Yan looked at the scarred Urza Netwoka and said, although he knew that the other party was not the Urza he was familiar with at all, but he had the exact same appearance and similar expression. Will always make Su Yan mistakenly think that the other party is the Urza he knows. I can't do it. I'm Edila's kingdom, Urza Netverka, captain of the 2nd Demon War Squad, and an invader like you will never be allowed to trample on the order of our kingdom. Don't describe you as if you were victims, you are the one who committed the perpetrators. That's right. This is a war between two worlds 3.5. There is no right or wrong, I will use my strongest weapon next. Is there a stronger weapon? Sulu said lightly, as if she didn't care what Urza said about the strongest weapon. The spear in Urza Netwoka's hand was slowly deformed, forming a brand new spear, Holy Spear Holy Stone World, the final form of the 10 Rings spear. Sacred spear forged by the best forges in Edila's, its blow has the power to shake the world. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Your calmness can only go so far, die. Oh. Su Yan didn't say much, he made a fist with his right hand and took a step forward with his left foot. Chapter 168. Boom. The ground shattered. The armed color is domineering and hardened and entangled, the overlord color is domineering and compressed and entangled, and purple lightning is wrapped around Sutan's arms and fists. This is Su Yan's real and essential attack in human form, his powerful body strength, combined with the hardening and entanglement of the armed color domineering, and the compression and entanglement of the overlord color domineering. Sutan punched Erzan Netwoka. Boom. The invisible impact spread to the surrounding, and all the places it passed were shattered. Wow! Wow! Many soldiers of the kingdom's army were knocked into the air by this shock, and they had no resistance at all. The towering buildings in the palace also began to crumble, the ground trembled violently, and everyone in the palace screamed in horror and ran away from the palace. Erzan Netwoka also made the strongest attack. Crack kick. The red and black thunder blooms in the void. In the world of One Piece, this is a special phenomenon that only occurs when the 13 chi of the tyrant collide. However, in the world of fairy tale, the collision of the tyrannical arrogance and magic will produce a similar effect. Su Yan didn't know what was going on about this, but he speculated that it might be the reason for the similar nature of waste power and tyrannical arrogance. Boom. Erzan Knight Ika's attack was destroyed by Sutan's blow. Crack clap. Erzan Knight Ika's holy spear began to shatter inch by inch. My holy spear, turned out to be. Ugh. Urza let out a scream of pain. After a while, everything subsided, and in the center of the explosion not far away, the figure of Erzan Knight Ika was lying on the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead. The surrounding area is also in ruins. Half of Edila's palace has been destroyed. After Sutan saw it, he pouted. He came to punish these guys, but it seemed that he didn't exert much force, and these guys were almost killed. At this moment, Urza moved his fingers not far away, trying to get up with difficulty. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you still conscious? I can't lose. I can't lose for the sake of the world. This world is on the verge of death. Once the magic power is exhausted, the world will perish. I can't let anyone take the magic I already got. This is the magic that belongs to us Edilas. Hearing Erzan Netwoka's words, Su Yan's expression turned gloomy. The world will perish if the magic power is exhausted? Then let this damn world perish. Taking the lives of irrelevant people as energy, just to light up the street lamps in the royal capital, what you said really made sense. The magic of this world is actually a kind of energy. From the perspective of application, it is similar to the oil on the earth in the previous life. If oil suddenly disappears one day, the world may fall into chaos, but it will not be life-giving at all. After all, it is not these things that keep people alive, but food. It doesn't matter if you start a war for resources, because it's an enemy, either you kill me or I kill you, but Su Yan, the guy who needs to set up an archway when he becomes a BCH, can't stand it. I heard that people can't live without food, but I haven't heard that people can't live without streetlights, or can't live without the playground in the capital. I heard that you have deprived everyone other than the capital of the right to use magic power? Are they all dead? And the fairy tale guild in this world, the only thing that prevents them from living is the pursuit of your royal army. Just for the convenience of your own life, you will deprive others of the right to use magic, and even the right to live. Even if there is no magic power, this world will not perish, the world will not be so fragile, and people will not be so fragile, and only your rotten dynasty will perish. Erzan Netwoka was very shocked when she heard Su Yan's words. She has always lived in the panic of depletion of magic power, and even in her conception, the world will perish when magic power disappears. But after listening to Su Yan's words, she suddenly realized that those people who were deprived of magic power except the king were still alive. Only the royal capital is constantly wasting magic power and greedily wanting more magic power. It doesn't matter if you start a war, it doesn't matter if you kill anyone. This is not her idea alone. The people of the capital, the unified idea of all people. Suddenly, a voice sounded above the Edila's palace, spreading throughout the entire palace. The world will not perish. Dynasties will not perish. We Edilas will have inexhaustible eternal magic in the future. Erzan Netwoka was stunned when she heard this voice. It's your majesty. When Su Xian heard Urza's words, she also understood that the person who said this should be the mastermind of turning all the people of Magnolia Town into magic power, the king of Edilas. Boom. 983, a huge figure appeared not far away. Is that Dalama Anum? Did your majesty take this out too? Urza recognizes this thing. It is a forbidden item. As long as it is turned on, it will continue to absorb the magic of this world. If it is not stopped, it will even absorb all the magic power. This is undoubtedly worse for a world that lacks magic power, so it is listed as a taboo item. This is a mechanical prop that looks like a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The whole body is made of metal, and it looks powerful. Cough, the style of painting is really getting more and more strange. Sutan couldn't help pouting when he saw this thing. There is a Gundam in the magical world. Is there a problem? No problem. Having lived in this world for 7 years, he has taken this kind of thing worth complaining very lightly. Immediately afterwards, the king of Epilogue, Faust, continued to say, "We Epilogue are the strongest, all magic is naturally ours, and anyone who opposes us should be damned. We're not just taking in one fairy tale. We're taking in more of Islandin's magistrates' guilds and cities. I'm going to make those guys all the magic of our great Epilogue kingdom." Chapter 169. Sutan scratched his head, ahh. Sure enough, it appeared. This is obviously the words of the villain. With such an inspiring madman leading this country, it is no wonder that this country is so deformed. Disappear, UBD. All the guys who stand in the way of Epilogue disappear for me. Dalama Anum, who was driven by King Fast, opened his mouth, and a tube appeared, which seemed to be a muzzle, and powerful magical energy converged toward the muzzle. A complex magic circle appeared in front of the muzzle. "Hey! Your subordinates are still here," Sutan said. It was also their willingness to sacrifice for the great Epilogue cause. "Disappear. Dragon Roar Cannon. Hey!" A huge laser beam shot towards Sutan's position. Suran said helplessly, "Then at least ask people if they want to." Boom. The laser light covered the position of Sutan, as if a small sun had risen, and the explosion emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying explosion impact destroyed everything around. After a while, the explosion subsided, and a huge crater appeared where Sutan was. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Susu appeared at the location just now. Even though the power of the explosion was so powerful, Suyan still showed no signs of injury, and behind him was Erzan Netwoka. Because of the reason that Sutan was standing in front of him, Erzan Netwoka was only hit by a slight shock, which did not increase the injury. Why are you? Erzan Netwoka was very puzzled. She just wanted to kill the other party, and she was also the enemy of Fairy Tail. Why the other party wanted to save her life? I don't have that many reasons, it's just that it's been a long time since the opponent killed his subordinates in order to win. Sutan came to the Fairy Tail Guild for 7 years, and unknowingly became the color of Fairy Tail. He attaches great importance to his companions and does not want the word companion to be stained with any stains. Even if he is an enemy, he betrays his companions. Also look down. Have you survived? But how long can you last under my attack? I know, although you mages have endless magic power, but it takes time to recover after consumption. So many attacks just now consumed a lot of your magic power. King Fast didn't seem too surprised that Sutan survived the attack just now. It's really despicable. Did you see your subordinates being attacked just to consume my magic power? Then try to see if my magic power is consumed first, or you are killed first. As soon as Susian finished speaking, he stepped on his foot and charged towards King Fast. The other party was the culprit who turned Magnolia Town into a magic crystal this time. Naturally, Sutan would not be polite to this guy. Suyan's body jumped high and punched Dalama Anum's head. Dalama Anum, controlled by King Fast, quickly retreated. Sutan's fist fell into the air and hit the ground. Boom. The earth is all torn apart. Boy, I just saw your strange power just now. I won't be easily attacked. Dragon Rider launch. Dalama Anum's back opened, and a large number of tracking bullets shot towards Sutan raised his hand, his body exuding domineering, and domineering formed a long sword and shot at the opponent. Boom boom boom. Those tracking bullets were all smashed by the domineering long sword, and more domineering swords shot towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. What? Boom 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 boom. The explosion covered all the surroundings of Dalama Anum, and dealt a wide-ranging blow. After a while, Susian stopped, the smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated, and the figure of Dalama Anum stood there. It's just that the Dalama Anum, driven by King Fast, turned completely black. Ahahahaha. It's useless. Your attack is useless in front of Dalama Anum in this dark sky. Dalama Anum is made with the strongest anti-magic armor. With the kind of attack you just can't break through the defense of Dalama Anum in this dark sky. And don't think you can use up my magic power. Opened Aroma Anum, who has opened the black sky, can continuously absorb the magic of this world. As long as there is magic in this world, I can continue to fight. You have no chance of winning. Sutan said speechlessly. Ah. What a typical villain when he speaks, he likes to explain all his characteristics to his opponents. While saying this, Suyan also rushed towards Dalama Anum. Dragon Knight Diffusion Bomb. Dalama Anum fired a large number of dense magic shells towards Su. Boom boom. Suning did not dodge because of the short distance and the reason she wanted to forcibly break through, and the explosion hit Su. Idiot. Dalama Anum's Black Sky Mode is a special armor that can increase magic by several times. The power of the attack is not comparable to those of ordinary magic. The smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated, and Suyan appeared in the position just now. At this time, Suyan's whole body was black, and his whole body looked as if he had been painted with a layer of black paint. It was the domineering and hardening of his armed color. What? How is that possible? Don't think it's like you are the only one who can blacken. Suyan said, and the domineering armed look on his body was slowly put away. Godfoot Fox. Sutan stepped on his feet, his body appeared in front of Dalama Anum, and he punched Dalama Anum's head. Dash dash. Dalama Anum's huge body was directly knocked to the ground by Suyan's punch, and a large pit shattered into the ground. Wow! King Faust, who was in Dalama Anum's body, also felt the strong impact, and couldn't help but scream. Then Sutan appeared behind Dalama Anum and grabbed Dalama Anum's tail with one hand. What are you doing? King Faust had just finished asking when he felt his body fly weightlessly. Chapter 170. What? Revenge, of course. Immediately after that, King Faust felt his body falling rapidly. Boom. The giant mechanical Tyrannosaurus Dalama Anum was used on the ground, and Faust inside felt that his high blood pressure was about to commit. Before he could react, he felt that he had been robbed again. Boom. BD. King Faust was beaten to pieces again. You are the BD, I let you plunder the magic. I will let you see what magic is. Magic. Boom. Magic. Boom. Sutan kept waving King Faust, and every time he uttered a sentence, he fell, and King Faust felt that he was going crazy. He was the king of Edalis. He was still a dictatorial king, who wiped out countless countries and finally unified the entire world, but now he is constantly being thrown to the ground. It was a great shame, and he had never suffered such a shame before. Crack. Dalama Anum's tail suddenly broke, and King Faust, who was driving Dalama Anum, finally escaped the clutches of Sutan. King Faust also recovered by 983, but his anger had gone to his head, dead. Die. Die. You damned brat. You must die. I will never allow you to take any the magic of my great Edalis. Dalama Anum's body began to frantically absorb the surrounding magic power, converging towards the gun barrel in his mouth. Sutan saw this fearless. The armed collar on his right arm was hardened and wrapped with the Overlord collar compression wrap, and the arm was wrapped with purple lightning. Immediately after Sutan was stunned, seeing that Dalama Anum's muzzle was not aimed at him, but at a floating island in the sky, which made Suyan have a bad premonition. At this time, Happy flew towards Suling and shouted, Susyen. We found the magic crystal. It's on that floating island. When Suning heard the words Happy, her color suddenly changed, and she immediately shouted at King Faust, You are courting death. Ahahahaha. You are here for these magic crystals. This is the magic crystal that belongs to Edalis. I can't get it, and no one can get it. Black Sky Dragon Roar Cannon. Launch. One by one magic circles were lined up in front of Dalama Anum's muzzle. Lin. A thick laser beam shot towards the floating island above the capital. At this moment, a figure was rushing towards the sky. It was Sutan. The huge laser light drowned Suyan's body. Boom. A terrifying explosion shone in the sky above the capital, and everyone couldn't help covering their eyes with their hands. The impact of the explosion shook the entire capital. Ahahaha. There are still people who use their bodies to resist. The Black Sky Dragon Roar Cannon, what an idiot. Now even the last obstacle to our Edalis has disappeared, ha 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 ha. No one can stop our great Edalis from gaining eternity. Magic. Suddenly, boom. The cloudless sky of Epilogue suddenly changed, and dark clouds shrouded the entire sky of Epilogue. Crack kick. Immediately afterwards, dense lightning and thunder appeared, and between the flashes of lightning, the dazzling rays of light illuminated a huge figure in the dark clouds, causing everyone to raise their heads and look at the sky. After a while, the dark cloud broke open, and a huge dragon head protruded from the dark cloud. Almost everyone who saw this scene was stunned. That's what's that? Dragon. Dragon. Oh my god. Why is there a dragon, BDDF, in the sky? Everyone in the entire capital saw the blue dragon in the sky, and that huge body almost covered the entire sky. Although there is no magic power in the Epilogue's body, there are still legends of dragons. For example, the earth in Sutan once did not even have magic power, but the descendants of dragons are everywhere. Dragon, how could it be? Panza Lily couldn't believe it when he saw the dragon in the sky. Suyan is serious, your country is about to be destroyed, you should be my cat. Gajil was also shocked when he saw the body of Sutan Qinglong. The dragon looks like a dragon. Represents a miracle of life, or a creature similar to a god. Of course, he had to admit that Suyan's body was really huge, it looked several times bigger than the iron dragon Metallicana who raised him. Suyan. Don't you know? It's the guy who attacked the palace alone. It's him. Pansalili naturally knew Sutan, but isn't that a person? Why can he become a dragon? Why is there a dragon? Isn't the dragon a legend? Epilogue saw the dragon in the sky, and his body began to tremble. On the other hand, there was no fear on Natsu's faces, and even more excited expressions appeared on their faces. It's Suyu. Natsu exclaimed excitedly. It's brother Su. Wendy also shouted excitedly. Both of them are dragon slayers. Of course, it doesn't matter whether they can kill dragons or not. Both of them were raised by dragons. Sutan's body may be very terrifying in the eyes of outsiders, but in their eyes it is very kind. Suyan. Brother Sutan. Lisana and Ed Lucy both stared in disbelief. You said that the terrifying dragon in the sky is brother Suyan. Although Lisana heard something from Lucy and Wendy last night, she couldn't connect the huge dragon with Suyan. Lucy said, that's right, it's him. I was shocked, we were all shocked when we first saw it. Suyan even showed this form. It seems that the king of Epilogue really Suyan was irritated. As Lucy said, the current Sutan was indeed provoked by the King Faust of Epilogue. The dragon is furious, and the blood flows for thousands of miles. In the sky, Sutan also made an earth-shattering voice, dare to take action against my companion, you are really damned. Chapter 171. It's you. The king of Epilogue, Faust, was also shocked by Suyan's gigantic body, but he heard Suyan's voice. He recognized it immediately, because the previous owner of this voice had brought him endless shame. Just now, Sutan really wanted to vaporize the entire royal capital with dragon breath, but considering that there are so many people here, Natsu and the others are still in the palace, he dismissed this idea. I didn't expect you to be a dragon. No wonder you have such a powerful power, but even a real dragon can't stop the great Epilogue attack. All the royal army and the region army are attacking. The royal army gathered here heard King Faust's order, and although they felt scared, they carried out King Faust's order. Whoa, whoa. A round of magic bullets shot at Suyan. Boom boom boom. The magic bullet landed on Sutan. Due to its huge size, it was difficult to dodge and it was easy to be attacked. The advantages and disadvantages were relative. When Suyan was in human form, he had a strong defense that could resist the attacks of these magic bullets. In the form of a green dragon, Suyan, like other animal devil fruit users, possesses extraordinary physical strength, stamina, anti-strike ability, and recovery ability. The attacks of these magic bullets were too weak for Suyan in the form of a blue dragon, and he didn't bother to dodge at all. The region giant beasts raised by those kingdoms also rushed towards Suyan, and Suyan didn't bother to attack these things. Tornado. Sutan's huge dragon body made a rotating movement around the courtyard, producing several huge tornadoes. Ugh. Wow ah ah. Wherever the terrifying tornado passed, all the buildings were torn apart, and the region troops were wailing as they were dragged into the tornado, and the royal army troops below the ground also screamed and fled. Is this a natural disaster? Many people in the capital looked at the palace with fear on their faces. Another floating island suspended above the capital, Extania, is also the home of the Happy and Carla Exeter races. They saw it when the king fought in the capital below, but they didn't care too much. But when they saw Sotan's huge form and the terrifying natural disaster, they all shivered. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. With just one blow, almost all the troops of Edila's kingdom were destroyed. Damn BD. King Fast of Edilas saw the horror caused by Suyan. The natural disaster was also very frightened, but when he thought of magic, he forgot the fear. Give me to die. Die. Faust controlled Dalama Anam and fired a powerful laser beam at Sotan again. Boom. The dazzling light lit up again in the sky, a terrifying explosion appeared in the sky, and the terrifying shock caused the capital to shake violently. Sotan swooped down from the smoke of the explosion, and he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. What? King Fast's expression changed when he saw that his strongest blow could not even get Suyan. Sotan's huge dragon tail swept towards King Faust, and Faust immediately controlled Dalama Anam to jump up. Snapped. A huge dragon claw directly grabbed Dalama Anam that Faust was driving. Oops. Crunch. Dalama Anam's indestructible shell creaked uncomfortably. Warning. Warning. In the control room the system constantly sounded a breakage warning. King Faust's expression changed greatly, and it was only at this time that he realized what kind of monster he had provoked. Suyan raised his hand and grabbed Dalama Anam in front of his head. King Faust looked at the huge dragon head at close range, his heart was very frightened, his face was covered with fearful sweat, and he wanted to break free, but this was just a magic dragoon, how could he match the power of a real dragon? You like to use your mouth to spray energy to kill people, don't you? Then just let you evaporate in the dragon's breath. Far flowers. Suyan opened the huge dragon's mouth, and powerful energy continued to gather in Sotan's mouth. That energy hadn't erupted yet, but with just close contact, Dalama Anam's outer shell began to melt. No, no help, help. Suyan immediately prepared to vaporize Edila's King Faust and this dragoon. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Suyan, don't kill him. Heat breath. Lin. A scorching beam of light sprayed out from Suyan's mouth, and a terrifying heat wave crossed over the capital, dyeing the entire capital red. Dash. In the blink of an eye, heat breath fell on the huge floating island outside Wangdu. The floating island melted as quickly as a candle with high temperature, forming a wave of terrifying magma waves, which continuously submerged the floating island. After a while, the floating island was completely melted by the heat, and the entire floating island turned into magma and fell to the ground. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and they all trembled with fear. The floating island disappeared. Natsu, Gajeel, Wendy, Lucy, and Happy and Carla are okay, they've seen it once or twice. Seeing it again is still very shocking, but it feels good. But for those who saw it for the first time, it was really terrifying, and such a big floating island was evaporated. That said, Lucy was shocked. Natsu looked at Sotan in the sky with excitement and said, that's the strongest wizard in our fairy tale guild. Love. Happy nodded excitedly. This time, she finally understood why Natsu and the others had so much trust in Suyan. Even when dealing with the mighty Edila's kingdom, they had strong confidence and did not waver at all. It turns out that there is a magician as powerful as a god in the fairy tale of Islandin, which is really too powerful. And Chapter 172. The heat slowly stopped and disappeared in a short while. Dalama Anam and Suyan's dragon claw has melted most of the time, revealing the figure of Edila's King Faust. He has not died because of deliberate control. Otherwise, this guy will be the first to be evaporated. At this time, Faust didn't know whether it was because of extreme panic or because of Sotan's domineering arrogance mixed in the dragon's breath, and he had already turned his eyes white and passed out. Suyan turned his eyes to the direction of the sound, and saw Mistoggen flying over with a huge eagle on his feet. Mistoggen. Prince. Panza Lily couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Mistoggen. Prince. Gajeel was stunned when he heard Lily's words. He knew Mise, 987, Taegong, Mistoggen was the famous S-rank mage in fairy tale. Usually mysterious, this time it was he who sent himself to this world. Lily said that Mistoggen is a prince. What prince? Is it the Prince of Edilas? Mistoggen said to Sotan, sorry, it took some time to find the huge AF*CK remnants that can change everything back to the original. The magic crystal once returned to Islandin through AF*CK and recovered. As it is, it's all over. When Sushien heard Mistogen's words, she looked towards the floating island of the huge magic crystal, only to realize that the huge magic crystal had disappeared for some time. Suning breathed a sigh of relief. The plot is the most unreliable thing, and the future is constantly changing. Even if he does not appear in the Fairy Tale Guild, the story may not continue as the original plot does. Who knows where he is now and which plot line it is. Therefore, Suyan will not neglect to take precautions just because so-and-so is still alive after hundreds of episodes of animation, but treat this place as a real world seriously. For example, if he hadn't resisted himself just now, perhaps almost all of Fairy Tale's Guild would have been wiped out. Sutan landed towards the ground, his body slowly shrank, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a human figure, and he was holding the unconscious King Faust of Edelas in his hand. Mistogen also fell to the ground. Panther Lily ran over, His Royal Highness. Lily. Long time no see. Prince, what is this? He is very puzzled now, why the prince has been missing for 7 years, why is he still acquainted with these people who invaded the kingdom of Edelas? Prince. Fairy Tale. Many people were also surprised to hear Lily refer to Mistogen. Mistogen said, sorry for scaring everyone for so long, I'm Prince Jelal of Edelas and Mistogen of Fairy Tale. 7 years ago, I came to Islandin and joined the Fairy Tale Guild. Because I knew about IFCK's plan, I have been running around the world for the past 7 years, in order to stop IFCK. However, I didn't expect that this time, my father would target the Fairy Tale, and built and launched a super large F***CK, so it was very difficult for me to stop it. So what happened today? Mistogen is the Prince of Edelas. So the King of Edelas is your father. Natsu and the others were taken aback when they heard Mistogen's words. They had no idea that Mistogen was the prince, or the Prince of Edelas, the son of the king who turned all Magnolia Town into magic crystals. Yes. I'm very sorry, so although he did something unforgivable, as the son of man, I still hope to keep him alive. Of course, he will be grounded and will not let him endanger anyone. Sutan heard Mistogen's words and threw Edelas King fast to Mistogen. Okay, needless to say, we are here to meet fellow towns and guilds. Although it doesn't feel like enough, it's a punishment for these guys, as long as everyone is safe. Thank you. Mistogen said to Suning and the others. Suddenly, the floating island in the sky began to slow down and began to fall towards the ground. What is this? Hey. What the hell happened? Earth shattering it dash. The floating island, a few people looked up at the sky, and they were a little surprised. Gajeel guessed, is it because of the shock just now? Pansalai shook his head and said, no, I've heard that the floating island floats up by relying on the magic of this world, and when it begins to collapse, it means magic is disappearing from this world, Mistogen said, taking Lily's words. But, how could it be, even if His Majesty used Doro Anum, the magic of this world shouldn't be used up so quickly. Pansalai's expression changed. As the captain of the first magic war unit in the Edelas Kingdom, he knows what Dalama Anum is, and if he uses it, he will continue to consume magic power. But not long after the battle, Dalama Anum was destroyed by Su. Mistogen shook his head and said, it wasn't Dalama Anum, it was me who reversed IF***CK. Prince. Lily couldn't believe it when he heard this. Mistogen continued with a serious face, it is because of the existence of magic that people have disputes, so we must eliminate the waste 3.5 power from this world. Edelas magic power will flow into Islandin through the reverse opening of AF***CK, and Islandin with sufficient magic power will immediately be vaporized and become a part of nature. For a whole new world, Edelas must be destroyed once. Ed Lucy shouted in disbelief, panicked and excited, no. You can't do this. What if the magic power is gone? Lucy, calm down, it'll be alright. Ace Lucy advised, seeing Ed Lucy who was so flustered, she wouldn't complain about comforting herself now. Ed Lucy immediately grabbed Lucy's shoulder and shouted, how could it be okay? The magic potion in this world has disappeared. All. What should the Sorcerer's Guild do? Chapter 173. Suyan said to Lucy of Edelas, it's never magic that maintains the guild, but the bond created by the entanglement between people. If you can't do the work of a wizard, then let's go to a job where everyone can still be together. Fairy Tale has never been so vulnerable. Lucy of Edelas was slightly taken aback when he heard Susun say that. Natsu and the others also smiled. At this time, the streets of the capital city were down. A little boy stood in front of the window and said, "Dad, the whole floating island has fallen." The man who was called the father by the child covered his head in pain. "It's over." "Whoa. Ah." Many people on the street screamed and ran away, but there was nothing chasing behind them, but they all ran around like a headless fly. The magic crystal of fire suddenly shattered. "I can't cook now." Street lights, all the waste crystals are gone. Water magic crystal. Point 13. The fountain has stopped. The vehicle can't move. The magic crystal of the wind doesn't work. No. The capital is very flustered, but the residents of other cities are much calmer, because they are not allowed to use magic power at all, and they have long been used to life without magic power over the years. Unexpectedly, the day really came. Erzin Netwoko looked at the scene before her. She had seen this scene countless times over the years when she had nightmares. After I really saw it today, my mood seemed to be much calmer. Yes, those people outside the capital who were deprived of the qualification to use magic power are still alive. Pansalali couldn't believe it, and his body couldn't help shaking. "No, I didn't expect it to be done. Indeed, there will be no war for the time being, but..." Miss Doggin said, "I understand, the people are all in chaos right now, and no one has the power to use the changing world. But I believe it won't take long for everyone to get used to it. I have seen a lot in Eslanden over the years. In that world, although the magic power is almost endless, it is still a large number of ordinary people who support the world. Now, a new leader is necessary. The new king of the new world needs to appease the troubled people and lead everyone to a happy new king." Pansalali said with a smile on his face, "So it is, that is the prince." "No, it's not me. I can't do it without advancing and retreating with the world, and I don't have that power. To appease the people in the chaos requires villains and heroes." The villain and the hero. Several people were a little puzzled when they heard it. The one who publicly executes the wicked people who have thrown this world into chaos can become a hero, and that hero will become the king who unites the power of the people. Then, who is the villain and the hero? Miss Doggin looked at Lily and said, "I overthrew the king of Edelas and took away the magic of the world. I am evil, and you who can adjust the misunderstanding and prejudice between races are the right person for the hero. Destroying the world, I will be executed by you, and then you will become the king of this world." Pansalali said angrily, "How can you say such a stupid thing? Prince. I refuse. It's so fierce. Why can't I do it like a prince?" "You can do it. You don't know me at all. In that case, you should do it soon. You are the most suitable person for the throne. It was me who destroyed the world. That's to protect the world. You even sacrificed your own life to protect Edelas. This strong will is exactly what is needed now. If it is you who destroyed the world, please take responsibility. But not by death. But to guide the world again. That's not going to quell the chaos," Miss Doggin said. Pansalali clenched his fists and said, "Let me be the villain, let me be all the evil, executed roles." Miss Doggin immediately said excitedly, "No. You are my benefactor. You will never be allowed to die. You must be happy." Suddenly, Suyan opened his mouth and said, "Well, I'm sorry, excuse me, have you two considered my feelings as a person who really ruined the Edelas kingdom?" Miss Doggin and Pansari, who were arguing over who was going to die, both stopped. "That's right, what's the use of arguing about this here? No matter how much they create a villainous horn, it can't compare to the real villainous horn. The figure of a giant dragon that is the size of a royal palace can't be covered up no matter how hard it is to hide it. All the dragons incarnated by Sutan fought with the kingdom army and destroyed the palace. No matter how Miss Doggin and Pansalali compete for evil roles, others may not believe it." Sutan looked at Miss Doggin and said, "Miss Doggin, I will ask the president and everyone in the guild to ask you, have you made up your mind? Decided to stay in this world?" Sutan is an S-rank mage in Fairy Tale Guild 987, and unlike other S-rank mage, Sutan is the second in Fairy Tale Guild besides Guildars to become a Fairy Tale Guild S-rank mage people. Although there is no such thing as a first come first, for everyone in Fairy Tale, there is no doubt that Suyan is the second in command of the Fairy Tale Guild other than the president. On weekdays, the president of the guild is only there. When the old man is not there, Suyan's order is the order of the guild leader, which is recognized by everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Miss Doggin showed a serious expression on his face. Although I did not advance or retreat with this place when the kingdom was at its most dangerous, and even betrayed it in a sense, this is my hometown after all, and I want to stay here, rebuild this place. When the others heard Mistogin say this, a faint smile appeared on their faces, and Ed Lucy's mood also stabilized at this time. She was not worried about survival before, but worried about the Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing what Sutan said, she also began to really think about the path that Fairy Tale would take in the future. Suyan looked at Mistogin with a smile and said, "Since you have made up your mind, let you be the protagonist." Chapter 174. Soon, a Dragon Quest drama starring Mistogin and Sutan unfolded in the streets of Wangdu. Sutan turned into a dragon and began to destroy the streets, and began to preach what was going to destroy the whole world. Then Mistogin, who is secretly a hero, began to appear, and the plot was also very vulgar. The mysterious disappearance of the prince 7 years ago was actually due to the prophecy of God and the inheritance of the holy sword of the hero. 7 years from the language of the gods, that is today, an evil dragon will come to destroy the world. The prince decided to stay away from the prosperous capital and go to other worlds to practice assiduously, in order to save the world today. The word of the holy sword is the celestial spirit of Lucy's figurine, and it turned out to be the silver celestial spirit belonging to Oration Cease Angel. It can be transformed into the form of a sword, or it can be transformed into a laser cannon to carry out ultra-long-range strikes. The magic of this world can no longer be used, and only those with magic in the body can cast magic. In terms of body, Wendy uses various additional magics to make Mistogin have a Superman-like physique, and it is not a problem to go overboard. Happy pretends to be Mistogin's partner and takes Mistogin through the air to hunt down the dragon. Gajeel and Natsu played Suyan's men together. The rest is very simple. Mistogin first took down the 2 men Natsu and Gajeel with the holy sword, and then defeated the evil dragon Suyan. It's like a movie, although it's all tricks and fakes, but everyone thinks it's very exciting, not to mention that it has magic itself and doesn't need any extra special effects. Then there is the platform of the captains of the 1st and 2nd abandoned troops of the Royal Army. Those people in the royal capital who didn't know the truth really believed it. At this time, IF*CK has also reached the final stage. Everyone with magic power in their bodies is drawn towards the big hole in the sky by their own magic power, as if they are about to be expelled from this world. This is. Pansori found that his body was also glowing, and his body began to rise slowly. Lily. How could it be? Unexpected things happened, and Mistogin was not calm. Lily's hometown was here, wouldn't it mean that he had pushed Lily away, and it was not easy to meet again? Carla seemed to have expected it long ago. We also have magic in our bodies. If you reverse the F*CK, we will naturally be expelled from this world. Panza Lily persuaded after knowing his own situation. The prince is fine, there is magic, there will be disputes. In such a world without magic, we exciters are really different, and I also think to see where the prince has been all these years. After saying that, Pansali's body began to fly. In the blink of an eye, Sutan was left alone. Suyan, you. Mistogin found that everyone has light, only Suyan does not have it like them. Sutan smiled and said, "There's no way, I don't have any magic power in my body, and I can only go on my own if I want to go back." Sutan, you don't have any magic power. Mistogin's eyes widened in disbelief. Suyan didn't seem to have any magic power. Is it that the magic power was too much to use properly? This matter is not a secret. I am not using magic power. If you communicated more with the people in the guild, you should have known it long ago. Mistogin was a little embarrassed. Until now, few people in the guild had seen him. In order to hide his secrets, he had always covered his face and would not communicate with others at all. Not much to say, I should go too. You don't have to rush to adapt to this change, just come slowly. I will explain to the president and everyone. You don't have to worry. It's a pity that during the banquet if you haven't come over. If you have a chance to see you in the future, just have a drink together. Mistogin looked moved. Although he rarely appeared in Fairy Tale, he really regarded Fairy Tale as his second home in recent years. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild is his family, and his affection for the guild is far greater. Passion for blood. Yeah. If we meet again, we will definitely have a drink, and I will trouble you in the future. Sutan nodded at Mistogin, then jumped, turning into a huge blue dragon and flying towards the space-time tunnel created by IF*CK in the sky. Great. The prince wins. The prince beat the dragon away. It's amazing. Prince. Standing on top of the wreckage of the palace, Mist Ogden shouted, I've driven the dragon away. Even without magic, we humans can survive. Icelandon. The location of Magnolia Town is still drizzling, as if time stood still before the crossing. A big hole appeared in the sky, and Natsu, Lucy, Lysina, Wendy, and Gajeel all fell to the ground. Wow ah. Ugh. Wow. It hurts. Everyone fell to the ground one by one. Suddenly, a huge dragon head appeared in the hole, and it seemed to be falling towards them. Wow ah ah. Everyone screamed in fright. King Glong's body began to shrink rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of Suyan, and landed steadily on the ground. Is it that scary? It screams so miserably. Of course it was scary, they thought the Qinglong was about to fall on them. You're back. Natsu shouted excitedly, Edelas is the other world after all, or it is better to return to his own world. By the way, fairies, Nyochien Zhao, tail. Everyone ran to the edge of the rock, looked down, and saw a city with neat rows of houses appearing in front of everyone. Like the original. The streets of Magnolia too. Success. It's been a long time since I've seen such a scenery. Lysina was very emotional when she saw the familiar town in front of her. She dreamed of coming back in Edelas, but she was separated from two worlds and couldn't come. Now she really came back again. Here it is. Slowly go. Where is Lily? Pansalali can't be seen anywhere. Gajeel was a little anxious. I'm here. A voice sounded, and several people looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a little black cat about the size of Happy and Carla. So small. Chapter 175. Become so cute, said Happy. Looks like Icelandon and I don't have the same physique. Carla asked, is your body okay? It's all right now, I want to join the guild where the prince has been taken care of, and I will join as agreed, Gajeel. Gajeel immediately rushed over happily and hugged Lily, of course it is. Partner. Cathedral of Kadir. Behind the cemetery area, many people in Magnolia Town will be buried here after death, hoping to go to heaven after death. Sister, it's almost time to go. Elfman held up an umbrella to shield Mila from the rain. Although too many things happened in Edelas, everyone who turned into magic didn't notice anything wrong. The same never happened. Wait a minute, I want to be here with Lysina for a little longer, Mila said. It's the only day of the year when she and Elfman come here to honor Lysina. Because after returning, she will face life with a smile, and she doesn't want to be infected by the sadness of losing Lysina to everyone in the guild, so she wants to spend more time with Lysina every time she comes here, even if Lysina is dead. 990. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Sister Mila. Elfman brother. Mila and Elfman turned their heads to look at the person coming, their expressions were all stunned, their eyes revealed disbelief, and the umbrella slipped from Elfman's hands without even realizing it. Until they really saw Lysina's face carefully, both of them showed a collapsed expression on their faces, and the tears could not stop flowing. Lysina. Lysina flew on Mila, smelling the familiar smell on Mila's body and said softly, I'm back. Mila put her hands on her face and seemed to recover after a while, her tears were still flowing, and she smiled at Lysina and said, welcome home. Fairy Tale Guild. I always feel that the guild has changed, and Sister Mila feels different. Lysina returned to the guild and looked at the guild. Really? Mila said with a smile on her face. Mila 2 years ago would not have such a smile on her face. But fairy tale is still a fairy tale. Now fairy tale many people are cheering and celebrating. Lysina is back. Today's vacation. Have a good drink, eat a good. Welcome back Lysina. Sarasuk and Droy ran towards Lysina, wanting to hug Lysina. Elfman stopped a few people and said, you guys don't look serious and come here. Thor's Piccolo said, what a joyous day, baby. It's great to be safe, Fried said. When Lysina was in the guild, her popularity was the best, and she was known as the guild's sister. Even the more withdrawn Thunder Gods had talked with Lysina. Thunder Gods. It's rare in a guild. That's not the case, because I am a fairy. Evergreen said that since the Harvest Festival, the Thors have also been integrated into the Fairy Tale Guild. The guild is still the best dash. Back at the guild, Natsu started to make trouble again, knocking over many tables and chairs. Wow, it's so noisy. Stop messing around, Natsu. Did Natsu over there feel the same way? When Lysina heard this, She immediately turned her head. Ah ha ha ha, that Natsu over there, I feel like I'm being bullied by Miss Lucy. Listener was crying and crying. Ha ha ha. Want to see it? That Natsu, I really want to see it. Everyone laughed when they saw Listener imitating Ed Natsu. After Suning and the others returned to the guild, they told everyone in the guild what had happened to Edelas, and everyone did not believe it. It wasn't until a whole day after finding out that their present time and the time they knew they were going to really believe what they said was true, and most importantly, Listener was back. Although a lot of new people have joined the guild in the past 2 years, more of them are old people. 2 years ago, Myra and Elfman came back and said that Listener was dead and nothing left. Almost everyone thought Listener was dead, and a burial was erected behind the Cathedral of Cardia. Now that Listener is back, they are happy. Pansori stood on the table with everyone from the Fairy Tale Guild, wanting to know what the guild the prince had been in all these years. What a noisy guild. Carla rubbed her head helplessly and said, the first impression is that everyone is the same. She also felt very noisy when she first came to the Fairy Tale Guild, but now she's used to it. It's very happy. Happy said hesitantly while eating fish. Does everyone here have magic power in their bodies? Lily couldn't help swallowing a saliva. Magic power is very rare in Edelas, and only the Exciters have it. And there is no fighting magic, only the flying magic of wings. After seeing the magic of Natsu and Gajeel and others, he knew that the sorcerer could fight like that. Yes, this is the Wizard of Islanden. Urza. Lily was surprised to see the person coming. He had heard that Urza from Islanden was a member of Fairy Tale before, but he was surprised by the appearance of the exact same Elu in front of her. Carla said, speaking of, you were colleagues at Edelas with Urza. Together again. Urza said, I heard about me over there, and I can understand that her nature is just like me, driven by fear and hatred. In fact, what matters is not the magic itself, but the heart of the magic holder. That's right, Lily. Even though it's a different person, I can calm down with a familiar person. Chairman Makarov said to Suran, you guys have done a good job this time. I hope Miss Dogan can be happy there too. Sutan smiled and said, it will definitely be, after all, he is also a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 176. Hey. Fire Dragon. Little girl. Let the blue cat and the white cat compete with my Lily. Ah. I can't ask for it. Natsu immediately reacted when he heard the outcome. Don't beg. Happy complained. Lucy complained and Wendy said, you are also being watched by some incredible guy. Wendy sweated one. Gajeel grabbed Natsu's scarf and stared at Natsu with a defiant expression. By the way, my power is the strongest among the strong. Happy is the cat among cats, UBD. Although Natsu said the most eloquent words, he didn't lose at all in his aura. Happy said with sweat on his face, well, I was defeated in an instant. He had seen the fighting power of Lily's burly posture. Carla said, how can you give up before you start? It seems that after joining Fairy Tale, Carla was also infected by the Fairy Tale habit. Happy was taken aback, I was expected. Lily raised his hand and said, stop it, don't look at me like this, I'm also the head of the division over there, meaningless everyone will only get hurt. Accidentally, it's very mature. Urza looked at Lily and liked it very much. Those guys are so childish, let's get along, Happy, Carla. Lily. Happy is very happy. Humph. Carla looked sideways with a small hum from Tsundere. Then why did they fight themselves? Gray and Elfman are also involved. Several Natsu guys have started fighting, and a few guys have fallen. Have you been making a big fuss for a long time? Bar. Come on, Natsu. Magic Council era. No way. How can there be so many reviews? Are all these problems caused by a guild? Fairy Tale, it's been a headache since the last generation. Org said, it's not that serious. They also have the credit for destroying the Oration Cease of the Balam Alliance. Because Jalal and Altair infiltrated the Magic Council, and also launched the Magic Wizard power, the Magic Council has been completely reorganized. The chairman of the Magic Panel, all the former reviewers were held accountable and dismissed, and only Ogre became the only remaining magic reviewer in the previous council. The council has no record of permitting them to fight. This is the arbitrary act of the local guild alliance. Strictly speaking, even the Dark Guild violated the treaty prohibiting fighting between guilds, and, considering this incident, the Balam Alliance is likely to retaliate against the regular guild. We are the new Senate, the so-called new must be shown to the people. In the end, the current magic critic, Gurindoma, stood up and said, in order to regain the lost trust, we must strictly ban the problem guild. Fairy tale is not an example. If there is another time, the guild will be dissolved. Everything is for the sacred order of the magic world. Clap, clap, clap. The other commentators clapped and clapped when they heard the words of the chairman. Only Ogre rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He suddenly regretted that he probably shouldn't have sealed the memory of the Magic Council about Suyu's destruction of the Magic Council. These newly appointed guys all want 3 fires for new officials to take office, and they point the finger at the Fairy Tale Guild, which is now the most troublesome and most successful. He couldn't help but think of himself, and he probably wouldn't have thought of a day when he was beaten by the Magic Council alone by Sutan. He could foresee that as long as these guys dared to announce the dissolution of Fairy Tale, the Magic Council might be destroyed the next day. If it weren't for maintaining the order of the magic world, he really wanted to retire. In a deserted place, a man squatted by a small stream drinking water. A dozen wild wolves surrounded the man. The man stood up in a panic and said, "Don't come near me." The wild wolf is now unbearably hungry, and will not listen to this man's words, and keeps approaching him. "Stop, I'm not your enemy." These wild wolves ignored him at all and rushed towards the man. Suddenly, a burst of black light spread out from the man. "Ask for flowers." All the wolves fell to the ground and lost their lives, the trees began to die, and the birds fell from the sky. "No, can't approach me, I'm sorry, I don't want to take anyone's life, the world is rejecting me, Natsu, I really want to see you soon." Magnolia. In the bathroom of Lucy's rental house, Lysina came back and let the guild hold a banquet for the night. Everyone in the guild fell asleep in the guild. After waking up in the morning, Lucy went back to his house to take a shower. Ah! It feels so good, it's still the most relaxing at home. What a great place! Right? Lucy was stunned when he finished speaking. How could there be other people's voices in his own bathroom? 0. Quickly looking in the direction of the voice, I saw Kana sitting in her bathtub at some point. Maybe I should move in. Yay! Lucy screamed in horror. "Lucy, do you have spirits again?" "Spirits? What's wrong with my house here? You seem very depressed." Lucy calmed down at this time, and sat in the bathtub and asked, "What's the matter? If you have any troubles, you can tell me. I consider whether to quit the guild." "Deliver." Lucy came to the guild and told Myra what Kana said. "That's what she said, Miss Myra. And she wouldn't say why." Mila just smiled and said, "It's okay, Kana always says that lately." "Recently? Did something happen?" Lucy was a little puzzled, listening to Miss Myra. Did Kana say that she was leaving the guild more than once? Suchi touched his chin. "Is it that time again?" "Yeah. It's that time again. Thinking about it now, it seemed like yesterday when I went with you. What are the two of you playing again?" Lucy couldn't understand Suyan and Mila's words at all. "You'll find out soon." And Chapter 177. What? It's mysterious. Lucy pouted, very dissatisfied. She has been joining the guild for almost 6 months now, and she is already an old man of the guild. How can there be something she doesn't know? And, despite what Myra said, she, Kana, was very concerned about leaving the guild. Just when she was about to continue to ask questions, she didn't bother to ask questions when she saw that Mila and Susyen, the dog man and woman, had ignored her and were together. Just from an onlooker's point of view, after Lysina came back, Mila's face was full of smiles every day, as if she had unraveled a knot in her heart. She was very cute and beautiful before, but now she looks radiant. Although it has not been announced that the two have been together, even a blind person can see that the two have one leg, and it is impossible to have several legs. 990. I heard from a long time ago that after falling in love, friends will be abandoned. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Work, work. Love. Natsu and Happy hurried past Lucy. Hey, wait. If I'm going to work, Lucy sees Natsu and Happy going to work and she wants to go too. Her rent for next month hasn't been settled yet. Sorry. I have to go by myself at this time. Gray ran back shirtless with some minor injuries. I'm back. Welcome back. Gray, where's your dress? No time for this. Going to the next job. Gray picked up the next task order and hurried back. Elfman ran over with a task request, "Sister. I'm going to do this job." Then Sarasuke, Bisksa, Varun, Max, and a few people from the Lane Gear team also crowded over. Everyone's enthusiasm for work scared Lucy. These people drink, eat, and chat in the guild on weekdays. Nan is too lazy to do it. Is this a chicken blood today? Foreknowledge. That's right, I have the ability to predict the future. After I've confirmed this these days, I seem to be able to control this ability to some extent. That's great, Carla. Wendy was happy that Carla had great power. Sitting on a change, Lysina asked curiously, "Well, who will I marry in the future?" Lysina's dream was to become a bride, and it has not changed until now, so she is very curious about this kind of thing. I can't look that far. Look, for example, Macau is sitting there, and soon Wakaba will come over and start a conversation about the young people in the guild. Sure enough, Wakaba came to Macau a few seconds later. Humph, Macau. Cough. This year has gone by so quickly. It reminds me of the past. We did that too when we were young. We were so hot back then. At first, the two seemed to be reminiscing about their youth, but soon the topic of the two changed. Young people these days are really eye-catching, especially the little ones. Little A. I have kids and can't stare at the of young girls. What about the thighs? I really want to take a bite. I really want to be stepped on by them. Ha 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 ha. Lysina complained silently, "Ah. It really happened." Although the content of the conversation is very similar. Carla said with a bit of distress, "Even if I foresee the future, I can't change anything." Wendy said, "But it's still great, Carla." Lysina echoed, "Yes, yes, and you can't change the future, then find someone who can change the future for help." Does that mean that Carla has changed the future soon? Carla's eyes lit up. I can help someone who can change the future. If there is someone in the Fairy Tale Guild who can change the future, the first thing that pops up in her mind is Suyan, who is the power that can really change the future. Then Carla crossed her arms in distress and said, "But I still can't control it freely." On the other side, Hua. The sound of dense weapons colliding, I saw Urza fighting swordsmanship with a huge force. Both of them were masters who used weapons. They were fighting so fiercely, but both of them had expressions on their faces. Gentle smile. Just here. Urza paused, because she felt that Lily was a little weak. Kick. Lily's huge body disappeared and turned into a small black cat. The duration of maintaining the original size is very short. Lily said with some distress, and there is almost no fighting ability in this form. Urza praised, "It's already very powerful, amazing swordsmanship." "How's it going, Urza?" "This is Lily's true strength." Gajeel exclaimed triumphantly. Lily said modestly, "No, but I did see the strength that a person named Urza should have. This is the strength of this guild's S rank." Lucy looked puzzled. "I don't know why some people are busy with work, and some people are still the same as usual. It's really confusing. Tomorrow you will understand." The next day. The center stage of the Fairy Tale Guild was covered with a white curtain, so that people could not see the situation on the stage. Wow, there are so many people, it seems that everyone from the guild is here. A large number of people gathered in the guild, unless there was a major event, such as a harvest festival. The number of people in the guild was maintained at about half on weekdays. 3.5 Riley asked, "What do they say?" "Who knows?" Gajeel didn't come to the guild for a long time, and he didn't know what was going on. Wendy said happily, "They said the president was going to announce something important." Not interested. Carla looked unhappy, because she wanted to use her ability to see what happened after, but she didn't see anything, so she was naturally very unhappy. Natsu looked around back and forth. Happy persuaded, "Natsu, calm down." Gray and the others also looked confident, looking forward to something in their eyes. The mystery is finally revealed. Lucy suddenly felt a little nervous. What was going on? So many people gathered in the guild. Kana even said that she was leaving the guild. She would know soon. Chapter 178. Juvia was very excited when she saw Mr. Gray. Juvia twisted her body and stared at Gray not far away. Lucy complained, "Maybe you should just stay at home." Juvia took away all his nervousness. Suddenly, la la. La. The curtain on the center stage of the guild was drawn. Standing in the front is President Makarov. Today, President Makarov is wearing his formal attire, and the badge of the top 10 wizards is also pinned to his clothes. Behind him are all the current S-rank mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. President. We've been waiting for a long time. Let's announce it. Who will it be this year? Cough cough. Makarov deliberately coughed. This is a tradition of Fairy Tale for many years, and now, announce the list of S-class mages to advance to the trial. S-rank mages advance to the trial. Although Lucy was mentally prepared, he was still frightened by what Makarov said. 13 Burning. This year's trial site is Sirius Island, the sacred territory of our guild. Oh. What are the trials doing? Lucy asked the people around him. It's different every year, but it doesn't diminish at all. No matter what, those who pass will become S-class mages. Makarov continued, strength, heart, soul, all these years have witnessed along the way, there will be 8 players participating in this competition. Natsu Dola Niger. La 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 la. Natsu didn't shout frantically, but there was a belief in his eyes that he would definitely become an S-rank mage. Great good, Natsu. Happy shouted happily. Gray full buster. Gray smiled and said, this is the last time I've been there. This word means that if he wants to become an S-rank mage this time, he will not participate in the next S-rank promotion assessment. Juvia Loxer. Hey? Juvia is going to. Juvia was taken aback. She joined the Fairy Tale Guild not long ago, how could she get a place in the promotion assessment, but other people in the guild didn't feel that Juvia got a place? Any dissatisfaction, they all know Juvia's strength. Elfman. Becoming a man is about becoming an S-rank. Come on, brother Elfman. Lissana, the younger sister, cheered on Elfman. Kana Alberona. There was no happy expression on Kana's face after winning the spot. This was the 5th time she had participated, and she had failed the previous few times. 1 or 2 defeats may not lose confidence, but after 4 consecutive defeats, it is difficult for anyone to gain confidence again, especially this time there are many strong guys among the contestants. Of course, Kana's opponents in the previous competition were even stronger. In the 2nd year after Suyan became an S-level mage, Kana obtained the qualification for the S-level mage assessment. But there was Laxus among those who participated in the 2nd year, and Laxus became an S-class wizard without any suspense. In the 2nd competition, Urza went all the way and became the 2nd youngest person to become an S-class mage at the age of 15. It was Myra who became an S-rank magician for the 3rd time. Myra was already a competitor with Urza. In addition to the battle against Sutan, the strength was very strong. The 4th time she participated, she didn't even remember whether she participated or not. In the end, she only knew that the person who became an S-rank mage that year was Miss Doggan. Fried Justine. Fried said, a replacement for Laxus will be born. Levy McGarden. Levy was pleasantly surprised when he heard it, It's Huangbai. Lane both Sarasuk and Droy from the engine team shouted happily. Mest greed. Yes Mest. Last year it was almost a success. Many people who were selected cheered, and some were very annoyed that they had the opportunity to have strength but were not selected. Altsak shook his head angrily, well, I didn't get selected this year. Bisksa reassured, there's next year, Altsak. Lucy said suddenly, so it is, everyone has been working hard these days, so it turned out to be selected. Wow. Come on everyone. Wendy cheered for everyone. Huh? Is that why Kana wants to leave the guild? Makarov said, this time, only one of these people can pass the exam. The exam will be held in a week, and everyone will go back and adjust their status. Only one. It should be freed. Mest is right. And Natsu and Gray. The guild started to discuss who could become the new S-rank wizard. Gajil Khan is all down, why isn't I in the list? Bayada was picked. Gajil 990 used to be the strongest man in the Ghost Dominator Guild, and Juvia was only one of the 4 elements. Lily said, I have roughly heard about your situation in the guild, and it seems that you are not very trusted. No. I can't say it, but it's not like that. I heard what Urza said. Gajil angrily looked at Urza on the stage. Urza smugly crossed her arms and looked at Gajil and said, you're too early. Damn it. Makarov said, because this time a few people participated for the first time, so let's restate the rules. Myra said, out of the 8 people selected, please choose one person as your partner during the preparation time this week. Partner. This is a 2-person team battle. In this way, the bonds between partners will also be tested. Urza continued, There are two principles for choosing a partner. One is that you must choose a fairy tale member, and the other is that you cannot choose an S-class wizard as a partner. Lily said, that means we can't choose Urza and Sutan to form a team together, right? Wendy said with a smile, no way, it would be too strong to form a team with Brother Suyan. Chapter 179. The specific test content will be announced after Sirius Island. Urza will still block you this time. This time I will also be responsible for hindering everyone. Mila said with a bright smile. Miss Myra. Miss Myra is not. Many old people in the guild knew Myra's strength, which was comparable to Urza. For the newcomers to the guild, Myra was once an S-rank mage of the guild. Now she's the fairy tale guild Kanban girl. Can Miss Mila fight? Lucy said in surprise. Wow. Myra turned on full body reception. Boom. The powerful magic power radiated out, and Myra's appearance also changed. His arms and feet turned into demon claws, and behind him was a huge tail covered with scales, and his eyes became wanton and tyrannical. It's Mila. Many people in the fairy tale guild were taken aback when they saw Mila in this gesture. Mila miss. Lucy was stunned when she saw Mila, who looked like a demon. She didn't expect Mila's magic to be like this at all. Happy said, Myra was once known as a magic man, a super powerful magician whose strength is comparable to that of Urza. Deliver. This, it's too hard. An Urza is scary enough, and a Mila. Last year, when Sushien was not there, Urza was in charge of the S-level promotion assessment officer. Urza showed no mercy and pushed all the contestants out. This is also the first time since Suyan became an S-rank mage, no one has successfully advanced in the S-rank assessment. Urza also has a new title, the cold-blooded woman who will never let go of water. Gildarts said, enough whining, this is the only way for all S-rank mages. Wait, Elfman heard Gildarts say that, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Impossible. Happy can't believe it. Natsu's face full of excitement, Gildarts also joined. Gray complains Natsu, don't be so excited. President Makarov said, don't think too much, all the S-rank mages in the guild will stop you this time. The guild was quiet for a while, and then it was fried. What? Could it be that Suyan is also participating? If Suyan really wants to stop him, there is no way anyone can defeat Sutan. Now in the Fairy Tale Guild, Sutan is recognized as the strongest wizard, and Sutan's power is obvious to all. Suyan smiled and didn't speak. If he didn't even have the courage to challenge himself, naturally he wouldn't give it to him. The 8 people who have been selected will bring their partners to gather at the port of Harjan within a week, and that's all. After Makarov was all announced, he brought several S-rank mages to discuss the arrangement needed for this S-rank assessment. Many people in the guild also dispersed, and sat down with those who were familiar and close to them to discuss this S-level assessment and who would be able to advance. Several of the contestants also sat down to discuss. Gray crossed his arms and said, looks like it's going to be a tough year. Elfman also said distressedly, no. Elfman. The road to becoming an S-rank mage is getting farther and farther. Wendy also said, this seems like a lot of trouble. Lucy said in surprise, no way, it's your first time to challenge. If nothing else, Natsu and Gray are both very strong. She thought that Natsu and Gray had already challenged and failed. It is. Listener reassured, let's all do our best. I'm on fire. I will definitely become an S-rank mage. Only Natsu is still confident. Have everyone already chosen a partner? Lucy suddenly remembered that there is another very important thing, that is, a partner. As long as a strong partner is chosen, it is equivalent to 2 powerful wizards challenging together. The probability of S-rank mage will also be greatly increased. I'll definitely go with Happy, Natsu said without hesitation. Love. Elfman exclaimed, Happy? That's not fair. If this test is about racing, it can fly. What's more? Gray smiled and said, I don't mind, if you fly, you want to look good. Happy was so frightened that she sweated, don't be so bad, Gray. But he immediately said with a serious look, anyway, I will make Natsu an S-rank mage. Natsu stood up and looked at a few people and said, I know that you are all my partners, but this time I will never let any of you the S-rank mage. Can't stay here anymore. Let's hurry up and train. Love. After Natsu finished speaking, he hurried out with Happy. Listener looked at Natsu and Happy, who were leaving with their chin on their hands, and said with emotion, I have only been away for 2 years, and Natsu is already ready to take the S-Class Wizard exam. Natsu always thought that if he became an S-Class the sorcerer could see Igneel, who valued the exam more than anyone else. Come on, Natsu. Lucy said with a smile. Juvia said lonely, Juvia wants to withdraw from this exam. Ah? Why? Wendy was taken aback. How precious is the qualification for the S-rank mage assessment? Why did Jubi, no-nos, yeah want to quit the change? Juvia said shyly, because I want to be Gray's partner. Huh? Sorry, I've already decided on my partner. At this time, Loki in a handsome suit appeared beside a few people. Long time no see, everyone. Rocky. Gray said, we made an agreement last year that if I qualified for the S-rank mage, he would be my partner, and conversely, if Loki qualified, then I would be his partner. Loki looked at Lucy and said, sorry, Lucy, we have to cancel the contract during the exam. You don't have to worry about your inability to use magic. I have created a door to use my own magic, so I don't need your magic power to open the door. Lucy said with a trembling body, how casual you celestial spirit are. Chapter 180. Elfman said, but the rules say you must be a member of a guild. When Loki heard Elfman's words, he undid his clothes, revealing the coat of arms of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild behind him. I am still the Wizard of Fairy Tale, and for the dignity of the guild, I will make Gray a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. S-Class Wizard. Gray gave Loki a trusting look, I'm all relying on you. Give it to me. Lucy couldn't help but sighed when he saw his celestial spirit and Gray being so close. When did they become so close? Gray turned his attention to Juvia, so that means you have to beat me seriously. Let me have a hot fight for a while. Hot, fiery battle. Juvia imagined many unsuitable scenes between her and Gray in her mind. Seeing Juvia's unpretentious look, Carla complained, Miss, don't do this. Lysina said, I will team up with Juvia. Are you serious, Lysina? Elfman was taken aback at Lysina's words. Lysina said with a smile, of course, I was good friends with Juvia when I was in Edelas, and this Juvia is quite cute. 993 Miss Lysina. Wait. Lysina. Who's my partner? Elfman angrily tapped the table. Oh? Someone over there has been staring at you with a fiery look. Lysina pointed to the side. Elfman turned his head in the direction Lysina pointed, and saw Evergreen sitting there in front of the counter of the guild bar, with a bottle of high-end red wine in front of him, looking at Elfman expressionlessly. Evergreen. Elfman saw this, and his body couldn't help but shudder. He was defeated by Evergreen during the Harvest Festival, and is still a little scared. Looks like she's annoyed by Freed's choice of Picasso as his partner. Look, that fiery, looks like the kind of sight that turns you into stone. On the other side, Levi Jr. is celebrating with Sarasuk and Droy next to Levi, the three who formed the Lane Engine squad a long time ago. Although everyone is not top-notch, they are not weak. 3 people form a team, which can be regarded as a relatively strong team in the Fairy Tale Guild. Levi has been selected. Great. You may become an S-rank mage. Sarasuk shouted happily. Our Levi, S-Class Levi. Droy too. Suddenly, Droy's words changed, so, I'm going to be your partner opposite. Sarasuk immediately retorted, that's weird. I am. I run faster than you. My magic is better for fighting. Oh, that's your reason? You're just going after Levi. Who is the one chasing her? The two quarreled over who would be Levi's partner, and Levi wasn't too happy. At this time, a person stood behind Levi and said, if you really want to become an S-Class, then let me help you. Levi was stunned for a moment, then looked behind him in surprise. Gajeel. She has nothing to do with Gajeel, who used to be the main culprit in destroying the Fairy Tale Guild. Now the relationship with everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild has eased a little, but she has not communicated with Gajeel much, because she thinks Gajeel is too scary. I didn't expect that Gajeel would take the initiative to talk to him. Sarasuk and Droy were also confused. They thought that their competitors were just each other, but they didn't expect to kill Cheng Yajin halfway. Gajeel used to be the big ace of the Phantom Lord Guild, and his strength was undoubtedly S-rank. The two of them couldn't even find an excuse to refuse. Gage, BDDF, Lou said with a displeased expression, that guy, Juvia, actually abandoned me to find someone else to be a partner, and that guy Huolong has gone. I can't miss the promotion test for S-rank mages. Since I can't be an S-rank mage, neither the fire dragon nor the others. I'll kick all your annoying guys out during the test. Levy whispered, I'm small and there's no saving grace, I'm going to lose soon. Gajiel grabbed Levy by the sling at the back of his neck and picked up Levy. What's the use of saying such depressing words before you start? Yeah. Let go. Let go of me. Gajiel said with a serious expression, I will make you very good. Hearing Gajiel's words and serious expression, Levy couldn't help but give up struggling. And Salusuk and Droy all knelt down, and Lili folded his arms and his face showed the smile of his old father watching this scene. Gajiel has grown a lot, at least he will take the initiative to chat with people. At night, snowflakes fell in Magnolia Town, dyeing the entire city and streets white. Wendy hugged Carla and walked towards the guild dormitory. What's the matter, Carla? You've been quiet since morning. Probably 1 point. I just have an ominous hunch about this exam. You absolutely can't participate in it, promise me. Don't worry, well, no one will ask me to be their partner. Suddenly, a voice said, Hello, Wendy. Wendy turned her head and saw someone she couldn't name, who seemed to be one of the contestants. She remembered. Ah, well, you are. I am Mest, once a disciple of Miss Doggin. Natsu and Happy's cabin. Natsu. Dinner is ready. Happy shouted to Natsu as he ran out of the hut. Natsu didn't answer. Happy asked, What's wrong, Natsu? Natsu looked up at the sky and said, This opportunity has finally come, I will definitely become an S-rank mage. Lucy walked towards his house. Wow. It's snowing. It's snowing in Magnolia too. Pfft. When he got to his house, Lucy felt as if there was something in the alley, and when he looked to the side, he saw Kana in the alley with a bunch of wine bottles beside him. Where do you think you're fainting? In the guild dormitory, Sotan looked at the snowflakes floating outside and said to himself, This day is finally here. Chapter 181. System, open my properties panel. Ah. A transparent panel that only Suyan could see appeared in front of him. Super salted fish template system. Host, Suyan. Knowledge and domineering, 200, elementary. Armed domineering, 600, intermediate. Overlord color domineering, 4400, top level. Devil fruit, Yuya fruit demon's green dragon form. Blue dragon form, activated. Unlocking the next form to activate requires your own attributes to reach 8000 points. Special constitution, 52%. Remaining attribute points, 63. Looking at the attribute panel in front of her, Suning wasn't sure whether she could defeat the black dragon Aknora. But what is certain is that his current strength is completely above Kaido. Even Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world in One Piece, should not be his opponent. He knew that after he came to the fairy tale world, the first thing that came to his mind was nothing but the black dragon that could destroy the world. I didn't expect to return to Sirius Island again. Is this the arrangement of fate? He has just crossed over to this world, and his location is Sirius Island. Sirius Island is still the holy land of the Fairy Tale Guild. Now that he is going to return to Sirius Island again, it is very likely that he will face the black dragon Aknora this time. It's not that Suyan didn't think about stopping this exam. With his current status in the Fairy Tale Guild, if he stopped this exam, he could almost certainly stop it. But he doesn't want to stop it now, not because the plot is not a plot, he has not considered those plots since he appeared here. He just wanted to fight against Akronerla, he wanted to know who was better than the opponent now. If he is better than himself, then everything will be fine, he can protect Fairy Tale, and look for opportunities to get rid of Akurolia in the future. If he is weak, then he must understand where he is, so that he can correct and add points in a more suitable direction. A life without a beginning and an end is in the midst of worrying about the balance of strength between yourself and your opponent. To let him know whether he should continue to run around the world as before, or whether he should eat and die in the guild. Of course, Suyan didn't really want to be tough with his opponent if he didn't care, but he still had some confidence. Sotan glanced at the huge mace standing in the corner. It seemed that he hadn't used this weapon for a long time. On the one hand, he was too lazy to carry this large object on his back, and on the other hand, no one was worthy of him to use his weapon again. This time, he seemed to pick up his weapon again to deal with the next opponent. A week passed in a blink of an eye. All the contestants also came to the port of Harjan as scheduled, and took a boat to the location of this S-level promotion assessment, the Holy Land of the Fairy Tale Guild, Sirius Island. So hot. It's obviously winter. Why is it so hot? I'm about to melt and be eaten by happy like ice cream. Lucy was lying on a chair on the deck in a cool swimsuit. It's just that this cool dress did not bring Lucy a cool feeling. The temperature around the sea surface rose to about 45 degrees, and the whole person seemed to be in a steamer. People become weak and sweat constantly seeps from the pores of the body. It's going to be unpalatable. Happy was also lying on the table next to him, looking exactly like Lucy. Seeing Lucy like this, Wendy said helplessly, "Little Lou, cheer up." Kana fanned and said, "The climate is like this all year round because of the convection around here." Lysina looked at Juvia, who was wearing thick winter clothes, and asked, "Isn't Jubby hot, dressed like that?" Juvia stared in one direction and said, "It won't be hot, but if I have to say it, Mr. Gray's nakedness makes people so hot. It's so hot." Although Gray usually takes off his clothes in the guild, he still keeps a pair of underwear. This time he has completely stripped off, and he doesn't care about other people on board. Of course, as wizards in the guild, the girls seem to be a little used to Gray not wearing clothes. Ask for flowers. Gray is a nice magician. He learned the resistance to cold from his master Ulu since he was a child, and he also has a bad habit of taking off his clothes. A nice magician can actually cool him when he is hot. But now it's the S-level magician's assessment period. If he cools down, he will consume magic power, and the others are still drenched. This kind of thing to fund the enemy should be done less. Okay, that's disgusting. Natsu walked across the boat tremblingly. Loki was startled when he saw Natsu walking towards him and said, "Natsu, don't come here. Wendy didn't use Troy for me. There's no way, she's Mest's partner." Evergreen said, "Really, it's about to become an enemy, and it's still so close. It's hot." Elfman whimpered too. "What?" At this moment, Lucy suddenly saw an island ahead. "I can see it. Cough cough. Reached. That's Sirius Island. What a great shape. There is another island on the island." Everyone gathered to the side of the boat and looked towards the Sirius Island ahead, and there was a very strange and huge island in the middle of the island, with a huge tree growing in the center. The big tree looks like a cauliflower, forming another island above, and it seems to be only a circle smaller than the island below. Suddenly, President Makarov's voice rang out and said, "Once upon a time on that island, it was said that fairies lived." President. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw President Makarov standing under the mast wearing a beach suit with the Fairy Tale Guild's crest. At the same time, it is also the resting place of Mavis Vermilion, the first president of Fairy Tale. "What are those clothes?" Gray pointed to the president's clothes and complained. "Because it's too hot." Lucy complained silently, a naked person complaining about clothes. "The content of the first stage of the exam is now open," Makarov said. Chapter 182. Seeing the smoke that has risen from the shore of the island, we must go there first. There are 8 roads there, and each road can only pass through one group. The route is like this. Only those who break through here are qualified for the first stage. A spell panel map appeared beside Makarov, with a total of 8 entrances, and the portraits of the 4 S-rank mages Sutan, Myra, Urza, and Gildarts were marked on the passages. It means that there are 2 fighting lines in the fierce fight. Suyan and Urza shall have a fierce fight. That means Makarov didn't give a shit either. The way to fight is written, that is, 2 out of 8 groups meet and win one group. Fighting is the most difficult level to defeat the active S-rank mages. The first stage of the test is 993 Force and Luck. Luck. Isn't it lucky not to meet Sutan? Lucy said optimistically, "It may not work with luck." Kana is not as optimistic as Lucy. "No matter how lucky you are, you have to fight others, and each group looks strong." Evergreen, is there theoretically a maximum of 6 groups that can qualify? Elfman immediately denied, "No, it's impossible. The path of Sutan and Gildarts is absolutely unbreakable. That's not any gap that can be bridged." Levy said dejectedly, "In the worst case, there are only 2 groups. She has no confidence that she can be the lucky one in this quarter." Interesting. Gajeel put his elbows on Levy's head, and the more intense the game, the more excited he became. Of course, if he could, he wouldn't want to run into Susyen, which is no longer a creature that humans can deal with. At this time, Makarov shouted, "It looks like you all understand, then, get ready. The exam begins." Huh. Gray looked confused. Loki also looked similar. "Here, it's still at sea." President Makarov did not speak, but this tooth showed a smile. Natsu, who reacted immediately, jumped up. "That's right, Happy dash dash." Happy also immediately understood, grabbed Natsu and flew to the sky. "Choose a path first." "Love." "Wow, so cunning." Natsu UBD. Others also reacted to what the old man meant. "Ugh." Natsu and Happy bump into an invisible wall. "Hey. What? A formula!" Kana exclaimed. "I saw the familiar spell barrier appeared on the boat and blocked everyone. When it comes to spells, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild will think of one person, and that is the Freed of Thor." Looking up, sure enough, Freed and Bicolo left the boat and flew towards the island. Freed said, "Don't worry, it will be unwrapped in 5 minutes." "Wouldn't it be better to keep it locked all the time?" said Piccolo. "Then it's not an exam." Freed. UBD. "Hey. Father. Is this okay?" Makarov said indifferently, "It's not a race." Lysina pushed stupidly, "If you let that guy go to the island first, it will be all spells. Freed's spells are very strong. The more powerful the spells, the more time it takes to write them. If Freed is given enough time to prepare for the battle, there are not many people in the Fairy Tale Guild who are Freed's opponents." "Wow. Damn it." Just one step away, Natsu pounded the barrier violently. "Is there no one who can unlock the enchantment?" "Well, it can be rewritten. I saw that Levi was rewriting Freed's spell." "Levi?" Many people looked at Levi, feeling like they saw a savior. "But it's just me and Gajeel." Levi and Gajeel jump off the boat and swim towards the island. "What? We?" Lucy can't believe his best friend betrayed him like this. "Levi. I'm sorry, Xiaolu. Goodbye everyone, go first." That BD. Then, Evergreen also completed the rewrite. "Hey, I have known Freed for a long time, and of course, the spells of the degree of reversal will also be rewritten." Evergreen. "Let's go, Elfman." Cough 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 cough, man. Elfman and Evergreen set off immediately. "Damn it. How long?" 4 minutes left. 5 minutes later. Kick. The spells surrounding the ship dissipated at once. Unlocked. "Let's go, Lucy." Kana shouted to Lucy, facing so many powerful enemies, although she still didn't have any confidence, but she's here, she has to do her best to win, otherwise she'll be sorry for Lucy who came to help. Gray is about to rush out naked. "Loco. You at least wear underwear." Happy dash dash. Love. This time, without the barrier of the magic barrier, Happy flew to Sirius Island with Natsu in the lead. Gray, with his pants on, poses with modeling magic with his hands. Ice make floor. An ice road was frozen on the sea, and Gray and Loki slid toward the island like ice skates. Can Miss Lysina keep up? Of course. Juvia itself is a water magician. Needless to say, in the sea, Lysina is an animal and turns into a fish to move forward quickly. 3.5 Sea water and fish? Kana said in surprise. Lucy urged, "I said Kana. We're the latest." And Mest and Wendy? Where? Disappeared. When? The boat is now empty, only the chairman Makarov is left, and the other contestants have long disappeared. If you don't hurry, you won't have a choice. At this time, on the shore of the island, in addition to the few who ran away before, Natsu who flew over came to the island first. As soon as they arrived on the island, Natsu and Happy immediately felt the difference. Happy said, "This island, you can feel that there is still a strong magic in the earth. Ah, let's go dash." Chapter 183. Natsu quickly rushed to the front channel mouth. This has been voted out of 4. ABFH4 channel ports have been closed, certainly before the surgical Freed untied, Levy also Elfman 3 teams. Which to choose, Natsu? E. Urza it will certainly be in the E. Natsu shouted, pointing E channel. Why choose Urza Happy shocked, Urza but super strength, Natsu Urza had previously been hit too many times. Of course, because I want to defeat her Wait for it. Urza. Natsu shouted toward the E channel ran inside. Whoops. She has found it inside. Lucy and Kana arrived here, 7 channels have been closed, leaving only a C channel. X has 7, we really are the last group, even divination too late. Kana will divination magic, combat is inevitable, but at least she can choose the channel at -13 divination, which channel their probability of winning a little more. Lucy optimistic and said, never mind, the saying goes. Finally a lucky thing, luck. I only show for it, absolutely have to become S-class late, Kana. Hey, thank you Lucy. 2 people walked into the C channel together. To brighter than imagined it. Obviously out of the sunlight is not irradiated channel which, but here that is not dark. Kana explains, Emmanuel is a worm, summer will be, the body will be light matter, but there are so many insects Emmanuel, perhaps the magic of relatively large reason. Suddenly, a voice in front of Spicy Sichuan. Yeah. That voice is. Who? This is. It says a bucket word banner appeared not far in front. Fight. Baiko Winslow said, Kaka Kana and Lucy, your luck is really bad it. Freed, our opponent is you. Winslow can see Freed and complete 2 people, Lucy and Kana are a bit dumbfounded. Choose to fight word channel, considered good luck, after all, to avoid the 4S class mage, but the opponent is Raytheon Congregation Freed and Baiko Winslow, this situation is a bit ambiguous. 2 people are recognized as the Fairy Tale Guild powerful mage, perhaps second only to the S-class even if it is true mage, in the face of the siege of the 2 of them may not necessarily be the winner. And Thor Congregation. Fighting? Baiko Winslow pointing to a nearby exit is blocked, he said. As if a group can only win it by their. Freed, I'm sorry, you stop here, Kana, people can inherit Laxus, I was the only. Kana body from trembling, but still pointed to the courage Freed said, I have just. Must be a reason. S-class will be a showdown of it. Then I would hands. Kill them, baby. Baiko Winslow Kana and Lucy against a finger, around 5 dolls to fly toward Lucy and Kana. On it. Sagittarius the door. Sagittarius. While they were talking, Lucy has opened one of the zodiac. Click. A man dressed in men doll clothes appear. During this time, she also learned how to fight, the hands-on time did not hesitate. Sagittarius, shoot those things down. Learn. Texas Daily UST immediately raised his hands of the bow and arrow, continuous shot 5 arrows, will be complete. Winslow gave the doll to hit through 5. Yeah. I have the baby. Kana surprise after seeing shouted, great death of icicles. Kana took out a card, Winslow toward completion can throw past, the intention to get rid of a laser light appeared, the Kana card to shoot down. What? Lucy and Kana surprised, it was seen throughout the arrows to 5 dolls can actually fly. Baiko Winslow triumphantly said, oh, forgot to tell you, my control is not magic doll itself, but to the soul. Damn it. Bay in the sun. Kana shot a card can be issued flame attack. Taste. Boom. A laser light turn Kana card to shoot down. Baiko Winslow said. Guild veterans only this strength, it is just this level, you still give up to become S-class mage it. Kana in the current Fairy Tale Guild, which can indeed be regarded veteran level, in addition to Guild Arts and Macau as well as WA Kaba, only 18 years old at the Fairy Tale Guild. Kana is the longest people. Do not underestimate me. Morpholine dash. Maybe a by arrows fired Winslow, complete control of a doll can be immediately blocked by Winslow. Lucy. I also call mage class, your magic, although very strong, but your own is not strong. Really? Then you try it. Porphyrin. By Marcos 993-year-old doll mouth of the laser light toward Lucy and Kana shot in the past. Open it. Gemini's Gate, Gemini. The rapid emergence of 2 villains in Baiko Winslow side. Boom. A complete and can Winslow exactly the same people there. What? Phyllis and Baiko Winslow there. Kana are surprised. Baiko Winslow too. Kana little dumbfounded. Who are you? Who are you? Freed asked, who are you? 2 can complete Winslow. He is false, I can complete Winslow. Baiko to Winslow. Freed said. Winslow also another Baiko once said, he is a fake, I can Winslow is complete. UBD. I dare pretend. Baby kill him. Said Baiko Winslow angry. Then immediately control the doll to attack each other, but then he found the doll even less by their own control, and if there is another person in their own fight for control of the same. Boom. Another Bishop Winslow's face in a boxing can complete the Winslow. Woo-ah. Biko Winslow Tonghua soon be knocked to the ground. That's my baby, how could attack me? You fake. Chapter 184. Is it you? Fried's complexion changed, and the sword in his hand swiped on Piccolo. Pain. Wow ah ah ah. Piccolo screamed in pain. Fried's dark text magic was very strong. As long as writing text with special effects on the enemy's body, it would bring corresponding effects. Biker Sro shouted, "Good job, Fried. Now they'll leave it to me." Suddenly, whoosh hoot. The doll flying in midair shot a line of laser beams at Fried. What? Both Fried and Kana were taken aback. Boom boom boom. Whoa ah. Fried screamed in pain. Kana don't stand stupidly. It was only then that Kana reacted, Fountain of Prayer. Kana shoots a card. Don't think that with this little trick you can. Fried stabbed at the card. Whoa, whoa. The card sent out a large amount of water column, hitting lid. Ugh. Fried and Pikeslow screamed, and soon after the magic ended, Pikeslow and Fried both fell to the ground motionless. Fried and Bixlow are both down. Have we succeeded? At this time, the door leading to the next level opened. Look. That channel is open. That means success. Passed the first stage exam. Lucy Kana took a photo with Happy. Lucy, how did you do that? What a celestial spirit, to be exactly like Bixlow. It was obtained from Oration Cease Angel, Gemini of Gemini, who can transform into a person with similar magic power to the user, and obtain the magic in memory of the other party. You can store up to 2 transformations. For this S-rank competition, I am not wrong these days. I initially wanted Gemini to transform into Urza or Miss Lila. But the magic power of the 2 of them is too high, so I want to be the next best thing. I want to transform into Natsu and Gray. Natsu's magic power is a little high, but I can barely remember it, but I suddenly remembered when we just encountered Oration Cease, it turned Gemini into a Bixlow, and it looked pretty good. Kana was a little stunned. Lucy, don't tell me, you're actually very strong. In Kana's eyes, Lucy has always been responsible for complaining. Although this victory is a bit despicable, there is no doubt that Lucy's strength is there, and there are few guilds that can defeat Fried and Bixlow. Humph. Of course. I'm strong. Lucy swelled up at Kana's words. I really found the best partner. Let's go, Lucy. Okay. The 2 hurried to the next level, and the back disappeared. Bixlow sat up immediately. Is this really okay? Fried. If it was the others, I would definitely do my best, but I owed the 2 of them during the Harvest Festival, and I have already decided that if I meet the 2 of them here, I will let them win. Fried said with a smile. With his character, even if he really can't tell who Bixlow is, he won't take the risk of attacking one of them. All of this is an acting skill made by moving the boat along the way. After all, Bixlow, his teammate for so long, naturally also sees Fried's idea. What? It clearly said that he would inherit Laxus or something, and he was aggressive. Yeah. So we have to inherit the debt owed by Laxus, and Laxus will definitely come back. But then again, Miss Cosplay is really amazing. She looks so inconspicuous, and even I can copy it. Bixlow has heard what Lucy said just now. Her celestial spirit can be transformed into a person with similar magic power. Being able to transform into himself means that Lucy's magic power is close to himself. Yeah. She can still get stronger. Speaking of which, they were lucky to meet us. E-channel. Urza. Come out soon. Let's decide the winner. Natsu shouted while walking in the passage. Happy said, I don't know if this is the passage where Urza is. Natsu insisted, no. I did enter Urza's E-channel. Defeat Urza in front of me, and I will become an S-class wizard. Natsu. The tunnel is open. Cough. Where is someone? Natsu and Happy looked at the figure in front of them, all stunned. With long black hair, fair skin, and handsome faces, they are too familiar to people. Suyan. Natsu was so frightened that his hair exploded. Oh? Never thought it was you who came here, Natsu. It's over. Happy burst into tears. He had confidently said before that he would help Natsu compete for an S-rank mage, but he never expected to meet the ultimate boss in the first level. During this time, Happy and Sutan have also experienced a lot of things together. The more they understand Suyu, the more desperate they naturally become. You are lucky, Haven't you always wanted to challenge me? This is your chance. Natsu's body trembled, then raised his head and looked at Suyan. I'm already burning. D channel. As soon as Lisina and Juvia entered the tunnel, they met their opponent, Urza, and then they were easily suppressed by Urza. So strong. Is she so strong? Juvia looked at Urza in shock. Juvia was one of the 4 elements in the Phantom Lord Guild. The 4 elements are equivalent to the Fairy Tail Guild's S rank, Nyonyo Zhao, mages, and they can't compare with monsters like Suyan, but she doesn't think she will be weaker than the S rank mages Urza, who is also a woman. But only after she had really played against each other today did she feel that Urza was different from the opponents she had played against. Many of her fighting skills with her versatility were ineffective against the more sophisticated Urza. Lisina said, the Sea King's armor completely defends against Juvia's water attribute attacks. At this time, Urza is wearing the armor of the Sea King, the body is a mermaid, the ears will also become fins, and the appearance is green ice armor with fins. Holding a light green ice sword, this armor can greatly improve the resistance of water. Coupled with Urza's own magic, almost all of the armor's maximum capabilities were dug out. Many water magic attacks are ineffective against Urza wearing this armor, and even Juvia, who is proficient in water magic, is completely ineffective. Chapter 185. What's the matter, Juvia? At this level, it is impossible to become an S-rank mage. Hearing Urza's words, Juvia's expression became serious. Juvia is going to defeat you. Allah. Juvia's body turned into a stream of water and rushed towards Urza. Urza evaded quickly, and then slashed at Juvia with a sword. Juvia's body turned into a water element, and even if it was cut off, the ice was not injured. The water flow chops up. Juvia fired the water jet at Urza. You are too careless, Urza. Lisina's arms turned into bird wings, attacking Urza's flaws from above. Urza shoved his sword towards the ground behind him with both hands, a little under his feet, avoiding Juvia's water blade attack, and kicked Lisina at the same time. Ya! Lisina cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Urza's eyes turned to Juvia, who happened to materialize. What? Boom boom boom. The sword chi slashed at Juvia. Ugh. A channel. Elfman and Evergreen are here, it's spacious. The ice isn't like Natsu and Lucy at all fanning or in the underground palace, but 997 days of seaside exposure. How come? Meet this guy. Even if it's my younger brother, I won't be merciful, Elfman. Mila said with a smile in the form of Satan. Ah. Hey 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 hey. Day channel. Gray, how do we do this? Loki asked Gray with a trembling voice. Although Gray is very cold resistant as an ice magician, he couldn't help shivering at the moment. What else can I do? Of course, I will definitely become an S-rank magician. Gildarts smiled and said, courage is commendable, but unlike Suyan, I'm not good at showing mercy. E-channel. Going, Suyan. Natsu stepped forward and charged towards Sutan. Woo la 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 la. Natsu's fist was wrapped in flaming flames, and he punched Sutan's face. Happy shouted anxiously, it's not okay to rush up. It doesn't make any sense to be rash. Suran can see all my attacks, BDDF. It's better to go straight. Natsu and Suyan are one of the people who know Suyan's strength naturally, but they only know when they understand how terrifying Suyan is. Sutan smiled when he saw Natsu rushing over, and then raised his palm, the armed color domineering wrapped around his palm, and the palm of his hand slightly glowed with red light. Boom. Natsu's fist hit Sutan's palm, and the attack was firmly blocked by Sutan. Not bad. The strength has been greatly improved. It seems that we haven't fought for a long time. When was the last fight? A year 6 months and 28 days. Before Suyan could counter-attack, Natsu quickly jumped up again, with violent flames burning on his body, and kicked down towards Sutan. Suyan raised his arm to resist. Boom. The ground beneath Suyan's feet burst open, showing the power of Natsu's blow. Natsu is familiar with Suyan. He knows that Sutan has a terrifying defensive power and an even more terrifying attack power. In fact, he knows a little more than others, that is, Suyan has a terrifying stamina and resilience. Fighting with Susai must not be sloppy. Sutan has super terrifying stamina and resilience. The greater the magic power output by the sorcerer, the stronger the attack power and the faster the consumption. However, Sutan seemed to be more than exhausted no matter how he fought. He used a lot of big moves in a row, but he didn't seem to be consumed, and he recovered quickly. If the battle drags on, it must be Suyan who wins, so fighting Sutan must maximize his strength and defeat him in the shortest time possible. Has it been that long? What? Natsu's arms were burning with flames, constantly attacking Suyan. Suyan also blocked them all head-on. With Sutan's monster-like physique, combined with the domineering entanglement of his armed color, Natsu's flames couldn't hurt Suyan. Sutan's domineering arrogance quickly hit Natsu. Ugh! Natsu screamed and was knocked into the air, but landed quickly on the ground. Fire Dragon's Roar! In Natsu's mouth, Suyan sent a violent firestorm. Suyan's palm is wrapped in a domineering look and slashes at the flames. Boom! The flame was cut in half by Sutan's palm, and separated toward both sides of the body. Boom! Suyan's tyrannical arrogance cut a huge gap in the wall. Natsu had already jumped into the sky at this time, dodging Suyan's slash. The flames of both hands merged together to form a huge fireball. Fire Dragons! Flaming! Natsu held up the big fireball and smashed it towards Sutan's position. Suyan raised his palm and slapped the big fireball, and a huge overlord-colored and domineering palm appeared. Boom! The domineering hall collided with the big fireball, piercing the stone walls of the ceiling above. The dust from the explosion blocked Suyan's vision. Natsu took this opportunity to come to Suyan, wrapping his arms and hands with flames, forming a flaming knife. Dragon slaying profound truth, Red Lotus blazing blade. Natsu's body spun rapidly, and the blade of flame in his hand kept slashing on Sutan's body. Boom! A devastating explosion appeared. After a while, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and Sutan was standing not far from the center of the explosion, with no injuries on his body except for a little torn clothes. Happy was very shocked when he saw it. How could it be? Natsu has already used all his strength just now. Even so, is there no effect at all? No. Look carefully, Happy -- I let that Suyan move. Ha 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 ha, this is a big step. Happy only then did he realize that Sutan had not moved at all from the beginning of the battle. Not only that, but Suyan's attack was actually very limited, which means that when Sutan was merciful, Sutan was not hurt either. Natsu wasn't injured either, but... Ha! Ha! Natsu gasped, gasping for breath. The magic power had apparently come to an end. Chapter 186. Looking at Sutan again, it seems that there is still no consumption. Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot in the past year and a half. It seems that your cultivation has not slackened in the past year and a half. As an examiner, you should be qualified for this. Natsu immediately shouted excitedly, stop joking. How can you be considered an S-rank mage if you don't defeat you? Knock me down. Actually, I like Natsu so brave and fearless, but excessive fearlessness is ignorance. Suyan's body exuded a terrifying domineering look, the ground under his feet was all torn apart, the entire Sirius Island was shaking slightly, and the waves spread out from the center of Sirius Island. The invisible tyrannical arrogance swept the entire Sirius Island, and many creatures turned white and fainted, and many creatures revealed fear in their eyes. This feeling, there is nothing wrong, is that the little monster from 7 years ago has returned. Did Susu make a move? What a terrifying aura. Is this Suyan's domineering arrogance? In the depths of the forest, a man with black hair and black clothes opened his eyes. What kind of power is this? Natsu watched as the tyrannical arrogance was surging towards him. Yahaha! The terrifying momentum kept hitting his nerves, his body couldn't help trembling, and his face showed fearful eyes. He and Sutan have known each other for 7 years, and they have fought many times. Almost all of them are Natsu coming to Suyan to decide the outcome. But he never really fought Sutan, or Suyan never really fought Natsu seriously. Is that what it feels like to be hostile to Sutan? Fourth. Natsu shouted loudly, as if to strengthen his courage, he clenched his fist and charged towards Suyan. But when he rushed in front of Sutan, Natsu didn't dare to move on, his body stopped, and he couldn't stop shaking. Wow! Natsu fell to his knees on the ground. I lost. The domineering look of Suyan dissipated. Very good, don't be ashamed of the fear that arises in your heart. This means that you have seen your own strength. Only by seeing your own strength can you become stronger. This is a necessary condition for becoming an S rank. People are not born to be the strongest, and they will encounter many people or enemies who are stronger than themselves in their lives. In such a situation, don't rush to the challenge without thinking about anything. It is not brave, but stupid. The best way is to practice hard to become stronger, and then challenge when you have a certain amount of confidence. For example, Laxus, even if his character is so irritable, he will challenge me again after 6 years. Well, it's still not mine. That's the opponent. With the heart as if walking on thin ice, act bravely and diligently. That's the mentality a person who keeps getting stronger should have. If you understand this, you're already qualified. Natsu looked shocked and his voice trembled. But he lost so ugly, how can this be considered qualified? I said that if you pass, you are qualified. Do you really want to beat me? It's fine to talk about your strength. If you're welcome, don't say it's your group, it's all you contestants combined. It won't take long to deal with you. Wow, it's said. Happy knew that what Suyan said was true at all, not to mention Natsu himself. Maybe the entire fairy tale guild combined could not be Suyan's opponent. Suyan alone will be bloodbathed by the Phantom Lord Guild, which is as famous as fairy tale, and he doesn't even seem to waste any strength. Don't hesitate, the exam is not over yet, this is just the first level, there are other levels, and even if you become an S rank, it doesn't mean anything. S rank mages are not the end, but a starting point. S rank mission, SS rank mission, 10-year mission, 100-year mission. Just being blocked from the door, unable to see the wider world, there is no way to make rapid progress. Go ahead and practice hard. Maybe you can challenge me again in 6 years, but I should become stronger by then, so try not to be too far behind me. Go and become S rank. Listening to Sutan's words, Natsu's tears couldn't stop flowing. Outside Sirius Island. 4 flowers. That's Sirius Island. Carla pointed to Sirius Island ahead with a map. Is it really good for us to follow? Lily asked. It's okay, just come and have a look. Are you worried about Wendy? Carla got angry when she heard this. I'm obviously against that kid. Lily heard a helpless smile on his face. A week ago, a guy from Mest who claimed to be a disciple of Mistogan asked Wendy to be his partner. She had a bad premonition before, so she firmly opposed Wendy's participation. But Wendy said that Suyan, the guild leader, and other guild elites were all there, and there would be no danger, so he ignored Emolulu's words and chose to help Mest, and then Emolulu didn't speak to Wendy for a week. Bad feeling? You mean that guy Mest? No, I'm not interested in what kind of person Mest is. I said before that I have the ability to predict. On the day when the promotion test was announced, intermittent images appeared in my mind, all of which were not very good. Really? I'm really interested in that Mest. Deliver. Prince's disciple, I always feel that something is wrong. D-channel. Puff lala. Mr. Mest. Goo, are those two people so strong? Of course. Mr. Gajeel was once the big trump card of the Phantom Lord Guild. But in order to be able to inherit Master, I will not lose. Come on. Gajeel, Levy. Huh. Mest stood up and found that there was nothing in front of him, and there were no figures of Gajeel and Levy at all. Wendy's body trembled. Well, we seem to have lost. I do not know how. Gajeel and Levy moved forward when Mr. Mest fainted. Ha, can't it be this year too? It's because I'm useless. I want to do my best. Wendy covered her face and sobbed. No, it's okay, compared to that, you're not hurt, are you? Wendy nodded with a face. And Chapter 187. Great. First off through. Said the blue. Happy than she had on the exam are not any confidence, that first hurdle will be eliminated. Did not expect to encounter Mest and Wendy, under Gajeel shot easily beat the other. What good is good? That guy called Mest is so weak it? This guy can really lose is elected. Does we Levy said, I am also very weak, not have been elected, but then again, I did not expect Mest's strength will be so weak, it used to be stronger, a little cough cannot remember. I do not know, but this aircraft played really bad mood. Levy dissatisfaction, said, fight, a fight you know, that did not consider my feelings. At this time, 2 people came out from the outlet, and then you see there are already several people, 997. Congratulations, the first phase of a breakthrough, would also thinking about not met Levy. How about you, but fortunately did not meet, congratulate you, Levy. Lucy smiled calmly on Levy said. Little Lucy? You have qualified yet. Congratulations Levy very surprised, but every other team a good phase she did not think Lucy and Kana break even the first hurdle. Fire Dragon. You guys have qualified yet. Next provocation Gajeel rushed in front of Natsu, but soon found himself usse on weekdays fried Natsu not even a reaction at all. This is how the guy. Gray said, I do not know, came on the way. At this time, it is almost time President Makarov hands behind came up and said. Next, it goes to a full. Kana and Lucy, in a bucket of channels defeated Fried and Bixlow, qualified. Lucy face a triumphant expression. What? Levy surprised. Fried and Bixlow but recognized the strength to shoot at a group of 3, Lucy and Kana to actually be defeated, how is this possible? Natsu and Happy, by Suyan difficulties, qualified. Although I did not do anything. Happy said a show of hands. Lie. Gajeel shocked, he did not know how to Fried and Bixlow strength, but Suyan is he now knows the most powerful mage, the Flames cannot believe he beat the Soviet Union charcoal. Levy and Gajeel in the bucket, the line beat Mest and Wendy, by. Hey. Although he knows himself through, I heard the president say that Levy still very happy. Gray and through the Rocky Guild Arts levels, qualified. Real or fake? Gray said, it is no surprise that we do not have any way to get the uncle, the S-class is the S-class, Zoo Shakespeare voted yet. Makarov hear Gray's words, the collapse of the exposed face expression. Whoops revealing what that look, father. Zoo Shakespeare and Lissana met that guy, that will not be waterproof female knight. Gray knew immediately who met Zoo Shakespeare and Lissana, and he was a boy growing up and it was Urza then Lucy said, that leaves Elfman and Evergreen it. Kana, think with elimination, the remaining channels are. 2 people could not help but hit a cold war. So poor. Levy said if I say definitely win. Gajeel want to challenge the S-level mage, as long as the defeated, he had blown the capital. Suddenly, Elfman's voice sounded, wait a minute. Everyone looked toward the direction of the sound, see the Evergreen exchange leaning scarred Elfman came, 2 people who have a lot of injuries. We have overthrown it sister. The first phase break. What? President Makarov was surprised a little, but he still looked Myra Jane and Elfman grew up in Evergreen, according to his understanding of the 2 people together is definitely not Myra opponent. Happy Curious asked, down with that in the end is how Myra. That cannot be said. As a man. I can only tell you that caught the slightest gap. Everyone is aware 80% of what use the despicable means. Makarov cleared his throat and said, Keek, in short, is to break through the first stage of the 5-team group, from now on the second stage of examination. Happy Natsu came around and said, Natsu, you want to lose what time Natsu sitting on a rock hands on his forehead and said, no, I'm thinking about things. Happy was taken aback, Natsu considering things. In Happy in the eyes, Natsu always go directly mang fight, beat after beat played again, when mental and physical things considered. Lucy Tuko said, you look down on him in the end is how Natsu's mind which also echoed the words of Suyan, only to become S-class to look further, the S-class is not the end, but a starting point, to be the S-class bar. What? Natsu suddenly stood up and restored to its former appearance shouted, Gray. Kana. Levy. Elfman. Plug the S-class mage qualifications to determine the winner of it. Gray heard Natsu then smiled and said, only you and I can never lose. Me, too. Dong ratio seems to be determined to fight a good fight S-class mage. As a man, I took on this challenge. I'm coming to light. Love 3.5. Lucy, I will absolutely be the S-class Kana. Levy, even if the opponent is Lucy and I would not waterproof. Gajeel, he garbage were barking at what Elfman, as a man Evergreen, Elfman cheer woo. It's 2 people die of it. Makarov, president of watching these re-cheer kid who face a smile, and then announced the beginning of the second phase of the examination. The second phase of test content is very simple, to find Mavis's Grave Fairy Tale Guild president of the first generation, limit 6 hours to find as long as within the specified time, the second hurdle to pass. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you there. Chapter 188. What is this dash? Lucy hurry up. Lucy and Kana were fleeing in the island forest at this time, and a huge lizard-like monster was chasing them. K-k-k-k. Many trees and ground were smashed by the monsters behind. Dante! Lucy cried while running. The others are in the same situation. Gajeel and Levy are hiding behind a big rock, and on the other side is a super huge monster. What's going on with this island? Gajeel was sweating coldly. How could there be so many monsters? This is the third monster he and Levy have encountered. To get bigger, just run away. Am I going to die? Levy has begun to doubt life. In another place, Gray and Loki are also fleeing, followed by a group of huge monsters. For me, who has become an S-class, this kind of thing is not a piece of shit. 13. You really can be brave. The group of Evergreen and Elfman are also being chased by huge monsters that look like pigs. Go here, Evergreen. Long-winded, stop ordering me. Happy and Natsu's side is relatively good for you. During the exam, stand aside for me dash. Natsu's fist burst into flames, knocking out a huge monster with one punch with the sword. Happy smiled calmly and said, it's really bad luck to appear in front of Natsu. Boom. The monster fell to the ground. Huh. Natsu breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off his face with a towel, obviously not so easy to deal with such a huge monster. Happy came to Natsu and said, as expected of Natsu, let's move on. No, wait for Happy. After speaking, Natsu rushed in front of the monster's head, tore the monster's face and asked fiercely, where is the graveyard of the first-generation president? Say it. Wow. We're talking. Have no idea. That's it. Happy was taken aback, speaking. But there is no clue like this, and it says that the cemetery is to be found. The second stage was surprisingly difficult. Suddenly, Natsu noticed the giant tree overhead. Speaking of which, this island is shaped like this. That's right. That top is suspicious. That's right. Okay. Sure enough, teaming up with Happy was the right thing to do and go to the top. Love. Sirius Island Simple Base. This is a simple base temporarily built by everyone, because the S-level assessment may not be completed today, they are likely to spend the night again tonight, and naturally they must have a place to rest. Most of the materials are carried by Urza, and Urza's space magic can carry many things. What? Elfman and Evergreen are getting married. Urza, who was cooking, was taken aback. Yeah. I was also shocked when I heard the news. The two of them gave me the last blow after I was shaken. Mila said with a smile, rubbing the red and swollen part of her face. Urza immediately became serious when he heard this. Wait. When is the ceremony? By the way, when did they have that kind of relationship? It was probably just a tactic to shake me, Myra said. Really just tactics. It's not impossible for those two people, but if they get married and have a child, Mila starts to imagine the baby of the two people and can't help crying. Urza advised, don't cry, Mila, it's still cute from another angle. Lysina said, brother Elfman and Evergreen, maybe they are a good match. Beside the child, Juvia has fallen into his own and Gray's delusion. So, what about freed them? Back to the guild with Guildarts. It's really impatient, how good it is to see the end. Where's brother Sutan? Myra said, Sutan said to go shopping on the island, he was brought back to the guild by the guild leader on Sirius Island. Urza asks, where are Mest and Wendy compared to that? It's too late. Lysina stopped on the wooden table and said, did you forget the meeting point, Mest? I haven't met him in Edelas, so I'm not familiar with him. He joined me in the 2 years I was away. Yes? It was there a long time ago. It doesn't exist. The three were a little puzzled. Their impression of Mest was very vague, and the more they recalled, the more they could not remember. Juvia went looking for them, a little worried. Urza took off her apron, I'll go too, Mila and Lysina will wait here. At this point, Elfman and Evergreen, who were being discussed by Urza, were running for their lives. As a man who can't run away in the face of the enemy. Long-winded. Can't you be quiet? The two got closer and closer to the monster behind them, and the huge hoof fell towards the two. Danger. Elfman noticed this and immediately knocked Elba 000 Green down. Boom. Ugh. La 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 la. A big hole was broken in the ground, and the two people screamed and rolled down. It hurts. Elfman groaned softly, holding Evergreen tightly. Evergreen reacted and immediately pushed Elfman away. Hey, what are you doing? Those words were just to make Mila shake. Don't you think this guy is interested in me? No, I am very grateful to you for being able to get along with such a despicable tactic. Don't say despicable. At this moment, a footstep sounded. Human. Is it a person? I never thought that there are still people on this desert island. I thought there would be no one here. The person who spoke was dressed in black and covered with white cloth. Elfman and Evergreen also looked at the person immediately vigilantly. Who are you? Only members of our guild can enter here. Guild? That's right. It turned out to be an island under the guild's jurisdiction. Hey, UBD? Elfman immediately prepared to step forward to take down the other party and bring it back for questioning. Here is the fairy tale holy land where such a stranger must report to the president. The man in black suddenly shouted loudly, No. Don't come near me. Chapter 189. What are you saying? I see, I'm going out, so please don't come near me. Evergreen asked suspiciously, What's the matter with this guy? Is it okay to leave it alone? Elfman is a little hesitant. After all, he still has to complete the second stage of the assessment. If he delays the time, he is likely to fail the second stage. At this time, the man opposite seemed to wrap his head with his hands in pain, and said to himself, No, no way. The hunting of death is coming. Suddenly, a black light appeared on the man's body, rapidly spreading to the surroundings, and all the plants covered by the black mask all lost their lives and withered. Both Elfman and Evergreen turned pale. At this moment, an angry shout sounded, Damn! The domineering purple overlord crossed Elfman and Evergreen to meet the black mask. Wow meow! The domineering black mask collided with the domineering color, and Ben sent out black-red lightning. Boom! Ugh! Yahahaha! Both Elfman and Evergreen fell to the ground screaming. After a while, the shock of the explosion dissipated. Ahem! Evergreen, are you all right? Elfman hurriedly asked about Evergreen's situation. Cough, I'm fine. What's going on? Elfman and Evergreen looked up and saw the surroundings, except for them and behind them, all the trees withered in the place covered by the black light just now, as if they had lost their vitality. Obviously they had been protected just now. Stopped. The man in black was very surprised to see this scene. He had never seen anyone who could stop his cursed attack. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Elfman and Evergreen looked towards the voice and saw that So was walking towards him. Suyan. Are you all right? Sutan asked Elfman and Evergreen. It's fine. Both of them knew that Sutan had just rescued them. Sutan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If Evergreen and Elfman had something to do here, he wouldn't be able to explain to Mila and the others. Black Mage Ziref, Sutan turned his gaze to Ziref. He didn't go to the temporary base but wandered around on Sirius Island, not really for remembrance or anything, and there was nothing to cherish the days when he slept on Sirius Island. He came out to find Ziref, the Black Mage, and he couldn't allow such an unstable factor to be on Sirius Island. Black Mage. Zerf. Elfman didn't know what the Black Mage Ziref meant, and Evergreen exclaimed in disbelief. Who is he? Elfman asked stupidly. Evergreen showed more disbelief than he saw Ziref and shouted, Don't you know who he is? How did you learn your magic all these years? Ziref. Black Mage Ziref. Legend: the strongest and most ferocious black magician in history. Almost all of the dark magic sects worship Ziref, and the demons of the Book of Ziref who terrorize the world. However, Ziref should be an ancient talent 400 years ago. Why did he appear here? Did he live for more than 400 years? Su said, yes, he was cursed to become immortal. Do you know me? Ziref was very strange. After so long, no one knew about him. Forget it, you are not welcome here, leave me immediately. Suyan had no bad feelings towards Ziref, but he definitely didn't have any good feelings for him, although this guy couldn't help himself because of the curse of God Anxel Ramel. But you can't help yourself, you can honestly live in a deserted place, and you can't do your own research. The devil who created the Book of Ziref is nothing more than that, then you are responsible for looking after them, and as a result, he abandoned these guys regardless, causing many innocent people to suffer. Gray and his family were among the victims. What's more, this guy also led the Alvarez Empire to attack Fairy Tail, with countless casualties, and all this was just to escape. From a man's point of view, Sutan looked down on this guy very much. Danger should be stifled in the bud. If he hadn't killed this guy, Natsu would have died along with him. Suyan really wanted to kill this guy now. What kind of power did you just have? You can resist my cursed attack. Sotan said coldly, it's okay, get out of this island immediately, or I will throw you out with my own hands. At this time, Ziraf held his head again. Hey, come again. It's that black wave just now. That's the magic that takes the sound. La. The black mask was centered on Ziraf's body and spread to the surroundings. OM. Suyan's body instantly burst out with a rich purple domineering look. Dash. The domineering mask and the black mask collided. Whoa, whoa. Black and red lightning continued to appear where the two collided. Boom. The entire Sirius Island was shaking violently, the sea water on the sea formed huge waves and spread to the distance, and the clouds in the sky were all, divided into two halves, as if the sky was torn apart. What's the matter? The first stage of the assessment has already ended. Suyan is at war with people. Or are some monsters on the island blind and provoking Suyan? What's the situation? Many people on the Heavenly Wolf Island felt this shock very differently. As for the others, such as when Suyan encountered danger, they didn't think much about it at all. Who is Suyan, the strongest magician of Fairy Tail Guild? This is what Guildarts, once the strongest magician of Fairy Tail Guild, said personally. It can also be transformed into a dragon. Suyan did not even turn into a dragon, which means that there is no big deal. Sotan clenched his fists, the armed color domineering hardened, entangled, the overlord color domineering entanglement, and punched Ziraf with a punch. Boom. Chapter 190. Ziraf let out a painful scream, and his body was hit by Sotan with a punch. Boom 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 boom. Ziraf's body pierced through more than a dozen big trees in a row, and then hit the mountain, knocking the mountain into a big hole, and Ziraf fainted directly. Suyan, you killed Ziraf. Evergreen was very surprised. No, this guy doesn't die so easily. Sotan knows why Ziraf is so fragile, it has something to do with magic. Magic is born from the human mind. If Myra's mind is injured, the huge magic power disappears no trace. What should this guy do? I'll take it and ask the old man. Suran seemed to want to throw away Ziraf, because this guy is a hot potato, but he was a little worried that this guy would really bring people to attack Fairy Tail according to the future plot. The best way is to seal this guy up, but I'm not very good at these, so I'd better go to the president and ask. At this time, somewhere above the clouds in the sky, the guild spaceship in the Devil's Heart is here. Finally found him, but he seems to be still sleeping. The time has come, President Hades. A crystal ball rolled on Altair's arm, and someone just sent a message. A smile appeared on Hades' face. Go to the island of 000 goblins. The aircraft began to accelerate towards Sirius Island. The day has finally come, the day of the resurrection of the legendary Black Mage Ziraf. If it is already in our hands, we will awaken the power within Ziraf. However, there is a problem, Altair said. Fiore's most powerful guild of wizards today, Fairy Tail, participated in the destruction of Oration Cease, one of the Balam Alliance, and the main members of the guild are now on the island. What? What a big deal. Let me burn them all to ashes. Ha 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 ha, said Zhang Crow, one of the Grimoire Heart 7 kin of Purgatory. When he said this, black flames ignited all over his body, and the whole person looked crazy and terrifying. A goat-headed monster and one of the 7 kin of Purgatory Kablik said, don't underestimate the enemy, I was born for this day. I. Liberate. I. Our desire. It will be a great battle for our guild, tremble. Our hearts. I think so too. It was Kane Hikaru who spoke very fast, and the other was Rusty Rose, both of them Grimoire Heart 7 kin of Purgatory at the same time. Zhang Crow complained, you talk too fast. Mirdi, can you fight? Altair asked a little girl with pink hair. Fight. Hades stood up and said, interesting, isn't that fun? They don't know what real darkness is, the absolute darkness that hides in the abyss, and tonight there's going to be a game between demons and goblins, killing each other. To win glory? Or to be killed by the opponent and die? Let's fight, Fairy Tail. Sirius Island. Lucy sits on a rock and rests his legs in thought. Did you think of anything? Kana asked. No, we don't even give a hint, let's go to the tomb, we have no clue at all. That's very concerning. Is it true that you didn't give any hints? I have also taken the exam 4 times, and I have some experience. The exams so far have never arranged unreasonable exam content, and the hints must be hidden somewhere. Lucy suddenly said, so it is, the second exam tests are intelligence. If you think about it like this, maybe the hint is hidden in the words of the president. His words? Lucy explained, for example, with the word sign this, we would naturally think that it is somewhere, but the tomb can also explain the end of adult, BDDY, life. Wow. This idea is so dark. Can't we have some Lucy-style associations? For example, people will turn into stars when they die. That's it. Lucy was startled, then showed a stunned expression. Immediately stood up, so it is. Maybe I know where the tomb is. What? Follow me. Lucy immediately ran in one direction. Oh. That's amazing. Kana immediately followed in surprise. At this time, in the bushes, 2 figures appeared. It was the duo of Gray and Loki. Loki said, as expected of Lucy. Gray also had a smile on his face and said triumphantly, in my opinion, the second test is about intelligence and greed. Well, let's follow. Okay. The 2 men followed secretly like thieves. The other side. Gajeel shouted irritably, what? This is a broken exam. Find any grave, just don't confront it directly. After several hours of searching on the island, his patience had already been exhausted. Levy shouted angrily, noisy. You're only thinking about fighting with other people, and you don't even think about me. Gajeel was stunned for a moment, then patted Levy's head with his hand and said, you little guy want me to care about you, right? Then you try to become stronger, the robber can fight me well. I'm weak and small anyway, I'll ignore you. Gajeel is an idiot. Levy said and ran away. What did you say? What the hell, I thought he'd gotten better. Gajeel is so disgusting. I'm so disgusting. Swish. A voice came from behind. Wendy thought it was Gajeel catching up, and stopped. Turning his head and looking back, he saw 2 monsters appearing behind. What? One of them quickly slashed towards Levy with a knife. Yeah. Levy exclaimed and fell to the ground. You. Who are you? A CK-like monster appeared behind Levy, grabbed Levy's wrist, and pressed Levy to the ground. Kill one first. The kobold in samurai armor raised his knife and slashed at Levy. Dangbai shouted in horror. Call. Gajeel appeared in front of Levy, his arm turned into steel to resist the attack of the knife. Levy felt relieved when he saw Gajeel appear. You are so young, it's really hard to find, so don't leave me again. Chapter 191. Levy and Gajeel stood back to back, each facing an enemy. Levy asked suspiciously, who are they? It's from Grimoire Heart. Gajeel immediately recognized the guild's coat of arms on the 2 men. Levy was surprised when he heard Gajeel's words, the strongest dark guild Grimoire Heart, why is it here? Grimoire Heart's name is really too big. It is known as the strongest dark guild in the Ishgar continent, and it is also one of the Balam Alliance. So even Levy has heard the name of this guild. President, did the Dark Guild make trouble during the exam schedule? Gajeel said jokingly. How is that possible? They must have broken in from somewhere. Well, there are always accidents at work, especially the work of S-rank mages. If we can't even deal with this accident, what qualifications do we have to be S-rank mages? Levy said a little worriedly, bang. They are Grimoire Heart, one of the Balam Alliance guilds, we can't do it without authorization. Now the Magic Council has reorganized and issued new regulations, which are not allowed to conflict with the Dark Guild. In Fairy Tail, for the safety of the guild members, Makarov also stipulated that when encountering Balam Alliance, the guild should immediately protect his own safety first. Ha 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 ha. This is the so-called regular guild. Rules and regulations, I can't stand it. Yumas, the kobold in samurai armor, sneered. There are no rules to stand, clack. The other side, the attacking monster Kawazu also said. War. Gajeel heard this sensitive word. If it's just a fight, it's a conflict. It's a very normal thing for a regular guild and a dark guild to fight. But this is not a war at all. A war can be called a war only when all the people of the Phantom Lord and the Fairy Tail Guild are dispatched. What's your purpose? Levy demanded loudly. With a wave of the knife in Yuma's hand, a huge bang appeared in front of the blade. The purpose is to hunt the fairies on this island. Boom. The noise comes from the word poison. Levy couldn't help but squealed as he closed his ears. My ears. Gajeel also put his hands around his ears. From the words comes magic, the same as your magic. Gajeel is training with Levy these days, and he is also familiar with Levy's magic, which Levy can unleash from words. Levy explained, it's solid writing from the east. Wow. Noisy. Gajeel himself is a dragon slayer, and his nose and ears are much better than ordinary people. Hey. Kawazu, the CK monster on Gajeel's back opposite Levy, rushed up. Gajeel. Lambie exclaimed unexpectedly after seeing it, but found that Gajeel did not respond. I said Gajeel. Levy yelled again, Gajeel still unresponsive. Levy understood immediately, because the noise was so loud that Gajeel couldn't hear what Levy was saying. At the critical moment, Gajeel pulled back immediately. Gajeel's body fell backward, just dodging Kawazu's attack. Kawaz turned around immediately in midair. Kick, kick, kick. Kawaz spewed several eggs from his mouth. Egg. Egg attack. The egg shell shattered, and the egg liquid and egg yolk inside turned into fists and hit the two people. Ugh. Yahahaha. Yumaz also jumped up immediately, raised his knife and slashed towards Gajeel. Gajeel dodged in embarrassment. The noise was too loud, and it affected him too much. Levy is also constantly being attacked. Solid text, silence. Finally Levy found an opportunity and used his own text magic. Silence and boom collide. Boom. The two solid words shattered together, and the voice just now disappeared all of a sudden. Quiet down. Yumaz was surprised, it actually cancels the text below. Yumaz is very good at solid word magic. He didn't expect Levy to be able to resist his own word magic. However, Gajeel understood that Levy's magic was not weak at all, and being able to be selected as the qualification to become an S-rank magus was a symbol of strength in itself. Far flowers. It's just that Levy is too bad at fighting. I heard. Here. Gajeel's arm turned into an iron pillar and struck at Longmas. Ugh. Yumaz screamed and was knocked away. Kick, tick, tick. Kawaz kept spitting eggs. Solid text flame. Levy's hand waved flames from the text, burning all those eggs. Damn it. Cut. Yumaz swung the long knife, a new word appeared, forming a slash. Gajeel immediately lowered his head to dodge. Crack. Many uncles were cut off in an instant. 000. Yumaz returned and slashed towards Gajeel. Gajeel's arm turned into iron skin. Tear. Wow. Gajeel's iron dragon scales were cut. Kick, kick, kick. Kawazu spat out a lot of eggs again, and Levy still wanted to use the flames to destroy them, but it turned out that there were too many eggs. Wow. Gajeel's iron dragon scales were also continuously cut, although it was not serious, but there were too many wounds, which affected Gajeel a lot. Drink. Yumaz retracted the knife and stabbed Gajeel. A penetrating attack pierced Gajeel's waist, seriously injuring Gajeel. Dark sword. Wow. Yumaz quickly rushed past Gajeel and slashed at Gajeel. Gajeel screamed in pain. Gajeel. Levy yelled. Gajeel fell to the ground with serious injuries. Yumaz said, if the others are so weak, we can clear them all before the main force arrives. Click. The main troop. Gajeel said with difficulty. Kawaz was a little surprised, he's still alive. Click. Yumaz said, the main force is all the members of our grimoire heart. 1. Chapter 192. Why, Hu Miaobai couldn't believe it after hearing it, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Gabby. Run away. Gajeel struggled to get up. Deliver? This is not an ordinary battle, and the development of the situation has been beyond imagination. But, you have to inform everyone about this as soon as possible. It's enough for me to deal with the two of them alone. Levy's body was shaking, but now Gajeel was in danger of life, and he was like leaving Gajeel and running away. But she also had to admit that what Gajeel said was correct, and now if she didn't inform everyone in the guild to prepare, she would be caught off guard by Grimoire Heart. After hesitating for a while, Levy immediately turned around and left. She has no meaning here anymore. The best way is to find someone to rescue Jia. 000. Don't try to run away. Yumaz tried to stop Levy. Don't think about it. Gajeel shouted angrily, his arm turning into an iron rod and hitting Yumaz. Wow. Yuma's was blocked. Gajeel. What are you still grinding on? Hurry up. Ka. An iron made of solid text appeared in front of Gajeel. Iron block. Levi ran and cried, please, don't die. Cough. Gajeel started to eat. Damn it. Let that girl escape. What if we escaped? Click and click, but it increased the fun of our hunting. Ugh. Gajeel punched the ground and stood up slowly. Are you going to fight with Fairy Tail? He actually stood up. Yuma's was very surprised. The injury he just caused Gajeel was very serious. It is not unusual for this guy to die, but he actually stood up again. It's ignorant and fearless. Just because you want to fight Fairy Tail, you don't even know what a terrible guild you've provoked. That's because you haven't met our Grimoire Heart at all. Bright guys always think they're very powerful, but they're still beaten like dead dogs. Click. Levi is running in the forest, and the entire guild of Grimoire Heart is about to attack. This is a very important event. We must inform everyone, and Gajeel must save Gajeel. Someone. Help. Please. Come on. Gajeel. Gajeel wants. Kick. Huang Bai shouted left and right without noticing his feet. He was tripped by the raised tree roots and fell forward. Wow. Seeing that he was about to hit the ground, Levi couldn't help closing his eyes. Suddenly, Levi found that the expected pain did not appear, and she was caught by someone. Are you alright, Levi? Levi looked at this person, and tears suddenly flowed out. Brother Suyan. Great. Suyan couldn't help frowning. What's wrong? Woo. Go and save Gajeel. Gajeel is going to die. Woohoo. The Grimoire Heart Guild is going to attack. Grimoire Heart. Suji's eyes narrowed slightly. He almost forgot that there was a guild called Grimoire Heart. This guild dares to attack Fairy Tail, so let's destroy it completely. Where's Gajeel? It's over there. Suyan immediately ran towards Gajeel with Levi in between. Iron Dragon's roar. Gajeel spewed a violent storm of iron filings from his mouth. Defense. The knife in Longmiz's hand blocked in front of him, and the word defense appeared, blocking Gajeel's roar. Kick kick. Kawez spit out a large number of eggs into the air. Heavy egg rain. Under the action of strong gravity, a large number of eggs quickly fell towards Gajeel's position on the ground, like small cannonballs, and the ground around Gajeel's body was all shattered. Woo! Yumas kept attacking Gajeel with a knife, and Gajeel's injuries continued to increase. Usually, Gajeel's most proud defense was now unable to resist the attack of the opponent's knife. Wow! My steel, how could I lose to your dull knife? Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel's arm turned into an iron sword and swept away, but was blocked by Longmiz again. Chi chi chi. Kawez spit out a lot of eggs again. Gajeel swept the Iron Dragon Sword towards Kawazu behind him with his backhand. Wow! There are flaws. Penetration. The knife in Yumiz's hand stabbed towards Gajeel's back. Gajeel raised his arm to resist. Pft! Ah! Gajeel's arm was penetrated, the other arm turned into an iron rod and hit Yumiz. Yumiz was knocked back. Boom! Gajeel's body couldn't support it any longer. He knelt on one knee on the ground, and his arms supported his body to prevent himself from jumping off. Who? I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. It really took us a lot of time, but that's it. Is this the end? Gajeel's mind suddenly recalled when the Fairy Tail president invited him to join the Fairy Tail Guild. At that time, the Phantom Lord Guild was disbanded by the Magic Council, and he had no choice but to wander among the ruins. It was Makarov who gave him a new life. After coming to Fairy Tail, he understood what he didn't understand before, and he knew what a companion was. He liked the atmosphere of Fairy Tail. It was not a cold guild like the Phantom Lord, but a warm home. Although he has only joined Fairy Tail for a few months, he is now willing to risk 3.6 of his life to protect this guild. Don't worry, everyone from Fairy Tail on this island will come down to accompany you soon. Gajeel stood up slowly. I will not lose, I am the wizard of Fairy Tail, I will never lose. Yumiz saw Gajeel stand up again and his face became serious. He must deal with this guy as soon as possible. Die. Dash. A huge slash slashed towards Gajeel. Gajeel immediately planned to work hard, and suddenly, a hand was placed on Gajeel's shoulder, holding Gajeel firmly. A figure stood in front of Gajeel and hit the slash casually. Call. Yumiz's chopping shattered directly. What? Chapter 193. Suyan. Seeing this familiar figure, Gajeel couldn't help calling out Sotan's name, but he was Gajeel, and he never let anyone stand in front of him. Only Sotan, he was once stood in front of him by Sotan, but he never imagined that Sotan would stand in front of Gajeel again. Levi ran to Gajeel's side and was moved when he saw the injury on Gajeel's body. Gajeel. How are you? What a serious injury. Kudu Gajeel saw Levi and knew that it was Levi who called Suyan over. Sotan looked at Gajeel and asked, How is it, can you hold on? No problem. Gajeel said through gritted teeth. Levi helps Gajeel go to the base to heal. Suyan looked at the two jerk-like guys in front of him, his eyes were cold and stern. I thought you stinky rats in the sewer would not dare to show up, but you actually dared to come to our fairy tale guild Holy Land, and even injured us. Guild members, are you trying to court death? Looking for death? It's you who are looking for death. 13 Kawazu spat out a bunch of eggs. Heavy egg rain. All the eggs fell towards Suyan, and Sotan stood still. Boom boom boom. The egg fell towards Suran like a cannonball, causing a puff of smoke. Levi and Gajeel didn't exclaim when they saw this scene. If it was other people in the guild, they might have been very worried, but Sotan was not among them. The bigger the guy is, the less capable he is. Click. Kawazu sneered. The smoke quickly dissipated, and Susun appeared on the spot, looking like he had not been hurt in any way. What? It's all right. Sublanket was holding a white egg, which was the attack that Kawaz had just launched. Ah. The white eggs were instantly dyed black, which was hardened by the domineering of the armed color. Sotan stepped on his feet and threw it at Kawaz. Back to you. Lin. The black egg was thrown very fast by Sotan, and appeared in front of Kawazu in an instant, and Kawazu had no time to avoid it. Ka. Kawazu's chicken head was beaten and deformed. The body flew towards the back. Boom boom boom. After smashing several big trees in a row, he fell to the ground and died. Too strong. Huang Bai couldn't help saying, just now she took the CK monster that the other party had no way to do, and in Su Yan's hands, she couldn't even walk a single round. What? A hole. Go to hell. Can, dash dash. Yumaz raised the knife in his hand and stabbed at Sotan. Su Yan raised his palm. Yumaz had a successful smile on his face. His penetrating tool was a penetrating tool, and even steel could not stop it. Who? Sotan blocked Yumaz's knife with his palm. Yumaz shouted in disbelief, Impossible. My magic can pierce even steel, how could it not pierce your palm? Sotan directly squeezed Yumaz's long knife. A tyrannical arrogance suddenly erupted from his body. Ugh. Yumaz was repelled by the overlord's domineering arrogance. Suji used it lightly, and the knife began to spin rapidly in midair. Crack. Susai held the knife in his hand. What? The armed color domineering covered the knife, the blade of the knife turned black, and the overlord color domineering wrapped around the knife. Hey. The knife was wrapped in purple thunder. Sotan slashed at Longmas, and a sword chi slashed out. Boom. The sword chi slashed towards Longmas, and the ground was torn apart by the sword chi. Yumaz's complexion changed greatly after seeing it, and he immediately wrote a word prevention in front of him with his fingers. A barrier appeared in front of Yumaz. Crack. Yumaz's defense word shattered after just resisting for a fraction of a second, and the slash slashed on Yumaz's body. Pfft. Blood smeared from Yumaz's body. Yumaz screamed and fell to the ground. Gajeel said in disbelief after seeing it, Susu, Tan, is he still good at swordsmanship? The slash just now was more powerful than his iron dragon's roar. When he fought Sotan, Suyan was bare-handed. He had no idea that Suyan would be so powerful with his swordsmanship. Levi said, Brother Su used to use weapons, but instead of swords, they used mace. Mace. Gajeel's mouth twitched when he heard the weapon Sotan used, although he was a little surprised, but Sotan using a mace was indeed even more terrifying. Suyan. At this time, Urza and Juvia also ran over. Urza, Juvia. Urza's face turned serious when he saw the seriously injured Gajeel. What happened here? Who are they? Levi explained why right away. Grimim Warheart. Urza and Juvia's expressions also changed, and they all heard of the name of the darkest guild, the strongest of 000. Why did the other party attack Fairy Tale? Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded. He. Yumaz said with a trembling body, You are finished, the main force is about to land, and those mages who are far behind are coming, 7 kin of purgatory. Exams are suspended, all members are ready to fight. Urza immediately took out a flare and fired it. Kick. Red flares lit up over Sirius Island. Red alert. Entering the battle mode. Everyone who was assessed on Sirius Island recognized this signal and their expressions changed. Makarov couldn't believe it. There are enemies? On this island, how can there be? Loki asked in confusion. Red flare. There are enemies, Gray explained. Elfman, hey, what about the exam? Evergreen, should be on hold. Natsu was already a little tired of finding it. He searched the island above for a long time without finding any clues, and was just about to fight Invent, although I don't know who is coming, but if they dare to provoke our fairy tale, then I want you to look good. Love. Chapter 194. Seeing the flares lit up in the air, Kana bit her lip. Why at such a time? Lucy has already guessed the location of the cemetery of the first-generation president, and she will soon be able to find it and pass the second test, so there is only the last test left. As long as she passes her, she can become an S-rank mage. This is the last time I take the exam. I'm all determined to quit the guild if I fail. Kana. Lucy didn't know what to say when he saw Kana like this. Kana shouted unwillingly, what a joke. I'm going to continue the exam. If you dare to interfere with me, then try it. Gray appeared at this point and said, calm down, Kana. Loki said, we feel the same way as you. Gray. Loki. Why are you here? We're stopped by Gray before we can tell Loki about the stalking. It's just a coincidence, why are you asking so much? Gray was still thinking about continuing to follow Lucy and Kana after this time. Lucy had clearly guessed the location of the first-generation president's graveyard. Gray continued, now that we've come to a consensus, there's no time to move on to the exam. Loki, let's go to the emergency assembly point, we're completely confused right now. What's going on? Lucy was a little frightened again, there were too many dangerous things in her life. Where Gajeel was attacked. Urza asked Yumaz, then I ask you, what are your plans? Yumaz sneered, who? As if we were going to tell you. Urza was not polite at all, and immediately went up to punch and kick Yumaz, who was seriously injured. Ziref. We're here to find Ziref. The legendary black mage Ziref is on this island. Except for Sotan, Urza's discoloration immediately changed. How is this possible? Ziref is the one hundreds of years ago. Juvia has also heard of Ziref's name. It's 400 years. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Urza shouted loudly, she suffered a lot because of Ziref. Jelal created Tower of Heaven to resurrect Ziref, and Ziref is already a character from 400 years ago, it is impossible for people to survive for so long. Yumaz said, he is still alive, and has been alive for another 400 years, but President Hades said that Ziref is still sleeping. State, when Ziref wakes up, the world will fall into complete darkness among. Sotan said, well, he is indeed still alive. Suyan, you know. Urza looked at Sotan. Sotan pointed to Ziref who had passed out under the roots of a tree not far away and said, well, he's right there. What? Several people looked at Ziref, who had passed out, and couldn't help exclaiming. Suyan, you mean that person is Ziref? Urza asked in disbelief. Sujian nodded, well, this guy was knocked unconscious by me on Sirius Island before, he is a trouble, I want to ask the president if there is a way to seal him for hundreds of years or something. Everyone looked at Sotan, Ziref, who had brought terrifying disasters to the entire continent. He was called the strongest and most vicious black magician in history, but he was beaten by Suyan like this. Like a dead dog. No. Impossible. Black mage Ziref is known as the strongest mage in history. It is impossible to lose to others, no, it must be because he is sleeping, so you can defeat him. Yumaz shouting in disbelief, the man was exactly the same as the image given by the President Hades, and there was no doubt that it was the black mage Ziref they had been looking for. Sleep? It's not right, but it's almost the same. He knew that Ziref was not really sleeping, but Ziref at this time was similar to Myra at the time, and his combat power was indeed greatly reduced. Great. Finally found Ziref. You are finished? The army under the command of President Hades will come soon, and your fairy tale will be completely destroyed. Urza shouted angrily, ridiculous. This is the holy land of fairy tale. Are you trying to cause chaos on this island guarded by fairies? You better not underestimate the 7 kin of purgatory. The Wizard of Time Altair, Rusty Rose, our eldest, Kablik, Kane Hikaru, Zhang Crow, Mirti, and one more is already on this island. What? Sutan, what should we do? Urza asked Sutan. The current situation is very serious, and everyone on the island must be notified. If Warren is here, Warren's words can inform the island on almost everyone. I'll take Ziref to find the guild leader, and then block those guys from Grimoire Heart. You go and gather the people in the guild. Good. On the side of Mest and Wendy, after failing the first level, Mest took Wendy on a tour of the island. Mr. Mest, what does the signal of that color mean? Wendy had just joined the guild and had never seen a red flare, so naturally she didn't know what it meant. Mest also began to think when he heard Wendy's words, but he didn't know it at all. In a hurry, he began to agree to the stone next to him. I want to know. I really want to know. Suddenly, a voice sounded, Wendy. Wendy looked up and saw Carla and Lily flying towards him. Carla. Lily. 0. Just keep him away. Carla and Lily fall between Wendy and Mest. Mest. Who the hell are you? Huh? What do you mean by who? I'm Mistogan's apprentice. Lily's body suddenly grew bigger and punched the rock behind Mest. The prince will not accept any apprentices in this world. You use people who are no longer in this world as an excuse. You are indeed very smart. It's a pity that you made a mistake in the setting. Mest, no matter what your real name is. Wendy froze. Hey. What are you two talking about all of a sudden? You be quiet first, Carla said bluntly. Lily asked, who are you? Chapter 195. At this time, the tomb of the first president Mavis. Mavis. The first generation fairy tale president, Mavis Vermilion, in this guild holy place, was invaded by the enemy. It is really speechless. This is all my responsibility. I will take it all, so please protect those children. What are you talking about? Mest still pretends he doesn't understand anything. Your ability is probably to use magic to manipulate other people's memories. You cast magic on guild members and then pretend you are one of the members. Your story is full of doubts, and your relationship with the prince is also very suspicious. And, I can't find anyone else who is related to you, and more importantly, you don't seem to know what that signal means, and I won't let you continue to pretend. Ah. Mest's figure suddenly disappeared. He disappeared. What? Mest appeared in front of Wendy, then grabbed Wendy and dodged to the side. Wendy. Carla immediately wanted to rush up to block Mest. Boom boom. A terrible 003 explosion appeared at Wendy's location just now. Thanks to Mest's protection of Wendy, Wendy might have been injured by the explosion just now. Someone attacked. What happened? Lily looked around vigilantly. Carla was a little surprised by what Mest did. Mest just protected Wendy. Isn't the other party an enemy? Why did he do this? Who's there? Show up. Mest shouted in one direction, where there was nothing but a big tree. Suddenly, the trunk of the big tree began to bulge, and a human face appeared on the tree. The face said, well done. I actually found out that I can. What? Someone came out of the tree. You, who are you? My name is Azuma, one of the Grimoire Heart 7 kin of Purgatory. Demon Heart. Wendy was a little puzzled to hear the name. Carla said, it's a dark guild. Mest suddenly said, understood, the signal was to announce the enemy's attack. At this time, the man on the uncle has completely drilled out. BDDG. Maybe I should tell you that it's too late. What exactly is going on? Mest said, I'm a member of the Magic Council and I've infiltrated here to find evidence to take down the fairy tale, but it looks like this plan is coming to an end. Thinking that a guild like Grimoire Heart whose location is unknown can come to this island, if I can take care of all this, my idea of promotion will no longer be a dream. Originally just in case, I let the main arresting battleship of the council park nearby and stand by. It seems that my decision is correct. I will arrest all of you, and I will crush your Grimoire Heart into pieces. Battleship? Do you mean that thing? Boom. The battleship of the Magic Council, which was rushing towards this side from the sea, exploded with a bang. Whoa. You, what did you do? Battleship, impossible. Azuma fell from the tree, so don't mind me getting to work. Mr. Counselor. Lily immediately warned, Everyone backs up. What did you do? Wendy looked at Azuma in horror and asked. The ship exploded in an instant. Carla was also very shocked. The battleship was still far away from here, and the ship exploded without seeing this guy make a move. Mest's body began to tremble. The council's battleship is so easily. La 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 la. Lily rushed towards Azuma with quick steps. This guy is undoubtedly a powerful enemy, and he must do it first. Lily. Azuma raised his hand. Close blast. Boom. The impact of the explosion fell on Lily, who gritted his teeth and broke through the smoke of the explosion, punching Azuma in the face. Azuma was knocked flying, watching Lily let out a cold snort. Humph. Energy bombs appeared around Lily's body. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion drowned Lily. Wow ah ah ah. After the explosion, Lily appeared scarred in place. Damn it, if there is a sword, Lily usually uses weapons to fight, but because of his physical size, he can't carry weapons on weekdays. Lily. Wendy yelled. Steel Bowl X instant foot. Wendy immediately applied additional magic to Lily. Ahem. Lily suddenly felt that his body was full of strength, and when he stepped on it, his body quickly rushed towards Azuma. Azuma pointed to Lily. Boom boom boom. The ground beneath Lily's feet exploded again. Behind Lily, a pair of white wings appeared in the air instantly, dodging the magic explosion on the ground, and then rushed to Azuma to attack. Wendy said to Mest, Mr. Mest. I have a tactic. Please help me. What are you talking about? I'm a member of the council shouting. That kind of thing doesn't matter now, I want to protect Fairy Tail. Please help me. I came to destroy your guild in order to stand out. It's okay. Because we will never be defeated. Boom boom boom. When Lily fell on the ground, Azuma launched an explosion magic to attack. The opponent stood on the ground, and Lily had no weapons in his hands, so the combat limit of Lily's combat power was too great. Carla yelled at Lily, Lily. In the air. Yeah. Although Lily didn't understand what it meant, he believed Carla's words and immediately flew into the air with his feet. Azuma said calmly, no matter where you go, you can't escape. He raised his finger and pointed to Lily in midair. What? Mest instantly appeared behind Azuma with Lily. Wendy's Xiaokong swelled up, and the magic was concentrated in his lungs. Dragons. It's so boring. Azuma said suddenly, then raised his arm. Flame Tower. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion appeared, and the pillar of fire rose into the sky, looking like a huge tower of flames. Wow ah ah. Yahahaha. Chapter 196. On the Grimoire Heart ship. Altair changed into a strong combat suit. Zhang Crow said unexpectedly, Altair is uncharacteristically driven. Kablik, of course, I will also treat this time as a war. Fairy Tail is not an ordinary guild, it is the strongest regular guild on the Ishgar continent, not comparable to other guilds we have destroyed before. Rusty Rose, go, it's called Battle Paradise. Kane Hikaru, me. Me too. Mirdi points ahead, Ulu. Over there. Altair said with an ugly face, don't call me Ulu. Yeah, sorry. Mirdi immediately bowed his head and apologized. Zhang Crow reassured, don't be so nervous. What do you want to say? Mirdi. I can see it, Fairy Island. Everyone at Grimoire Heart looked forward, and sure enough, the strangely shaped Sirius Island appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared, blocking everyone's sight, and everyone was shocked. What is that? Giant. Wow. Seriously. So big. The seven kin of Purgatory were all shocked by this figure that was comparable to the size of an island. It was so huge that it was no longer human. Makarov Hades recognized the figure, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Makarov glared at Grimoire Heart's spaceship battleship with incomparable majesty and said, don't let you go any further. Makarov snorted coldly and punched Grimoire Heart's battleship. Crack. Part of the battleship was immediately shattered by Makarov's punch. Good. Wuming send. Damage to starboard. Reinforced armor is so easy to get rid of. How so? Makarov clenched his fist in his left hand and continued to attack the battleship. Accelerate. The Grimoire Heart battleship immediately accelerated and retreated to avoid the attack of Makarov's fist. Hades gave the order, Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter, fire. A powerful magic energy projectile shot towards Makarov, and Makarov immediately blocked it with his arm. Boom. The arm was wounded, and Makarov gritted his teeth to bear it. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Makarov shouted angrily and quickly kicked the battleship. Boom. Almost the entire battleship was kicked out. The ship was as strong as a monster. Is this Makarov? Many Grimoire Heart members in the ship were frightened. Makarov was one of the 10 great sorcerers. Many people knew it, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Altair. Hades said Altair's name. Yes. Altair understood immediately. Arc of time. The shattered battleship seemed to have traveled back in time, and in a blink of an eye it was restored to its undamaged appearance. Hades, president of Grimoire Heart, said, Cabrico, you took all the crew to the island. What about Lord Hades? I'll clean up Makarov. As ordered. Cabli can open his arms, and then slap his hands. Almost everyone in the battleship disappeared. Please be careful. After Cablik finished speaking, he flew towards Sirius Island with a small flying prop on his back. When Makarov saw it, he said, it's useless to escape wherever you go. Said that the magic power in the palm of the palm gathered, and the dazzling light bounced from the energy in the palm. According to the process of the fairy tale trial, I will count the time for you to repent. Hades smiled when he saw it and said, a super magic, the law of fairies, that all enemies identified by the caster will be subjugated. 23. And that's it, Goblin Law. At this moment, a voice came from the Grimoire Heart battleship ahead, stop it. Makarov raised his head and looked forward, and saw another magic in Hades' palm that was the same as his own, but the color emitted was a black light. 4 flowers. The law of the devil. This magic represents deterrence and cannot be used casually. Even so, if you still refuse to stop, it will be the worst result for you and me. How could it be? Could it be that? Makarov couldn't believe the sound when he saw this magic, and the light in his palm slowly dissipated. The light in Hades' palm on the opposite side also dissipated, and Makarov could see the other side's appearance clearly. Hades looked at Makarov and said, long time no see, kid. President Prekhito Makarov couldn't believe it when he saw it, and he didn't expect the other party to be the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Prekhito, who had been missing for decades. Makarov said physically fighting, why, you would. 00. Hades didn't reply. 2 chains formed by dark magic instantly appeared on his fingers, and the hook at the front hooked Makarov's lute bone. Then use each other. Good. Makarov cried out in pain. His body fell toward the island next to him, and his body began to shrink rapidly. After smashing a big tree, he landed on the ground, and the magic power gathered, and the clothes that would grow in a blink of an eye were put on his body. Makarov has regained his composure at this time, raised his head and looked at Hades in front of him and said coldly, why are you, in the Dark Guild? Hades said calmly, how do you distinguish appearance from substance, Makarov? The good and evil in this world are all immeasurable things. Makarov said, but for good and evil, the spirit of fairy tale will not change. Ha 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 ha, I have become more articulate, the little devil at that time. Makarov clenched his fists and said, don't call me a brat. You and I are no longer a family, but I don't want to fight with you either. Now take your guild members and leave immediately, or all of you will die. It's here. He was 88 years old, and he hadn't been called a kid for a long time. Hades put a smile on his face and said, I am so sorry, I want to destroy the fairy tale with my own hands. Makarov shouted, I will never let you succeed. Want to rebel against me, kid? 1. Chapter 197. Makarov swayed his hands quickly, constantly constructing magic formulas, and a complicated magic circle appeared beside him. Hades pulled 2 fingers in front of him, and the magic circle had been constructed. Amaterasu 28 Magic Array. Just in an instant. Hades said lightly, you can't beat me. Dash. Amaterasu's 28 style magic circle attacked Makarov. Hey woo woo, ha-ah. Makarov burst out with magic power and bounced the magic away. Hades sent 2 dark chains from his hands, hooked Makarov's lute bone, and then used Makarov. K-k-k-k. Many uncles were broken by Makarov. I'm free to dance with magic. Boom. Makarov's 003 body was mounted on the rock, and the rock was smashed apart. When Makarov stood up, his face changed, and he saw that his body was surrounded by magic circles. What is this? Hades smiled, and Makarov knew this was not the time to hesitate. The largest defensive magic circle, the 3 pillars of God. Amaterasu 100 styles. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion appeared, the entire Sirius island was affected, and a large area of land was shattered. What? Whoa. Such a powerful magic. After a while, the smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated, and Makarov appeared on the spot. Although the explosion just now was terrifying, Makarov was not injured at this time. Because a figure was in front of Makarov at this time, blocking all the attacks. Where Wendy is. Whoa. The flames of the Tower of Flames exploded quickly. The flames produced by the explosion quickly disappeared in a blink of an eye. After the flames of the explosion disappeared, a figure appeared in the center of the explosion. A voice came from inside, "It's really delicious flames, I didn't expect such delicious flames to exist in the world." Soon the flames disappeared completely, and Natsu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Natsu sir. Natsu. Wendy, Lily, and Carla were all surprised that Natsu would appear here. Happy said, "And I'm here too." "Mr. Natsu, how did you get here?" Wendy asked suspiciously. Natsu said, "We were just looking for the cemetery of the first president, and then we saw a flare, and there was an explosion here, so we came here with Happy. But luckily I caught up." "Who are these 2 guys?" Natsu looked at Mest and Azuma coldly and asked. "This is Sirius Island, the holy place of the Fairy Tale Guild. If someone he doesn't know shows up here, it is very strange. Possibly the enemy of Fairy Tale." Magic unlocked. Mest was stunned. It seemed that the memory magic he had cast on everyone was unlocked because of Wendy and Carla, so Natsu didn't know him. Mr. Mest is a member of the Magic Council, and he is a member of the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart. Wendy immediately identified Mest and Azuma. Magic Council. Grimoire Heart. Both Natsu and Happy were surprised. How could these 2 forces appear here? The Magic Council Natsu is familiar and can't be more familiar, and Grimoire Heart is the strongest dark guild in Ishgar continent. Happy is also very clear. Why are the guys from the Magic Council here? Carla said, "Forget Mest, he just helped us and this guy is the enemy." Enemies. Natsu looked at Azuma with burning eyes. Azuma said, "Fire Dragon, Natsu, I have heard rumors about you, I don't know if your strength is as strong as the rumors say." Natsu, "No bullshit." Boom. As soon as he stepped on his feet, his body instantly rushed in front of Azuma. "Be careful." Lily immediately issued a warning, he just suffered in this regard. Close blasting. Azuma raised his palm towards Natsu. Dash. There was a terrifying explosion on the ground. Kick. Natsu broke through the smoke and punched Azuma in the face. Ugh. Azuma was shot in the air. Stinky Boy Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then immediately recognized that the person in front of him was that Stinky Boy Suyan. "Father, are you alright?" "No, it's fine." "Who?" "It's fine, I thought I was going to be late again." "Really, you are so old, and your health is not good. It's better to stay there honestly. People work hard." Makarov was a little speechless when he heard Sutan's words. "Okay, just leave the rest to me, and I will help you find your place." Hades watched Sutan and Makarov talking, without any intention of stopping him, smiled and said, "Makarov, is this the kid you trained, but a mere kid who wants to participate in me and yours? During the battle, if you are too self-aware, let me teach him a good lesson for you." Hades raised his finger, and 2 dark chains came out of Hades' hands, and then clasped Suyan's peepa bone. Then Hades threw it hard, intending to throw Sutan away. But then, only after Hades ran out did he realize that Suyan was standing still and didn't move. Suyan glanced at the dark chain that locked his peepa bone, grabbed it casually, and then threw it hard. Hades suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the 3.6 chain. What? Hades' body was used to fly out uncontrollably. Boom boom boom. Hades' body broke several big trees, and immediately released the dark chains, slamming his body against the rock. Hades quickly stood up and looked at Su, "You little BD. Ah." Sutan instantly appeared in front of Hades. A punch hit Hades. Shadow of eternal darkness. Hades' face changed, and he immediately released a magical barrier in front of him. Boom. Suyan's fist hit the magic barrier. Crack kick. The magic barrier suddenly cracked. How is this possible? Chapter 198. At this time, on the island, Kabul can fly over the sky, and many members of the Grimoire Heart are dropped. What is that? Lysina asked in confusion after seeing it. Soon many bubbles fell towards the bottom, and the bubbles continued to grow larger, and many people could see clearly that it turned out that there were people inside the bubbles. Kick. The bubble burst after falling on the ground, and the people inside ran out and attacked the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Loki said a little speechlessly, "A man fell from the air." Lucy was so frightened that his body trembled and complained, "I should have checked the weather forecast earlier." Enemy Kana's face is serious. Is it because of these guys that the assessment cannot continue? Hey, wait for me. Are those all people? Gray looked at the large number of bubbles that kept falling from the sky, and couldn't help but change color. The number of enemies was too many. Sister Mila Lysina took Mila's hand. Yeah. Mila nodded solemnly. 13. Elfman yelled, "Being a man, you can't tolerate intruders." Evergreen said with disgust, "It's really troublesome, both sides." "That's too many," Urza said. Juvia, "Control is still falling." Several people from the 7 households of Purgatory also fell on the ground. "Oh, the noisy people are here." Azuma felt the falling Grimoire Heart and everyone couldn't help but say, "Kick." The magic barrier shattered, and Sutan punched Hades in the face. Hades screamed and was knocked away. If you hurt the old man and dare to invade the holy land of fairy tale, don't think that it can end easily. Sutan's body exuded domineering, raising his palm, a huge sword of domineering quickly formed. He didn't bother to say anything to Hades, and the guy who injured the old man, don't even think about leaving alive. The huge domineering sword slashed towards Hades. Amaterasu 28 styles. Hades immediately sent out magic to resist. Boom. The collision of domineering arrogance and magic produced a terrifying explosion. Kook. Hades burst out of the explosion. Dark wave. A dark shock wave immediately emanated from the palm of his hand. Sutan's armament color is domineering wrapped around his palm, and he uses it to the side of his body. Crack. The shock wave from Hades was sent flying by Sutan. Boom. The huge rock next to it was shattered by the shock wave. You little brat. Hades looked at Sutan's face becoming serious. He didn't expect that there would be a monster young man who could be side by side with him in the Makarov Guild. Suyan, you, Makarov, are also very surprised. The last time he saw Sutan make a move was 3 years ago, when Suyan and Gildarts fought. That's right, Sutan fought with Gildarts. 3 years ago, when Gildarts hadn't gone to the Centennial Mission, Gildarts sent an invitation to Sutan. At that time, Susui showed great strength, even in the face of Gildarts, the strongest wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. He was not at a disadvantage. He had heard about Sutan's feats recently, but he still couldn't believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. He just finished fighting Hades today, and he was beaten by Hades the whole time, but after Suyan appeared, Hades was beaten by Suyan and he couldn't lift his head. He also knew that this was not Sutan's strongest power, but Susai's strongest power was when he transformed into the form of a blue dragon. Suyan. You are the Suyan who is known as the Undead Demon King? I didn't expect that Makarov really cultivated an incredible little monster. Hades has also heard of Sutan's name, but he didn't take these little devils in his eyes at all. He didn't expect his strength to be so strong. But kid, don't be too arrogant, you don't understand what real power is. Sutan's domineering arrogance exploded instantly and hit Hades. Ugh. The attack power of this kind of tyrannical domineering burst is not too strong, but it is almost as painful as being slapped. Hades was repelled by the domineering impact of the Overlord. What nonsense are you talking about? The guy who told me this nonsense before has grown 3 feet tall, so what are you? A hole. Boom. Sutan stepped on his feet and rushed towards Hades. Hades immediately dodged and shot a large number of magic bullets towards Sutan. Red light appeared in Sutan's eyes, which was the performance after the domineering of the news was turned on, and the domineering of the news gave Suyan a higher insight. The swift mountain avoids the magic bullets and rushes in front of Hades. The fist hit Hades, and Hades evaded immediately. Then he and Suhuan fought in close quarters. Hades has powerful magic power, and when the magic power covers his body, the power is no less than that of the armed killer and domineering. Boom boom. 007. The two of them put their fists and feet together, and the battle was very fierce. Soon Hades couldn't hold it anymore. Although he had powerful magic power, he was a little bit unable to resist Su Yan's attack. Moreover, this little devil is unbelievably powerful, not like a human at all, but a monster. After a few rounds of fighting, he felt that he was slightly injured, but after the opponent was attacked by himself, it seemed that he was not injured. Hades' palm condensed a magic bullet and pressed it towards Su Yan's waist. Boom. A terrifying explosion appeared. All the clothes on Su Yan's body were shattered by the explosion, but Su Yan's body was not injured. Su Yan clenched a fist on Hades' face. Ugh. Hades screamed and was knocked out by Su Yan. Boom. Crack clap clap. Several trees were broken, and finally Hades stopped after smashing a wall of the ruins. Damn it. Hades stood up from the rubble. Seeing that Susun was no longer in front of him, his complexion changed, and he quickly raised his head to look up, and his complexion immediately changed greatly. I saw a huge purple palm appearing in the air. Chapter 199. At this time, on Sirius Island, the fairy tale group and many members of Grimoire Heart were fighting fiercely. The people who came to this island were all the elites of the Fairy Tale Guild, and the ordinary members of the Grimoire Heart Guild had nothing to do with fairy tale. Clap. A clapping sounded, and everyone around Gray, Lucy, Loki, and Kana disappeared. The enemy disappeared. It landed for a while, and disappeared for a while, so busy. A voice sounded above, "Those guys can't defeat you, waste time, and then I will be your opponent." Goat. A few people looked up and saw a monster with a goat head in a suit and leather shoes on a broken beam. Loki's face changed slightly when he saw the other party's first glance, and he recognized who the other party's appearance was. At Urza and Juvia's location, the two cleaned up all the surrounding Grimoire Heart members. The strength of the two people is S-grade. These guild trash fish are not the opponents of the two people at all. If you encounter an enemy during the battle, remove it immediately, and now the top priority will be changed to annihilation, and the battle will begin. A voice appeared not far from Urza and Juvia. Both of them looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl with pink hair appearing not far away. Child. Juvia was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the other side would also hurt a child to participate in the war. Urza warned, "Don't underestimate the enemy, I'm feeling strange magic." Where Elfman and Evergreen are located, the two are still fighting the Grimoire Heart crowd. Immediately after one person appeared, let the others leave and ask for them. In the Silent Forest, where demons and fairies meet, this is where we fight. Rusty Rose said while scratching his head, changing his posture. What's the matter with this guy? Elfman murmured inwardly, whether it was manliness or pretense. Evergreen said unceremoniously, I understand when I see it, it's an idiot. Why not? Woohoo. Kane Hikaru planted his head on the ground, looked around, and saw no one at all, not even the members of his own guild. After Altair landed on Sirius Island, he began to look around. You can fight as you like, it doesn't matter if you all die, I just want Ziref. Where are you, Ziref? The battle between Natsu and Azuma is getting more and more intense. Azuma's attack is very strong, and Natsu is not showing weakness. The blasting released by Azuma is not pure flame, so it still has a certain effect on Natsu. Caused a little injury to Natsu, but the blasting flames restored Natsu's magic power. Azuma decided to give up the use of blasting type magic after finding out. The Sword of Leaf. As soon as Azuma raised his hand, a large number of leaves were as sharp as swords, surging towards Natsu. Fire Dragon's Roar. Terrifying flames spewed out of Natsu's mouth, and Azuma's sword of all the leaves was ignited. Azuma immediately released defensive magic, and many thick trees appeared on the ground to block him. Boom. The wild flames destroyed all these trees. Azuma let out a scream and was knocked back. Azuma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed the enthusiasm for fighting. What a violent flame, it is indeed the fire dragon of the Fairy Tale Guild. You're a good guy, too. The opponent's strength was so strong, and Natsu fought very happily. Then go ahead. In the sky, the huge purple palm exudes a terrifying aura, which makes Hades move. Shadow of Eternal Darkness. Hades casts magic power immediately, creating a black barrier that can be used to devour opponents' attacks. The huge palm formed by Su Yan's domineering arrogance was shot downwards. Boom. The ground beneath Hades' feet was shattered, and the powerful impact spread out around Hades as the center, and many trees and rubble were uprooted. Ugh! Hades groaned. Supported with both hands. Crack-caca. Black and red lightning came and went from the domineering palm and the magic barrier. The island of Sirius Island was shaking violently, and the sea water formed huge waves surging around Sirius Island. Wow! Wow! What happened? On the sea not far from Sirius Island, the battleship of the Magic Council was destroyed here. Although the battleship was blasted, fortunately, because all the magicians came here, it was temporarily maintained, and the battleship was not allowed sink into the sea. But they all know that this is only a matter of time, and soon after the magic power is exhausted, the battleship will sink. Now they're just racing against time to get everyone to the rescue. But I didn't expect that the waves around Sirius Island were one after another, which brought great difficulties to the rescue. Lohul said with a serious face, there are two powerful magicians fighting, this is just the effect of the aftermath of the battle. What? How powerful magic is this to have such a big impact? They were originally here to meet Doran Bolt. If there was really something wrong with Fairy Tail, their Zhao could arrest him, and for this reason, they sent a battleship to Seven. Now it seems that he is still a little too taken for granted. The battleship was destroyed before it came to Sirius Island, even if it was on Sirius Island, facing such a powerful monster. Don't say that they are so few. Even if they come back 10 times, they may not be able to defeat each other. It is amazing that there are such powerful wizards in the Ishgar continent. Who the hell is fighting over there? What? A man appeared on the battleship. It's the Fairy Tail Guild's undead demon Emperor Su Yan and Grimoire Heart President Hades fighting. Doran Bolt. The person who appeared was Mest, who disguised as Mest and entered the S-rank assessment in the Magic Council. At this point, crack. Hades' magical barrier appeared cracked again. Chapter 200. Impossible. Hades exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the crack in the magic barrier. Call. The magic barrier shattered. Boom. Ugh. Hades screamed and was knocked to the ground by Sotan. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and it was Hades in the palm print. But, damn it BD. Hades stood up slowly. Oh? The body is still very strong. After picking up his own class, he could still be alive and kicking. Suddenly, a rock shot towards Su Yan at a very high speed. Su Yan frowned and raised his palm. Snapped. The stone was held in Su's hand, and then he gripped it hard, and the stone turned into stone powder and fell from Su Yan's fingers. Who? Makarov was taken aback, but he didn't expect other people to appear around here. President Hades, he was beaten very badly. The person who came here looked to be in his 40s, with black hair, combed into a long braid, with a little huxiang on his chin, pointed the nose, the buns of the hair have grown to the cheeks, and the white coat. From the tone, it seems that the Hades is not very respectful. 007 Hades' eyes changed slightly when he saw the person who came. Blue Note Stinger, why are you here? Didn't you let you guard on the battleship? It's boring. It's so boring to be guarding on the battleship. It's rare to see such a strong guy, and I can't help but feel a little itchy. I feel that this guy can fly. How about leaving this guy to me to solve it? Blue Note Stinger looked at Su and said, there was war in his eyes. It was obvious that the person who came was a very warlike guy. It's just a stinky brat. If I get serious, I can get rid of him in an instant. Blue Note Stinger, is it the great wizard who is known as the Baron Grass wherever he goes? Has he also joined Grimoire Heart? Makarov heard Hades call out the person's name, and immediately knew the other person. Identity of. In the mainland of Ishgar, Blue Note Stinger is a famous wizard, the man who independently annihilated the Blue Dragon Company led by Lieutenant Colonel Legra in the Cabria War. Stinky boy, let me deal with Blue Note. Makarov worried that Su Yan would not be able to deal with Hades and Blue Note, so he stood up and wanted to share. Su Yan grabbed Makarov and said with a confident smile on his face, Master, you don't have to worry about this matter, you should rest well, these two guys will just leave it to me to solve it. But, don't worry, just the two of them won't hurt me. Arrogant. Kneel down to me. Blue Note shouted loudly, raising the surrounding atmospheric gravity, trying to suppress Su Yan. Boom. The ground beneath Sotan's feet shattered, but Su Yan's face remained unchanged. This level of gravity was still unable to make him bow down. Seeing that Sotan did not kneel, Blue Note immediately increased its strength again. Boom. The surrounding ground collapsed, but Sotan still stood up straight. This guy feels like he can really fly. The other party had already made his move, so Sotan naturally didn't bother to talk nonsense with this guy. Just a little under his feet, his body rushed towards Blue Note. Stop for me. Blue Note raised its palm, then pressed it down. Boom. The terrifying gravity pressed down on Sotan, as if trying to stop Su Yan's progress. Sotan stopped when he was about 2 meters in front of Blue Note. There is no one who can move under my gravity. Boom. Sotan stepped forward, BDDY, and Blue Note's expression changed. How is this possible? Suchi clenched his fist and hit Blue Note. Wow. The fist hit Blue Note in the face. Blue Note screamed, and Su Yan's body was knocked flying. Boom. Blue Note hit the rock wall, knocking the rock wall out a big hole. Hades saw it and said, "This arrogant idiot." He really thought that his magic was invincible. He was beaten a little bit by Su Yan just now. Now that he calmed down, he understood a little bit. First of all, the physical quality of this kid is not like a human at all, but like a monster. Both defense and strength are terrifyingly strong. This is also the main reason why his previous attack failed. And the magic is also very powerful, with a terrifying deterrent effect. The best way to deal with this little devil is to use powerful destructive magic to destroy it completely. Dark chains. Hades put his palm on the ground and released his magic. He didn't plan to talk about martial arts with Su Yan, and now destroying this little devil is the first priority. Whoa. Whoa. On the ground around Su Yan's body, dark chains broke out from the ground and wrapped around Su Yan's body, binding Su Yan's body tightly. Even with Sotan's strength, it is not easy to break free of so many chains. Makarov saw that Susa was trapped and immediately wanted to help. Don't try to help. Hades threw a lot of dark energy bullets at Will. Boom 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 boom. Wow. Energy bullets exploded around Makarov's body, preventing Makarov from supporting him. What? Around Sotan's body, a 7-layered spell and magic circle surrounded Sotan. It was the attack that Hades had just released on Makarov. Amaterasu hundreds of styles. Boom. A terrifying explosion appeared, and the Sirius island shook violently again. The waves rolled, and many parts of the entire island shattered again. The power of the explosion spread to the entire Sirius island. You are lucky. If it falls into my hands, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Blue Note saw Hades' big move, and his face showed an unhappy expression. After all, he had just been killed by Sotan, took a punch and still hasn't found his place. Chapter 201. At this time, Natsu and Azuma are fighting fiercely. Boom. This is the first time that the sound of the earth shaking has appeared. The terrifying magic power does not need to be looked at carefully. Anyone with a little magic power can feel the terrifying magic power at the center of the explosion. What a horrible magic. Natsu couldn't help saying. Love. Is there a guy with such powerful magic? Lily was very surprised. If this guy appeared in their Edela's kingdom would definitely be unable to resist this man's magic. He thought Island only a monster like Su Yan can attack Edela's kingdom alone. Carla, what a powerful guy. Is this the bad thing I foresee? This is the magic of the President Hades. Azuma said, then frowned again. It seems that not only the President Hades, but also the guy from Blue Note, who is the person who can make the President Hades and Blue Note. Let's go together. Azuma is able to perceive magical changes from trees. The island is full of trees, and there is even a towering tree in the center of the island, so he is very sensitive and covers almost the entire island. When Hades and Makarov were fighting just now, he sensed that both President Hades and Makarov possess super magical powers. But soon President Hades should have defeated Makarov, and then a person appeared to fight with President Hades, but he did not perceive the magic of that person, only that that person was there. Natsu heard Azuma's words and said, it must be Su Yan. Sotan Immortal Demon King, Su. Azuma has investigated the powerhouses of Fairy Tail, and now the Fairy Tail Guild is the strongest sorcerers guild in the Ishgar continent. Su Yan is also a fiery wizard in the Ishgar continent. He even has a record of defeating the top 10 wizards of the Holy Spirit. He originally wanted to challenge him. The guy who made Hades and Blue Note both disregard their identities was not something he could challenge. Happy shouted, "Love. It must be Sotan, Susai will defeat you invaders soon." Azuma said, "That's what you don't know about the real horror of President Hades. He does know the secret of President Hades' true power, and he doesn't think Hades will lose. You don't understand the real horror of Sotan. As long as that has not appeared, Sotan has not shown his true power." Azuma frowned. Could it be that the person named Suyan still has hidden power, but he is already implementing President Hades' plan, and Fairy Tail will never have any chance of winning? Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Woo hee hee hee. I've felt a scorching power here from a while ago, so it's Azuma, you're fighting someone else." "Zhang Crow, what are you doing here?" Zhang Crow said, "I also want to fight. There are too few people in the Fairy Tail Guild on this island, it's rare to meet, of course I want to come over. His opponent is me. But your magic is restrained by him, and it seems that your main task is not to eliminate these guys, let me solve these guys." Azuma's face became gloomy. He is also a person who likes to fight. He finally encountered a worthy opponent. Of course, he did not want to give it to others. Suddenly, Azuma's face changed slightly, a voice sounded in his mind, then looked at Zhang Crow and said, "These guys will be handed over to you first." Zhang Crow smiled and said, "No problem, I'll take care of them all." Azuma glanced at Natsu, then turned to leave. "Don't try to run away." Natsu immediately wanted to catch up. Boom. A black flame appeared, blocking Natsu's face. "What? Black flames?" With a cruel smile on Zhang Crow's face, he said, "Now, you are mine. Stinky boy." Seeing such a terrifying explosion, Makarov couldn't help but cry out for Suyan's safety. "Ask for flowers." Soon, the smoke of the explosion dissipated, and Sotan's figure appeared on the spot. Hades and Blue Note couldn't believe it. Hades shouted, "Impossible. You can't be okay with the kind of attack I have." He knew that this kid was very strong, but if he was hit by such a powerful attack and he was unharmed, he would not be surprised, but frightened. Even if he is himself, he can't fully withstand the attack of this power, and even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. And this little devil has nothing to do, how can it not make him change color? Taste. Sotan tilted his head and made a sound from his neck. 00. It's not that I haven't been injured, but it's still within the range I can bear. It's the first time I've encountered such a powerful attack. In the moment before the magic was activated, Suyan's armament, domineering, hardening and entanglement were all used. Even so, the explosion left Suyan slightly injured. This guy. Blue Note's pupils shrank suddenly, the cold hair on his body exploded, and he felt a terrifying and dangerous feeling from Sotan's body. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Suyan was safe and sound, and said at the same time, "This stinky boy's physical fitness has become more and more abnormal." Suyan's body exudes domineering, and the purple domineering color becomes intense, forming a huge purple dragon in the blink of an eye, cruising beside Suyan. This is a dynamic shape that belongs to the domineering color of the king. It changes into a dragon shape. In addition to being a teacher and cool, the mobility is indeed better. Then Suyan raised his hand and pointed at Hades. Roar. The huge domineering dragon roared, exuding terrifying domineering arrogance, and charged towards Hades. Dark chains. Dark magic chains clasped the domineering dragon's claws. Blue Note. Do it. Hades yelled. Blue Note also didn't fall off the chain, and immediately used its own magic. Gravity suppresses. 1. Chapter 202. Sotan's body was once again suppressed by the gravity of the atmosphere. He knew that Suyan, a monster, could move under his own gravity, but the effect of gravity was still there. Humph. Sujong detonated the domineering dragon. Boom. The terrifying impact destroyed everything around him. Hades was also involved because of the relatively close distance. Ugh. Blue Note jumped high, with powerful magical power condensed in his fist, and slammed down Sotan with a punch. Break me. Boom. The ground around Sotan's body shattered. Armament color domineering hardening, entanglement, domineering entanglement. Whoa, dash. Purple lightning wrapped around Sotan's 007 arm and struck at Blue Note. Crack kick. Before the fists of the two people collided, black and red lightning continued to appear around. Boom. The terrifying impact spread around the two people, and the surrounding stones and trees were all shattered, surging towards the surroundings. I'm overwhelmed. Blue Note felt a terrifying force coming from Su Yan's fist. Even if he used gravity magic, he was suppressed. Kick. Blue Note was repelled by Su Yan. Woo-ah-ah-ah. Blue Note is charcoal punch to knock the Soviet Union. Internal organs have been a terrible shock, could not help but emit a blood. In just an instant, Su Yan broke the siege situation of Blue Note in Hades, and showed a strong counter-attack. This was a performance that strength completely suppressed the possession of the two talents. This little monster, Makarov doesn't know what to say anymore. Since he saw Su Yan, he has known that this little devil is a little monster, but he didn't expect that after so many years, he has become an unbelievable the big monster. He didn't know how strong the real dragon was, but he guessed that the real dragon might be about the same strength as Su Yan. Laxus didn't complain at all when he was defeated by Su Yan, and the difference in strength between him and Su Yan was still too great. Crack knock. At this time, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and after a few thunders, a large number of raindrops began to fall. Makarov felt the magic begin to change in the sky, and then began to see many raindrops falling towards the ground at a very fast speed. It was exactly where Su Yan was. Sutan saw that the domineering turned on, and also noticed these changes. A drop of rain fell on Sushi's feet. Boom. The rain smashed the ground into a large pit, comparable to the power of a small artillery shell. Then a lot of raindrops all fell. Boom boom boom. There seemed to be a rain of bullets in the sky. Fly. Fly. Blue Note's voice also sounded in the sky. Obviously Blue Note is exerting gravity on the rain. Even a drop of rain can cause a terrifying attack force under the acceleration of gravity. That's it. Sutan raised his head to look at the Blue Note in the sky. A red light radiated from around his body, which was Sutan's domineering entanglement with his armed color. The entanglement is different from hardening. The entanglement of armed domineering is flowing. In Wano country, it is also called Lu Ying, and most of the rain that falls on Sutan is changed by the domineering of the armed color. As for those shocks, there is not much difference between Su and drizzle, but it is still a bit annoying, which makes his vision not good. Don't be brave. Fighting. Sutan raised his right hand, and the overlord's domineering arrogance wrapped around Su Yan's arm. Open for me. Sutan shouted loudly and slashed against the sky with his palm. The domineering look of the king shot straight into the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were split into a huge gap by Su Yi's blow. The sky is cracked. Everyone on Sirius Island also noticed this scene. And the gap is constantly expanding, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipate. The warm sunshine fell on Sirius Island, the rain washed away some of the smoke from the battle, and the sunshine made it all settle down again. What? How is this possible? Blue Note couldn't believe it. What kind of guy is this kid who can even split the sky? Blue Note's body slowly fell to the ground. Staring at Su Yan, very good, it's almost time to get serious, let's try this trick. Blue Note stretched his arms up and down to aim at Su Yan, and then clasped his index fingers. Super gravity ball. A purple-black energy ball appeared in front of Blue Note. Many things around were sucked in, and then devoured and disappeared. Makarov said in surprise, what is this? Absorbs all things, infinite gravitational field, swallows everything, no matter and radiation can escape the gravitational field, not even light can escape, fly. Fly. Su Yan also felt that his body was being sucked forward. Sutan clenched his fists, the armed color domineering hardened and wrapped, the overlord color domineering compressed and wrapped, and purple lightning wrapped around Sutan's arm. Blood fist. Sutan shouted loudly, and his body was not resisting. He rushed towards the supergravity ball, and hit the supergravity ball with a punch. Boom. The surrounding ground shook for a while, but the magnitude was not large, and many impacts were also sucked into the supergravity ball. Useless. Any attack is useless. Crack clap. Black and red lightning continued to advance. Crack. Kick. A crack suddenly appeared on the hypergravity ball. Crack. 3.6. Blue Note's expression changed when he saw the crack on the supergravity ball. Phew. The supergravity ball shattered. Blue Note's face changed greatly, and he became nervous. Magic can also be broken. Sutan has appeared beside Blue Note. You said you want to fly, right? I'm the most kind person, then you can fly for me. Boom. Sutan punched Blue Note in the face. Ah 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 ah. Blue Note screamed and flew out. Boom 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 boom. I don't know how many trees were smashed by Blue Note's body, and then flew out of the island. Blue Note's figure disappeared on the sea level, and I don't know where it will fall again. Chapter 203. Somewhere on Sirius Island. Zhang Crow's hand sent a black flame to attack Natsu. Fire is useless to me. Wendy immediately warned, Mr. Natsu. No way. I have a bad feeling about that flame. Natsu. Happy shouted worriedly. Carla was very surprised, the flame that the dragon slayer can't eat. He. The flame of the god above the dragon flame, if eaten, it will be punished by the gods. It is not the same as your magic level. I am a god tester and a god destroyer. La. Woo la 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 la. Natsu quickly punched Zhang Crow. Zhang Crow kept resisting. Zhang Crow smiled and said, Woo he, is that the only power of dragon slayer magic? What is god destroying magic? Did God teach you personally? President Hades is also called a god, which of course is the lost magic taught by the 13 gods. What? Isn't it taught by humans in the end? This is the dragon slaying magic given to me by the real dragon. Fire dragons, flame. Fire god. Kagutsuki. 2 huge fireballs collided. Wow. Happy screamed and was blown away by the impact. How powerful is this? Lily insisted, and was also surprised by the power of the magic collision between the two. What a lot of heat. Carla couldn't keep her eyes open from the heat. Wendy said in surprise, dragon and god's powers collide. Ah! Natsu screamed and was knocked back. He. Happy was very surprised, didn't expect Natsu to be suppressed by the collision of flames. Natsu is suppressed. Carla said, the fight between Natsu and the Azuma just took too much magic. Happy reacted, yeah, if it weren't for that, Natsu wouldn't have lost. Zhang Crow said, so long-winded. Kittens. With a wave of his hand, a black flame appeared and attacked the happy kittens. Ugh. Ah. UBD. Natsu roared, and all the magic power gathered in his lungs. Fire dragons roar. Boom. A terrifying firestorm rolled towards Zhang Crow. Zhang Crow opened his mouth wide, then sent the flames into his mouth and devoured the flames. Huh. How is this possible? Natsu couldn't believe it, he was the only one who devoured other people's flames before, and this was the first time his own flame was devoured by others. It's delicious, the flames are burning and never go out, but even if you can kill a dragon, you can't win against a god. This is the magic of Grimoire Heart. The Wrath of the Fire God. A spell very similar to Natsu Fire Dragon's roar spewed out of Zhang Crow's mouth and hit Natsu's body. Wow ah ah ah. Natsu. Wow ha 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 ha. Elsewhere, Cray, Lucy, Loki, and Kana are fighting Cableco. 4 people deal with 1 person, but they are suppressed by 1 person. This guy looks a little ugly in the face of the 4 of us, Gray. Elfman and Evergreen also encounter Rusty Rose at this time, and the 2 are pursued by a huge monster. Elfman said, what monster is this? Evergreen complained, you still have time to talk. Rusty Rose smiled and said, my guardian holy beast, Balukushas of Gale. Fairy, machine gun little fairy. Evergreen unleashed a mass of needle bombs. Boom 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 boom. The explosion drowned the monster, but after the explosion, Evergreen's attack had no effect. It didn't work, how could it be? The monster immediately grabbed towards Evergreen. Whoa 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 whoa. Elfman appeared in front of Evergreen, his whole body received, blocking the monster's claws. What are you doing? Petrify it. Elfman remembered that he was almost petrified by Evergreen. It's invalid if it's not human. You idiot. Petrify the controller. That guy is wearing glasses. I can't petrify. You are so useless. Do you want to be petrified first? Elfman and Evergreen quarreled, and Rusty Rose stood still and did not continue to attack. Instead, he said, when those people in love start to disagree. We're not dating. Evergreen Elfman yelled, stop it. Evergreen charged at Rusty Rose himself. I know the essence of this magic. Just like Lucy's, it is summoning magic. People who use this kind of magic have obvious weaknesses, and they are very weak. Evergreen rushed to Rusty Rose and gathered magic in his hands. Rusty Rose said softly, I am the king of the underworld. A deep black blade of this arm cuts through everything and disappears at the end of the darkness. Rusty Rose's arm immediately turned into a claws of Huewu, scratching Evergreen directly. Evergreen. Elfman immediately shouted Evergreen's name nervously when he saw that Evergreen was injured, and thus revealed his flaws. Wow. Lou fell to the ground with a punch from the huge monster. Cough ah. Elfman's transformation is disarmed. That what magic is that? Rusty Rose said proudly, telling this kind of stuff to garbage will only lead to confusion. Garbage. What did you say? Rusty Rose said, this is a magic that is too close to the abyss of magic, so this magic has very strong side effects. What a sad fate, but when we get Zeref, this tragedy will end, and a new era of magic will begin. The great magical world is a world of only magic, a world ruled by chaos and magic. Those who don't have magic can't survive. No, if they have, they can only live in hell. Doesn't that sound great? A world made just for us. All the trash that can't be magically disappeared. The great wizarding world will be complete when Zeref becomes king of this world. Chapter 204. Those who do not have magic will be eliminated. This will be a magician's paradise. I have been waiting for this era to come. I have been waiting. No, it's impossible to eliminate people without magic power and create a world where only mages exist. What a joke. In this world, mages only account for 10%, and the remaining 90% can't those who use magic. Rusty Rose said, yes, in the great wizarding world, 9 out of 10 people can't survive. I won't let you get away with it. Elfman gritted his teeth and tried to get up. But are those people needed? People who don't know magic are like candles placed next to electric lights, meaningless. Isn't it just because of the mutual help that has been going on all the time, this world? Rusty Rose smiled and said, help each other? Do you mean the guild? Don't be arrogant, it's just that you, who are capable, are greedy for wealth. No. We all need each other. The mages provide abilities and ordinary people give rewards. The trust accumulated in this way constitutes this world, and the guild was born. Rusty Rose's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You are not allowed to laugh at the meaning of the guild's existence, and you are not allowed to insult the sorcerers who fought desperately to survive. In the end, you still don't understand, you have never even approached the abyss of the devil, and you who don't know the real horror of Zeref, when you see the real power of Zeref, you people can only helplessly slow down. Wait to die. Elfman said in a firm tone, no, Big Brother Suyan will stop it. You, Zeref, who is a god, were knocked out by Big Brother Su, so your plan will definitely not succeed. What did you say? Rusty Rose's face changed. The other party had seen Zeref. Zeref was also knocked unconscious by Fairy Tale's people. How is this possible? Who is Suyan you are talking about? Where is he? Female. Boom. Heavenly Wolf Island vibrated violently, and terrifying magic power emanated from the distance. The vibrations from the other side continued. It was not at the same level as other places, and there were obviously super strength monsters fighting there. Didn't you guess? It's your turn. Sutan looked at Hades not far away. Hades was attacked by the explosive impact of the domineering dragon just now, but Hades himself was some distance away from the center of the impact and his powerful magic defense had restored his mobility early. He even reassembled the clothes that he had just destroyed by Sutan. It's amazing, young man, he can actually defeat Blue Note, but defeating Blue Note doesn't mean anything. Although he has powerful magic, he is still far from the abyss of magic. You are still young, and you have such a powerful strength. It is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect Makarov to cultivate such an outstanding young man. But that's all there is to it. Suddenly, a violent shaking appeared, and the huge Sirius tree on Sirius Island began to slowly tilt to one side. What happened? Island, it's an island. Not, the giant tree is falling. What the hell happened? Soon, everyone in Fairy Tale felt weak and powerless. Why strength? Suddenly I can't use my strength. How come? What's going on here? On Sirius Island, everyone in Fairy Tale suddenly lost their strength. Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale, immediately knew why. This is. Hades said with a smile, the giant tree Sirius standing in the middle of Sirius Island will protect everyone with the Fairy Tale coat of arms. In order to prevent them from losing their lives on this island, it has a special power that increases their magic. And if the Sirius tree is destroyed, this kind of protection for the members of the Fairy Tale Guild will be nullified. At the same time, all the magic powers of Fairy Tale's wizards are being continuously deprived. That's what I told you, kid. Makarov's face was very ugly. Prekito was the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, and he knew more about fairy tales secrets than he did. Ha 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 ha. It took a lot of time, now all of you fairy tale will be wiped out. After a long time, Makarov couldn't help but feel despair. He chose this place as the assessment site for S-rank mages, so that everyone could be protected. Unexpectedly, it became the shackles of these little devils' lives. The magic power continued to flow, and he couldn't stand up on the ground. Suyan's face became ugly, and he did not expect such an accident to occur. Looks like I wasted a bit of time. I should have killed you earlier if I knew it, but it's not too late. Hades found that Sutan didn't seem to be affected at this time. Why haven't you been affected? Sutan also has the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild on his arm, and on his left forearm, there is a cyan coat of arms, which is very conspicuous. Because I don't have any magic power. No magic power. Hades was very surprised. Isn't the powerful attack that Sutan just showed, not magic? When Makarov heard Sutan's words, he immediately rekindled hope. Yes, Sutan is not a magician at all, and he uses a kind of domineering power. He also asked Suyan what the power to transform into a dragon was, and Sutan said that it was a special ability unique to their clan. This magical world has everything, and there are many visitors from other world, so Makarov easily accepts this setting. Whether you have magic power or not, it's just wishful thinking for you to solve me, so I'll give you a special insight now. Having said that, Hades slowly took off his blindfold. Eye of the devil, open your eyes. Hades' eyes opened, and a super terrifying magic power suddenly radiated from his body. The abyss of the devil's way, starting from here is a field far beyond your imagination. Chapter 205. Everyone in Fairy Tale on Sirius Island can also feel this terrifying magic. What a horrible magic! Wendy said in surprise. How can someone possess such terrifying magic power? Lily couldn't believe it, this was far beyond the scope of human beings. I've never felt such magic before. Natsu's body shuddered. Happy shouted, the magic is still increasing. How? Carla couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The current state of several people is the mentality of almost everyone in Fairy Tale. He suddenly lost his strength, and at this time he was still facing many powerful enemies, which was no different from the fish on the cutting board. Zhang Crow laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. You see, this is the real magic of our President Hades. OM. Suyan's domineering arrogance swept the entire island. Crack-cack. Grimoire heart, many people fell to the ground and passed out. What is this? Zhang Crow's laughter stopped abruptly, and a terrifying momentum suddenly appeared, making his heart seem to be clenched by a hand. What a terrifying aura. 010 Cabrico's face was very serious. The aura that this man exuded just now was really terrifying. He could clearly tell that it was not magic, but aura, which almost had to be substantiated. Momentum. Woo, woo, wow wow wow. Kane Hikaru buried his head in the ground with fright, exposing a big butt outside. Is there still such a terrifying guy in Fairy Tale? Azuma looked in the direction of the aura. He understood a little why President Hades and Blue Note both shot, and Blue Note was defeated. President Hades anxiously asked him to quickly overthrow the entire Sirius domination tree. In fact, he had already completed the domination of the Sirius tree when he appeared in front of Wendy and several others. But he wanted to enjoy the feeling of fighting, and he was a little bit contemptuous of Hades' despicable means. Fighting should be divided between winners and losers, the winner lives and the loser dies. Winning by vile means is a contamination of the battle, but this is the order of the President Hades, and he has no choice but to execute it. But I didn't expect someone from the Fairy Tale Guild, BDDY, to be immune to the influence of the Sirius tree. Let's see if this person can completely defeat President Hades. Who is it? Rusty Rose and the other 7 people in Purgatory also said suspiciously. It's him. Only Altair knew who the guy with this aura was, the undead demon Emperor Suyan. She had already understood Sutan's powerful strength when she was on Galuna Island. It was a powerful force she had never seen before, and she had no way to take Suyan. Later, she did not report any important information related to Sutan to President Hades, so she didn't care who would win or lose between President Hades and Sutan. Hades' life and death has nothing to do with her. Hades is not a good person, she has known from a long time ago, including the magic she studied, was taught by Hades, and she also understands that Hades is uneasy and kind, including several other seven kin of the magic of purgatory is taught by Hades. But she is willing, because she wants to use this magic to achieve her own purpose. On weekdays, she will only show the arc magic of time taught by Hades, but secretly she will work harder to practice the ice modeling magic inherited from her mother Ulu. Zerf, where the hell are you? How could, this is such a thing, how could it be possible that Chief Makarov could not help trembling when he felt this terrifying magic power? Hades said, to go on the magic path is to sink into the bottom of the endless darkness, where you can see the magic shimmering in the abyss dash. Almost repay, the magic of Desh can be achieved, but this a little bit. It's far-reaching. What can fill this far-reaching place is the great magical world, the world where Zeref is. At this moment, with Zeref's awakening, the world is changing, and then, I can finally get one's magic. A magic. Makarov frowned, he seemed to have seen it in the fairy tale library, but it was so long ago that he couldn't remember. You can't reach the great magic world, and you lack the consciousness to go to the abyss. Saying that, Hades took a pose. From the Book of Zeref, Chapter 4, Section 12, Magic, God's Punishment. Suddenly, among the rubble on the ground, dark substances emerged one by one, and then gradually began to take shape. In a blink of an eye, these things began to grow, forming a brother monster. A monster was actually created from the ruins. Makarov was very shocked. The magic of this creation is a blind spot in the magic field. Almost no one can use this magic, and only the legendary black magician is similar. Zeref's magic. As long as you have the magic power of the abyss, clods can also generate demons. As the dancer of the devil, the judge of the sky, this is magic. Makarov's body couldn't help trembling. How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful magic power? You are so young, you have such a strong power, it is really admirable, but everything ends here, every demon here has a strong power, facing such an army, no one can compete. Sutan said indifferently, yeah. It's time to end, all blame me, I don't want to waste my strength for you garbage, because there will be more terrible battles in the future, but I didn't expect everyone to fall into crisis. I should have purified you from this world long ago before you landed. Humph. Are you still stubborn at this time? Hades showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt that he was incomparably powerful now, and it was impossible for the other party to make a comeback at this time. The sky began to gather dark clouds. Kaka. A lightning bolt landed on top of Suyan's head. Boom. The ground around Suyan burst open, his body began to change, and a pair of dragon horns slowly grew on his forehead. Chapter 206. Immediately afterwards, with the cracking sound, sporadic dragon scales grew out of Sutan's exposed skin. His body swelled slightly with a punch, and two dragon horns grew out on his forehead, making him look more and more hideous. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, becoming inhumanly cold. His hands and feet twisted and grew, turning into dragon claws, and a layer of clouds and whirlwinds appeared all over his body. Sutan took a deep leap, and the whole person turned into a huge blue dragon and flew into the sky. It takes time, the sky is full of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. A fiery red flame cloud was wrapped around Sutan's arm, and the huge body twisted and circled in the air. Dragon. There are dragons in this world. Susyen flew into the sky, and almost everyone on Sirius Island saw it. Almost all were terrified. Only when everyone in Fairy Tale saw it, their eyes began to shine. Hope rose in my heart. Sutan was still there, and Susa was serious, then Grimoire Heart was over. Hades was so shocked that he looked at the green dragon circling in the sky, his face changed greatly. Dragon. How? There is a dragon in the Fairy Tale Guild. Dragons are legendary creatures, and dragons have long been invisible in this world. But the legend of the dragon has always been circulating in the world. And without exception, the dragon represents power. According to legend, a dragon can easily destroy a country. Even if it's a real dragon, a guy who hasn't reached the abyss of the devil can't be my opponent. Give me away. Let's dance. The Clawed Demon. Many clawed demons created by Hades launched an attack on Suyan, extending many tentacles from his body. Boom 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 boom. The attack fell on Suyan's body. Sutan's face remained unchanged. When he transformed into a blue dragon, Sutan's defense was no weaker than that of a real dragon. How is that possible? My clawed demon's attack is ineffective. Suyan tilted his neck back, accumulating powerful energy in his mouth. Heat breath. A terrifying heat wave erupted from Suyan's mouth. The tentacles of the clawed demon were all burned to ashes by the heat. Hades' face changed greatly, and he controlled those clawed demons to resist. But the clawed demon couldn't stop Suyan's heat, and all of them were quickly burned to ashes. Hades yelled in horror. Boom. A terrifying explosion appeared. The ground was all melted. Everyone on Sirius Island could feel the terror of that heat attack. The heat disappeared after a while. On the edge of Sirius Island, a huge crater appeared. Hades lay in the middle with serious injuries, his body shaking constantly. Everyone on Grimoire Heart on Sirius Island was also stunned. They had the upper hand a second ago, and in a blink of an eye, their boss Hades was killed. It's impossible. Zhang Crow couldn't believe it. Natsu smiled smugly, your god was killed by a dragon. It's just that at this time, too much magic power has been lost. Natsu seems to be weak. Sutan's huge upper Qinglong body moved in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the vicinity of the Sirius tree. Crack! A dragon's claw was caught in a place of the Sirius tree, the tree was broken, and a person appeared in Sutan's palm. It was Azuma who fought Natsu before. Azuma never thought that he would be found by Suyan so easily. Suyan squeezed slightly. Azuma screamed in pain. Sutan stretched out his dragon claws and looked at Azuma and said, "It's you who brought down the Sirius tree, restore the Sirius tree to me." I can't. Then you can die. Sutan wanted to crush Azuma to death without hesitation, and then wanted to kill all the other Grimoire Heart people on Sirius Island. Wait. Although I can't do it, I can return the magic power to everyone in Fairy Tail, so that the Sirius tree will not continue to absorb the magic power of the people of Fairy Tail. I also know that Altair, the head of our Grimoire Heart 7 kin of Purgatory, can restore the Sirius tree. 4 flowers. Then return everyone's magic power immediately. Azuma didn't talk about any further conditions. In the face of the absolute strength gap, any resistance was useless. Soon, everyone in Fairy Tail felt that their magic had returned. The magic power is restored. The Fairy Tail group immediately started to fight back, and the Grimoire Heart group was now in chaos because the boss Hades was killed, and was caught off guard. After Makarov's magic recovered, he stood up again and came in front of Hades, looking at Hades with complicated eyes. This man used to be the second-generation president of the Fairy Tail Guild, and he has always supported Fairy Tail. The spirit inherited from the Fairy Tail Guild was also taught to him by this man. 0.0. Makarov was born in Fairy Tail, his mother died when he was born and his father died shortly after. It was this man who taught him what a Fairy Tail wizard is. Makarov also regarded this person as his own father. 48 years ago, the other party taught himself the position of president of Fairy Tail, and then disappeared without a trace. In any case, there is no need to think that one day we will meet again, it will be such a scene. Kill me. Before Makarov, Hades was always called Makarov Kid, because that's what he used to call Makarov. However, now he is no longer qualified to be called Makarov Kid. Why did you fall into darkness? I should have said that the origin of magic is darkness. Miracles born in darkness were later called magic. After retiring from the guild, I have been exploring the magic way in depth, and I want to use this to find the truth of this world. This world full of magic is false, and the great magic world where Ziref is located is the original magic world. I want to go and see that world, that's why I collect the keys that will awaken Ziref. It's still a little, just a little bit, I can reach the only magic. 1. Chapter 207. What if we arrive? The origin of magic is either darkness or light, magic is endless. Its role will change with the development of the times, and it will grow with us. Everyone has a different understanding, and that is magic. Magic can be light or dark, red or blue, depending on how each person feels. Fairy Tail survives with freedom, all of which you taught me. Hades was speechless when he heard Makarov's words, and he had forgotten all about it long after he fell into the darkness. After careful searching, Altair finally found Ziref, who was unconscious somewhere on Sirius Island. Great. Finally, 010 found you, Ziref. Altair was very excited. As long as she got Ziref, she could go back to the past, back to the time when her mother was still alive when she was a child. She won't leave her mother's side again this time. When Altair was about to take Ziraf away, suddenly, a voice came from behind Altair. It's not good to take other people's prey without making a sound. Who? Altair's face changed, then looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Su Yan standing not far behind him. It's you. Seeing that the person behind him was Su Yan, Altair's face changed greatly, and he even felt desperate. She didn't know what just happened and why a dragon appeared on Sirius Island. But Susu's presence here means one thing, that Hades lost. Don't worry, I have no interest in dealing with you. As long as you restore the Sirius tree and the destroyed island to their original state, I can let you take Ziraf away. You mean it? Altair was in disbelief. Of course, our fairy tale is what we say, as long as you do it, not only can you take Ziraf away, but you can also leave Sirius Island safely. How can you guarantee that you will not backtrack after I restore everything? Sutan looked at Altair lightly, then you just pray that I won't go back on my word. He has no interest in negotiating any terms with this woman. Grimoire Heart deserves to die for almost everyone. Including this Altair. When these guys set foot on Sirius Island, the holy land of fairy tale, they were sentenced to death by Sutan. Ziraf is a hassle, it's a little harder to deal with, and there are bigger troubles to come. He didn't mind throwing this trouble at Grimoire Heart. Don't you want to get Ziraf? Then give it to you. Altair was relieved to hear Su Yan's words without any promise. Then come to the vicinity of the Sirius tree and use the arc magic of your own time. Boom. The fallen towering tree, the Sirius tree, is gradually recovering like stepping back in time. The protection of the fairy tale members by the Sirius tree has also returned. Everyone in fairy tale saw the recovery of the Sirius tree, and they all understood that fairy tale really won. Grimoire Heart everyone was also driven to the beach. Many of them are still stunned, they just passed out without knowing why, and they lost inexplicably after waking up. The ones who lost were Hades, the president of Grimoire Heart, and Blue Note, the vice director of duel. Both of them were defeated, and even if there were a few people in Seven Kin of Purgatory who had nothing to do, they would not be able to make a comeback at all. All were gathered in front of the Grimoire Heart battleship. The Grimoire Heart crowd walked towards the battleship. I can't believe they would let us go. And also gave us Ziraf. Why would they do this? I don't know, but it's good for us. Hades, who was covered in bandages, looked at Makarov and asked inexplicably, why? Why did you let us go? Obviously we did such an extreme thing to you. Makarov said, I have learned a lot from you. In return, I will let you go this time and leave this island. You're so naive. If you let me go back this time, you're not afraid of me making a comeback. If you really dare to appear in front of fairy tale again, come on. Hades' complexion changed slightly, and he glanced at Su Yan who was standing beside Makarov. He has already regarded Sutan as a real dragon. Makarov is very lucky, and he doesn't know where to pick up a dragon. If it weren't for the dragons in the fairy tale guild, I would never lose. But when he saw Ziraf, his heart suddenly became hot. Finally got Ziraf, as long as Ziraf is there, I can step into the real magic. When the time comes, it's not too late to destroy fairy tale and deal with the dragon. Seven Kin of Purgatory also has many of the same ideas as Hades. They both learn lost magic, which has side effects, and Hades tells them that only the great wizarding world can save them, tying their fates all together. Coming to Sirius Island this time, the elimination of fairy tale is incidental, and the main thing is to get Ziraf. The thoughts of several people were all seen by Susun. Suning couldn't help sneering in his heart, the dog can't stop eating shit, the damned guy will die sooner or later. The sins committed by God can still be forgiven, but the sins committed by oneself cannot be lived. Soon, Grimoire Heart's spaceship started and quickly left Sirius Island. Brat, I didn't think you would agree to let those guys go. Makarov was a little puzzled. Yeah. When did you become so kind, Sutan? Everyone in fairy tale was also very surprised. The Su Yan they knew was a decisive person. He has always done his best to get rid of evil. Grimoire Heart came to attack Sirius Island. With Sutan's character, he must kill all those people. Because the other party repaired the Sirius tree and let them go, this is not Suyu's character. Sutan smiled and said, be kind, this should be the last kindness for them, and there may be no chance to be kind to them in the future. Chapter 208. Everyone in fairy tale didn't quite understand what Sutan said. Urza responded and said, Su Yan, you mean that Ziraf? Suzhong nodded and said, They thought that getting Zeref and awakening Zeref would open up some kind of magical world, but they didn't know that this was simply invented by a group of guys who worshipped black magicians in the past. When the fairy tale crowd gathered just now, they knew what the other party wanted to do with Zeref. Let Grimoire Heart take away that troublesome guy from Zeref, and maybe prevent Fairy Tale from contacting Acroneria for a while. The Zeref wasn't sleeping at all. When everyone in Fairy Tale heard Sutan's words, they all understood that what they were worried about didn't exist at all. The great wizarding world will not appear at all. Makarov didn't know what to say either. The second-generation president of Fairy Tale fell into darkness because of some illusory stuff. I don't know whether to say poor 13 or hateful. Let's go back to the temporary base. On the Grimoire Heart ship. I didn't expect us to lose. Rusty Rose said. He was actually holding down Elfman and Alba Green the whole time, but Hades was defeated by the time his fate was out of his control. They also knew how powerful Hades was. Even if the 7 kin of Purgatory added up, they were no match for them. What's more, Blue Note was also defeated by the other party. There is no point in continuing to fight. Unbelievable. Kane Hikaru didn't stammer this time. Hades said, "Don't be so disappointed, we have achieved our goal, and no one thought that there would be a dragon in the Fairy Tale Guild." Makarov hit him too well, and the dragon's strength was too strong. However, Zeref has already got his hands, and we will open the world of great magic only when Zeref awakens. Suddenly, a voice said, "It will not be turned on." What? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Zeref opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Hades immediately said excitedly, "J Zeref key. Quickly get the key." Zeref said, "It's not necessary, I'm awake, although I'm not qualified to say this, but how many people's lives have you killed in order to get the so-called key? It's so sad, those things are just illusions." What did you say? Hearing this, Hades and 7 kin of Purgatory all changed their faces. One of the many settings imagined by some people who are superstitious about Zeref, the Black Mage, is the key to Zeref. Do you believe those ancient nonsense? I didn't sleep at all, and the person standing here now is Zeref, the Black Mage. No, it's impossible. This can't be fake. The great wizarding world must exist. You must be still asleep, right? Altair shouted frantically. How many people has she killed and deceived over the years for the so-called Zeref's key? It is because she believes in the existence of the great magic world that she has done so many heinous things. It was the last moment, and it seemed that she was about to succeed, but she suddenly told her that it was all fake. How could she accept it? The rest of the 7 kin of Purgatory are much the same, and what will happen to the side effects of their lost magic if the great wizarding world doesn't exist? Oh me! 400 years ago, I witnessed the battles and deaths of countless people, but from a certain day, I understood the preciousness of life. My body has been cursed ever since. The more I feel that life is precious, the more I will take away the souls of others, in order not to take away the souls of others. I have to let myself forget the value of life, which makes me sad and heartbroken. It is because of people like you that this me is created. It is because of your evil thoughts, Ucunaroli will be attracted. That is, this era has come to an end, no one can stop it, and the world will end here. So I want you to be punished. Acunarolia? What the hell are you talking about? Hades and Grimoire Heart were all puzzled. Zeref ignored Hades' words and posed with his hands to release magic. Everyone at Grimoire Heart was shaking with fear. Wait. I still have something to ask you. The first sin is that you brought in Acunarolia. One more thing, you made me forget the value of life. Repent well. The temporary base of the Fairy Tale Guild on Sirius Island. Everyone at Fairy Tale comes here to prepare. What did you say? Natsu. Several people stared at the President Makarov and shouted in disbelief. Makarov said, that is to say, this time the S-class qualifying exam has been suspended. Gray shouted, I can't take it, old man. Natsu, why stop it? Gajil, make me an S rank. Elfman complained, you are not the candidate, you are Levy. Makarov helplessly patted the top of his bald head and said, there's no way. So many things have happened, and now many people are injured, what should I do if there is another accident? Myra said, not only did the Magic Council get in, but also the Grimoire Heart. Everyone looked at each other, and now everyone has suffered some injuries, big and small, and it is indeed not suitable to continue fighting. Su-Yan didn't change much when he heard the expression on the Magic Council's face. Su-Tan found out when Mest first came, and Makarov knew it too. And told Su-Yan that Mest was originally a spy he sent to the Magic Council. The spy also erased his memory in order to devote himself to it. This time, it was obviously the newborn Magic Council, and he didn't know what the newborn Magic Council was going to do, so he decided to do it, and Mest also screamed for the exam. Chapter 209. That's all I can do this time. Miao Bai said, and there didn't seem to be much regret in her tone. She knew that she was relatively weak among the contestants this time, and that the competition was too tense, but now she was relieved by the suspension. Did you just give up? UBD. Gajeel said dissatisfiedly. If Levy gave up, he would not be able to continue fighting. Lily said, why are you in such a hurry? Gray scratched his hair in distress. I really want to be S rank. Juvia comforted him by the side, it's okay, Lord Gray will definitely succeed next time. Elfman sighed dejectedly, is it time for a man to retire? Several people understand that the current situation has no choice but to give up. Only Natsu is still insisting, I will never give up. Must be S rank. Gray and Elfman and Levy all gave up, didn't you? Then let me move up to the S rank. I'm going to be S rank. Natsu starts playing Rascals. Happy advised, Natsu, calm down. Makarov looked unhappy, I'm so annoying, I really can't do anything about you, so I'll give you a special case, start the test now, if you can beat me, Natsu, then I'll let you rise to S rank. Natsu exclaimed in surprise, really? Old man. Good. I'm on fire. Makarov punched out, and the fist quickly became bigger. Boom. What? Natsu's entire body was stuck to the tree. I admit defeat. Suddenly, roar. A long and heavy voice came from the sky. Ziref's face changed, is it coming so soon? Everyone in Fairy Tale on Sirius Island also heard this voice. What's wrong? It's so noisy. What's with this voice? Wendy said, it's a dragon's cry. Wendy, Natsu, and Gajeel were raised by dragons and were naturally familiar with this sound. Deliver. Can. Su-Yan clenched his fists tightly and said in his heart, it's still here. Grimoire Heart may be one of the triggers, but the guy's main target is probably Natsu, Wendy, and Gajeel, the three Dragon Slayer wizards. The three of them are all using magic dragons, and dragon-killing magic will transform into energy at the end. In a way, it's not much different from a real dragon. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. What is that? So big. That is. Dragon. What exactly is going on? Seriously. Real dragon. Sure enough, the dragon is still alive in this world. Although everyone in Fairy Tale was very surprised by the appearance of the dragon, they had all seen Su Yanlong's attitude. Although they were a little surprised, they were not very afraid. Makarov said in surprise, this is the black dragon in the Book of Revelation, Akunarolia. Undaunted, Natsu shouted to the sky, hey. Do you know where Igneel is? And Granton and Metallicana. Urza stopped immediately and shouted, shut up. Natsu. The black dragon Aknoralia seemed to descend immediately upon hearing the voice below. It's down. The top of the ruins where Aknoralia fell in front of everyone. DFL. Aknoralia roared loudly. Rumble dash dash dash. The terrifying sound spread, and everything around was destroyed. Looking at Akronerla, almost all of the Fairy Tale's faces changed drastically. This energy is different from Su-Yan, it is an enemy, or an extremely powerful enemy. Aknoralia jumped and swooped down towards the Fairy Tale crowd below. Get out of the way. Makarov's face changed and he immediately shouted loudly. Boom boom boom. Aknoralia fell to the ground, and the earth shattered. Is that a lie? What amazing destructive power. What the hell is this guy doing? Everyone, get out of here. Suchi immediately said to Urza, Urza, give me the mace. Urza's space carries a large number of weapons and armors, just like the Ring of Space in the novel, it is very convenient to carry. Before Sutan came to Sirius Island, he handed over his mace to Urza for safekeeping. When Urza heard Su-Yan's words, a huge mace suddenly appeared in his hand, and immediately threw the mace at Sutan. Crack. Su-Yan raised his hand and caught the mace. Su-Yan. Brat. Su-Yan smiled and said, President, you take everyone away first, I will delay this guy. Makarov's face changed, Stinky boy, No matter how strong you are, you can't be its opponent. That is the Black Dragon in the Book of Apocalypse. In the Book of Apocalypse, the appearance of the Black Dragon means that an era is coming to an end. It's going to be a try after all. Sue's body exuded a powerful domineering look. The Black Dragon Akurolia couldn't help but turn his eyes to Sutan, and the dragon's eyes stared at Sutan closely. It felt a slight threat from Sutan's body, although it was not big, but it also made him feel good. In his opinion, these humans are similar to bugs, and there are even bugs that can threaten him. But he didn't like this feeling. Humans are bugs, and if the bugs want to resist, then they will be completely eliminated. Roar! Akurolia roared and charged towards Suyan at high speed, opening her mouth to reveal sharp teeth and biting it down towards Suyan. The mace in Suyan's hand had a black sheen, covering the entire mace. This is the domineering hardening of the armed color, followed by a red ray of light on the mace, and the domineering of the armed color is wrapped around. The purple domineering compresses and wraps around the mace, forming a purple lightning bolt, which is tightly wrapped around the mace. Boom! Suyan stepped forward, and the ground suddenly burst open. Thundering Gossip, Factory. Chapter 210. Dash. A terrifying shock appeared and everything around was destroyed. Wow! Wow! Everyone in Fairy Tale screamed and was blown away by this shock. There were huge waves around Sirius Island. Magic commentary. The warships of the hospital were shaking violently. Before that, Lahar ordered many warships of the Magic Council to stand by in the distance. The warships were destroyed and they called for help, and these warships rushed over, and then saw the Black Dragon Aknorari. Yafei went to Sirius Island. The battleship of the Magic Council immediately chose to evacuate. The huge Black Dragon was repelled by Sutan with a stick. Repulsed. Everyone in Fairy Tale was stunned when they saw it. This is a real dragon. Suyan actually repelled this monster with a single blow. Isn't Suyan really a dragon? Although Akunaroria was repelled with a single blow, Suyan did not show any happiness. The expression. The attack is shallow, and such an attack is not enough to cause too much damage to Akronerla. 013 Akroneria stood up not far away, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that he would be seen by a person. The humans who were the bugs were repelled and suffered a little injury. Roar! Akurolia roared at Sutan. What are you calling? You can speak human words, right? Or is it now a roaring beast? Human. You are courting death. Speaks. Fairy Tale. Many people were startled when they heard Akurolia speak. Wendy explained, Dragon has a very high intelligence, and the human language dragon can speak. Cooking for death? You are here to provoke us, attack us for no reason, and you are also looking for death if you want to court death. Akurolia snorted coldly, and swept her huge tail towards Sutan. Sutan raised the mace in his hand and struck the tail. Boom! The ground under Suyan's feet shattered, and this blow seemed to be indistinguishable between one person and one dragon. However, in terms of perception, it was very shocking that Sutan, a human, blocked the attack of such a huge black dragon. Sutan's tyrannical arrogance exploded instantly. Boom! Akronerla's body was also repelled. God Feet. Suyan instantly appeared in Akroneria. In front of him, God Foot is a move similar to the high-speed movement in the Navy's 6 forms. Because the speed is too fast, it looks similar to teleportation. The mace in Suyan's hand knocked on Akurolia's face. Boom! Proud. Akunarolia cried out in pain. Her body was knocked to the ground by Sutan. At the same time, the Akunarolia dragon claws swiped on Sutan. Pfft! A blood stain appeared on Sutan's body. Yeah. Sutan could not help but let out a groan. Suyan is injured. Myra exclaimed. Sutan's defense Mila is the most clear, but at the beginning, when Suyan's defense is not that strong, he will suffer some injuries. But a year later, she never saw anyone hurt Suyan again. There was only a blood stain on Sutan's body, and it didn't look serious, but there was no doubt that this black dragon could break through Sutan's defense. Sujian didn't care about the injuries on his body, but he also understood that with his current strength, there was no way to cause any effective damage to Akunarolia. But he also confirmed good news and bad news. The good news is that he can break through the defense of Akunaroli. BDDG. The Overlord's arrogance is not in vain, and these 2 attacks have indeed caused damage to Aknoraria. The bad news is that the other party can also cause damage to himself, and the damage seems to be a little bit more. This was not necessarily the result of Akurolia's full-strength attack. But that's enough. Interesting. I can't believe that there are people as powerful as you in this world. The black dragon Akunarolia looked at Sutan and said. Although the corners of his mouth were bleeding from being beaten by Suyan with 2 sticks, his tone was still calm. Human? It seems that you completely treat yourself as a dragon, but don't underestimate humans. Sutan exudes a sky-high aura. Boom. The dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder and lightning swam in the dark clouds. Crack. A flash of lightning fell on Sutan's head. Boom. The ground around Suyan burst open, and his body began to change. His eyes turned into pupils, becoming inhumanly cold. Immediately afterwards, with the cracking sound of crackling, sporadic dragon scales grew out of Sutan's exposed skin. His body swelled slightly with a punch, and 2 dragon horns grew out on his forehead, making him look more and more hideous. His hands and feet twisted and grew, turning into dragon claws, and a layer of clouds and whirlwinds appeared all over his body. Sutan took a deep leap, and the whole person turned into a huge blue dragon and flew into the sky. It takes time, the sky is full of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. A fiery red flame cloud was wrapped around Suyan's arm, and the huge body was circling in the air. In terms of size, Sutan is much larger than the black dragon Aknoraria. The black dragon Aknoraria saw Sutan transformed into a blue dragon, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly tightened. I can't believe that there are dragons in this world. Damn all dragons. How? The black dragon Aknoraria roared, and the dark feather fan behind it. Boom. Everything around was blown away by the terrifying airflow. Whoa. Wow. Everyone in Fairy Tale screamed and was blown away by the powerful airflow. The black dragon Akunarolia also flew into the sky with a kick of its hind legs. In the sky above Sirius Island, a blue dragon from the east and a giant dragon from the west confronted each other. Boom. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and it looked like the end of the world. Ziraf looked at this scene. 2 dragons are fighting. This scene has not been seen for hundreds of years. Chapter 211. Dragon. Dragon. Still 2. Isn't the dragon a legendary creature? Why are there 2 here? What exactly happened? Everyone on the battleship of the Magic Council outside Sirius Island was frightened. It's just a mission, how could such a thing happen? The same is true for everyone in Fairy Tale. 1 dragon is enough to shock, and 2 dragons appear in the sky at the same time. This scene is really shocking and suffocating. Go to die go. The black dragon Aknoraria seemed to be stimulated by seeing Sutan transformed into Jackie Chan, and the killing intent spread all at once. Aknoralia rushed towards Suyan. Suyan also greeted him without fear. Boom. The heads of the incarnated blue dragon and the black dragon Aknoraria savagely collided. Boom dash dash. Lightning and thunder in the sky, huge waves on the sea, 2 creatures in myths collide, just the aftermath will produce terrifying destructive power. Quick. Get out of here. The power of the dark dragon was wrapped around the claws of the black dragon Akunarolia and grabbed it towards Sutan. Kaka. The dragon scales on Sutan's body were shattered, and blood flowed out. Suyan also grabbed the black dragon Aknoraria with 1 claws. The armed color is domineering hardened and wrapped, and the overlord color is domineering and compressed. Pfft. The body of the black dragon Aknoraria was also scratched by Suyan with several blood stains, and the blood oozes from the wound. Although it looks like an ordinary attack, the 2 people or 2 dragons are all aimed at killing each other. The black dragon Akunarolia slammed his fist on Sutan's Qinglong head. Sutan's huge dragon body was repelled. Because of the different forms of dragons, the body of the black dragon Aknoraria has a greater advantage in close combat. The dark feathers behind the black dragon Aknoraria quickly pursued. After Sutan saw it, the huge green dragon flicked its tail and hit the black dragon Aknoraria on the face. The black dragon Aknoraria is swept away. Crash dash dash. The dragon claws of Aknoraria slid a long distance on the sea. Then take a deep breath, the huge dragon power gathers towards the lungs, and the huge dragon chest expands. It's a roar. Gajeel shouted when he saw it. Suyan also opened his mouth wide, and a huge amount of energy gathered in his mouth. Susai also incorporated the domineering of armed and overlord. Myi. The black dragon Aknora spit out a terrible energy bullet. Heat breath. Su Xian's mouth also spit out a scorching heat breath, and purple lightning was wrapped around the heat breath. The roar of the black dragon and the heat from Su Tian collided in midair. Boom. Two strong forces collided, as if a sun appeared on the sea. Defense. Makarov shouted in horror. The fairy tale all gathered together to defend themselves with magic. Immediately afterwards, the impact of the collision of two powerful forces erupted. The terrifying impact blew off many trees on Sirius Island. Distant huge waves were set off on the sea, rolling toward Sirius Island and the surrounding area. Wow! Ah! Everyone screamed in surprise when they saw this scene. This time, the attack power of Su Yan and Aknora was half a caddy. No one on either side has pressed anyone. In the eyes of others, this is already a disaster that is almost devastating. Is this the legendary dragon that can destroy a country in one go? The magic attack did not take advantage of it, and Aknora immediately rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Tian opened his mouth and aimed at Akurolia. Bad wind. Boom boom boom. One after another, huge wind blades that can cut through everything spit out from Su Tian's mouth. Akurolia's wings and body quickly flew towards the sky, avoiding the bad wind of Su Tian. He exhaled a continuous dragon breath at Su Yan. Ask for flowers. Tornado. Su Tian's huge dragon body was spinning like a spinning top, sending out bad winds. Neutralize the dragon breath of Aknora. Tornado. A tornado appeared around Su Tian's body, restricting Akurolia's movements. Is this a disaster? Everyone in the Magic Council couldn't believe it after seeing it. They have always been proud to be members of the Magic Council. I don't think there is anything more powerful in this world than the Magic Council. But today they feel that everything has been turned upside down, like these two creatures in the sky. Any one of them can easily destroy the Magic Council. Get out of here. Rahal ordered loudly. 0. Mest's face changed. There are also fairy tale people on Sirius Island. There is no way to control them. If we don't leave, then we will all die here, and the aftermath of the battle between the two godlike creatures is not something we can bear. Although I knew about the existence of the black dragon from the data, I didn't expect it to actually appear. The appearance of the black dragon represents the end of the era, and the troubles of mankind may have just begun. What I'm very confused about now is the origin of that cyan dragon. Although the power of the tornado was very strong, it couldn't stop Akurolia from getting close. The black dragon Aknora came to Su and attacked Su Tian with its claws. Crack. The dragon card on Su Tian's body was destroyed. Ugh. Su Tian couldn't help but let out a painful cry. He opened his mouth and bit Akunoria's arm. Roar. The black dragon Aknora cried out in pain. Her arm was bitten by Su Yan, and blood flowed. The black dragon Akurolia also quickly grabbed Su Tian's arm and opened his mouth to bite on Su Tian's body. Ugh. Su groaned, but he bit his mouth and didn't let go, and his body immediately wrapped around Akurolia. The dragon claws attacked Akronerla, and Akroneria also attacked Su Yan. The two dragons slaughtered each other as if they were beasts. 10,000. Chapter 212. Everyone was shocked to watch the most primitive torn apart of the two strongest creatures in the world. It all feels like nothing is more shocking than this. Su Tian, who turned into a blue dragon, and the black dragon Aknora were torn apart. From the sky to the sea, and from the sea to the sky. At this point, Gildarts came running with Fried and Bixlow. Everyone. Get on board. Gildarts shouted to the fairy tale crowd. Gildarts. How did you guys get back? We immediately returned when we saw the red flares launched on Sirius Island, but we didn't expect to encounter so many big waves, which delayed a lot of time. Hurry up and leave by boat while Su Tian blocks us. Su Yan and Akurolia were both seriously injured. 013. Su Yan and Akurolia dispersed. Eternal Ray. Akurolia opened her wings, and dense dark rays shot at Su Yan. Boom boom boom. Su Yan evaded quickly, but was still attacked several times. If Su Yan was immune to these attacks before, but now that Su Tian is injured, these attacks will also cause a lot of damage to Su Yan. Su Tian opened his mouth and sent out 3 fireballs. Aknora evaded all these attacks and rushed to Suji quickly. The claws grabbed towards Su Tian, and a powerful magic force was condensed in his mouth. Su Tian's eyes changed slightly after seeing it. A part of the scales on the body quickly changed color and turned black, which is the domineering hardening of the armed color. Boom. Ah. Although the armed color resisted the attack with arrogance, it still broke the defense. Armament color domineering can indeed increase attack power and defense power, but it is similar to enchanting. The strength of domineering influences the defensive power. Suyan's armament is not weak, but it is definitely not strong. Sutan added almost all of his attribute points to the domineering arrogance of the overlord. The advantage is that Suyan's attack on the Black Dragon's Aknoraria broke the defense. In the original book, only the Fire Dragon King Igneal can break through the defense of the Black Dragon form Aknoraria. Igneal traded his life for one of Akunarolia's arm. Of the remaining people, there is no one who can break through the defense of Akunaroria. Of course, it is most likely because Suyan is not using magic. However, now the consumption of the domineering and domineering of the armed color makes Sutan somewhat weak. Animal Devil Fruit Awakeners have super resilience. As long as they don't die, it won't take long to recover from serious injuries. However, Suyan is still a little short of awakening. Sutan's tail was entwined with a strong domineering look, hitting Aknoraria's body. Crack. Suyan's tail shattered the ribs on Akurolia's body. Proud. Akurolia also let out a scream, and looked at Suyan with a hideous gaze. Powerful dragon power gathers around the body. Eternal Ray. Aknoralia fired a large number of magic rays again. Capital came to think about dodging, but immediately realized that behind him was the fairy tale crowd. Immediately stopped. Boom 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 boom. The radiation rays that cannot afford to lose hit Sutan's dragon body, causing a terrifying explosion that cannot afford to lose. Wow ah ah. Sutan let out a scream of pain, and then fell to Sirius to the island. Boom. Sutan's huge body destroyed all the surrounding trees, and the mounds on the ground were well piled up. Sutan's body reverted to human form. Boom. Akurolia fell not far in front of Suyan. Human, although I don't know why you can become a dragon, your power is not weaker than a real dragon, but anyone and everything related to dragons should be damned. Aknoralia immediately prepared to kill Sutan. Suddenly, a magic bullet landed on Aknoralia's body. I won't allow you to attack Suyan. Sutan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Myra, who had transformed into Satan, appeared in front of Sutan and attacked Akurolia with her dark magic. Myra. Immediately after. Boom boom boom. A lot of magic falls on Akronerla. Everyone in Fairy Tale attacked Akroneria. Go on. Kill it. Never let it continue to hurt Sutan. Everyone. Sutan looked at the Fairy Tale crowd. The Fairy Tale crowd's attack on Aknoraria had no effect at all. Akurolia didn't even bother to pay attention to these bugs, and flapped her wings vigorously. Boom. Wow. Ugh. The Fairy Tale crowd was knocked flying by the impact of the airflow. Makarov's body instantly grew larger, and then he blocked Akurolia. Although I don't know what your purpose is, but I will never let you go a step further. My kids are still behind me. Aknoralia slammed forward hard, and Makarov was knocked to the ground. Akunarolia slapped Makarov's chest. Servant. Makarov couldn't help coughing up blood. The random blows of the Black Dragon were all magic with powerful destructive power, not something that human mages could endure. Akurolia is preparing to continue the killer in 3.6. At this moment, crack. A golden bolt of lightning landed on the top of Aknoraria's head from the sky. Aknoralia shook her head from the lightning strike. UBD, take your claws off the old man's body. A man with short blonde hair appeared in front of the crowd and scolded the Black Dragon Akunarolia. Laxus. Everyone in Fairy Tale was very surprised to see this person. They didn't expect Laxus to appear here. But many people were very surprised to see Laxus. Laxus, why are you here? That kind of thing will be discussed later. Why does a black dragon appear here? Chapter 213. I don't know. This monster suddenly appeared on Sirius Island and attacked us. Urza said. This black dragon roams the world like a scourge, Guildarts explained. When he was performing a 100-year mission on Lingzhou Peak, he was seriously injured by the black dragon Aknoraria and was almost killed. Who? A bunch of bugs. Aknoralia roared at the Fairy Tale crowd. Attack. Everyone in the Fairy Tale attacked Akroneria. Suyan also stood up. Although he is seriously injured now, his physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. Although the fruit ability has not been awakened, it cannot achieve the effect of rapid recovery, but the recovery power is not comparable to others. Sutan raised his palm, and the Overlord color continued to gather, and a large purple sword appeared above Su Yan's palm. Overlord's domineering power is Su Yan's strongest power, and it is also the 13th strongest attack. Even in the form of a dragon, Overlord's domineering is his strongest attack. The giant sword formed by the domineering color of the Overlord continued to condense, and the purple thunder and lightning were wrapped around the domineering sword. Everyone in Fairy Tail could see that Sutan was saving up for a big move. Buy time for Su Yan. Oh. The Fairy Tail crowd desperately entangles the black dragon Aknora. But almost everyone was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. A bunch of nasty bugs. At this moment, a loud shout sounded. Step aside. Everyone in Fairy Tail quickly pushed away. A huge energy sword is suspended above Su Yan's head, and purple lightning is wrapped around the sword. Cut! Sutan shouted angrily, and then slashed down at the black dragon Aknora with his palm. What? Purple thunder pierced the air. The space seemed to be shattered. The domineering giant sword slashed on the chest of the black dragon Aknora. Pfft! The black dragon Aknora couldn't help but let out a scream. Boom! In the direction of Su Yan's attack, the sea was cut in half. Big sea, cracked. They had seen Su attacking the clouds that ripped apart the sky, and this time they saw Su Yan severing the sea. This kind of terrifying power, the gods are nothing but the same. Soon the smoke from the explosion dissipated, and everyone in Fairy Tail saw a bone-deep scar on the chest of the black dragon Aknora. Very good. As expected of Su. Everyone in Fairy Tail cheered when they saw that Aknora was seriously injured. As expected of Su Yan, the strongest wizard of the Fairy Tail Guild. The Fairy Tail didn't do any damage to Aknora. Su Yan severely injured the black dragon Aknora with one blow, and his strength was really too strong. Black dragon Aknora's eyes changed when he looked at Su Yan, and that kind of attack could even shake his mind. Although he defeated Sutan before, he also paid a certain price. When Sutan turned into a human, he underestimated Su Yan, but he did not expect that Sutan could launch such a terrifying attack when he was in human form. Attack! Everyone in Fairy Tail saw that Aknora was injured and their morale rose. The most terrifying thing about Aknora in the form of a black dragon is the defense of her body. However, the defense was broken, and everyone could injure Aknora as long as they attacked Aknora's wound. Roar! Aknora roared and opened her mouth wide, swallowing everyone's magic. What? Everyone in Fairy Tail was taken aback. They have all seen this scene. Natsu can devour fire magic, and then strengthen his attack. Unexpectedly, the black dragon can devour magic of all attributes. The black dragon Aknora stepped on its feet, flapped its wings behind it, and rushed into the sky at once. Retreat! Seeing the black dragon Aknora flying away, Lysina thought the other party was leaving. Before everyone could be happy, Aknora's body stopped in the air. The head was raised high towards the back, and the chest swelled. Seeing this pose, everyone in Fairy Tail immediately changed their expressions. Gajeel shouted, "It's a roar. He doesn't want to wipe out the entire island, does he? How come? Those who can use defensive magic will cast magic with all their might." Yes. Fried clenched his fists and said angrily, "There's no time to write the spell." Levi said, "There are many other defensive spells in word magic." As expected of a drawing comparison. Bixlo said. Lysina mobilized and shouted, "Everyone! Concentrate the magic on freed them." Myra said, "Hold hands." Everyone at Fairy Tail held hands. We must not end 017 in a place like this. Well, never give up. Let's all unite. Let him see the bonds of our guild. Let's go back together. Go back to Fairy Tail. Zeref sighed, "Not even this guy? It's all over." Taste. A devastating beam of light fell from the sky. Boom. It was like a small sun rising over the sea. The terrifying impact set off a huge wave, and the battleship of the Magic Council was ups and downs in this huge wave. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror. A huge hole appeared in the original location of Sirius Island. The surging sea water fills up this big hole in a blink of an eye. The original location of Sirius Island has completely disappeared without a trace. After confirming that there was no more breathing, Aknora flapped her wings and flew away. I don't know if it is due to recuperate, but Akurolia disappeared again. Afterwards, although a search was carried out in the nearby waters for 6 months, no survivors were found. And just like that, 7 years passed by. Chapter 214. X791, Harjan Port. A teenager stood on the pier of the port and looked into the distance, as if expecting something to appear. When are you going to see it? Bisksa said to the teenager. 7 years later, Bisksa now looks much more mature. 7 years ago, Bisksa was 18 years old, and now she is 26 years old, which can be said to be the most beautiful age for a woman. Altsak said, the work is over, let's go back to the guild. 7 years ago, Altsak was a little naive at first, but he has grown a lot now. The young man still looked at the sea in the distance as if he had not heard the words of the two people. Call. Really, yes. Both Altsak and Bisksa were a little helpless. If you don't go back soon, your father will be worried. Macau entrusted you to us, Romeo. The young man is Macau's son Romeo. 7 years ago, Romeo was 5 years old, and he was still a little devil. When Macau was busy, he would put Romeo in the fairy tale guild to be taken care of by the members of the guild. After going back and forth, many people in Romeo and the fairy tale guild are also familiar with it. After all, many people in the fairy tale guild were actually half-sized boys at that time. 7 years later, Romeo has grown into a 12-year-old boy and has joined the fairy tale guild. But Romeo's strength is still too weak, so he needs Bisksa and Altsak to take him out to work. Yeah. Romeo's expression was a little down when he didn't see the figure he wanted to see. Bisksa said, Romeo, I understand how you feel. Bisksa. Altsak stopped Bisksa. Bisksa looked at Altsak, only to see Altsak shook his head at her. Many things, psychological understanding is one thing, but it is another thing to say. Magnolia. Sorcerer's Guild Fairy Tale. 7 years later, the Fairy Tale Guild has moved out of the former guild building and came to a tavern in a very remote location. Romeo isn't back yet. Did those two guys, Altsak and Bisksa, leave Romeo and make out wherever they go? Macau asked, placing the wine glass on the table like a suspicious father. 7 years later, Macau will be 43 years old, but it looks like she is 53 years old, and her hairline is much higher. You're so noisy, you are so old, can't you be a little calmer, Macau? Macau's best friend Wakaba said to Macau. Macau said to Wakaba angrily, didn't you say it? You want to teach me the president? Wakaba retorted unceremoniously, I have never seen such a leader who lacks leadership. In the Battle of Sirius Island, almost all the elites of the Fairy Tale Guild disappeared, but the guild would continue to maintain, so the oldest guild's senior Macau took over the position of the third-generation president Makarov and became the fourth generation of the Fairy Tale Guild president. Max looked at the empty guild, however, having said that, there are fewer people. Now Fairy Tale is just a tavern, and the guild used to be full of people, but now the tavern is empty. After the Sirius Island incident, there were still many people in the Fairy Tale Guild, because many people in the guild recognized that they were members of the Fairy Tale Guild. However, the Fairy Tale Guild was destroyed by elites after all, and although the remaining ones were all good magicians, they were still far worse than the previous ones. Many quests could not be completed, coupled with the fact that the Fairy Tale Guild tree was a big draw in the past, and the wood show was in the forest. Naturally many forces were dissatisfied with Fairy Tale. When Fairy Tale was strong, no one dared to marry a tiger beard. Now Fairy Tale is weak, they all dare to fall into trouble. Gradually, Fairy Tale continued to decline, and now only some people who have the deepest love for Fairy Tale remain in this guild. Varun said, there is no way to do this, how can such a weak guild have a good job entrustment? After all, everyone has to live, so the mages of the Sorcerer's Guild depend on completing tasks and entrusting them to get paid to live. The guild is not famous enough, so naturally no one entrusts it to the guild. Even if there is an entrustment, the price will be greatly reduced, so many people have jumped to other famous guilds. Look. The number of orders. Nab is very dissatisfied, he likes to read various orders on weekdays, and it seems that he is very happy when he sees various orders. Now there are only 3 or 2 quests on the Fairy Tale Guild's quest board, and they are all worthless. It has nothing to do with you who don't go to work. Vegeta twisted his body tremblingly, come and see. I have completed a new choreography, which I named, Dance of the Week. Max said, it's really annoying, who is going to drag this guy out? Loki came to Droy and said, "Hey, Dora, you're putting more pressure on the earth." Loki used to be very inconspicuous in the Fairy Tale Guild. At that time, the Fairy Tale Guild was full of beauties, Myra, Urza, and 7 years later, Elysienne completed a very beautiful beauty. She is also one of only 2 female wizards in the Fairy Tale Guild, the other being Bisksa, who is now married to Altsak. Droy held the sausage in one hand and the ham in the other and said, "Did you say I'm getting fat, UBD?" 7 years later, Droy's appearance has changed greatly, and he is as fat as a ball. Salasuk complained, "Don't you have self-knowledge? Learn from Litas and become that slender figure." Sarasuk looked a little thinner, and the two were in the Lane Engine squad with Levi, and now that Levi is missing, they've turned into a fat skinny duo. Litas, who painted, used to be as fat as a ball, but now he has become very thin. "I used to have such a physique, but I only maintained that physique in order to cast magic before." Droy said unwillingly, "I also have exercise. Don't you understand? My muscles." "You don't know what Gabby would say if he saw him now." Droy blurted out, "Kudu isn't coming back." Chapter 215. The expression on Droy's face changed suddenly after he realized what he had said. Sarasuk's body trembled uncontrollably, and everyone in the guild fell silent. Before, they always believed that everyone would come back, but they might be temporarily trapped somewhere. But now 7 years have passed, and if everyone from Sirius Island could come back, they would have returned long ago. After 7 years of not appearing, everyone has an answer in their hearts, and everyone can't come back, but they haven't said it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It's still the same, it's so leisurely from the beginning, just because of this, the weak guild is really unbearable. Ha 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 ha. No courage at all. A few gangsters broke into the Fairy Tale Guild. Thibaut. Wakaba called out the name of the person who started at the front. Macau said nervously, "Didn't I tell you not to come here again?" Thibaut said, "Hey, is it okay to speak to us in this tone? We are the Guild of Mages representing Magnolia, the Ghosts of Dusk. I don't care if you were once the strongest in Fiori, your era is long over, and now there is only this broken tavern built a long time ago. The Sorcerers Guild of the new era is the Ghost of the Twilight. It is clear which side has contributed more to Magnolia's prosperity, right?" Max said unhappily, "It's just that the guild is a little bigger. What's the big deal?" Warren said, "That's right. We still have faith. You can't eat it as a meal in the past." Macau gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing until you die, Thibaut?" Thibaut said lightly, "This month's money." After hearing this, Wakaba shouted at Macau, "Have you not paid yet, Macau? Call me the president. It's past the repayment day." Macau said, "There is no good job this month. Pay together next month, didn't I tell you to wait? Oh, who is the one who saved this ruined tavern that was about to collapse? But we paid the debt for you." Sarasuk said, "If we knew that you would be making this kind of usury, we wouldn't ask you for help." "What the hell are you talking about? BDDG. Salasuk immediately wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Macau immediately reached out to stop it. "Stop, Sarasuk." "But..." Macau looked at Thibaut and said, "Wait until next month, I will definitely pay it off." The corners of Thibaut's mouth twitched, and he kicked Macau's body. Ah! Macau was kicked and fell on the table, shattering the table. "Macau! President! You bastards! How dare you!" Macau shouted, "Don't shoot." The few people who couldn't help but want to do it all suppressed themselves. The few people from the Ghost of Twilight saw that the fairy tale didn't move, they thought that fairy tale didn't dare at all. Ha ha ha. What a shame. Is this the fairy tale? Too rude. Is Miss coming to our place? It's ha 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 ha. After a few people finished smashing, Thibaut said, "Don't forget, next month." After speaking, he turned around and took people away, leaving a mess. Everyone in Fairy Tale fell silent. Clap. Litta's albums were scattered. Paintings appeared in front of everyone, all of them were once Fairy Tale people, the expressions on the faces of everyone in the paintings were still so happy, but now they can no longer see the people in the paintings. Wakaba took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled, "It's been 7 years since then." With a lonely smile on Max's face, he said, "I really miss it." Warren bit his lips, tears kept flowing from his eyes, and choked, "Everything has changed since then." Sarasuk held back and said, Since I heard that Sirius Island disappeared, everyone has been desperately searching for it. But no one was found, Vegeta took Sarasuke's words. Nab said in anguish, if what the council says is true, Akurolia made the whole island disappear. In fact, there were also many agencies that assisted us in our search, but still no clues were found. Lisas felt very troubled. Of course, that day, a concentration of magic elf particles was recorded in the waters near Sirius Island. That's not the level of a normal creature to give an enemy a blow, the roar of Aknoraria. What a power! That was a long time ago, a dragon that destroyed a country with just one head. How could humans survive against such an opponent? Why give our partner to? Max's body was shaking. After those guys left, our guild is getting weaker and weaker, and Magnolia has a new guild. Maybe it will get better, Wakaba advised. Macau shouted, stop talking like that. What's the matter, Macau? I can't take it anymore. Macau's body trembled uncontrollably. Wakaba said with a smile, you have worked very hard late, President. Since then, Romeo has never laughed once, woo-woo. Macau covered her face in pain and burst into tears. At this moment, a roar appeared, interrupting the sadness of several people. What sound? Are the ghosts of Twilight coming to make trouble again? Several people ran out immediately, raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge battleship appearing in the air, with a winged Pegasus ship at the bow. That's Christina Guy from Blue Pegasus. Smell sniff sniff a sad smell, it's really bad, I jump. On Tianma's head, a figure jumped and fell to the ground. Boom. The figure fell to the ground with its head down. Wow, fall down. Everyone in Fairy Tail was a little dumbfounded. The knight that fell to the ground, he still did not forget to be handsome, for my dear you, I am here all night. It's you. Chapter 216. Everyone in Fairy Tail knew Blue Pegasus for a night. When searching Sirius Island, Blue Pegasus helped a lot, even Blue Pegasus Ace. The magic bomber Christina was also sent out to search carefully, so everyone in Fairy Tail knew the knight at Blue Pegasus and the magic bomber in the sky. Sir Yi, I understand your mood, but could you please calm down a little? I can use air magic. Everyone, long time no see. The trio of Blue Pegasus, Hibiki, Lien, and Yvonne slowly descended from the magic bomber. Yeah. Xiang threw a wink. 7 years later, he has hardly changed, and he is still so handsome. Humph. Lien lost some tsundere, and her hair grew slightly. Macau, are you getting old again? Yvonne couldn't be considered a little lady now, but the baby face still looked like a handsome young man. Okay, Blue Pegasus. Droy saw all three of them looking very handsome. What the hell is going on? Sarasuke doesn't know what these people are doing suddenly. The three of them had habitually ran to Loki's side, and the youngest started greeting each other in turn. Miss Loki is still so beautiful. You are too good for glasses, aren't you? Can I call you, sister? Max shouted, won't you do anything other than strike up a conversation? I stood up overnight and patted the dust on my body, really. You guys. Excuse me. The three of them immediately bowed and said, competing together, fighting together, I have never forgotten the fragrance of friendship. Xiang smiled and said, according to the analysis of the ancient documents and Christina's motivation, we have discovered that at the location of Sirius Island, the power of magic wizards has undergone new changes. Everyone in Fairy Tail looked in disbelief after hearing it, that is to say. He put a pause overnight and said, Sirius Island still exists. On the sea near the former Sirius Island, a ship appeared here. Everyone from Fairy Tail came here because of Blue Pegasus information. Really, is this the area? Bisksa put down the telescope in her hand. She had looked around with the telescope, and there were no islands nearby. I can't see anything. Outsack also said, and at a glance, there was sea water all around. Warren said, according to the guys from Tianma, there is ether value in this area of the sea. Then again, ether value, what is that? Who knows, it should be similar to magic particles or something. Max looked at the map in his hand and compared it to the current position. Is it really good to not bring Romeo with you? Bisksa knew that Romeo was most looking forward to seeing the Fairy Tail return, and this time he went on a mission and watched it at the Harjan port for half a day. Outsack also said, I should have brought him no matter what. I can't be sure that everyone is still alive, it would be too much to let him have fun. Salusuk and Droy, who had crossed their shoulders, started cheering. Meet Levy. Meet Levy. Noisy. It's been 7 years without any news. Be prepared for the worst. Whoa whoa. Everyone else also sorted out their moods. Indeed, 7 years is a long time. At this time, everyone saw a petite figure on the sea in front of them. What is that? People? No. It's on the sea. Jean, standing on the water. Who is she? What everyone saw standing on the water was a very cute little girl standing on the sea with her bare feet. Then, the girl raised her hand. Boom. The sea began to churn. Whoa. Immediately afterwards, a huge ball appeared, and a huge transparent ball covered an island. This is a peculiarly shaped island that looks like a huge tree with several roots and dirt attached to it. Sirius Island. It's Sirius Island. Everyone in Fairy Tale exclaimed when they saw this. Although they had never reached the Holy Land of the Fairy Tale Guild, they all knew from the documents of the guild that Sirius Island was a peculiar shape of an island in an island. Ask for flowers. This is the Sirius Island, but the area of Sirius Island at this time is much smaller than the original Sirius Island. Whether it is the upper island or the lower island, many places have been destroyed. At this moment, the girl with long blonde curly hair ran towards the island. That woman headed towards Sirius Island. Come up. Hurry up. Wait for just a minute. Several people quickly caught up. What happened to that woman? Is that kid telling us where Sirius Island is? 0. Did you take us to everyone's place? Really? Don't get lost. After a while, several people came to a place, and then saw a figure lying in the soil. Suyan. It's Suyan. Several people hurriedly came to Sutan and dug out Sutan. Sutan. You cheer up. Hey. Wake up, UBD. Several people vigorously shook Sutan's body. Sushien slowly opened her eyes, and then saw the person in front of her clearly, feeling familiar, but not quite right. You. Sucharcoal. Whoa, good. You're still alive. Several people immediately threw themselves on Sutan's body and cried bitterly. What's the matter? How did you guys appear here, and your appearance? Suyan now knows who these guys are. Although the appearance has changed a lot, he can still recognize them. You haven't changed at all. The other people. Suyan remembered that he had fought against Akurolia before. Then a girl's voice sounded, here. Who are you? This person was the little girl who led them just now. My name is Mavis, Mavis Vermilion, the first generation president of Fairy Tale. 1. Chapter 217. Everyone in Fairy Tale was shocked when they heard the little girl's words. Suyan immediately recognized the identity of the other party, and the first generation president Mavis appeared, so that means, it is already 7 years later. Soon, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild immediately followed the first generation and began to search, and soon, everyone in Fairy Tale Sirius Island was found. All of them are not dead, they are all maintained in the state of the last moment of the attack, but because of the powerful vibration, everyone is scattered. All gathered, and Mavis explained why. At that time, I turned all of your bonds and trust into magic. It was everyone's wish that activated one of the 3 super magics of Fairy Tale, the Fairy Ball. This magic is an absolute defense magic that can protect the guild from any danger. It's just that everyone was frozen and sealed, and it took 7 years to release the magic. Makarov was so moved that his body trembled and he smiled and said, so, is the first generation president guarding us? He prayed to the first generation president to protect Fairy Tale when he faced Grimoire Heart. Unexpectedly, they were really protected, and everyone in Fairy Tale survived. No, I'm just a ghost. I've done my best to convert everyone's power into magic. It's the unshakable faith and strong bond that brings miracles to your side. You've managed the guild very well, 3 generations. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Romeo, are you alright if you don't hurry? Macau said to Romeo. Romeo said calmly, even if we can find Sirius Island, it's impossible for everyone to still be alive. No way. If you don't believe me, then. They haven't heard from them for 7 full years. Seeing Romeo like this, the few people who were still in the guild were a little helpless. Suddenly, the gate of the guild was kicked open, and Thibaut broke in again with a few people from that day. Hey. There are even fewer people today. Rather than a guild, I think it's a fan club at most. Pthahaha. Wakaba was annoyed when he saw a few people. Thibaut. The payment should be next month, right? The boss said it. That's not good. It's not good to not give money on time. Since the president has said so, we can't do anything about it. Snapped. Romeo stood up and said, we have no spare money for people like you. Shut up, Romeo. What, stinky brat, what's your attitude? Follow what this guy says. Dad and everyone are cowards. I'm going to fight. If this goes on, Fairy Tail's reputation will be damaged. Romeo's hands lit aflame. Humph. Thibaut snorted softly, and then blew his mouth. Boom. The flames in Romeo's hands dissipated. Reputation? Fairy Tail's reputation has long been discredited by you. Thibaut said and raised the mace behind his back. Thibaut swung his mace down at Romeo and shouted with a grin, you'll never climb on top of us in your life. Stop. Macau shouted in anger after seeing it. Suddenly, OM. A terrifying aura swept through, the entire guild trembled slightly, and Thibaut's hand froze even more. He felt that not far behind him, there seemed to be a giant dragon from the abyss staring at him. As long as his mace falls, it will be torn to shreds in an instant. The faces of Fairy Tail and the others changed, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling Macau is extremely excited, and it is difficult to speak. No. That's right, Wakaba, who can't go wrong, is just as excited as Macau. It's him. It must be him. Who? Suddenly, a voice rang out and said, what do you trash, what do you want to do to my guild companions? This voice. What? A hole. The ghosts of Twilight all turned their heads to look behind, and saw a young man appearing not far away. Seeing this familiar face, Romeo burst into tears. Brother Suyan. Who are you BD? Sutan ignored the culture of these people, but came to Thibaut and took Thibaut's mace. BD. That's Big Brother Thibaut's weapon. Don't let it go. Are you guys hurting my mates? A hole. One person immediately attacked Suyan, and Suyan waved his mace backhand. Wow. Ah. The man screamed and was shot and flew out. Immediately after, Soling struck 3 more times, and the other 3 were all knocked into the air. Only Thibaut was left, standing on the spot, his legs trembling. He could feel that the guy who made him tremble instinctively was the young man in front of him. You, who are you? Thibaut asked with his teeth chattering. You don't need to pay attention to who I am. You are not suitable for using a mace. Don't use it in the future, and tell your boss, Fairy Tail will pay you back for the debts over the years. Just wait for me. After Sutan finished speaking, he hit Thibaut in the face with a stick. Wow! Thibaut screamed and was beaten away, and landed outside the Fairy Tail Guild, with the previous few people. Sutan then used the mace, and the mace flew out. Ugh. The mace smashed 3.6 on Thibaut. At this time, many people came over. It was the people on Sirius Island, and a few people who set out to find Fairy Tail. Is this our Fairy Tail Guild? Makarov rubbed his chin, as if wondering how the big guild he built had become such a tavern. Small, said Happy. Lucy laughed, isn't this good? It's very atmospheric. Kana felt very cordial when she saw the pub. Is it a pub? Oops, drink, and drink. You guys in Macau saw these familiar faces, tears could not stop flowing. Kiss. We're back. Suyan said to everyone with a smile. Welcome home. Chapter 218. Very young. It's not the same as 7 years ago. What exactly is going on? Everyone recounted what happened on Sirius Island before. They didn't expect such a miraculous thing to happen. 7 years later, the people of Sirius Island are still the same as they were 7 years ago, and the people of Fairy Tail have now passed 7 years. Soon, everyone started a celebratory banquet, on the one hand to celebrate the reunion, on the other hand to celebrate that everyone was still alive. Although the number of people is a little less, it seems very lively in this tavern. For everyone who stayed at Fairy Tail, everything seemed to return to the past, which was the scene they only encountered in their dreams during the past 7 years. Can you use fire magic too? Romeo. Natsu was very happy to see that Romeo could use fire magic, as if seeing delicious food. Happy said, the temperature of the guild is going to rise several degrees again. I can also make icy flame sprays, purple sticky flames like dads, and yellow flames that smell weird. The flames in Romeo's hands are constantly changing, and it seems that he is very skilled in the use of flame magic. Gajeel said, "Your magical attainments are much higher than your father's, and why do these magics look so familiar?" Romeo whispered, "I was the one who secretly studied in Totomaru-sensei's magic classroom without my father's knowledge." "That guy is doing this kind of thing." Gajeel couldn't help but smile when he heard the news from an acquaintance. "But then again, I've become your fourth-generation fairy tale president." Makarov sat on the table and couldn't help feeling inexplicable joy when he learned that Makarov had become the fourth-generation president. When Macau heard Makarov's words, he immediately felt a little flustered. "What are you talking about? I'm just an agent at best. I'll return the chairmanship to you right now." "No, it seems very interesting. You can continue to be the president for the time being." "Really?" Macau was a little shocked and a little surprised. "Since the previous generation president said so, then I will continue, hee. Wakaba whispered in Makarov, "This indescribable sense of difference really makes people want to snicker. Right?" Pfft. Makarov couldn't help but laugh. Mavis, the first-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, created the Fairy Tale Guild, and also created the three super magic. The second-generation president Prezhito, although he has embarked on a wicked way, he is undoubtedly a strong man with superior strength. The third-generation president Makarov, one of the top 10 magic wizards, also possesses terrifying magic power. If it wasn't for his physical reasons, his strength could actually be even stronger. The fourth-generation president, Macau, has no name. Macau's strength cannot be said to be weak, but it has nothing to do with strength. Compared with the previous three, the gap is indeed too large. "Get married. Are you married?" Urza was surprised to hear that Sarasuke and Bisksa got married, and she was the one who dared to tell Bisksa at first. "Well, 6 years ago." Bisksa said, "Listen to me, Miss Urza, it's me who proposed, Alta." "Stop talking about it." Altsak looked embarrassed to hear Bisksa say it. "Congratulations, although you are not very sensible, please advise." Urza bowed his head in a panic, as if he was a new wife. "What are you talking about, Urza?" Elfman looked at Urza in confusion. Mila smiled and said, "She is thinking about how she will get married." When Mila said this, she couldn't help but glance at Suyan, and she couldn't help thinking about what she would look like when she got married. Sutan also said to Altsak and Bisksa, "Although it's a bit late, congratulations to you all." Lisana was very happy. "Great, do you have children?" Altsak said, "There's a daughter named Aska." "That." Mr. Lizas, this. Wendy was holding a portrait in her hand, her body trembling slightly. "Oh, this is what I drew by imagining Wendy's 7 years of growth. Chest." "Huh? What did you say?" "Even if I grow up, won't it grow up there?" Wendy cried out of grievance. Lidas touched his head in confusion. "Is there anything strange?" "This painting. It can be seen in this portrait that Wendy has become a slim girl, but her chest is very flat as always, and it seems that there is no growth at all." At this time, the door of the guild was opened, and several people from the scale of the Snake Princess walked in. Sharia came in and waved hello. "I congratulate you all with love on your return. Sharia looks much prettier now than she did 7 years ago, and she doesn't wear heavy makeup on her face." "Quackum." Toby said in agreement. Toby was still not much different from 7 years ago, shirtless, but he looked a little more mature. Leon smiled and said, "What a noisy guild, is it back to the past?" "Leon looks handsome now, much more mature than 7 years ago. Rejuvenate." Mala was also very surprised when she saw the appearance of the people on the Sirius Island. La still had a big bald head with a black beard on her chin. Yuka said, "For these guys, it's been 7 years without age at all." Yuka's eyebrows have grown thicker. The scales of the Snake Princess also got the news of the return of the fairy tale people, and knew that they had not changed at all, and they were exactly the same as 7 years ago. "It's you," Gray said in surprise. "The scales of the Snake Princess." Lucy also recognized someone. Max said, "Pegasus and Snake Scales both helped us when we searched Sirius Island." Gray said speechlessly, "Then don't we owe this guy a favor?" Leon said, "Don't worry about such trivial matters, although Tianma is a step ahead, but in terms of strength, we have the upper hand. You care about this?" Gray sweated, and Fairy Tale never cared about it before. Fairy Tale Guild is the strongest sorcerers guild in the Ishgar continent. Chapter 219. Sharia said proudly, because, in the past 7 years, we, the scales of the Snake Princess, have climbed to the position of the Fiori No. 2 guild. It's a pity, Miss Lucy. Lucy said in surprise, so, Pegasus is No. 1. How is this possible? Toby roared. Yuka said, don't rise up casually, no, the first is not a Pegasus. Law smiled and said, this topic is not important, as long as everyone is safe. Oh. Toby scratched his head embarrassedly. Suddenly, Leon saw Juvia, and his heart pounded, and he acted in his heart. Ah. Leon quickly came to Juvia, grabbed Juvia's shoulders with both hands, and said with burning eyes, is this the legendary love at first sight? Sent? 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 Juvia, who had always been actively pursuing Gray, was stunned. Wow. So direct. Lucy couldn't help covering his mouth when he saw it. Gray raised his forehead and complained, the trouble is coming again. Wait, in that case, Juvia. Juvia's mind began to imagine a complex web of relationships. The Thors were entangled by Laxus' side. Although they had been together for 7 years, it seemed to them that it was only a moment in the past. The guild was very noisy. Suning looked at this noisy scene with a smile on his face. Now everyone here can be said to be his real family. The banquet lasted for 3 days in the guild, and everyone was almost exhausted. Suyan also returned to his home and lay on the bed. System, open the panel. Super salted fish template system. Host, Suyan. Knowledge and domineering, 200, primary. Armed domineering, 600, intermediate. Overlord color domineering, 4400, top. Devil fruit, Yu fruit Yu demon's green dragon form. Blue dragon form, activated. Unlocking the next form to activate requires your own attributes to reach 8000 points. Special constitution, 52%. Free attribute points, 2723. That's right, this is the number of free attribute points that Susyen has now. In 7 years, although he only felt it for a moment, the fairy ball almost froze their time, but the system's time did not freeze. Attribute points are automatically accumulated every day, and a little is accumulated every day, and a terrifying figure has been accumulated in 7 years, which is also a huge surprise for Sutan. With these attribute points, he no longer has to rush to fill the world. Running around. From waking up to now, he didn't have time to stop and add points. After the battle with the Black Dragon Aknoraria, he had to calm down and think about it. Although there are only 3 points to add, the more he does so, the more he needs to think carefully. After all, there is no remake option after adding points. The first is the domineering, 200 points of the domineering, and Suyan used to think that the domineering did not help him much. Now it seems that it is just that he has not encountered a worthy opponent. When facing Aknoraria, if his knowledge is domineering enough and he has insight in advance, he can dodge more attacks. Add 300 attribute points to the domineering Lady of Wisdom. Ding. Add some success. Upgrade the domineering and domineering to the intermediate level. Yes. Activate the new special effect of seeing and hearing color domineering, out of range. Special constitution, 55%. Suyan's domineering arrogance suddenly increased from 200 points to 500 points, and the arrogance level of the spectacle knocked down the intermediate level. When the level increases, he will get some special effects, such as armed color domineering. He has obtained 2 skills, the primary one is hardened, and the intermediate one is wound. It is more difficult to be domineering and domineering. At the primary level, it is only extroverted. At the intermediate level, you can attack the person you want to attack according to your own mind, which is to control the domineering of the overlord. At the advanced level, the overlord has a certain physical attack power, and has mastered a precise skill, entanglement. That is what Kaido and Luffy said when they were fighting. That is the power that only the real top powerhouses can control. In the new world, the domineering person who uses the overlord color is like Guo Zheng's hiking, but there are only a handful of people who master the overlord color, and each of them is an earth-shattering powerhouse. Then, at 3000 points, Suyan's domineering arrogance reached the top level, and he mastered the skills to transform into shape. His shape was similar to magic, and it was also Sutan's main attack in human form. Ah! Su Yan's eyes turned red, and the entire Magnolia town was enveloped in a domineering look, and many voices reached Su Yan's ears. Although it was a bit of a stir-fry, Su Yan felt that the world was extraordinarily clear. If it goes further, it should be to foresee the future and the voice of everything. However, Su Yan didn't plan to continue to improve. He knew that the more he died, the faster he died. The real difference between him and Akurolia is still in hard power. He also doesn't like the fighting style of dodging and dodging. If it is a man, he will be tough. Another addition is the special physique. Special constitution, 55%. It means that Su Yan has integrated 55% of Kaido's physical fitness, and his strength has increased. Add 400 points to the domineering of the armed color. Ding. Add some success. Armed color domineering, yes, upgraded to high level. Activate the new domineering skill of armed color, external release. Special constitution, 59%. Outside, Suran knows this technique. He uses the domineering style of Overlord, and he starts out by outside. Armament color domineering is purer than Overlord color. It can directly evolve into substantial attack power or defensive power, can hit a powerful impact, bounce enemies, can also form a protective wall, and can even defend against invisible attacks. The three generals of the Navy headquarters used their armed colors to block the seismic waves of Whitebeard. Armament color domineering hardening, entanglement, and release, the three techniques are used at the same time, which can produce terrifying defensive power. At this time, Su Yan was a little hesitant, and now he has consumed a total of 700 free attribute points. It is a question whether to continue to improve the domineering of the armed color or the domineering of the Overlord. Chapter 220. After thinking about it carefully, Su Yan chose to continue to improve. The tyrannical arrogance was enough to break through Akurolia's defense, but his body did not insist on himself to the level of exhausting the tyrannical arrogance. First add 100 points to the domineering of the armed color. Ding. Add some success. Special constitution, 60%. There are no new changes, just Fusion Kaido's physique is higher. Continue. Sotan began to add points continuously, 100 at a time. Sotan could feel his physical fitness growing rapidly. The body is the capital of the battle, and the constant growth makes Su Yan feel very at ease, but after getting to know the Black Dragon Aknora, the improvement of the body alone cannot completely resist the attack of Aknora. Sotan's heart trembled a little. Although he felt that the Overlord's arrogance was enough, it was only enough, and it was better to be stronger. Real. Add some success. Armed color domineering has been raised to the top level. Activate the new domineering skill of armed color, internal destruction. Special constitution, 69%. Su Yan slowly let out a sigh of relief. He made a total of 10 points, and the armed color and domineering increased to 2000 points, and only then did he point out the internal damage. Internal destruction 023 is the most advanced use skill of armament and domineering, and it is a skill beyond Ryu Sakura. This can greatly increase the destructive power of his attacks. Looking at the remaining 1023 free attribute points, Su Yan stopped temporarily. The sudden increase in strength made him have some problems in controlling his own power. It took him a while to digest these. Now Sotan is a lot more at ease. If Akurolia comes over again, he will not be afraid at all. The next time we meet will be the time to take revenge for everything. Magnolia. The ghost of Twilight of the Sorcerer's Guild. That's why, old gentleman, there's nothing to fuss about now, just pay back a lot of the borrowed money to us, that's all I need. Boehner Bost, the president of Ghost of Twilight, said with a pair of suits. Said to Makarov. Even if you say that, you know that we are poor, and after looking at the ledger over there, you can understand that the income and expenditure of money is very strange. You're going to default on your debt. Makarov raised his hand. Don't dare, we will repay the borrowed money and the corresponding reasonable interest, one day. Barnabost stood up and looked down at Makarov and shouted, we want you to pay it back right away. Makarov pretended to be confused and said, no, so let's start with the interest first, and start from the new one. We have 5 little brothers here who are under your care. As a creditor, being denied a debt is a matter of face for our guild. The old man heard that today's discussion is about money. Do you want to discuss the other side too? Snapped. Barnabost slaps the table, it's the same for us either way. Makarov's eyes became sharp. There is a loan and a repayment, it seems to be the belief of your guild. Can this old man understand it? Urza said, for 7 years, the damage to our guild's belongings, and the atrocities against our members. Mila took Urza's words and continued, we will ask you to pay off everything. Makarov exudes terrifying magic. For 7 years, the children have suffered and shed tears. Hey, boy, it's okay to fight to solve it. Urza completed the transformation of the armor of purgatory, and Myra transformed into Satan mode. The ghosts of Twilight were all taken aback. Waiting for. Barnabast's body can't help shaking. He has heard the name of the Fairy Tale Guild, once the strongest wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Makarov, BDDY, is the top 10 magic wizards one. They may dare to bully the people left behind by the Fairy Tale Guild, but they dare not deal with the elite returning from Sirius Island. Boom boom boom. The Twilight Ghost Guild ding ding sounded late. Wakaba and Macau were outside the Twilight Ghost Guild at this time. Hey, don't you mean to solve the problem through negotiation? Sure enough, can't compare. But seeing it like this now, it seems that I really went back to 7 years ago. I really miss it. Fairy Tale used to be like this. There is no need to look forward to doing things, and they can do what they want. In order to keep Fairy Tale alive these years, they have endured humiliation and burden, and who understands their pain? You have done a good job. Wakaba said to Macau, Fairy Tale has not been disbanded to this day, and Macau has made great efforts. Macau smiled and said, don't console me, I'm really not expected to be the president. He still likes this fearless feeling, it's time for him to return the president. Magic Council era. Elder Ogre, the council has worked hard for you. Og nodded. The hair above Og's head was completely gone. 7 years didn't make much difference for young people, but it was a bit long for old people. Has the Commerce Amendment Act between the guilds come to fruition? Rahal asked. No, that will take some time. Compared to this, you should have heard of it. Rahal said, you mean the news that the main members of Fairy Tale are back, now you can breathe a sigh of relief. Doran Bolt. Ilahar called Doran Bolt was Mest who had participated in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-rank mage exam. Over the years, he has been tormented by the fact that he did not save the Fairy Tale people. Not long ago, he heard that everyone from Fairy Tale had returned safely. He was very happy, but he still felt guilty for what he had done. The magic world is about to riot again. It's been 7 years since I saw Akurolia and Ziref. Mest said, I'm sorry, but neither of them has been able to grasp the whereabouts of the two of them. Each of these two is a super dangerous character. If you are not careful, the fate of the entire world will be subverted by these two guys. Such a dangerous guy naturally has to be cautious. Chapter 221. These 7 years have been too quiet, and Tartaros has done nothing conspicuous despite the watchful eye of the burgeoning sword-biting tiger. The same goes for the remnants of the devils, heart of the heart, and there's no word on Ziref and Akurolia. But this quietness is unnatural, like an endless night. Is it time to usher in the dawn? Will the magic world usher in a bright sunrise? Mest said, the opportunity, Fairy Tale. Ogre closed his eyes and was silent for a while. He remembered that Sutan had easily destroyed the Magic Council, and then confronted the Magic Council's ultimate weapon, the magic wizard power. If there is someone in this world who can compete with these two legends, the guy in the middle to contend, then it must be the man. Suddenly, ha 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 ha. Og laughed out loud, and both Mest and Rahal were stunned. I started to look forward to that annoying Fairy Tale, the old man is getting old too. 2 weeks have passed since Suyan and the others returned from Sirius Island. The matter of the return of all the Fairy Tale elites has already spread in the Ishgar mainland, and Magic Weekly has also come to collect materials quickly, but it has not caused much waves. A cycle of 7 years, many memories have long since faded away, and in the 7 years, magic developed rapidly in the kingdom of Fiori. Fairy Tale's name is now a little-known guild. In the past 2 weeks, almost everyone in the guild stayed in the guild. Now there are no tasks in the Fairy Tale Guild, and there is nothing to do if they don't stay. Sabertooth. Sabertooth is the tiger that bites the sword. That is to use up Pegasus and the scales of Snake Princess and the others, and now the strongest wizard guild in Fiori. During the chat, he unknowingly talked about the strongest guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Never heard of it, Gray said. Not only Gray had never heard of it, but neither Suyan nor the rest of the Sirius group had heard of this name. Outsack said, they were pretty unremarkable 7 years ago, and they've grown tremendously in those 7 years. Max took over the conversation and said, the change of the president and the joining of 5 very strong wizards seems to be an opportunity for them to become stronger. Lucy said in surprise, can only 5 people be that strong? Natsu said excitedly, cough, really capable. Wendy asked curiously, by the way, where is our guild roughly ranked? Happy startled, you want to ask this? Carla added, it's best not to ask that question at this time. The Romeo seemed to have shrunk. The last place. The weakest guild. Fiore's weakest guild. Wendy then realized that she asked a question that shouldn't have been asked. Ah, sorry. Instead, Natsu got excited, ha 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 ha, that would be great. Interesting. Huh. Gray was puzzled by Natsu's words. Isn't it? This way, I can taste the thrill of climbing up and surpassing others several times, making my blood boil. Can't stand it. Gray looked uninterested. Ahaha. As expected of Natsu-san. Yeah, well, it's really exciting. Romeo said excitedly, Brother Sotan is back, Uncle Gildarts is here, and Sister Urzamila is here. We will definitely be able to become the strongest guild in Fiore again soon. But then again, what about Sotan? Myra said, Sotan was called away by the president, and it seems that he went to the old fairy tale site. Where did they go to fairy tale? Who knows? Natsu shouted, no matter who fights with me, it's been a long time since I got into a fight. He hasn't touched his hands for half a month since he came back, and Natsu's hands have long been itchy. Max said, come on, I just haven't done it for a long time. At this time, the old site of fairy tale. Sotan and Makarov walked towards the underground, which was a very deep staircase leading to the ground. Father, what are we doing here? I didn't expect the fairy tale guild to have such a deep tunnel underground. For flowers. Because I haven't told anyone, this is where the biggest secret of the fairy tale guild is buried. Secret? You'll understand when you see it. Makarov brought Suyan to a gate, and then waved his fingers. Soon, the magic circle on the door was unlocked, and the door slowly opened. This is the top secret of our fairy tale guild, Meteor Star Hway. I saw behind the gate is an empty hall, a road leads to it, in the center, a huge magic crystal stands there. A young girl was sealed in the magic crystal. It was the first generation fairy tale guild president, Mavis Vermilion, whom Suyan and others had met on Sirius Island. 0. Lumen Zingui is also called the fairy's heart, and it is the biggest secret of our fairy tale guild. It is the body of the first generation president, and it is also a powerful magic. It can cast magic power infinitely. This is the weapon at the bottom of our fairy tales box. If it is obtained by the wicked, the consequences will be disastrous. Why show me this? Makarov looked at Sotan and said, because you are going to be the next generation president of fairy tale, Suyan. Sushyen was a little stunned after hearing that, the president, she will become the next generation president of the fairy tale guild. No, that's not right, old man, no matter how hard it is, it's not my turn to be the president, isn't there also Uncle Gildarts? Uncle Gildarts is 45 years old. He needs strength and prestige, and his qualifications are the fairy tale guild. The highest except for the president. In Suyan's opinion, the next generation president must be Gildarts. Makarov shook his head, Gildarts is the character of a prodigal son, and it is difficult for him to stop. The fairy tale guild is a warm home, not a cage, and we cannot restrain the freedom of our own family. If you weren't there, maybe Gildarts would be a good candidate, but with you around, you're the most suitable candidate to be president. Sotan didn't expect such an accident. He didn't particularly reject being the president of the fairy tale guild, but he didn't want to see the old man in the guild again. 10,000. Chapter 222. What about you, old man? Makarov smiled and said, I'm 88 years old, it's time to retire. Yes, although the old man looks full of energy on weekdays, he is actually 88 years old, but Sejong didn't want the old man to retire like this. No, I don't accept it. What? You stinky boy, you don't accept it. I'm still young, I also want to see this beautiful world, I don't want to stay here all the time. You little BD. If you want to give me the position of president, it will take another 20 years. After 20 years, I will be the president again. 20 years? Brat, I still don't know if I can live another 20 years. Makarov was a little irritated when he heard Su Yan's unwillingness to agree. Definitely yes, and the old 030 seems to be no longer the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, and now the president of the Fairy Tale Guild is Macau. Stinky boy, do you want to PS me off? And I'm fine. I didn't say I didn't agree, I just postponed it for a few years. I can't die of anger. You little BD. Let's go, old man. Although the first generation here is unconscious and the first generation is not dead, it is not good for us two elders to see a girl naked like this. Sutan said so, but still he stared intently at Mavis' body, although it looked a little small. Makarov blushed when he heard Sutan's words. Crack. He raised his hand and patted Sutan's head. What nonsense are you talking about, you stinky brat? However, he also decided not to argue with Sutan here, quickly seal the place, and then leave with Su. Cough. Natsu was knocked back. No, it's not possible. Natsu looked at Max in disbelief. He didn't need to waste any strength when he played Max before. At that time, Max was a year younger than Natsu. Because he is too young, Max's strength is lower than that of second-tier wizards such as Lucy. Natsu is barely a first-tier wizard, because his strength is very unstable. Laxus is a first-tier, Guildarts is a super first-tier, and Sutan is forget it. As a result, now the third-line wizard, beat the first line, can't help Natsu not be shocked. Max said calmly, we haven't wasted these 7 years in vain. There is no one above, so we can only keep improving our abilities. Mr. Natsu. Can't beat Max? Wendy and Lucy were both very shocked, not to underestimate Max, because there was a huge gap between Max and Natsu, the gap in magic power, and the gap in magic. One more time, look at the trick. Unconvinced, Natsu quickly rushed towards Max. Woo! Not only did the fist attack, Max evaded all Natsu's attacks, and then his arm slid, and the sand had already surrounded both of them. The Sand Rebellion. Boom. The sand erupted with a powerful impact. Wow. Burn it. Natsu let out a furious flame, sending up a lot of smoke. Fire dragons, Tekken. Barrier of sand. Max formed a huge defensive barrier with sand in front of him. Natsu couldn't break through this barrier no matter how hard he used his power. I'm different now than I was 7 years ago. I can't believe it, that Max suppressed Natsu. Maybe we can win Natsu too. Vegeta, Varun, and Nab also all had a lot of confidence. They were also beaten by Natsu at the beginning. They were about the same strength as Max. Max could suppress Natsu, and they felt that they could too. Damn it. Fire dragons roar. Natsu took a deep breath, his chest swelled, and a violent storm of fire spewed out of his mouth. Sand defense wall. Max saw that he also increased his magic power and defended with all his strength. Boom. The flame storm and the sand barrier dissipated together, setting off a large cloud of smoke. Stop it. I don't believe it anymore, Dragon Slayer profound truth. Natsu's arms are on fire, and he wants to use his strongest move. Max hurriedly said, stop, stop, stop. It's just for learning, I can't use that trick. After all, he also grew up in Fairy Tale. He is very familiar with Natsu's dragon-slaying magic. The strongest dragon-slaying magic is the dragon-slaying mystery. Winning or losing is not much good, and he doesn't want to take such a trick. Natsu also stopped. After all, it is not a battle of life and death. Unless the opponent is much stronger than himself, he will not use his strongest attack on his guild companions. Wendy said, Mr. Max is amazing. Max was a little embarrassed to hear Wendy's words. Although time has stalled for you, we have really spent 7 years. 7 years are only at this level, and it's already a little shameless. But then again, how can you let Baron bully you with such strength? Carla was very puzzled. Maybe it seems so. It's about money after all. It can't be solved by brute force. Lucy complained, although the president and they are still resolved by violence. Yes. Gray said, however, the problem in front of us is more serious than we imagined. Not to mention Laxus and Guildarts, who were originally monsters, as well as the big monster Sutan, our strength has not kept up with the era of 3.6. Lucy also thought about it. It's true, Natsu actually fell behind against that Max. And that Max. Wendy had a similar look. These words seemed to Max's ears to say that he was a small character like a trash fish. Max burst into tears, The words just now were really polite words. Happy said, "Is there any way to increase the magic power all at once?" Soon several people came to a tree-rooted hut, where fairy tale pharmacist Polypsycho lived, and she was the only one living here. That is to say, kick. The door was closed directly, and Polypsycho's voice came from inside, "Go back." Chapter 223. Lucy asked embarrassedly, "Miss Polypsycho, is there any good medicine?" Natsu shouted excitedly, "A medicine that can increase the power 100 times at once." After closing the door, Gray said helplessly, "Sure enough, we are too self-assured." At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Gray thought that the other party was moved by the piety of himself and others, but then, he saw Polypsycho pick up the broom and start attacking them. "I hate humans the most. Go back. Go back. Go. Oh yeah. We say goodbye." "What's the matter, that mother-in-law?" "She was the old man's former love," Gray said. Polypsycho angrily threw an apple on Gray's head and roared, "That's not it, idiot." Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone gathered together. The fourth-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Macau, was going to deliver his last speech as president after he left office. Cough cough. 7 years ago, the tale of our Fairy 13 met with. Wakaba interrupted Macau and said, "Let's put it simply. Do you still want to be sensational, Macau? BD. Call me president. Come on, Macau." "Yeah, what are you talking about, Macau?" Macau is helpless. All the young and old in the guild call him Macau, not because he is disrespectful, but because he feels kind to him. Now I'm announcing 2 things. First, allowing Laxus to become a member of Fairy Tale again. Laxus couldn't believe it when he heard it. He has been in the Fairy Tale Guild these days. Although the members of the guild don't mind, he is thinking about whether he wants to leave or not to leave. "Stop making your own decisions." Makarov roared angrily. "Great, Laxus. In this way, 1 class, Thor is completely resurrected. Macau, I am impressed by you." As expected of Macau. When Macau heard these words, she felt a little helpless. She finally did what the president did once, but she was still Macau. "Forget it, Macau is just Macau. The president or something is really not suitable for me, so I am most comfortable being Macau." The second thing, I appointed Makarov Dole as the 5th-generation Fairy Tale president. The boss again. He had told Macau that he would pass on the chairmanship to Sutan, so how did he become himself? Makarov quickly turned his head to look at Sutan. Suyan smiled and said yeah to Makarov. These 2 things are what Sutan asked Macau to do. It turned out to be back to the way it was. Altsak is so nostalgic seeing this. Isn't it good? Bisksa can understand her husband's mood. Some things are not the best way to move forward, but to return to the starting point is the happiest. Grandpa Beard. The two's daughter Aska pointed at Makarov. Bisksa said, "What a great grandpa." Natsu jumped on the table. "Now that everything is back to the way it was, let's make Fairy Tale the #1 guild in Fiori again." "That's right. Men are going to be #1. Elfman agreed. "Stinky boy, he even gave me the position of the president again. Since I will never give the position of the president to others, I want to be dead." "Wine. Bring wine." Makarov started drinking. Compared to becoming the guild leader, he looked unhappy, but he was happiest when Laxus returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. The guild was also lively again. #1, guild, this is too much to say. Max sweated. "Without that, it's good to have big goals," Urza said. 7 years ago was okay, but it's different now. Let's not talk about the tiger that bites the sword. The scales of the Snake Princess and the Blue Pegasus have become more powerful guilds than imagined 7 years ago. In contrast to us, although all the main members have returned. The strength of the Sirius group is still at 7 years ago. Although the strength of Suyan, Guildarts, and Uncle is still far superior to the others, a guild cannot be supported by just 2 people. Especially Suyan is still not working. This is right. Suyan has really been out of work for a long time now. For the Sorcerer's Guild, his fame is accumulated little by little. At the beginning, Fairy Tale was called Fiori and even the strongest Sorcerer's Guild in the Ishgar continent. The reason is that the president of the guild, Makarov, is one of the top 10 magic guides. Suyan has also defeated the top 10 magic guides, and there are many famous magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild. At that time, Fairy Tail was in the limelight for a while, so it was called the strongest. Now almost all the people in the Sirius group have been reduced to nameless, and only the citizens of Magnolia Town may still remember the glory of Fairy Tail, and even they are proud of the Fairy Tail. It's okay. We'll protect Levi. Sarasuke and Droy were still around. Dummy. Varun said, the 7-year gap cannot be filled in a short period of time. Whether it is personal magic or the comprehensive strength of the guild, it is still a little bit to become the #1 guild in Fiori. Ertsashel let out a sigh of relief. I see, it seems that it will take some time to get back to what it was 7 years ago. Suddenly, Romeo jumped on the table. We've waited 7 years and don't want to wait another 7 years. Romeo. I have a way to be #1 right now. 4+. Is it difficult? That is. The expressions of everyone in the Left Behind group immediately changed drastically. Macau hurriedly said, no. Didn't we already decide not to participate in that? What is that? Sue asked. Romeo said, during your absence, Brother Sotan, there was a festival to decide the first Fiori Sorcerer Guild. All Fiori Sorcerer Guilds gathered together and competed for piety. The name of the festival was called Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. Chapter 224. Oh. Sounds fun. Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. No wonder it's called a festival. That's it, as long as it wins there. Fairy Tail can become Fiori's #1 Sorcerer's Guild. Oh. Everyone in the Sirius group was very happy to hear this. Sotan was a little impressed when he heard the Great Demon fight, but he was not very impressed. Under the influence of alcohol and beauties, he had almost forgotten about the plot. No. Didn't we agree not to participate in that thing? At this time and another, now Brother Sotan, Uncle Gildarts, Brother Laxus, and Sister Urza are all back. We can definitely win if we participate. Kana raised her hand and said, well, Gildarts, forget it, he left the guild yesterday. On the first night back at the guild, Kana and Gildarts revealed that she was his daughter, much to Gildarts' excitement. Yelling all over the guild. What? What did Gildarts do? He went to complete the task he once had, and he said that where he failed, he had to stand up from there. Everyone understands that Gildarts is going to continue his centennial mission. The probability of winning in that way is small again. The victory of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts is not something that can be achieved by one person. Even if Laxus is powerful, there are so many powerful people now. The meaning of this is very simple. Laxus also has a gap of 7 years, and now it is not as capable of sweeping as it used to be. Macau immediately raised his hand and shouted, those who don't want to participate raise their hands. Ah. Almost everyone in the Left Behind group raised their hands. Only that, really spare us. Altsak raised his arms weakly. The same goes for Bisksa, that's a life that's worse than death girl. Makarov touched his chin, that's right, with your current strength, it is indeed difficult to win. Macau echoed next to him, that's right. That's what happened. Romeo said, if you win, the guild will get a bonus of 30 million J. Join. When Makarov heard this, he immediately decided to participate. He was worried about money these days, and he didn't know that Chamey was expensive when he was not at home. These days he looked at the accounts of the guild, and there was a deficit, and he was worried about money these days. The news of the return of the Sirius group of the Fairy Tail Guild has been sent out, and as a result, the quests received are still 3 or 2 kittens. If there is no task entrustment, there will be no money, and now I hear that there is money to take, then it is worth it. Impossible to win. With Tenma and Snake. Swordbite Tiger will also participate. By the way, we were the last at the festival in the past. Makarov kept throwing his fists and said aggressively, it doesn't matter, just kill them all. Natsu shouted with flames from his mouth, I'm starting to boil. Suyan smiled and said, don't worry, no one can stop us from winning. When will that conference be held? 3 months later. Oh? There's still plenty of time. Before that, everyone should train hard and make Fairy Tail the #1 guild in Fiori again. Oh. Everyone in the Sirius group shouted when they heard Suyan's words. Really not bad. As long as we all unite. Nothing is impossible. Happy said excitedly, it's a festival, Carla. Carla folded her arms and said helplessly, this guild is almighty holding festivals. Men. When it comes to festivals, there must be men. The Left Behind group is very worried. Real or fake? Are you serious about participating? Still, it's better not to participate. It's not like the guild festival that Natsu thought, it's hell. Makarov has been carried away by the money. Since the decision has been made to participate, it is useless to say anything. Target 3000 coughs, target Fiori first. Fairy Tale, the great demon fighting and martial arts, participate in the battle, decide. Soon, the Fairy Tale crowd started training. Suyan and others came to the seaside resort for training. Carla said, "You guys. Not here to play." "That's right." Happy agreed. Droy complained, "You're too embarrassed to say that when you dress like this." Carla put on diving equipment and Happy put on a swimming ring, obviously a gesture of playing. Urza said with a smile, "Of course we know this, but the combination of work and rest is also very important. Play well, eat well, and sleep well." Sarasuke complained, "Where did the most important special training go? You guys, before the end of the collective special training, at least reach a level that can beat us." Sarasuke and Droy have not wasted their time in the past 7 years. In fact, they are experts in any other mage guild with their strength. As soon as the words were finished, the two were knocked out by Natsu and Gray. "It's the sea. Very good. Swim faster than anyone. Better than whoever made the castle. Eat more than anyone. Better tan than anyone. Okay, let's go back to the dormitory and sleep." Sarasuke's body was shaking, "It gave me such a carefree enjoyment." Lyle advised, "Okay, forget it, let's turn a blind eye on the first day." Immediately afterwards, the two of them looked at the girls in swimsuits frolic, with the expression of Brother Pig. "Forget it, let them go on the first day." Right. After the arrival of the afternoon, everyone began to seriously train, including Sutan himself. He now needs to master his surged power, and only skilled use of this power can defeat Akurolia. Others in the guild, including Dragon Slayers Natsu, and even the Black Mage Ziraf have no way to take Aknoraria, only they can defeat that thing, they have to become stronger. System, add 100 attribute points to the domineering look of the king. Yes. Add some success. Only. Special Constitution, 70%. A warm current appeared in his body, and Suyan felt that his strength became stronger again. Chapter 225. There are no years of practice, and before you know it, 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Suyan used up all the remaining attribute points, and now his state is as follows. Super Salted Fish Template System. Host, Suyan. Seeing, Domineering, and Domineering, 500, Intermediate. Armed Domineering, 2000, Top. Overlord Color Domineering, 5500, Top. Devil Fruit, Fish and Fish Fruit Eudemon's Blue Dragon Form. Blue Dragon Form, activated. Dragon Man Form, activated. Awakening the ability of Devil Fruit requires one's own attributes to reach 10,000 points. Special Constitution, 80%. Free attribute points, 28 points. Now Suyan feels that his body is full of powerful power, if he encounters Akurolia again. Although he may not necessarily win, he can guarantee that in the case of a one-on-one duel, he will not lose. Of course, it would be better if the Devil Fruit ability was awakened. His is a Devil Fruit belonging to the animal type. As long as he wakes up, he can recover quickly from any serious injury. Even if he can't beat it, he can grind to death Aknoraria. Kingdom of Fiori Capital. Hwaja Library Rockers. 030. This is where the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts was held. Every year, Fiori's Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts is held on the mountain in the west of the capital city. The city is surrounded by flowers all year round, making the entire capital look very beautiful. Everyone from the Fairy Tale Guild training for 3 months came here. This is the capital of Fiori. This is my first time here. Me too. It's bigger than the capital of Edalis. Love. Everyone here feels very fresh, and Suyan feels okay, because he has been here before, and he almost went to Fiori's famous places in order to open the map. As the capital of Fiori, he naturally won't miss it. You are finally here. Makarov walked over with a few people left behind. President. The formalities for participating have been completed, ha 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 ha, let them take a good look at the power of Fairy Tale. At this time, someone around seemed to recognize Fairy Tale. Cough. It's, BDDY, Fairy Tale. It's them. That weak guild that was last in 10,000 years. Pfft. Natsu looked ugly and said, who was laughing just now? As if ready to start. Stop. Urza stopped Natsu. Then I saw two people laughing at a few people not far away. Anyway, this year is also the last one, right? The winner must be the tiger that bites the sword. Suyan's tyrannical arrogance slammed directly on the two of them. The two immediately rolled their eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. Brother. Passed out. What happened? The people around were a little panicked when they saw the two fainted. Only Fairy Tail shook their heads, they all knew that it was Suyan who did it. Stinky boy, you can't restrain your violent temper. Makarov said helplessly, Suyan. Sutan helplessly spread out his hands and said, I've restrained myself enough, or else I can let them go if I don't beat these guys to death. Those who laugh at me want to laugh enough, we use the final rankings to stop their mouths, listen up, 30 million, ahem, the goal is directly at the first guild in Fiori, we have to do our best go, if it continues like this, I will be ashamed to see the first generation who saved the life of this old man. Lucy asked nervously, well, even though the game is going to be played tomorrow, I don't know the content of the game yet. After a few people returned to Fairy Tail after training, the guild arranged for Suyan, Urza, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy to form a team of 5 to participate in the Great Demon Fight. Because there are still many powerful wizards in the guild, such as Laxus, Gajil, but they were told that several people have not returned. The content of the competition changes every year, Altsak said. We had a shooting competition in a year when we didn't play. Bisksa and Altsak were both good gunners. Sarasuk said, we had races the year we played. The combined score of several competitions determines the winner, so it's a team game, not one or two people can win. Levy also said, I looked at the records of previous years, and there was no uniformity in the projects of the competition. Natsu said excitedly, well. Come on, don't think about that, it would be great if it was a battle match. Makarov took out a thick booklet and handed it to Urza. Urza, read the official rules to me before tomorrow. Urza couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded when he looked at the thick rules of the game. Look, this. Levy put on a pair of glasses and said, leave it to me. As long as you have flavor glasses, you can get them in no time. Levy quickly read the rules of the competition. Generally speaking, there are probably 3 most important things. First of all, the presidents of each guild are not allowed to participate. Who? It's okay. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief, but luckily he didn't give the chairman to the stinky boy Sutan, otherwise Suyan wouldn't be able to participate, and Fairy Tail's winning rate would have dropped a lot. Those who do not have a guild crest are not allowed to participate. Well, that's a matter of course. If there is no guild crest, then it is possible to find foreign aid. Each competition item is kept confidential until the start of the competition, and the description of each competition item will be kept until then. The last note is that the contestants must return to the designated accommodation before 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock? What time? It means 12 o'clock tonight. Like a princess wearing glass slippers. There's still a lot of time. It is only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun is shining, and there are still about 11 hours before 12 o'clock in the evening. It's rare to come to such a bustling street. To explore love. Natsu and Lucy and Happy ran out immediately. Urza shouted, hey. Do you know where to stay? Knowledge. Be sure to be back before 12 o'clock. Chapter 226. Master Gray. Gray looked back and saw a girl with aqua blue hair standing behind him. Juvia, why are you here? Not only Juvia's why, everyone else in the guild, everyone cheered for you. Then Juvia said shyly, well, if you can, eat together, 2 or 2. Speaking of which, I'm a little hungry by myself. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the two people. So there's a nice restaurant on this street. Leon. The two were taken aback. Immediately afterwards, Leon took Juvia away. It's a restaurant integrated with the aquarium, which is very suitable for 2 people on a date. That? Wait, this Juvia was a little confused. Gray hurriedly shouted, UBD. Don't take any shots at our people. Leon stopped, turned to look at Gray and said, you will participate in the Great Demon Fight, Gray. What? However, the victory must belong to the scales of our snake princess. Last year, even if Mr. Mala and I didn't scream, we won the 2nd place. You understand what this means. Don't forget that there is a monster like Sutan on our side. You have seen it with your own eyes, and he is not able to catch up with him in just 7 years. Su Yan is indeed an incredible monster, but in the great demon fighting and martial arts, it is not for one person to win. Let's make a bet with me. If the scale of the Snake Princess wins, Juvia will join the team. Our guild. Ah! Juvia saw that the two men had decided to fight for him. What if we win? Then give Juvia to you. It was originally from our guild. Don't forget the pact between men, Gray. It's impossible to gamble. What a joke. Are you afraid of losing? What did you say? On the other hand, Natsu and Lucy and Happy hang out in the capital. There are tweeds everywhere in this city. The so-called flower is really worthy of the name. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Someone's fighting." Hey! Is there a fight right now at the festival? Where? Natsu immediately ran towards the direction of the voice. Natsu likes fighting and watching fights. Happy quickly followed, because there are many guilds in Fiori. It is said that peers are enemies, so many peers gather together, nothing is normal. Wait, Natsu. Lucy hurriedly followed, worried that something was wrong. At this time, in the center of the chaos, there was a circle of citizens around. Many people fell to the ground, only 2 people stood in the middle, and there were 2 kittens like Happy beside them. Do you want to keep fighting? That's the difference. Floor thinks so too. The onlookers also recognized the 2 men. Those guys are the twin dragons of the Tiger Bite. Sting and Rogue. One of the strongest guilds. A sword-biting tiger. Natsu slipped in from the crowd and was a little curious to hear the name of the sword-biting tiger, because I had heard that the sword-biting tiger was the strongest magician guild in Africa now. Sting and Rogue were surprised to see Natsu. You are Natsu Dola Niger. Happy was also startled when he saw 2 kittens. Cat. What, that stupid-looking cat? Sample. Speaking. Lucy said helplessly, should I complain? Sting came to Natsu and said, haha. The rumors that you guys participated in the great demon fight in martial arts turned out to be true. You know about me? Natsu was a little puzzled. Sting leaned in and said, the dragon slayer that even Acroneria couldn't beat, right? What kind of dragon slayer are you? What? I adored you before, by the way, this guy adores Mr. Gajeel. Just a little concerned, he is also a dragon slayer. Natsu couldn't believe it when he heard it, dragon slayer. Both of you. 4 flowers. Can you please call us the real dragon slayer? If it were us, we would be able to defeat Acroneria? Lucy said, you're saying that because you haven't seen Acroneria? Yes, yes. Happy echoed unwillingly. What a cat with a bad brain. Lecter has a good brain. Rogue said, it has nothing to do with whether you have seen it or not. What matters is the gap between the qualifications of being a dragon slayer. Kitten Lecter said, let me explain, Natsu-kun, the dragon slaying magic you learned was taught by dragons, which is the so-called first generation. Your Laxus-kun and Oration Ceases Cobra are the 2nd generation who can use dragon killing magic by burying the dragon's magic crystal in their bodies. 0, 0. And then, Sting-kun and Rogue-kun are the 3rd generation of hybrids who were raised by real dragons just like you, and buried the dragon's magic crystal in their bodies at the same time. The strongest dragon slayer. The 3rd generation. The dragon that raised you also disappeared in 777. Sting smiled and said, well, in a sense. Rogue said, let me tell you directly, in order to become a real dragon slayer, we will kill the person who taught us the magic of dragon slaying with our own hands. Lucy couldn't believe it, killed. Dragon. Humans can. Killing his own parents. Natsu had a grim face. He regarded Igneel, who raised him, as his father, and his family was the most important thing. As a result, the other party did such a rebellious thing. Sting and Rogue turned to leave, and said to Natsu, if the main event of the conference is determined to be a duel, we will show you the true power of Dragon Slayer, bye-bye. Lecter said, that cat following that outdated Dragon Slayer looks dead, doesn't it? Flo felt the same way. Fairy Tales Hotel. Natsu and Happy grew angrier as they thought about it, then roared together, anyway, I have to get it back from those 2 bastards. What happened? 1. Chapter 227. Lysina and Wendy walked in with lots of snacks. Everyone, we came here to buy snacks. Looks like you're all set, Carla said. Wendy said, we'll be there for you. Yeah. Don't worry. Now, groan. The hands of the clock on the wall fell exactly at 12 o'clock. Crack-cack. Many spotlights in the night sky illuminated the mid-air of the capital. A giant projection wearing a pumpkin hood appeared. Gather here, participate in the various guilds that participate in the Great Demon Fight. Good morning. Due to the increasing popularity of the Great Demon Fighting martial arts over the years, the number of participating teams has also increased to 113. But such a huge number, with uneven strengths, may give many viewers many lengthy and poorly perceived experiences in 033. In order to change this situation, our organizer proposed a new way of competition, which is to reduce the number of participating teams from 113 to 8, which we also call qualifiers. Qualifiers. I never heard of it happening. In previous years, there were no qualifiers, and all the guilds competed together. What is that? It's huge. Big pumpkin. Seeing this, Natsu and Happy have forgotten the unhappiness of the day. Lucy said, "It's like a 3D holographic projection. I woke up the night I was lying in bed preparing to fall asleep. Is there a qualifier last time?" He said uncertainly, "I don't know, what's going on?" Leon, who was already ready to fight, said, "Then, 12 o'clock is the time for the start of the preliminaries." Law smiled and said, "The 113 teams that came to participate were reduced to 8 at once. But it doesn't matter, a strong team can naturally pass the qualifiers. The number of teams participating in the competition is gradually increasing, which means that this conference has begun to be underestimated by people, so this year we decided to reduce the number of teams entering the finals to 8. The rules of the qualifiers are very simple." Suddenly, there was a tremor in the place where Yan and the others were staying, and then the hotel began to rise rapidly, a block higher than the surrounding buildings. What happened? Is the whole building deforming? Look. Other hotels too. Everyone will now compete with each other, focusing on the conference arena, Domeflau. The 8 teams that arrive first will get the right to the finals. Your respective hotels are the starting point of the preliminaries. At this time, wooden boards appeared out of thin air, forming a ladder on each inn. At the end of the ladder, a huge building began to be constructed. Any magic can be used at will, there is no limit, as long as you squeeze into the top 8. If all 5 members of the team fail to arrive, they will go to the competition. In addition, there is one more thing, we are not responsible for any death or injury in the maze. The Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Preliminary Tournament, the Labyrinth of the Sky, starts now. What is that? Want to go through there to the end? A huge spherical building appeared in the sky, which looked very spectacular. Don't think about that anymore, we'll be behind, let's go. Natsu rushed forward. Several people from Suning followed from behind. Listener shouted, "Everyone! Come on! Come on everyone!" Wendy also shouted. "Rest assured. We will definitely win." After a while, several people came to the maze. Cough. Is it a huge 3-dimensional labyrinth? Gray is also feeling a little tricky. Natsu rapped his head and said with dizziness, "Gah. I'm the worst at this kind of thing." Urza said calmly, "We should go east. Because the original conference venue is east of us." As soon as Lucy heard this, he immediately said, "If that's the case, leave it to me." Then took out a silver key, "Open it." The gate of the compass. Picus. Boom. A bird with a compass on its head, celestial spirit, appeared, the compass on its head turned, and then it was worth a direction. Lucy said happily, "That's the east side." Urza says, "Thanks, Lucy, but I've got a compass." Several people began to walk in the direction Urza pointed, stumbling along the way. The road is very irregular, and many things in the eyes are very similar. The maze is worthy of its name. I knew I should make a mark. It's more reliable to make a map. Urza said, "Someone's there." A few people looked in the direction and saw the 5 guys from the Ghost of Twilight appear not far away. Ghost of Twilight? Are they also involved? I didn't expect to meet other people so soon. Kill them. There is still an account that I haven't calculated with you. When the Ghosts of Twilight saw Su Yan, they immediately attacked. Go away. Natsu and Gray rushed over immediately, killing all 5 of them. Suddenly, the whole maze began to vibrate, and the ground began to tilt. Wow. What? The ground. No, the whole maze is spinning. Everyone runs to the other side. After a while, the shaking stopped. Gray picked up a simple map. There was an expression of surprise on his face. This must be the map made by the Ghost of Dusk. It's really lucky 3.6. If you combine this with the map we made, you should be able to roughly figure out the terrain here. At this time, Urza and Natsu's eyes also glowed with murderous light. Ah, it seems that there is another way for us to win this qualifier. Lucy said in horror, your faces are so scary. Immediately afterwards, a few people began to act and began to look for other guild teams. Snatch everyone else's map. We are the best at fighting or something. Urza, Natsu, and Gray all started to work, looking very happy. One by one opponents were knocked down, and at the same time they shot the map drawn by the opponent. Seeing how a few people were having fun, Sotan smiled and didn't bother them. Chapter 228. Sotan's domineering look has reached the intermediate level, and the special effects are beyond the scope. As long as the domineering look is turned on, he can gain insight in a wide range. As long as he turned on the domineering, it was not difficult for Suyan to get out of the maze. But sometimes to enjoy the fun of the game, it is better not to cheat temporarily. After a period of time, several people came to the finish line, and several people showed smug expressions. Clap clap clap. A man wearing a pumpkin head clapped his hands and said, congratulations to everyone who passed the qualifiers. Sure thing. Too easy for us. Yeah. So we're number 1, right? No, you are only 8th. Hey. Several people were suddenly dumbfounded. The 8th place was the last qualifier, and if it was later, they would be eliminated. Kick, tick, tick. Fireworks sounded at the venue of the Great Demon Do Yanwuo, and a large number of balloons flew into the sky above the Great Demon Do Yanwuo. Poison. The thunderous cheers rang out at the venue where the Great Demon Fight was performing martial arts. Such a shock 13 cheers can be heard from the venue in the exclusive lounge for fairy tale contestants. There are too many people present. They can't all be Fiore's wizards, and there should be quite a few of them just ordinary people. Let's not talk about that. What's going on with this dress? Because the president said we should wear uniforms of the same color. Now the 5 of them have changed into similar styles. Sotan is wearing a purple shirt with Fairy Tail's coat of arms on the upper body and purple pants on the lower body, looking very handsome. To be honest, Sotan felt that the old man would have a better future if he quit his job as president and designed clothes. Urza said with satisfaction, the president's taste is still very good, I like it very much. Well, I like it too, Gray said shirtless in agreement. Lucy complained, anyway, put it on first and then talk about it. Sotan said, okay, the conference is about to start, it's almost time for us to appear. Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Venue. This time of the year has finally arrived. The annual magic event. Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. I'm Jabadi Lola, the live broadcaster, and here is Mr. Yakima, a former member of the Senate, who will be the commentator. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Yakima. It's my honor. Yakima was Makarov's friend in the Magic Council. When Fairy Tail read a lot of misfortunes, Yakima said a lot of good things for Fairy Tail. The first day's guest, we invited the beautiful Miss Fiore, Miss Jenny of Blue Pegasus. Our guild will definitely win this year, please wait and see. The participating groups finally came to the scene. The 8th place in the preliminaries was the first to appear. An accident 7 years ago brought the guild down. Can they regain their former glory in the return of the king? They are Fairy Tail. Several people from Sotan appeared, and then there were many cheers from the audience. What? Are they booing? Suyan's eyes jumped slightly, and he immediately wanted to unleash the domineering arrogance. Urza said to Sotan, don't do it, there are too many people present, and it will not affect the guild if things get bigger. Hearing Urza's words, Suning pouted, forgetting it for now, it will make these guys look good later. Although they were only the last place in previous years, but this time they successfully passed the qualifiers. Of course, they are still the 8th place after all. With the return of the serious group who have caused trouble in various places, they will become Fiore again. Is it the strongest? Yakima pointed a big female finger at several people, it's nice to see you again, congratulations, Fairy Tail. At this time, there were also members of the Fairy Tail Guild who were cheering for them in the spectator seats. Chairman Makarov, wearing a floating window to support, took the lead in supporting. Come on. Come on. Fairy Tail. Go. Go. Fairy Tail. Immediately after, Fairy Tale, everyone saw a little girl sitting next to Fairy Tale, shouting slogans for Fairy Tale. Mavis President. Fairy Tale, everyone was shocked when they saw it, because this girl was Mavis Vermilion, the first generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm here to cheer for everyone. You're here to help. But you're not. It's okay, don't worry, only those with the Fairy Tale Guild crest can see me. I'm not worried about that. Well, it's too boring to stay on Sirius Island all the time. Jabba started announcing the next group. The next group is the 7th place in the qualifiers, the War Dogs of the Underworld, Quattro Cerberus. Oh. Yeah. A couple of Quattro Cerberus came out. There were many cheers from the audience. Obviously, Quattro Cerberus is also quite a famous guild. Following the 6th, the all-female guild, the Dancer of the Deep Blue Sea, Mermaid Heel. Mermaid Heel are all girls, and their popularity is naturally very high. In 5th place is the Wing That Shines in the Dark, Blue Pegasus. One night, with a few people posing in the venue, the screams of the girls in the venue continued. The 4th is the Holy Crusader of Love and War, the Scale of the Snake Girl. Several people from Leon appeared, which immediately caused quite a stir. That's Maylaw. Really it's him. Jura is the top 10 magic guides, and now the magic atmosphere of Fiore is very strong. Many people naturally know what the top 10 magic guides represent. No one of the top 10 magic guides has ever participated in previous competitions. Mother-in-law Uba, the president of Snake Princess Scales, turned her fist in dissatisfaction. How did you get the 4th place? Are you working hard? A little girl in the Scales of Snake Princess said, I'm sorry, mother-in-law, it's all because I'm too clumsy. I tripped myself on the ground. Leon frowned helplessly. Sherry. I'm sorry, Leon. Chapter 229. Who is that? Natsu was a little curious. He didn't seem to have seen this girl. Gray said, where is the loved one? Lucy turned his eyes to Blue Pegasus. There's a man over there who I've never seen before. On the Blue Pegasus side, there is a mysterious team member wearing a rabbit doll suit in addition to Yiya and Hibiki's trio. Yuka said, Sherry is Sherry's sister. Oh, she's very strong, Toby said. Well, my love is still not home. I'm complimenting you. Ah, sorry, Toby. Calm down. Leon looked at Gray and said, Gray, don't forget the promise between us, if we win, Juvia will join our guild. Gray smiled and replied, I don't remember any promises to you, but no matter what, we won't lose to you. Law saluted Sotan and said, I'm sorry, Your Excellency Sotan. Leon was reckless. Sotan smiled and said, the festival, it's better to be happy, and it is indeed time to give Gray a little nervousness. Next, it's surprising that the 3rd place came, and the 3rd place is the guild that participated for the first time. Midnight's Raider, Raventail. Raventail. Natsu and Gray's faces changed when they heard it. Urza said, it's the guild of the president's child, Yvonne. But, that means this is. Lucy heard that the president's son was expelled from the Fairy Tale Guild by the president, and another guild was formed. Suyan said, Dark Guild. At the same time, Sotan looked at Raventail and narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. After all, he is an S-rank wizard of the guild, and the old man also regards Sotan as his heir. He will tell so many things. Susyen knows more than the rest of the guild. For example, Mest is the secret agent sent by the old man to the Magic Council. Son, Gajil is a double agent. He once instructed that if he encountered the Raventail Guild base during the journey, he could destroy the Raventail. After returning this time, Makarov also carefully inquired about the reasons for the fall of Fairy Tale, and found that Raventail did not do anything to the members of Fairy Tale in the past 7 years. Makarov roared angrily, is the Dark Guild even allowed to participate in the Great Demon fighting and martial arts? Ah. Chairman, calm down. Macau quickly grabbed Makarov. President. Lisana also pressed Makarov's shoulders. The original Mavis said, I can really feel an evil force. The people around also heard Makarov's words and couldn't help but talk about it. They just said it was the Dark Guild. I'm sure I've never heard of that guild. Most of the dark guilds are organizations similar to the underworld, and some are dangerous guilds engaged in assassination, so naturally they are not welcome. Job 80, from our official sources, Raventail existed 7 years ago, but only has a record rated as a Guild of Light. Yakima, since they were rated by the Magic Council, that means they are not the Dark Guild, right? Makarov was very angry. That damn Ivan, how did he lie to the past? Immediately afterwards, Makarov turned his gaze to Suyan, and then danced with his hands. His hand slashed across his neck, and then stuck out his tongue again. Sutan understood that he was telling the guy who met Raventail to teach them a lesson. Sutan smiled and nodded to Makarov. He was also very upset with Ivan. One guild called Tail was enough, and there was no need for the second one. Behind the audience, Ivan leaned against the wall with a sinister smile. I've been waiting patiently, father, just for this day. There are only 2 teams left to pass the qualifiers. Huh? One of the groups is the Tiger of Sword Biting, right? What guild is the other group? The main guilds have already arrived. Are there any other famous guilds? Jobadi, please. The second place team in the qualifiers enters. Oh, this is a surprise. Will this be the key to activate the Wings of Fallen? Unexpected. What a surprise. The second place in the qualifiers was Team Fairy Tail B. I saw Laxus, Myra, Gajil, Juvia, and Wendy form another team to enter the field. What? Big Gajil. Juvia. Miss Mila is there too. Sutan was also a little dumbfounded. Fairy Tail still has a team. Juvia. Leon saw Juvia, and his face showed an expression of liking that he couldn't hide. Sherry said angrily, is that the one Leon loves? Xiang smiled and said, as expected of Fairy Tail, both teams stayed. Natsu shouted dumbfounded, what the hell is going on? There was also a lot of discussion in the audience. Job 80, it seems that there are not a few people who have won the new rules for this revision, Mr. Yakima. Yakima, wow, each guild in this conference can participate in more than one team, and even up to 2 teams can participate in the competition at the same time. Gahahaha. I saw that dash. This is Fairy Tail. Makarov and the excited Hao Zhao of Fairy Tail shouted. Originally, Makarov was going to let Sutan, Laxus, Urza, Myra, and then pick one from Natsu, Gajil or Grey, etc., to ensure a sweep, and it would be better if Gildars hadn't left yet. 5S rank mages participated, and the first place was steady. But ever since he heard that there is a reward of 10 million J for the second place in Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts, and that the conference can allow 2 teams to participate, he has been moved. Suyan and Urza formed a team, with the stinky boy Sutan around, and won the championship steadily. Then let Laxus lead the team to form another team. If you get the second place, you can get 10 million J, and there is nothing to lose if you try it, why not? Now Makarov is crazy about money. If there are 3 teams allowed, he will definitely make up the third expenditure, and no one should try to stop him. Chapter 230. Gubadi, in the decisive combat power is the struggle between the teams. As members of the guild they can start fighting it. Yakima, there is no serious problem, but they just words. But he was familiar with the style of Fairy Tail Guild members in Showdown. One of us also did not hold back. Jenny, however, this would not be a bit shameless assumption that each team sent one person to participate in the competition, Fairy Tail able to partner the way to attack against Ah. Suddenly, Natsu shouted, are you kidding Ah? Even with a guild, when the showdown, I will fight every effort will never. Mercy. Since playing in other teams' forms, is the enemy. Will never lose you, a whole. Gajil conspire in front of Natsu, you going, Philip, qualifying 8th place. Lee says force, Gajil become a lot stronger friends. Happy is not satisfied, he said, Natsu too, will not lose it. Luo my excitement, said, but having said that, B team's strength is also very strong ah. The next breakthrough was finally ushered in the final qualifying a team. Yes. Everybody has been very clear. The strongest. Invincible. This is the absolute king. Sard Tiger Bite. Hong Hong. 037 on-site atmosphere suddenly burst open, curled his lip after the Soviet Union and then feel a bit uncomfortable, they booed on stage when these bastards, these guys on stage is so enthusiastic cheers. Out of it. Natsu looked to Sting. Sting waved means, together to enjoy it, Sir Natsu. Gajil looked uncomfortable Rogue said. What gang dancing, brats? Rogue turned their eyes open. Gajeel. Gray said calmly, that's Feolai strongest guild. Please come on. Sting King. Flow is also for you, come on. In front of the stage to watch the battle, Sword Tiger bite, 2 bites of the kittens to refuel Sword Tiger. Happy Reconciled shouted, never lose. Natsu. Gajeel. Interest Force, said, on the side of the auditorium is Ike Hitler do. Goobadi, after this, all the teams are on stage, to see all the players you what to think, Sir Yakima. Yakima, young and nice. Goobadi, no, not that regard it, then, everyone waiting. At this point, rumble. A giant stone appear in the magic bucket Yanwea large central hall. DOM Yanwea bucket events published. The audience see what's on the stone immediately cheered. The day Adultico have both a bully? Duel. Natsu very excited to see the duel. Goobadi, first is to introduce athletics, where there will be the 1st to 8th rank, according to the moment of qualifying, each team will get a corresponding number of points. Athletics section and each team can choose their own players, but each player can only participate in a competitive game. The next is the duel section, where fans will be combined with the results of the vote, randomly determined by the organizer. That is bad luck. The case of the competitive part of the magic runs out directly into the duel will be part of, it would be a competition luck it. Part of the rule is very simple duel, battle between the team and the team, the winning team will gain 10 points, defeated the team get midnight, in the case of a tie each team gains 5 points. Then I now pronounce, DOM Yanwea bucket opening game, secret, start. The number of the participating teams 1, will determine the rules of the game. Players in each team race will be explained later. Quattro Cerberus. Yej spoke and said, leave it to me first. Do not forget it. Soul has always been wild. Mermaid heel. Beth said, go to observe the case, let me go. License. BDDY. Diatail. Nalubuting library to me. Learn. Blue Pegasus. Yvonne said, let me go. Yvonne is king. Yvonne is king. First person. First person. Knight with others to Yvonne should aid. Each team players have decided the race, then be the next high-profile tiger bite sword of it. Sword bite of the tiger. Rufus said, I played the right, the birds singing today is really sweet ah. Appeared. Singing at the moon red bard, Rufus debut dash. Suddenly the audience came the cheers. What's ah, which shares the commotion, a hole? Natsu said jealousy. Gray calmly said, this is the strongest guild popular ah. Lucy asked, who played on our side of the pie? Urza said, although not yet know the rules of the game, but the word secret of view, inevitable and hide related. Sukarban smiled and took a step and said, come to me. What? See, the Soviet Union played doubt, the presence of many participants by surprise, including the fairy tale few people, too, but most of the charcoal Sioux, even the first appearance. Sukarban smiled and said, we want to reascent, first naturally good start, which I play the most appropriate. Blue Pegasus had a few people cheering. Ivan's face froze. How strong the Soviet Union charcoal strength, they have had the experience, it is not a man, a monster of monsters, even if they practice more than 7 years, it now appears the other party or monster. Lineage Z. The first appearance on. Toby see the Soviet Union charcoal debut a little dumbfounded. Yuka asked, how do? Sherry asked, puzzled, this man is very strong it. Leon smile. Is not strong or not that can describe it. Pull endorsed nodded, the Soviet Union had the experience of inflammation that turned into a huge dragon, a city hit will move. Nirvana gave evaporation attack, certainly not strong or not can describe it. Toby said, I come. Toby, snake scales KYI's a little unexpected. Fairy tale B team. How to do? Sue inflammation guy came up. Gajeel a little toothache said. Suyan like a nuclear bomb as long as they appear in the where is certainly finished, the first or the first not to think. Milla said, I go. Myra? Chapter 231. I played it, Suyan will be lenient to me. Myra winked said. Some people are a bit speechless, did not think could be so straightforward. Myra explained it. Sword bite of the tiger. Orga puzzled and asked, who is that guy afraid of how others seem to like him? Rogue face serious, said, the immortal demon king, Suyan, fairy tale guild strongest mage, 7 years ago, alone on the defeated president of the Fairy Tale Guild and the eponymous Phantom Lord Guild. Phantom Lord Guild has 10 magic of San Jose. Porla also said the defeat at the hands of the other party. In short, the other one is a real monster. Organizers wearing a pumpkin head man said, each team of participants secret, please forward. Goobadi, finally to begin, what is the secret of what Mr. Yakima athletic players have favored it? Yakima, call me more optimistic about Sojun charcoal bar. Goobadi, Miss Jenny that it? Jenny, of course our King Ivan, because he very strong Soon a few people have come to Pumpkinhead. Raventail of Nalubuting Library, said, wait a little, athletics beginning of the next, and even what kind of things do not know, do not, after all is about athletics do not know what it is, no matter how considered all think of two people more favorable fairy tale is not it? Suyan mouth slightly cocked, what do you say it? Of course there is. Then give me endeared. You. Nalubuting Library looked angry Suyan. Pumpkinhead and said, this is no way just with a guild of both teams had been able to stay in the finals very much, Pumpkin. Rufus Care, said, nothing bad, I can remember, there are two people will certainly not favorable. I do not care. Quattro Cerberus's Yedge said. Mermaid Heels Beth also said, my daughter is also no problem. Oh. Toby called twice schematic care. Oh. Nalubuting Library to see other people are saying we are unable to say anything. Pumpkinhead and said, since they have no opinion, then, the venue, open. At this time, in front of everybody, with many buildings start now. Then, what? Street. So big. Impressive. Wow. The middle of the arena forms the streets. This is really surprising. Everyone shocked watching the scene. An instant, a beautiful downtown street appeared in Central Magic Bucket Yanwea Hall, as if out of nowhere, like creating a small city. It is now with the magic class, article, or biological toolkin now. Then all participating players were all scattered throughout the streets, because surrounded by high buildings, and cannot find anyone else. We are gone. Myra Yansui said. Here to play hide and seek. Yvonne seems insight into the nature of the athletic events. Mermaid Heels Beth said, wow, where to hide should we do? Everyone in Fairy Tale saw that it was hide and seek, and their faces immediately showed an excited expression. Great. It's hide and seek. Sushien is best at hide and seek. Happy shouted excitedly. Yeah. Sotan is super powerful whether he is a ghost or hiding. Most of them are young people from the Fairy Tale Guild. When they were young, they played hide and seek together. When Sotan was a ghost, everyone would soon be caught by Sushien. I didn't understand what was going on before, but later I found out that it was Sotan's arrogance and domineering. He could easily see the position of others, and naturally he could find it. Therefore, this secret game is the most suitable for Suyan. As far as hide and seek is concerned, it's really strange that no one is a ghost. Yegol looked around and didn't see anyone who looked like a ghost. Job 80, everyone in the venue can see what the street looks like from the image of the magic crystal, and the 8 contestants cannot know the situation of others. The rules of secret are very simple. They are both ghosts and the one being chased. They search for each other in the streets. The magic used is not limited, as long as they give each other a blow. Regardless of whether the attack is offensive or not, the one who succeeds in the attack will get 1 point. At this time, the embodied magic appeared again on the street, and one figure appeared around everyone, all the faces of the contestants, and they were fake bodies. Ask for flowers. All the same faces. It's really tricky. If it's just a human being, it's hard to tell if there are so many fake people. Jobadi, this is your replica. If you accidentally attack the replica, you will be deducted by 1 point, then disappear in the silence. Like a black cat lurking in midnight. Duan. A gong sounded. Secret start. Yego began to look around. Is it a problem to find the enemy rather than to be secretive? Sotan smiled and said, looking for someone? It's easy. 0, 0. The color of Suyan's eyes has changed, turning red, and the domineering look has been activated. It takes time, and all the surrounding situations can be seen by Suyan. Then Sotan raised his brows, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to find him. Suyan was walking down the street. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Suyan. His arm became very huge, and there were many huge spikes on it, like a mace. Damn it, kill me. Narabudinku shouted loudly, and then smashed it down at Sutan. Boom. The ground was broken into a big hole, but Sutan's figure disappeared. What? At this time, Sutan's voice sounded behind Narabudinku. I thought you would run around like a mouse, but you dare to come to me for trouble. Didn't Ivan tell you that you can't provoke me? Damn it. Narabudinku's face changed greatly. Sutan punched Narabudinku on the back. Ugh. Narabudinku screamed and his body was knocked out. Boom. One wall was smashed, and then, Narabudinku's body was teleported away. Suyan's points are increased by 1, and Narabudinku's points are reduced by 1. Job 80, the quiet fierce battle continues. The first game, Hidden, is now led by the Fairy Tale A Team Suyan. With a smile on Suyan's face, he said, the game has just started. 1. Chapter 232. Sutan stepped a little under his feet and rushed in one direction. Job 80, move. Suyan of the Fairy Tale A Team moved first. Does he know the enemy's location? Narabudinku just finished teleporting and stood up slowly. That damn guy, don't let me see you again, otherwise. Otherwise how? Narabudinku's face changed greatly. He quickly turned his head and saw Sutan standing not far from him. UBD, you dare to appear in front of me, let me fall? Narabudinku immediately jumped up his arms and attacked Suyan. OM. On Sushi's body, the domineering arrogance burst out instantly, and a fist formed with tyrannical arrogance appeared and hit Narabudinku's body. Woo-ah-ah! Narabudinku screamed, 040, and was knocked into the air. Narabudinku's points were reduced by 1 point, and Suyan's points were 2. Narabudinku, what are you doing, you idiot? A red-haired girl in Raven Tail roared angrily. Job 80, Sutan of Fairy Tale is temporarily leading, but this field is full of enemies and replicas of himself. How do we find out who the enemy is? Yakima, there are many methods, such as detecting the opponent's magic power. Jenny, I think Ivan-kun will use a more powerful method. Urza said, detecting the opponent's magic power. Even so, you can only know the approximate direction of the opponent, and it is difficult to accurately target the opponent. At this time, snow suddenly fell on the streets of the competition venue. Jobadi, sniff. What the hell is this? Snow is falling on the streets. Jenny, it's Ivan-kun. Ivan said, as expected of Mr. Suyan, the powerful force is almost unsolvable, but in competitive games, as long as I follow the rules, I also have a chance to win. Over there. Ivan quickly launched snow magic and attacked Beth, Yego, and Toby in a row. Jobadi, Ivan of Blue Pegasus gets 3 points in a row. But then Ivan was attacked by Myra, and Myra turned into Satan mode, not afraid of this cold at all. Several people started to fight. Sutan ignored it. He just stared at Raventail's Narabudinku, and the scores of the other people increased or decreased, and the change was not too big. Only the scores of Sutan and Narabudin Library changed steadily. The score of Sutan increased, and the score of Narabudin Library decreased. Every time he teleports, Sutan will find it accurately, and Suyan is about to become Narabudinku's dream demon. A silent offensive and defensive battle continues in each area. Speaking of which, Rufus of the Swordbite Tiger has not moved at all. So far, he has not defeated anyone, nor has he been defeated by anyone. At this time, standing on top of a building in the embodied town, Rufus said, this competition is so boring, I remember it all, everyone's heartbeat, footsteps, the nature of magic. Natsu said in surprise, why is that guy standing in such a prominent place? Gray said, isn't that the same as inviting others to come to him? I remember all, and the memory is shaped under the starry night sky. Rufus released the magic, the sky seemed to darken, and stars emanated from Rufus, and then fell towards all the contestants in the arena. Boom boom boom. Whoa whoa. Almost all of the contestants were hit by Rufus' attack. Sutan raised his brows and dodged to the side, dodging Rufus' attack. Jobadi, Madam is awesome, Fast hit 6 contestants in a flash, earning 6 points. Rufus said, everyone in the organizers, this competition is really boring, because for me there is no need to hide, and even if I find it, I can't attack successfully. Suyan stepped a little and came to Rufus, really, I went to trouble you, but you did it to me first, and your appearance made me very uncomfortable, so you should leave it to me. Suyan's tyrannical arrogance exploded instantly. Wow. Before Rufus could react, he was knocked into the air by the Overlord's arrogance. What? Many people in the audience could not help but exclaimed when they saw this scene, what just happened, why did Rufus seem to be shot up? Rufus' body disappeared, the attack was judged to be successful, and Rufus was forced to teleport. Soon, Rufus appeared in another place, and his spirit was still a little unresponsive. He just felt that his spirit was shocked by a terrifying shock, and his body was also attacked by a powerful shock. Immediately afterwards, Rufus's expression changed, and he quickly looked behind him, only to see Suyan walking towards him. Burn the fire of the earth's karma. Rufus raised the temperature of the surrounding ground, and a large amount of magma attacked Suyan. Humph. Suning snorted coldly, and the tyrannical arrogance erupted again. Boom. The magma emitted by Rufus was all scattered by the Overlord's domineering arrogance. Immediately afterwards, the domineering bombarded Rufus. Whoa. Rufus let out a scream, and was knocked into the air, triggering a mechanism and teleporting to another place. Sutan saw the domineering insight, and immediately followed. Gajeel grinned and said, "What an arrogant brat who has provoked Suyan, let's feel what despair is." Hee. The other contestants also turned a blind eye to Sutan, and they were not stupid either. Don't provoke. Blade of shining thunder. Rufus created a strong man with a knife, and the strong man's knife was full of lightning and slashed towards Sutan. A domineering palm quickly formed in front of Suyan, and slapped the strong man and Rufus away with one slap. Jabadi, what the hell is going on here? Rufus of the Swordbite Tiger is helpless against the attack of Suyan of Fairy Tail. Many people in the Great Demon Do Yanwu spectator seat were stunned. It was only because Nailyabuting was abused by Suyan. Rufus was one of the 5 members of the strongest sword-biting tiger guild, and he actually looked like a child. It was also played by Sutan in the palm of his hand. Chapter 233. Who the hell is that guy? Can you give that Rufus an easy show? Is there such a powerful guy in the Fairy Tail Guild? Many people in the audience were talking about it. Rufus was invincible in the past, and no one could resist Rufus. The players in the various guilds were no less surprised than the audience. Blue Pegasus. He said overnight, sure enough, that monster Suyan is still so perverted. A few people immediately nodded in agreement. The scales of the Snake Princess. Sherry said in surprise, that man is amazing. Leon was also a little surprised and said, Mr. Suyan has been very terrifying since 7 years ago, but it's not that they haven't changed at all in 7 years, why? Jura nodded and said, Your Excellency Su has become more powerful, and it is not at the level of -13 points or 2 points. Mermaid Heel. Miliana, is this the super strength monster you're talking about? Asked Risley in surprise. Miliana hurriedly said, SHH. Be quiet, he is not a man who loves Xiangziyu. She remembered that when she first met Suyan, she was taught a lesson by Sutan. This girl is Miliana, who was in the Tower of Heaven incident, and was Urza's companion, and then separated, and now 7 years have passed, and now Miliana has fully grown up and joined Mermaid Heel. This is not the real power of that monster. If you see it, you will definitely be shocked. Job 80, dear audience, I just got the information about Sutan Player. Suyan Player was a famous wizard in the Fairy Tail Guild 7 years ago, and has the title of Undead Demon King. He is a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. The strongest sorcerer even has an amazing record of defeating the top 10 mages of the Holy Spirit. Holy 10 great wizards. Real or fake? That's no wonder Rufus loses. Although these audience members believed that the Tiger of Swordbite was the strongest wizard guild in Fiori, they did not think that any of them could defeat the 10 great wizards. The Fairy Tail audience is enthusiastically cheering for Fairy Tail. It ends here. The following is the ranking of this competitive competition. Because it is the first competitive competition, this order is tentatively set as the ranking of the comprehensive ranking. Comprehensive ranking. 1 Team Fairy Tail A 10 points. 2 Fairy Tail B Team 8 points. 3 Blue Pegasus 6 points. 4 Scales of Snake Princess 4 points. 5 Mermaid Heel 3 points. 6 Quattro Cerberus 2 points. 7 1 point for the Tiger that bites the sword. 8 Raventail 0 points. This ranking caused quite a stir, with two teams from the Fairy Tail Guild taking first and second place results. They watched the match with their own eyes, and it wasn't because of the cooperation between the two of them that this result was caused. It was just that Su Yan alone pressed the Sword Bite Tiger and Raven Tail down. The remaining 5 people competed with each other. Myra from the B team of Fairy Tail successfully suppressed the others to get the second place, so the others did not raise any objection to this. It's so strong. Whether it's the man named Sutan or the girl named Mila, they're all so strong. Granny Uba, the president of the Scales of Snake Princess, turned her arms in dissatisfaction and shouted, "What are you doing? Bye." Mother Uba calmed down. Lien of Blue Pegasus smiled and said, "It's not bad." Ring nodded, "Yes. That's Sutan and Mila." Mermaid Heel. Arana said, "Whoops, this is really bad. Ha ha ha. Beth has worked really hard." Risley smiled, as if he didn't pay much attention to the result of the game. Job 80, unexpectedly, such a big upset broke out in the first game. The King's Sword Bite Tiger became the second to last, and the two teams of Fairy Tail, who had not been favored all the time, won the first and second place. Is it true that Fiore's once strongest guild really wants the king to return? Fairy Tail B team. Myra returned to the player area. "Well done," Laxus said with a nod. "Miss Myra is amazing," Wendy said happily. Mila covered her face. "It's been a long time since I had a fight. I'm really shy to fight in front of so many people." Fairy Tail A team. Gray and Natsu came to Su Yan from left to right, and clapped their palms with Sutan. "First, Guan is really lucky. I didn't expect to meet Su Yan's best at hide-and-seek," Lucy said happily. Urza shook his head and said, "It's not that Su Yan is good at hide-and-seek, but that Sutan's power is there. Even if it is replaced by other competitive events, Sutan will win." Raven Tail. Flare said to Nailubudinku, who was beaten terribly by Su Yan, "Nailubudinku 040, how did you do it?" "Shut up, Flare," said a man in a helmet. Flare was so frightened that he immediately shut his voice, as if he was very scared of the man. "Go down and have a good rest and treatment. I don't want our plan to be ruined, understand?" "Understood." Narabudinku nodded and glanced viciously at Su Yan in the distance. It was the first time he had been beaten so badly. Sword-biting tiger. "Master Rufus, are you all right?" Yukino, the only girl in the Sword-bite tiger team, hurriedly asked when Rufus returned. Rufus shook his head. "It's okay, that guy didn't want to hurt me at all. If he did his best, maybe I would have been killed long ago. That guy is a real monster. He had already tried his best just now, but there was absolutely nothing he could do with Sutan. All his memory modeling magic was easily defeated by Sutan. He felt like he was going crazy, but the game ended in time." Orga said, "Is that really that scary?" Sting patted Rufus on the shoulder and advised, "Don't take it to heart. The undead demon emperor Sutan was a super monster 7 years ago, and I will help you find a place after that." Chapter 234. Let's confirm the arrangement of the duel part. The duel part is a one-on-one battle between two guilds, and the battle table has been sent to me. The combination of the duel is decided by the organizer. It would be nice if it was an interesting combination. First duel on the first day. Oh, is this fate? Fairy Tail B team, Juvia Loxer vs Raven Tail Flare Corona. Juvia, be careful, Raven Tail's guys don't know what magic they will use. Myra warned Juvia. Laxus said, "Don't hold back, Raven Tail is Fairy Tail's enemy." Although Raven Tail is his father Ivan's guild, he now understands that his grandfather is the one who has always guarded him, and his father Ivan wants to harm Fairy Tail and is Fairy Tail's enemy. And Fairy Tail's enemy is his enemy, and he will not allow anyone to hurt Fairy Tail, even if this person is his father. Juvia nodded. "Come on, Juvia." Many people in the Fairy Tail spectator stand cheered on Juvia. Makarov even wiped his neck with his hands with a ferocious expression on his face. The opponent is Ivan's stupid ex-guild anyway. FK them. The first generation looked forward with no expression on his face. Romeo asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, the first generation?" The first generation said, "What is the purpose of Raven Tail?" Makarov's angry tree hole, "That must be to humiliate us, what a bunch of nasty guys." If only that was the case. Job 80, it seems that the presidents of the two guilds are father and son, Mr. Yakima. Yakima, well. Since each has a different guild, then there is no father-son relationship here. Pumpkinhead said, please come to the front. From now on, the entire conference venue can be used as a battlefield, and the rest of the players are invited to return to the waiting area. The game is limited to 30 minutes. If the opponent loses the ability to fight within the game time, it will be judged as a victory. Duel of the Great Demon Fight, the first game, starts now. The one with blue hair. Juvia had no interest in these things, she just wanted to be with Lord Grey. But the opponent is Raventail's guy, which is Fairy Tail's enemy. Juvia is going to beat you. The water flow chopped. Juvia waved his hand, and a large number of water jets appeared, slashing towards Flare. Flare dodged quickly, his hair lengthening quickly and hitting Juvia. Juvia's complexion changed after seeing it. Hair. Your hair makes Juvia very unhappy. This reminded her that when she was in Tower of Heaven, she was physically controlled by a man with long hair who attacked with his hair and hurt Lord Grey. Water Fierce Whip. Juvia manipulated the water flow to form a whip to attack Flare, and Flare's hair also formed a whip to fight with Juvia, which was comparable to Juvia's spell. I can manipulate my red hair at will. You can manipulate your red hair, but I can manipulate the water at will. Water Jet Saw. Juvia's body turned into water that was spinning at a high speed like a tornado and charged towards Flare. Flare hastily dodged. Wow! Flare let out a pained cry. Although she dodged the main attack, she was still approached by the high-speed rotating water. The water that Juvia turned into quickly turned around in midair and continued to rush towards Flare. Blue-haired. Bath Wolf Fang. Flare's hair quickly stretched, forming a huge wolf and rammed towards Juvia. Sherry, hair has grown wolf shape. Yuka, her hair. Toby, her hair. The big bald duck pulls, it's so noisy. Boom. Hair formed wolves and Juvia's raging currents collide. The violent water flow scattered, and the wolf formed by the hair also dissipated. It seemed that this time it was Flare Xiaoshang who blocked Juvia's attack. Did you get killed? I won. Flare was about to smile when he saw that there was no Juvia around. Juvia's voice sounded right under Flare. Juvia is made of water, so it won't be killed by this attack. As soon as Juvia's voice fell, a large amount of water gathered at Flare's feet. Oops. Flare's expression changed greatly when his opponent approached this position. Water Flow Love. Boom. A powerful current hit Flare from below. Wow! Ah, 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 ah. Flare's screams were wounded sky, free fall toward the ground. Juvia said, although I don't know what your purpose is, if you are an enemy of Fairy Tail, Juvia will not let you go. Water flowing with two teeth. Juvia covered his arm with his hand and rushed towards Flare quickly. With a wave of his arm, the water flow engulfed Flare. Wow! Ah, ah, ah. Flare was hit by Juvia's attack and fell to the ground screaming, unable to move for a while. The victory and defeat have been divided. Winner, Fairy Tail B Team, Juvia Loxer. Boom. There was a loud cheer from the audience. What a wonderful battle, there is no room to breathe in this battle. The Chrysanthemum exhibition of the Father-Son Guild. The battle between women. In the end, Juvia from Fairy Tail is even better. That girl's whole body has turned into water, so amazing. Not only that, the previous one named Sutan and that Mila are also very strong. Could it be that the Fairy Tail Guild is actually very strong? Good job. You should teach that guild guy from Yvonne a good lesson. Makarov was very relieved. Great. Juvia. Lysina cheered for Juvia. During the S-level assessment, Lysina was Juvia's partner, but was ruthlessly stopped by Urza. Urza laughed, I can do it if I want to. Sutan smiled and said, Juvia's strength is already very strong, and his magic talent is very high, but he is too easily influenced by emotions. Chapter 235. Raventail. Flare came back tremblingly, and the man in the helmet said, Flare. Flare was so frightened that his body couldn't help shaking. Yeah, sorry. Forget it this time. Anyway, our goal is not to win, so it's also powerful for us. The guys at Fairy Tail will underestimate us, and then they will understand the price of underestimating us. Flare breathed a sigh of relief knowing he would not be beaten. Fairy Tail B Team. Good job. Gajeel said to Juvia. Wendy also ran over and said, Miss Juvia is also very powerful. We are number one for the time being, Myra said happily. The duel has ended, and the team Fairy Tail B won, adding 10 points. Now the Fairy Tail B team ranks first with 18 points. Next is the second match of the duel part of the first day, Lotus of Blue Pegasus vs Mermaid Heel Arana. The two were tentatively fighting each other, and the two sides seemed to be indistinguishable under Lien's stay. Lien smiled calmly and said, "It's better than last year, Arana." Arana smiled and said, "You guys are going to attack women, is that okay?" Xiao Lian. Job 80, the second game. The momentum of the two is at odds with each other. Yakima, what a good game. Jenny, come on, Lian Jun. Sharia is also cheering for you at the venue. Varied. It's full of flaws, Xiao Lian. Arana saw Lian's flaws and immediately started to attack. Goo. A large number of cobweb-like magic attacks reached him. In the spectator seat of the scales of the Snake Princess, Sharia shouted worriedly, "What are you doing? Lian. Please do your best." Granny Uba said dissatisfiedly, "Don't cheer on the enemy team. What does it matter? Granny Uba, they have a marriage contract. It's so noisy. It's going to be turned." Granny Uba turned her fingers. Already turning la 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 la. The man immediately turned on the spot. Lien said in a panic, "It's not a marriage contract, BDDG, dash dash. It's just a bad relationship. It's too much." Then Tsundere said again, "It's annoying to always stick to my side, but if you are not around, I'm always out of shape." Lien, really? Sharia looked at Lien lovingly. Yuka said, "Sharia is really hooked on a troublesome man." Toby, oh. Sherry said longingly, "This is love." Lien dodged Arana's attack before posing for magic. "In front of you, you must definitely show your most handsome side." Empty transformation. Lien created an air sphere, and then rapidly expanded outward causing strong vibrations. Winner. Blue Pegasus, Lotus Chayu. In this way, Blue Pegasus scored 16 points on the first day and temporarily ranked second. The 3 points of Mermaid's luck remain unchanged. Jenny, ya. As expected of Lian Jun. Urza smiled and said, "Sure enough, it's more powerful than 7 years ago." The 7 years of Blue Pegasus were not wasted. Natsu said, "Did you become stronger overnight?" Tenma's sighed. Urza looked at Natsu and said, "Natsu, what are you talking about? He was a difficult man to deal with overnight. Although his personality is a bit weird, he is undoubtedly the strongest mage in Blue Pegasus." Lucy and Gray were also taken aback. That night. Is Blue Pegasus the strongest? Natsu sweats down, "I don't know." Susien recalled and said, "The magic of a knight is a bit dependent on props. When you don't use magic perfume, you are not much stronger than ordinary people, but the strength of the knight after using perfume is really good." Lucy said in surprise, even Urza and Suyan said that, it looked really strong that night, but how did Sharia and Lien get together? Urza smiled and nodded and said, "After all, it's been 7 years since they were there, and it's not surprising that they have developed a romantic relationship." Next is the third match of the first day, Quattro Cerberus Warcusii vs Swordbite Tiger or Gonanagir. The audience suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers. Coming. It's O. Beat him. This cheers. What a great popularity. Lucy was very surprised at the popularity of the other party. Gray said, "After all, it's the #1 guild in Fiori, and it won't shake their popularity just because 1 or 2 people fail." Sting looked down with a smile and said, "Oh. It's Waku. I still love that guy's magic. Indeed, it's very interesting, I have this memory." At this time, Lu Fa also finished his grooming, and returned to his former dashing appearance. As for whether he let go of his heart, as long as he knew it. Rogue turned to leave, "I'm not interested." This game Orga came on, then the result was doomed, he was really interested in only one person, that is Gajil. Lili folded his arms and looked at the venue seriously and said, "Finally, I can watch the game of the Swordbite Tiger." Happy said, "Is that guy as good as the masked one?" The one who wore the mask was Rufus, who was defeated by Sotan. Although Rufus was helpless by Soda, it did not mean that Rufus was weak. The mistake was to provoke Suyan, otherwise, Rufus would probably have won the second place in the competitive competition. Swordbite Tiger support area. Flo asked, "Which side do you think will win?" Lecter. "Of course it's Orga-kun. Although Sting is the strongest, the people here are very strong." "You don't even understand this kind of thing," Lecter said triumphantly. Flo thinks so too. Duan. The third game, Start. As soon as the match was announced, Quattro Cerberus Voculi burst into tears, and tears began to flow. Whoa 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 whoa. Suddenly, Vocule burst into tears. Chapter 236. Cry. Natsu was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. Jabadi appeared. Wakule's tears magic. Yakima, that's an interesting magic. Tear magic. What kind of magic is that? The more tears there are, the stronger the man will be, Vocule said. Boom. A black lightning bolt hit Vokule's body. Before Vocule could even let out a scream, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground injured. Black Thunder or Gauze magic caught Laxus's attention. Laxus also used Thunderbolt, and the other party used Black Thunderbolt, so it should be that magic. When there was thunder, Lili was so scared that he covered his ears and his body was shaking. What Lili was most afraid of was thunder. Second kill. Happy was shocked and speechless. The battle was over too quickly, and he couldn't help but think of Laxus, who used to kill Natsu so often by Laxus. Competition is over. Only a momentary flash. Orga's Black Thunder dried up her tears in an instant. So strong. Really strong. Sword-biting Tiger. The winner, Sword-bite Tiger Onanagir. In this way, Sword-bite Tiger won 11 points on the first day and temporarily ranked third. Many people in the audience were talking. What was it just now? Only for a moment. Strange, monster. Orga walked towards the player area, and Sting joked on it, wouldn't it be better to make the atmosphere hotter? Orga. Orga paused, thinking about how to warm up the atmosphere, then turned and walked back and said, then let me sing a song. I didn't mean it that way. Oh, you came to Pumpkinhead and took the microphone and started singing, the strongest and the strongest. Number 1, we are the world's only sword-biting tiger. The sound was so unpleasant that Natsu closed his ears, but there was laughter from the audience inside the venue. The first generation of Mavis couldn't help but say, it's really a guild with high strength and popularity. Romeo said with a serious face, although I am not reconciled, those guys are really powerful. Job 80, then finally came the last game of the first day. Yakima, the rest are the Fairy Tail A team and the Scale of the Snake Princess. Jenny, these two guilds used to be of equal strength, so it looks like it will be a very interesting game. Fairy Tail A team Susa vs Snake Princess Scale are Anikis. Appeared. Yeah. I just came to see Jura, and I didn't expect him to appear on the first day. The cheers in the audience were very high, and the reputation of the top 10 magic guides in Woola has also become famous in recent years. The top 10 mages themselves represent the highest honor of the mages in the Ishgar continent, and represent the 10 strongest people in this continent. The player who pulls the scales of the Snake Princess is also the number 1 and strongest alternate player in this conference, and has the title of the top 10 magic guides. The opponent is Sutan, who showed overwhelming strength in the competition section on the first day. Susai is known as the strongest wizard in the Fairy Tail Guild, and he has also defeated the top 10 magic wizards in the past. However, that was 7 years ago, so I don't know what the result will be now. Come on. Mr. Duck. Sherry shouted for Jura's support. I don't know what the outcome will be, Yuka said. Of course, because the game hasn't started yet. Toby said. Leon said, Mr. Mura, come on. Leon didn't say much either, and Yuka and Toby's impression of Sutan only stayed on Galuna Island. But he knew more. Ma-Le's strength was very strong, even stronger than 7 years ago. If Suyan hadn't come back, he would even think that Ma-La was Fiori's strongest magician. But when Sutan came back, the attitude of the man when he turned into a blue dragon is still shocking in retrospect, which is already beyond the limit of a human wizard. La folded his hands towards Suyan and gave a salute. Your Excellency Suyan, although I am unlikely to be your opponent, please do your best. I want to challenge you. I want to see, these 7 years, I have how much has it improved, and whether it has narrowed the distance with you. I also want to know how powerful a person can become. 4 flowers. Suyan said with a smile, you are too polite, it's just a game, let's each show our strength and fight once. Really? Duck pulls out. HB. In the audience, Levy said in surprise, the popularity is so high, that person named Ma-La. Sarasuk said, don't you know Levy? He is one of the 10 great wizards of the Holy Spirit. Droy took over and continued, has the same title as our president. 0. Romeo's face changed slightly, and he said with a little worry, "Brother Su Yan's luck is really bad. I didn't expect to meet Yala as soon as he appeared. I don't know if Brother Su Yan can win." The scene was full of cheers for Wu La, except for Fairy Tail who cheered on Su Yan. No one cheered on Su Yan at all. The President Makarov and the first-generation President Mavis both look like old gods, and they don't seem to be worried about the outcome of this duel at all. Lily smiled and said, "Who is it that is unlucky?" Happy said confidently, "Don't worry. No one in this world can beat Sutan." Mermaid heel. Kogura looked at the center of the competition venue with a serious look. "I can finally see the strength of the two people." Kogura had heard about Su Yan from both Miliana and her brother Simon. Both of them said that Su Yan might be the strongest magician in the world. When asked why they said that, they both avoided talking about it. Sword-biting tiger. It's about to start. Sting and several people looked down, and they also felt that this match was likely to be a duel between the two strongest people in this great demon fighting martial arts conference. This kind of confrontation should not be lost, just to see how powerful the two people are. Snake Princess Malaniki's vs Fairy Tail A Team Suit. The last game of the day. Start now, 10,000. Chapter 237. Your Excellency Sutan, I'll start first. Well, come on, I also want to see the strength of the top 10 magic guides in 7 years. Pull your index and middle fingers together and tap upwards. Wow. A stone pillar emerged from Su Yan's feet, and Sutan stood on the stone pillar without moving, allowing the stone pillar to carry himself upward. Then pull your finger. Kick, kick. Several stone pillars appeared bent and attacked Su Yan from all directions. Huh. Sutan's eyes lit up, and with this hand, he could see the difference with other mages. The free use of magic was far beyond that of many mages. Su Yan stepped a little under her feet and quickly avoided. Mala pointed her finger at Su Yan quickly, and those rock pillars pursued Su Yan. Sutan clenched his fists and punched the rock 043 pillars. Boom. Za-cha dash. The rock pillar was shattered by Sutan's punch. What? Such a thick pillar of rock was shattered by one punch. Great strength. Many people in the audience could not help exclaiming. LA's expression was as usual. He knew some of Su Yan's abilities. Sutan himself had a physique like a dragon, and it was normal to break his own rock and iron pillar. Mara continued to control the other rock iron pillars to attack Su Yan. Crack-cack. Su Yan wasn't interested in hitting the pillars either, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to finish the game when the game time was over. Sutan stepped on the air and moved his body quickly in the air, dodging the attack of Jura's rock iron pillar. Pedal air move. Not only the audience in the auditorium, but also the wizards who participated in the competition were also taken aback. Rufus widened his eyes and said, "Even if this move is memorized, no one can use it except that person." OM. Sutan's body appeared in midair, and the Overlord's domineering arrogance exuded, forming a huge palm, and slapped it downward. Wow. Mala quickly raised her finger, and a large number of rock and iron pillars broke out from around LA's body, and then bent in rows, forming an arch bridge shape, blocking Duck LA's top. Boom. Su Yan's domineering palm clapped on these rock iron pillars. The entire great demon fighting martial arts venue shook. Crack kick. The rock iron pillar that was pulled couldn't withstand the attack of Su Ning's domineering palm and kept shattering. Humph. Ma pulled her strength, outputting more magic power. Boom. The hall of domineering exploded. Crack kick. All the rock pillars were destroyed. OM. The domineering look of the Overlord spread, and many people watching the match in the venue where the great demon fight was performing their martial arts all rolled their eyes and passed out. But at this time, everyone didn't have time to care about those, and they all watched the battle in the center of the conference venue. Wow. A powerful magic burst out, the smoke of the explosion dissipated, and Malari appeared in front of everyone. Rock Iron Fist. On the ground beside La, the rock turned into an armor-like fist and hit Sutan. Su Yan also showed an expression of interest on his face. Although his temperament is lazy, it does not mean that he does not like fighting. When he first came to the Fairy Tail Guild, he also fought a lot. After defeating all the people in the guild, go to complete difficult tasks and challenge various powerful monsters. Gradually, Sutan himself turned into a monster. Before he met the Black Dragon Aknora Ria, he had no opponent who could fight with him for a long time. What? Sutan's fist was wrapped in a domineering look of armed force, and he was greeted with a punch that he managed to avoid. Boom. Click. The rock iron fist pulled shattered. So strong dash. Sherry covered her mouth and exclaimed. It was the first time she had seen someone who could confront Mr. Law head-on and suppress Mr. Law. When RA saw that his attack was destroyed by Su Yan, he was not discouraged at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. He seldom encountered a worthy opponent. On Sutan's body, the domineering look of domineering erupted, his fists clenched, and a huge domineering fist appeared in front of Sutan. Boom. Ra's body exudes powerful magic. Iwa Tekken. Duck shouted loudly. A rock iron fist with powerful magic power appeared. Go with. Pulling a finger at Sutan, this rock iron fist hit Sutan. Su Yan also threw a fist at Ma La, and the huge tyrannical and domineering fist also slammed towards Hui La. Boom. Crack kick. A terrifying shock appeared, and black and red lightning struck between the two fists. Everyone was frightened by this terrifying collision, and the host Fibati's wig was blown away. Boom. The fists of the two were fighting against each other, and after all, Su Yan's domineering fist was superior. The color of Ra's face changed slightly, and his finger quickly pointed. Iron wall. A wall blocked the domineering fist. Boom. The rock iron wall and the domineering fist shattered together, sending out a terrifying impact. Ugh. Jura's body rushed out of the explosion's smoke. Sutan raised his palm, his body exuded a domineering look of domineering, and a purple domineering dragon appeared. Fat meow meow. The purple domineering dragon's body was wrapped with purple lightning. Su Yan also mixed in the domineering of the armed color. Now 3.6 Su Yan's domineering of the armed color can also be released. If it is combined with the domineering color, it will complement each other, and the destructive power will be stronger. Roar. The domineering dragon roared, exuding terrifying domineering fluctuations, and many ordinary people in the great demon fighting martial arts venue could not bear this domineering, and their eyes rolled into a coma. Then quickly rushed towards Ma La. Ra's face changed greatly. He knew that Sutan didn't show his real skills at all, but he had to use his real skills. Rock mountain dash, dash. Boom. A mountain like a god of war appeared in front of RA. This was Ra's strongest defensive magic. The domineering dragon collided with Ma La's strongest defense, magic rock mountain. Boom. Chapter 238. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A large number of black and red lightning flashed between the dragon and the mountain. The terrifying impact made the entire venue shake, and many people screamed in surprise. After all, it is the venue for the great demon fight, and the most important thing is to protect the safety of the audience. That's why defensive techniques are outlined on the walls around the martial arts field in the middle of this venue. Dash. All defensive spells are activated. Boom. Cracks appeared on the inside of the venue. Wow ah. Ah. Almost all of them shouted. Crack kick. A fissure appeared in the rock of Jura. LA's face changed, and then he shouted, broken. Boom. Yenshin is detonated by Ma La. The entire great demon fighting martial arts venue shook for a while. Su Yan's domineering dragon also burst open. Boom, dash. A terrifying explosion broke out in the center of the great demon fighting martial arts venue. After a while, the explosion calmed down, and Sutan stood in the venue, as if nothing was happening. 13. The impact of the explosion was blocked by Su Yan's aggressive arrogance. While La was near the center of the explosion, all the clothes on his body were torn apart. He looked a little embarrassed, and suffered some minor injuries. Not bad. Su Yan said with a little praise. To be able to block his own attack, Yadele's strength is one of the best in the entire kingdom of Fiori. Su Yan raised his palm, again exuding domineering, and forming a domineering sword over Sutan. Seeing that Su Yan was about to continue attacking, La immediately said, wait a moment. I admit defeat. What? When everyone heard Ma La's words, they could hardly believe it. Ma La is one of the top 10 magic guides of the Holy Spirit, and she is still ranked 5th among the top 10 magic guides. How could this be the case if he just admitted defeat? Sutan scattered the long sword formed by the domineering look of the overlord. Looking at Ma La, he said, you haven't lost yet, you still have the strength to fight, why should you admit defeat? Pulling a wry smile, his strongest defense magic has been broken, how can he continue to fight, continue to be beaten? He is also the top 10 magic wizards. Don't you have any face? Instead of being beaten in front of so many people, it's miserable. It's better to admit defeat early, so that he can at least retain a little dignity. Job 80, confess, admit defeat. Snake GG Scales RA admits defeat. Winner. Fairy Tail A Team, Suyu. Boom. At this time, many spectators in the auditorium realized that the game was over, and they had been optimistic about the top 10 magic guides, Woola, and conceded defeat. All began to cheer. It's so strong. It's so strong. There is such a powerful wizard in Fairy Tail. Is this the strongest wizard guild in Fiori ever? Fairy Tail? Blue Pegasus. Mr. Sotan's strength is still so terrifying. Xiang shook his head helplessly and said. Yvonne said, yes. Fairy Tail sent Mr. Suyan all over, it's like cheating. Mermaid heel. That's it, it's too strong. Beth and several girls were startled. Miliana said, if you had seen that, you would have felt it was nothing. Kogura's hand holding the knife loosened. Indeed, this man's strength was terrifying. The scales of the Snake Princess. Mr. Duck, how come? Sharia didn't expect this to happen. Leon said, this is the normal result. Mr. Sotan's strength has already exceeded the limit of human wizards. OU said in shock, this guy is a monster. Sting sighed, this is the undead demon emperor, Suyan. Rufus of the Swordbite Tiger shook his head, and the last bit of grievance in his heart dissipated. Even the 10 great magicians' law was defeated, so he had nothing to complain about. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. No one else went to provoke Suyan, only he and Raventail's people did. Jobity, this result is really unbelievable. But there is no doubt that both of them are super powerful mages. The two of them gave the most wonderful battle. Yakima, this result is quite normal, Suyan has such strength. Jenny, Sotan is undoubtedly the strongest wizard in this conference. After listening to a few commentaries and the wonderful battles they had seen before, the audience also understood that the man who looked very young really possessed a power that even the 10 great magicians couldn't match. Job 80, this is the end of today's game. Fairy Tail A Team won the first place with 20 points. Yakima, the game has only been played for a day, and I hope to see more exciting games in the future. Jenny, our guild also aims to be the champion. The second day's competition is really exciting. Jobity, Mr. Yakima, Miss Jenny, thank you very much today, see you tomorrow. In a tavern in Rockers. To celebrate our big win today. Cheers. Makarov said as he stood on the table and raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered together. Today is really relieved. For the Left Behind team, today is the happiest day they have had in the past 7 years. The two teams from the Fairy Tail Guild both entered the official competition of the Great Demon Fight and ranked first and second on the first day. They used to be the last in 10,000 years, and they were ridiculed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. They were not angry because they were ridiculed, but more angry because Fairy Tail's reputation was tarnished, and Fairy Tail was their pride. Now that they can finally hold their heads up, their Fairy Tail is still the strongest. Everyone happily eats, drinks and frolics in the tavern, like having a banquet in a guild. For 30 million, not 40 million. Cheers. Makarov raised his glass again and said that he had seen 40 million beckoning to him. Levy spit out, President, you have said everything from your heart. Chapter 239. Natsu clenched his fists and said confidently, tomorrow I will play. Make the gap even bigger. Let other guilds not be able to catch up. Come on, Natsu. Happy cheers on Natsu. Gajeel said with a smile, If you are on the court, Fire Dragon, then I will too. Lily said, it's almost time for you to see the results of our practice. Natsu, after 3 months of practice, I don't know how strong you are now. Max said in a slightly provocative tone. 3 months ago, Max suppressed Natsu. 3 months have passed. Needless to say, Sotan and Myra were originally powerful S-rank mages, and Natsu's strength was still uncertain. Do you want to try it? Come on then. Soon, Natsu and Max got into a fight, and everyone around was booing, and they liked watching others fight. After a while, Max was knocked to the ground and Natsu grabbed his pants. Awesome. Natsu. Weak burst Max. Seeing that Natsu easily defeated Max, Macau and Wakaba shouted excitedly together. Warren and Vegeta had sweat on their faces, a little speechless and broken expressions on their faces. Why, after only 3 months, he has become so strong. Do we still have a place to stand? At first, I was very happy to see Max suppressing Natsu, because they are similar in strength to Max. In the past, Natsu was the first line strength in the guild. Being able to suppress Natsu means that they can also compete for S rank. As a result, in just 3 months, their sense of superiority disappeared all of a sudden, and what remained was their own doubts. It took them 7 years to acquire such strength, and in the blink of an eye, they were given away by the other party in 3 months. Beyond that, they naturally couldn't accept this kind of psychological gap. Gajeel is interested. Interesting, I will be your opponent. Laxus said, stop it, you and Natsu are not just having fun. Gajeel was a little surprised and came to Laxus and patted Laxus on the head. Hey, you have become honest, Laxus. Seeing Gajeel dying, Levi hugged him quickly, trying to pull Gajeel away. Don't do this, Gajeel. Laxus was a little speechless, as if he couldn't figure out how this guy could be so bold. The drunk Freed knocked on the table and shouted, You BD. How can you treat Laxus like this? You are trampling on our dignity. Turning around, Evergreen and Bixlow were both drunk by Kana under the table. At this time, a person came to Kana and said, this lady is very strong, how about a comparison with me? Although Kana was also a little drunk, she was interested. La la? Although I don't know who you are, do you want to compare your drinking with me? Macau persuaded, hey. I don't know who you are, but give up. Wakaba also persuaded, don't look at her like this woman is a monster. After a while, the table was filled with empty wine bottles. Kana fell to the ground, but the man was still drinking. It's a lie dash. Macau and Wakaba shouted in shock. Wahahahaha. Really? Jet was dumbfounded. Loki said in disbelief, Kana lose with drinking. It's the first time I've seen a fallen Kana. Who is this man? The same goes for Warren. Bacchus. Huh? Kiss, isn't that Urza? She's still a beauty as ever. Urza said, long time no see. Bacchus said, I heard that you haven't been seen for 7 years. Yes, you don't seem to have participated in the great demon fight during this period, ha 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 ha. Clay's tragic appearance is because he can't stand idly by. This is the so-called man's soul, so I will be an alternate member. Joined. I watched today's game, it was really shocking. Yeah. I can't believe that there are such powerful monsters in Fairy Tail. If we meet tomorrow, let's continue the unfinished battle. Soul forever, wild. For. Urza doesn't know if it's appropriate to say Quattro Cerberus slogan. Wahahaha. It's really not cooperating, Urza. After saying that, he turned and left the tavern. Lucy asked suspiciously, who is that guy? That man is the S-class wizard of Quattro Cerberus. I met him when I was working, and I know his strength very well. The Sin Eagle, the drunken Bacchus, although I have fought with him a few times, but they are not victory and defeat. Lucy was startled, equally with Urza. At this time, Makarov, who was a little too drunk, jumped on the table and shouted, listen, little brats, do your best for me tomorrow, be sure to get 40 million. No, it's the champion, goal, Fiore first. Oh. Fairy Tail won a big victory today, so everyone didn't care too much about tomorrow. Day 2, Athletics section, Chariots. Job 80, the content of this competition cannot be taken from Zhao, if the connected chariot falls to the ground, past the finish line. The chariot under your feet is constantly moving. If you are not careful, Master may cause a crash. On the way, you will pass through the tourist resort of Rockers and reach the end here first. Which team will Dome Flaw be? Woolen Cloth. We will use the magic crystal image to present the situation of the game to the audience. Jason, C000L. Looking at the game scene on the screen, everyone in Fairy Tail was almost dumbfounded. Why let Natsu play? Gray was puzzled. Lucy said, the competitive name of Chariot alone can think of the content of the competition. Urza said helplessly, he was determined to play, he didn't listen at all. Sutan smiled and said, haha. Then let him suffer. Chapter 240. Job 80, speaking of which, Mr. Yakima, who could have predicted that the game would develop like this? Natsu, who won the first place with a complete victory record on the first day and was far ahead of the Fairy Tail A player, is now far behind the leader. The team is now in a state of disengagement. It is the complete opposite of yesterday, and it is in the penultimate position. Not only that, Gajeel from Team Fairy Tail B, who performed very well on the first day and won the second place, is now also next to Natsu, and is the second last. Even the sting of the sword bite tiger is in a state of disengagement. What the hell is going on here? Mr. Yakima. Yakima, well, maybe these three have something in common. Ruined. Fairy Tail in the support position was dumbfounded, and Fairy Tail won a big victory yesterday. Therefore, there was almost no pressure on the crowd on the second day, and it was much more relaxed. And Natsu also showed the results of the 3 months of practice yesterday, easily defeating Max. So they also have a lot of confidence in Natsu, who would have thought it would be a result like 0-50. Impossible Star Rover should be the fault of the Fire Dragon guy, why am I? Gajeel insisted through gritted teeth. Lily was also a little dumbfounded, what's the matter, why is even Gajeel car sick? Happy burst into tears, don't take away Natsu's only character trait. Levy said in surprise, even the people who bite the tiger with the sword. Kitten Lecter said, this is trouble, the only weakness of the invincible sting has been exposed. Floro feels the same way. Okay, let's take a look at the leading players next. The competition here has reached a white-hot stage. The leader is Kurahebe, a member of Raven Tail who finished last on the first day. Following this is a knight in blue Pegasus, Yuka of Scales of the Snake, and Mermaid Heel Risley. Slightly further away is Quattro Cerberus alternate Bacchus. Men. Running hard all night, the wizards also exercised, but there were few who exercised like Fairy Tail. It's more of a magic aspect. If it's a race like running, Jet might have won the first place early. Yuka looked at Risley next to him and said, it's not easy to keep up with your size. Risley didn't think there was anything wrong with being fat, and said with a smile, don't underestimate plumpness. Bacchus, who was behind the three people, swayed, oh, I haven't woken up from yesterday's wine, drink it. Yuka saw that the finish line was not far away, it's almost the finish line, it's time for a showdown. Volatility Hurricane. Yuka's hands waved, pushing Yuka forward like thrusters. You can't use magic in this shock wave. Yuka's magic is wave magic, which can neutralize the opponent's magic fluctuations and make the opponent's magic ineffective. Risley also knew it was time for a showdown, don't underestimate plump. Risley ran from the side to the front, circling the range of the wave. Appearance. Risley's gravity change. She avoids the front of the chariot and sprints on the side. The rest of the night was fluctuating. Remove the fluctuation of magic. The aroma of galloping. Zero distance inhalation. Drop 2 test tubes filled with perfume into nostrils overnight. One knight's ugly face, plus a close-up on the magic screen. Gross. I rush. One knight, BDDY directly, ran fast forward, and soon Yuka was left behind by a few people. Bacchus saw several people speed up and said with a drunken laugh, oh, everyone is working hard, my soul is shaking, I will work harder, hey. Bacchus stomped hard on the chariot. Boom. The chariot was destroyed, and many of the chariots in the front and rear were all overturned due to the chain. Several people were affected overnight. This is the chariot destroyed by the power of Bacchus. I'm leaving first. If you fall, you will lose. Wahahahaha. Bacchus laughed and ran quickly towards the finish line. He passed Kurahebe in a blink of an eye and crossed the finish line first. Bacchus crossed the finish line in one breath. Quattro Cerberus gets 10 points. There is such a man in Quattro Cerberus. Makarov was a little surprised, this man's strength is almost the same as Urza's. Wild. 4. The Quattro Cerberus crowd was very happy. Following the second is Raventail Kurahebe, the third is Risley, the fourth is Yuka, and the fifth is one knight. The people in front have reached the end, and the 3 people in the back are still struggling. Ouch. Natsu fought back the feeling of vomiting. No, it's impossible. I've never been motion sick before. Gajeel put his hands around his mouth and was sweating profusely. Sting said next to him, so, you finally qualified and became a real dragon slayer. That appearance was not much better than Natsu and Gajeel. New here, UBD. Gajeel rammed towards Sting, but didn't expect to hit Natsu who was just catching up from behind. Ah. I can't make up my mind. There was a lot of laughter from the audience, only Fairy Tail didn't laugh. Natsu. Gajeel. Jet and Droy were moved when they saw the 2 persevering people. Orga said, listen, is this what you call a super hot atmosphere? He's the way he is, right, Rogue? Rufus knew about Sting's situation. Looks like dragon slayers are prone to motion sickness. Are Laxus and Wendy car sick too? Myra asked suspiciously. Wendy said, I only recently started getting motion sickness. Don't tell anyone else. Laxus didn't want others to see him humiliated, so he was alone every time he set out on a mission. I think everyone already knows that, Juvia said. Oh. Charge forward. Chapter 241. Natsu shouted and ran forward with difficulty, with Gajeel following. Although the speed is not fast, the momentum is shocking to many people. Whoever laughed in the audience disappeared. It's really ugly, I can't even exert my strength, how strong is it? Rush ah. Natsu ignored Sting's words and continued to move forward, even on all fours. Okay. I'll leave this game to you. Anyway, we will win it back later. We don't care about a mere 1 or 2 points. Gajeel said, you don't have to cry about this, kid. Sting is now older than Gajeel and Natsu. But this is because Natsu and others only have a 7-year gap. In conversion, both Sting and Rogue are younger than Natsu and Gajeel. Oh. Sting stopped. Can I ask you a question? Why are you participating in this competition? If it was before, I would never have imagined that Fairy Tail would participate. I don't think you are the kind of people who care about guild rankings and evaluations. In my impression, Fairy Tail is freer, more freewheeling, and doesn't care about other people's opinions at all. Not only Fairy Tail, but also big guilds like Scales of Snake Princess don't care much. Otherwise, Leon and RA would not have participated in the previous Great Demon fighting performances. Determining whether a guild is the strongest is not something that can be seen in a few games. The comprehensive strength of the guild, the unity of the internal members, and the belief in the guild. The influence of various factors determines whether the guild is the strongest. For many people, this conference seems to be a joke. A few guilds can send a few people to participate in the competition to decide who is the strongest guild. However, I have to admit that the influence of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Conference is indeed not low, especially this is an official event organized by Kingdom of Fiori. For many ordinary people, the guild that wins the competition is the strongest guild. It's for comrades. They have been waiting for us to come back for the past 7 years. No matter how painful or sad, they continued to endure even if they were despised and guarded the guild, so that we would not be homeless when we came back one day. For those of you, I want to prove to everyone that Fairy Tail is not standing still. So I'm going to dash forward. The Fairy Tail left behind group all burst into tears, and everyone in the serious group also showed a faint smile on their faces. Sutan smiled and looked at Natsu. He is indeed the hero of Fairy Tail comics. Although he does things a little without thinking, he has no doubt that he has the charm of the protagonist. Sutan himself was also infected a lot by Natsu, at least his former character was not like this. Many people in the audience were also infected by Natsu's spirit, and they did not speak, but watched quietly. Reach destination. The 6th place goes to Fairy Tail A Team Natsu. 2 points. The 7th place goes to Fairy Tail B Team Gajeel. 1 point. Sting of the Swordbite Tiger abstains 0 points. The obsession of those guys is incredible. Well, it's amazing, I'm a little moved. Oh. Makarov wailed loudly. Sting has returned to the player tunnel. The expression on his face was cold. For the sake of my companions, it's really boring. Both Natsu and Gajeel were sent to the players' lounge, both of them suffered from excessive motion sickness and took some time to recover. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Next is the battle part of the second day. What kind of battle should we see today? The first match is between Raventail Kurohibi, the guild who is temporarily the last one, and Tobi, the scale of the Snake Princess who is temporarily the second last. Jabadi, this is a battle of serpents. Yakima, hope is a fair fight. Jason, Tobi, super adult. Cool. Start the first game now. I'm going to perform well this time and let you know how good I am. Tobi's nails grow rapidly, super paralyzed giant jellyfish. Then he rushed towards Kurohibi thoughtfully, and attacked Kurohibi with his claws. All were dodged by Kurohibi, who fell behind. 4 flowers. Disappeared all of a sudden. Disappeared. Tobi was stunned when he saw his opponent disappear. After seeing it, RA shouted nervously, idiot. That's mimetic magic. At this moment, in front of Toby, a puff of sand rose. Sand rebellion. Whoops dash. Toby was knocked to the ground. Max shouted in surprise, "That's my magic." Loki said, "Can he use the magical properties of the proposed form?" The original Mavis also frowned, "Mimic, rare magic." Romeo shouted, "Come on, my lord." Makarov also cheered on the side, "Break down that broken guild Ivan." "My lord." 0, 0. Toby got up, "Ayo, you are amazing." Kurohibi looked at Toby and said, "You're strong too." The name Kurohibi is so handsome. It's not a real name. It's not your real name. Do you need to be so angry? Toby angrily rushed to Kurohibi and attacked, "UBD. Tell me my real name if I win." "I don't care, what if I win? Then I'll tell you my biggest secret." "As if, it's interesting." Kurohibi's eyes changed. Job 80, the two sides seem to have made some strange bet. Yakima, I'm not interested in either. Jason, cool. Down. Toby is down. The game is over. The winner is Raventail's Kurohibi. Urza said with a serious face, "It's really strong." Gray nodded. "Well, and I feel like he's not doing his best at all." Lucy said a little worriedly, "What are they going to do when they come to Demoda to perform martial arts this time?" Sutan said lightly, "Don't worry, just focus on the game. No matter what Raventail wants to do, it will not succeed. If necessary, I will kill them all." 1. Chapter 242. Sutan wanted to kill all these guys when he saw Raventail appear. As President Makarov said, "Raventail's sudden appearance here must be uneasy and kind. It feels like you are watching a thief wandering around your home. If this wasn't the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Conference, he would definitely rush up and wipe out a few people. Any guy who wants to hurt Fairy Tail should be damned, even if these bastards didn't do anything in this big magic fight, he will kill these guys after the end. So, what's your secret?" Kurohibi asked, looking at Toby who was lying on the ground. Toby said with tears in his eyes, "My favorite socks, I can't find one. I have been looking for 053 3 months ago. I don't know why, but I can't find it. Woo, can't say it to anyone." When everyone heard Toby's words, the scales of the Snake Princess all collapsed a little. "The body is not only the paint, it's too embarrassing." Kurohibi tapped his chest. Toby looked down and saw that the sock he was looking for was hanging around his neck. "It's actually here. You are such a good person, Ayo finally found it." Urza wiped away tears with emotion, "That's great, my lord." Sutan complained, "How moved are you? Turn around. Granny Uba has already figured out how to punish the guy who embarrassed the snake girl's scales." At this time, Kurohibi put his hand in front of Toby. "Jabadi, disabled?" After a fierce battle, two people are going to shake hands. As soon as Toby raised his hand, Kurohibi took the sock from Toby, tearing it to shreds in front of everyone. Not a handshake. So cruel. So cruel. The more precious something is, the more I want to destroy it. This is me. Everyone was a little angry when they saw that the game was over. This was simply provocation and insult. The whole process was very quiet, although I felt that Toby was a little speechless because of a sock, but this was undoubtedly something the other party regarded as very precious. In the entire venue, only Raventail let out wanton laughter. After a while, Toby exits crying. "Okay. Let's get our minds back together, we'll have the second game of the day, Quattro Cerberus Bacchus vs Fairy Tail's Myra Jane. It's time for me to appear." Myra said with a smile. Wendy said, "Miss Mila, be careful. I heard that he is very powerful, he used to be on par with Miss Urza." Laxus smiled and said, "Don't worry, Bacchus was not the only one who used to be on par with Urza. Laxus has been in the Fairy Tail Guild since he was a child, and naturally he has seen Myra and Urza vying for the title of the strongest female wizard in Fairy Tail. The two are about the same strength. If it wasn't for what happened 2 years ago, the title of Fairy Tail's strongest female wizard might not have fallen on Urza's head. Oh, I didn't expect my opponent to be such a beautiful woman, I'm really lucky, how about we make a bet?" "Bet what?" "I heard that you are the Kanban girl of Fairy Tail. If I win, how about you give me a drink for a day?" "That BD." Elfman was furious when he heard this. Suddenly, A terrifying aura spread across the great demon fighting martial arts venue. The sky also changed suddenly, it was sunny but suddenly covered with dark clouds. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky and slashed towards Bacchus in the center of the venue. Boom! Bacchus was so frightened that he hurriedly ducked, and a big hole had been cut out from where he was just now. Then I saw the sky thunder continue to brew. Bacchus hurriedly said, "Just kidding. I'm kidding." Boom! The dark clouds in the sky did not disperse, and the thunder was still swimming, as if it was still looking for a chance to break down. Myra smiled and said, "Some jokes should not be played around." The president of Quattro Cerberus, Hoshman, shook his forehead helplessly and said, "This idiot." Everyone in the venue did not understand why the sky suddenly changed color, and the lightning struck Bacchus. Only a few people know that it is very likely that Suyan did it. Thunderbolt. Laxus, he had witnessed Sotan's heat at first, but he didn't expect that Sotan would also drive Thunderbolt. "I didn't expect someone to commit suicide to this extent," Gajiel couldn't help but say when he heard Bacchus' words. Gajiel has joined the guild for a while now, knowing that Myra and Suyan have a very close relationship. To MT Su's woman, it would be better to die directly. It seems that the bet cannot be established, but the battle still has to be decided. I heard that you and Urza were once tied, so I want to see if you are worthy of your name. Receive Satan's soul with your whole body. Myra immediately began to transform, her body turned into a demon-like posture, her arms and feet turned into sharp claws, and a slender and powerful tail with scales attached to her back. Myra flapped her wings behind her back and quickly rushed towards Bacchus. Bacchus dodged quickly, raised his palm and slapped Mila. Wow! Myra's body was photographed moving forward a distance, then stopped. Myra dash. Lucy couldn't help exclaiming when she saw 3.6 when Myra was hit. Urza said, "Don't worry, Myra is not that fragile. You must know that Myra fought with Sotan before, but in terms of physical combat power, Myra is second only to Susian in Fairy Tail. Is it only this level? If it is only this level, it's too disappointing to say that the battle with Urza is dead." Being attacked by Bacchus to Myra was like nothing. Bacchus' eyes changed when he heard this. Interesting. I thought Fairy Tail was only a strong woman, Urza, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. My soul trembled. Mila exuded a powerful dark magic, raised her palm and aimed at Bacchus. Dark Frenzy. Chapter 243. Myra Tangzin released the dark hand and attacked Bacchus. Bacchus quickly attacked with his palms, shattering all the dark grasps Mila sent. Lucy said in surprise, "He shattered Myra's magic." Urza explained, "The guy's magic condenses the magic into the palm of his hand, which is a more traditional kind of magic. But the secret of that guy's strength is that he has a martial art that can bring this magic to the extreme. That set of boxing is called Pigwazang, and it is a martial arts that strengthens palm punching with a unique posture. What's even more terrifying is that he improved this boxing technique and created the technique of drunken and split guazang." Drunken? Does it mean drunk? Gray heard the name of the palm technique a little strange. Urza nodded, "That's right, if you attack after being drunk, its attack is unpredictable, and its destructive power will also increase. It's the guy's unique trick. But, that's not the problem now, because the guy hasn't had a drop of alcohol yet." Lucy's face changed color. "What? That is to say," Gray said, "that guy isn't serious yet." "If that's the case, won't Myra?" Sotan smiled and said, "Don't think about it so much, but now Mila is pressing that guy to fight." Lucy and Gray looked towards the field, and sure enough, Myra's fighting style was very violent, and she was constantly attacking Bacchus. Dark Spark. Mila's hands produced dark bullets constantly bombarding Bacchus. Bacchus could only barely parry. After Myra transformed, his own power became even more terrifying. Myra once practiced hard in order to defeat Suyan. She was also the woman who fought Suyan the most. Myra's strength was stronger than many people imagined. A few years ago, in the case of Lysina, Myra also defeated the Beastmaster by herself, and then was taken over by Elfman. There was a problem with Elfman's reception, but Myra showed mercy because the other party was his younger brother. Only caused Lysina to be injured and faked death. Otherwise, in terms of strength alone, this job would not be considered dangerous to Myra at all. Myra was unable to use magic for 2 years because of self-blame and trauma. Open to me? Bacchus felt that it was impossible for him to be beaten all the time, and immediately burst out with magic, knocking Mila back. After Mila backed away, she didn't stop at all, her body exuding powerful magic power. The sand around the body began to rotate along with Myra, and the stars formed a terrifying tornado sandstorm. Super sadistic madness. Hey. It's true. Bacchus was sweating. Originally thought that she was a soft girl who could bully casually, but she didn't expect her strength to be so powerful. Looks like it's going to be desperate. Bacchus kept attacking with his palms, and shot a lot of shots in an instant. Boom. It was hard to resist Myra's attack, but Myra's next attack has already begun. Hands condense powerful magic. Soul Destroyer. Myra's hands condensed powerful dark energy, sending out a powerful shock wave. Boom. Wow! A terrifying explosion appeared, and Bacchus screamed in pain. The smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated, and Bacchus lay in the pit, powerless. Myra came to the wine gourd that Bacchus hadn't had time to drink, picked it up, smiled and said, "Drinking too much wine is bad for your health." After speaking, she threw it away. Fall down. Bacchus down. Game over. Fairy Tale B Team Myra wins. Poison. There were enthusiastic calls from the audience, and on the first day Fairy Tale made these guys understand how terrifying the strongest wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild was. Let them understand today how powerful the Fairy Tale top players are. Bacchus is the strongest trump card of Quattro Cerberus, but he also lost to Fairy Tale, a female sorceress, in a head-to-head battle. This makes it clear to everyone that Fairy Tale's player pool is unfathomable. The fact that the two teams entered the official competition was not due to luck, but the fact that the other team really had such strength and confidence. Lucy said in surprise, "Miss Myra, is she so powerful?" She had heard some of Myra's dark history, but it was the first time she saw Myra fighting. Myra, who was fighting, was not alone at all when she was quiet in peacetime. Gray couldn't help but said, "Sure enough, that familiar Myra is back. Mila used to be like that, the same woman that scared Gray is Urza. He and Natsu have been dealt with by Myra before. Urza used to be reasonable, Myra is the kind of reasoning with you with fists." Sujiun smiled when he heard Gray's words, seeing Mila like him more familiar. Because in the past, he was the guy who Mila often made trouble for. However, maybe it was because 053 Myra took the initiative to ask for trouble, that he and Myra forged an indissoluble bond. Jabadi, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's a tense, exciting, intense fight. Yakima, well, Myra was once the top wizard of Fairy Tale. Jason, cool. That girl is so cute, it's scary to fight. I know her. She's an S-class wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, known as the criminal Myra Jane. The Fairy Tale Guild is really strong. Everyone in the auditorium was also talking about it, and in just 2 days, the inherent impression of the guild that was last in 10,000 years in the audience was completely broken. Fairy Tale B Team player area. It's so strong. Gajeel sweated, he always treated Mila as a front desk lady. Only now I know that the front desk of the Fairy Tale Guild should not be underestimated. Wendy has run over to meet Mila. "Miss Mila, that's amazing. I haven't fought like this for a long time, I'm really a little shy." Laxus smiled and said, "We're number 1 for now, let's see how Susien and the others are doing." Chapter 244. Next is the second day and the third match of the Great Demon Fight. Kogura vs Blue Pegasus by Mermaid Heel. As soon as the two appeared on the stage, there were thunderous cheers in the competition venue. Bang! Come on! Sieng-kun! So handsome! Come on Kogura! Mermaid Sleep itself is a very special guild, and only girls can join that guild. Kogura herself is a big beauty, the type of black straight length that almost all men like. Moreover, her own strength is still the strongest among the mermaids, although the sword-biting tiger has been called the strongest mage guild in recent years. But in the game with Kogura, he has never won, but he has never lost, most of them are draws, but that is when Kogura does not draw his sword. Therefore, many people speculate that Kogura will be more powerful if he draws his sword. Therefore, Kogura is popular among men and women, girls are envious, and men are lecherous. Almost all Blue Pegasus are handsome guys and beauties, especially the trio consisting of Hibiki, Lien, and Yvonne. It is an existence that fascinates thousands of girls, and has always dominated the list of wizards who want him to be their boyfriend. A few. Loki used to be one of the regulars on this chart before he became Lucy's celestial spirit. So popular. Happy said. Carla folded her arms and said, men are all the same. Happy said, I'm not like that, I just like Carla. Who wants to like you? Carla flushed slightly. It feels like watching the game, it's about to start. Competition is over. What? Everyone was a little dumbfounded, didn't it just announce the start, why the game ended? Second to kill. There is another spike in the competition. Kogura of Mermaid Heel instantly kills the sound of Blue Pegasus. Mermaid Heel gets 10 points. Blue Pegasus player area. Lien shook his head helplessly and said, no way, Xiang is not good at fighting at all. Yvonne said, yes. Not to mention that the opponent is Kogura, it is normal to be killed in seconds. Fairy Tail A team player area. Urza was also surprised, what a powerful swordsmanship. Urza is good at fighting with a variety of weapons, and the sword is Urza's longest used weapon. Although Kogura only made a move, she could see that the opponent's swordsmanship was strong, and it was probably not under her own. Job 80, next is the last game of the day, whether the old king returns or the new king continues. Today's final match, Yukino Agulia of Swordbite Tiger vs Fairy Tail A Team Lucy. Boom. There were also enthusiastic cheers from the audience. In Fairy Tail's two-day competition, except that Natsu and Gajeel were a little bit involved in today's competitive part, they all performed very well, and even had the potential to win the championship, so they also gained the support of many fans. Needless to say, the Swordbite Tiger has occupied the #1 guild in Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts for many years. It is known as the strongest wizard guild in Fiori, and its popularity is undoubtedly the highest. Putting the two old and new kings together in a duel, obviously this was specially arranged by the organizer of the Great Demon Do Yanwei. Come on, Lucy. Make sure to show them how good we are, shouted Happy. Carla was a little puzzled, as for the excitement. It seems that while wandering around the city, Happy sword-biting Tiger's Exeter has a bit of a conflict, Lily said. It's really childish. Flo asked Lecter, who do you think will win? Lecter was a little irritated when he heard Flo's culture, it's clear that it's Ms. Yukino. Why doesn't Flo even understand this kind of thing? Flo thinks so too. Flo was so frightened that he hurriedly said his catchphrase. Swordbite Tiger player area. Orga said, this game must be won, otherwise the president will get angry, or he will lose some points in the competitive part. Cough. Sting was a little unhappy when he heard Orga's words. He knew that Natsu and Gajeel were competing, and he chose to play regardless. Who would have thought that such a situation would be the case? No, Lord Sting is just unlucky, if you know you are racing on a vehicle. Yukino seems to be justifying Sting's failure. Sting interrupted Yukino and said, this kind of thing doesn't matter, you understand the meaning of your role in this team. Yukino nodded, it's to fight for the name of the tiger that bites the sword, and to win. Defeat the opponent ruthlessly. Our sword-biting tiger is the king, and we will never let others overtake us. Yes. Fairy Tail A team player area. Gray said, come on, Lucy. Let them see the results of our 3-month practice. Natsu finally recovered from the motion sickness and came to cheer Lucy on. Lucy, are you okay? Urza asked. Well, leave it to me. I will definitely win. Lucy had a determined look on his face. Suyan said to Lucy, you can admit defeat when necessary. There is no need to be brave. With me, Fairy Tail will not lose. Lucy nodded, then walked towards the center of the venue. Job 80, Lucy from the Fairy Tail A team and Yukino from the Swordbite Tiger are both participating in the Great Demon Fighting Tournament for the first time, but the two of them can become one of the contestants of the two guilds. This alone is enough to look forward to the strong return of the two of them. Then, the game starts. Yukino nodded and said, please give me more advice. Lucy was stunned for a moment. She thought that Swordbite Tiger was as defiant as Sting, but she didn't expect to be so polite, so she nodded quickly and said, I am the one, please give me some advice. Well, before we start, how about we make a bet too? Yukino suddenly proposed a betting agreement. A bet? Lucy wasn't quite sure what the other party was saying. Miss Lucy is a celestial spirit sorcerer. That's right. It just so happens that I'm also a celestial spirit mage. Chapter 245. What? You are also a celestial spirit mage? Lucy was a little surprised this time. Celestial spirit mages were very rare after all. She didn't expect that there was also a sword-biting tiger. How many keys of the celestial spirit of the zodiac does Miss Lucy own? 10. Why do you ask this? Hearing Lucy's words, Yukino was very surprised. There are a total of 12 keys of the zodiac, and Miss Lucy can get 10. She is indeed the beloved of celestial spirit. Exactly, I have the remaining 2 keys of the zodiac. Let's make a bet with all the celestial spirit keys. The loser hand over all the celestial spirit keys, and the winner can get all the zodiac 10 keys. Ninomi a celestial spirit key. I know that the stake of 10 zodiac keys and 2 zodiac keys is still too unequal, so I will bet on this. Yukino took out a purple celestial spirit key. This is. It is said that the key of the 13th house is above the 12 houses of the zodiac. The 13th key. The 053 key that can summon the unknown celestial spirit above the zodiac. Lucy said in shock. Looks like you know, then you don't have to talk nonsense, you can understand the value of this celestial spirit. If you don't think it's enough, then add my life. What? Everyone in the audience was taken aback. Is that guy's head okay? Job 80, things have gotten a little more serious, I wonder if Lucy will agree. Yakima, Jason, this is not cool at all. Lucy. Levy is a little worried, if he agrees to this bet, and if Lucy loses, all the celestial spirit keys will be taken away by the other party, then Lucy's magical career will be over. After all, celestial spirit mages use the celestial spirit key to release magic. If there is no key, then naturally they cannot use celestial spirit magic. That BD. Natsu was very angry when he saw that the other party was chasing ducks. Lucy said, I'm not going to agree to that bet. BDDY, because of fear of losing? No. I don't know what you think of celestial spirit, but in my case, all celestial spirits are my life partners who deserve to be entrusted with. They are all individuals with their own lives, and I will not take their companions as a bet. Yes, that's disrespectful to them. Really, I see, since the bet doesn't hold, let's start fighting. It's your misfortune to stand in front of the sword-biting tiger, open it, the door of Pisces. Pisces. 2 huge fish, one black and one white, jumped out of the magic circle behind Yukino and attacked Lucy. Fish? Happy seeing the fish, the saliva of such a big fish immediately drooled. Open. Scorpio gate. Scorpion. Lucy immediately used his magic to summon Scorpion. Storm of sand. Scorpion's 2-handed sword was on the ground, and his tail sent a storm of sand. Boom. One of the white fish was knocked back. It's useless, one of your celestial spirits can only block one of them. Then just use another one to block the second one. Lucy didn't know when to find the second zodiac key. Open. Taurus gate. Taurus. Wow. Taurus of Taurus appears. 2 celestial spirits were summoned at the same time. Oh my god. Many people in the audience were surprised. Celestial spirit magic is not a rare magic, so many people know the principle of celestial spirit magic. It's just that celestial spirit magic can only summon celestial spirit one by one, and this is the first time they have seen 2 body doors open. Is Lucy able to open the door in a double body? Impressive. Everyone in Fairy Tale was also very surprised. Lucy was always in charge of complaining. They didn't expect that Lucy could open the door with 2 bodies. The difference between driving 1 celestial spirit and driving 2 celestial spirits at the same time is huge. At the beginning, the angel of Oration Cease was at the level of driving 2 celestial spirits, which was Oration Cease. Lucy, who drives 2 celestial spirits at the same time, is already an elite powerhouse of the Fairy Tale Guild. Although Pisces are 2 big fishes, they are only celestial spirit with 1 key after all. Facing 2 powerful celestial spirits, they have fallen behind. Pop. A whip appeared in Lucy's hand. This was the River of Stars, and it was also a magic weapon. Lucy could manipulate the whip that could emit water. Lucy rushed towards Yukino. I am the celestial spirit mage, I know the weakness of the celestial spirit mage, that is myself. Now that your celestial spirit is restrained, it's up to the 2 of us to decide the outcome. Bar. Containing stop? The double body door is really powerful, but if you think that you are the only one who can double open the door, you are wrong. What? Lucy was taken aback. Then I saw Yukino took out another key, open it. The door of Libra. A veiled woman in exotic clothing appears with a seed tray in hand. Impressive. The girl of the sword-biting tiger also summoned 2 celestial spirits at the same time. Lucy said in surprise, You can open doors with both bodies. Libra. Change the target gravity. Learn. Ugh. Lucy immediately felt a strong gravity appear, pressing his body, and his body couldn't help but lie on the ground. Damn. Everyone in Fairy Tail's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Now you can't even release magic. You lost this game. Lucy immediately yelled, Taurus. Sand Scorpion. Scorpion said, Taurus, let's go. Wow. Taurus immediately understood. Twist. Taurus axes entwined with a mighty storm of sand. Fusion magic between celestial spirit. Impressive. So handsome. Sandstorm axe Aldebaran. Taurus slashed towards Pisces. Dash. Chapter 246. The earth is broken open, the body appeared around the Taurus several violent tornado, the Pisces to become involved. Pisces turned into the smoke has cleared, far too heavy because of injury was sent back to the celestial spirit sector recovery. Your celestial spirit cannot be used for a short time, I won. Lucy face expression of joy. Now the other side there is a Libra. Libra is using gravity magic, they have the two celestial spirit of the zodiac, 2-1, there is no reason to fail. Imagine that you actually can simultaneously manage the use of fusion magic with two celestial spirit, I look down on you. But everything ends here, I will open the 13th door, shut it. Libra the door. Yukino Flanagan spoke out purple key. On it. Offie Yuka's door. Ofer Max. Yukino raised the key, a huge array of magic appeared in the sky. A giant mechanical snake appeared in the air, looks very, terror. This is the 13 doors it. Lucy is also very surprised to see. Road doors 13th, Offie Yuka's the door, it is completely above the celestial spirit on the zodiac, even if you are simultaneously using two celestial spirit zodiac ecliptic, also it will not be opponent. Kill them. Ofer Max. Huge mechanical snake toward Nova champion Scorpio and Taurus attacks in the past. Laser cannon. Scott champion Heliconia against immediately emits a laser light. Boom. Laser shelling hit the Who smoke explosion spread, and was not injured. What? Huge tail in front of a champion with Scott. Ugh. Wow ah ah. Scott champion tail to attack him, Paul champion screams hit in flight, then the body fall away, has also been forced to transfer back to the celestial spirit community. Scott champion. Lucy champion was attacked could not help but see Paul exclaimed. UBD. Taurus to see Scott champion disappear immediately in front attack. Double-edged axe attack in body. Call. Axe big bounce, body defense obviously on Taurus attacks. Then, a hit Taurus body. Ugh. Taurus called out, the body dissipate about Gurkha open, return to the celestial spirit community. Taurus. Are you still guhi those celestial spirit do? Yukino voice sounded. Oh. Lucy face changed. To see the mechanical snake huge head rushed Lucy. Ah. Lucy cannot help but exclaimed. Boom. The ground was knocked a pit. Outcome not outcome is not divided. Already announced the end of the game you want, but found that did not end the game, because the pit which was not Lucy's presence. Then you see not far away, the smoke has cleared open, Lucy was holding a handsome man. That is. There are other people to intervene yet. Handsome. Dom Yanwea bucket venue many girls saw Lucy call a guy a little jealous, celestial spirit magic so easy to use you can also call handsome guy. Rocky. Fairy Tail everyone to see this figure all recognize, it is a member of Fairy Tail Loki, Lucy is Leo celestial spirit, Leo. Handsome Prince Charming coming. Rocky said, with a smile on Lucy. Lucy smiled and said, I know you will come. Goo Batty, ladies and gentlemen, just to get the information that appears people are not outsiders to intervene in the game, this has always been part of celestial spirit Lucy players. He said after seeing Yukino. Zodiac Leo among the strongest celestial spirit, but even if you do Leo Zodiac is the strongest celestial spirit, it will not be the 13th palace Offie Yukas Ofer Wu Kyuzi opponent. Loki smiled and said. Do not underestimate my master, our hands of it, Lucy. Ah. Lucy nodded. Seeking flowers. Immediately out of a key of the zodiac. On it. Gemini's gate. Gemini. It looks like the image of a gray figure appeared in front of everybody. And summon a man. Many girls in the audience to see Lucy and summon a man, but also very handsome, the woman how many men want to occupy, is home to summon two together, then. I was. Gray saw a bit dumbfounded. Zubaya, after seeing very angry, really is a privately retained copy. Your rival Lucy Gray adults, is not what he wanted to do or say anything. Doing on Gray adults every night, I do not. It will allow you to take away Gray adults. 0. But for Myra also stubbornly clinging Wendy Zoo Shakespeare might now jump Zoo and Lucy duel. Do not talk nonsense. But for players in different zones, Gray has also long been caught Zoo Shakespeare's mouth. Zoo Shakespeare cry spread throughout the large magic bucket Yanwea Hall, many people are beginning to eat melon. What? Fairy tale strife. The two women compete for a man. A woman and two men in the story. Audience favorite food is a big melon, and pretty soon, the various versions of this story have emerged gossip. Lucy helpless shake live forward and said, I know this will be the case, why I do not want to forward. Lucy itself is nothing other ideas, copying Gray reason is simple, she can just copy and own magic similar to or less than the magic of their own people. In fact, she is even more imagination as copy Urza's angel, but her magic is not enough to copy. And because it is a copy, Natsu also seems to destroy the magic dragon. Special reason she cannot copy, reproduce Suyan, actually able to replicate, but in addition to scare people outside, Suyan of any skill she cannot use. In which people are familiar with Lucy, Gray magic, and she was more similar to ice modeling, is particularly full of magic, so she copied Gray. Lucy, we are on it. Ah. 1. Chapter 247. Light of the King, the strongest release. Loki quickly increased his energy to the maximum value, which was equivalent to an increase in buff. It's useless. Uffukus is the strongest celestial spirit. Yukino controlled Uffukus to attack Lucy, and his huge body rushed towards Lucy and the others. The brilliance of the Lion King. Loki's fist condensed golden light, and then attacked Uffukus head-on. Roar. A light in the form of a lion appeared and slammed into the snake head of Uffukus head-on. Boom. Uffukus' attack was stopped. Ice Make, Lancers. The Gemini in the form of Gray casts Gray's ice magic. A large number of ice guns shot at Shwe 057. Yukino shouted, Uffukus. Uffukus' huge body stood in front of Yukino, blocking all the ice spear attacks. Loki and Gemini Gray began to besiege Uffukus together. Uffukus couldn't do his best because he wanted to protect Yukino, and fell into passive blocking for a while. Yukino had to grit her teeth and endure. She also has the celestial spirit of Libra of the zodiac sign, but she can't use other celestial spirits when she uses Orpheus. However, Lucy used 2 celestial spirits, and the consumption of magic power was definitely not small. As long as he persisted for a while, the other party would definitely not be able to hold on, so Yukino chose to endure temporarily. Lucy also knows this situation. Her magic power is worse than the opponent's. Even if Loki uses his own magic power, he can't hold on for too long, he must fight quickly. What? Lucy took out a silver key. Yukino's expression changed slightly when he saw Lucy taking out a key again. Lucy saying, open it. The gate of the sculpture. Karen Ruth. It's impossible. Yukino's face changed drastically. How could it be possible that the other party could open 3 doors at the same time? Everyone in the audience was surprised. Summon 3 celestial spirits at once. Impressive. The girl Fairy Tale is amazing. Even Fairy Tale was shocked. Lucy is so strong. When will she be able to summon 3 celestial spirits at the same time? Levy said in shock, Lucy. She always thought that Lucy was a vase or an idol like herself, but Lucy didn't know when she turned into a powerful magician. Summoning 3 celestial spirits at the same time, this kind of strength can be said to be on the line in the Fairy Tale Guild. The celestial spirit appears, turning into a laser cannon. Lion brilliant. Loki took a pose, his body glowing brightly. Wow! So dazzling. Everyone was irradiated by this light, and they couldn't help but close their eyes, and Yukino was the same. Ice Make, Big Ice Hammer. A huge magic circle appeared on top of Yukino's head, followed by a large sharp ice hammer falling downward. Ophir Max immediately protected Yukino. Crack. Ophir Max's body was partially destroyed by the big ice hammer, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. At this time, 1. A laser beam shot out and shot into the mouth of the snake of Uffukus. Boom boom. A terrifying explosion appeared. Wow. Yukino was also affected by the explosion and fell to the ground. After a while, the light slowly dissipated, and everyone could clearly see the scene in front of them. Usse was forced to return to the celestial spirit world because of his serious injury, and Loki and Gemini celestial spirit also returned to the celestial spirit world because of Lucy's lack of magic power. Lucy appeared in front of Yukino, holding a large mechanical sword transformed from a sculptural pedestal, and approached Yukino. The winner is the winner. The game is over. The winner is the Fairy Tail A Team Lucy. Swordbite Tiger actually only got 0 points in the second day's competition. I actually lost the Swordbite Tiger. Yukino lay on the ground as if he couldn't accept the fact that he lost. Lucy heard the news of his victory and sent the pedestal back to the celestial spirit world. Your strength is very strong. If I didn't have more celestial spirit keys, the loser might be me, but celestial spirit has its own life and is the most loyal partner of celestial spirit mages. I hope you don't use them like props in the future, it will break their hearts. If you let me know that you are not good to your celestial spirit, I will take them all without you saying it. That is my promise to my mother. In the past, all the celestial spirit keys were controlled by Lucy's mother, and they were not scattered until she died. She also wanted to collect all the celestial spirit keys, but not in the form of snatch. Very good. Lucy wins. As expected of Lucy. Everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild cheered. Natsu was even more happy. He lost a lot of points in the competitive part because of his willful behavior. Fortunately, Lucy was found in the duel part, otherwise he would be embarrassed. The face of Sting of the Swordbite Tiger became very ugly. Orga said, "This time the president is really going to be angry." The following is the ranking of each team after today's game. Overall ranking. 1 Fairy Tail A, 32 points. 2 Fairy Tail B, 29 points. 3 Blue Pegasus, 19 points. 4 Mermaid Heel, 193.6 points. 5 Raven Tail, 18 points. 6 Quattro Cerberus, 12 points. 7 Sword Biting Tiger, 11 points. 8 The Scales of the Snake Princess, 8 points. The second day of the Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts is all over. See you tomorrow everyone. How could this be? The Scales of the Snake Princess was a little speechless, but this time, she sent the strongest wizards of the Scales of the Snake, Shira and Leon, who originally wanted to be the first, but after the end of the second day, they actually became the number 1 last. Ha ha ha. See? That's the power of Fairy Tail. The 2 teams of the Fairy Tail Guild were far ahead, and Makarov was proud and arrogant, as if he saw the 40 million prize money beckoning to him. Chapter 248. The hotel where Swordbite Tiger stayed. It's not worthy of sympathy at all, you can't even squeeze out tears, you bastards. Give me a good recollection, why we can stand at the top of the Sorcerer's Guild. Don't look at the ants around you, don't waste time talking, just step on them and smash them. What we need to focus on is more important things. It shakes the sky, boils the earth, and silences the sea. This is the tiger biting by the sword. In the hotel lobby, Jaama, the president of Swordbite Tiger, was sitting on the sofa and talking, while everyone else in the guild was standing not far in front of Jaama. Sting. Exist. I'll give you one last chance, don't make that ugly appearance again. Thank you very much, and I will definitely do my best to respond to your expectations. Yukino. Exist. There is no room for excuse for your words, you should understand. Yes. 13 I lost to people from other guilds, and also tainted the prestige after Tianyeo. Jaama threw the grapes from the fruit bowl on top of Yukino's head, that's not what I'm talking about. You want to bet your life, but no one loses without risking your life. We are tigers with swords. Look at what this achievement is now, the second to last, you will be ridiculed when you go out. When did our sword-biting tiger be looked down upon like this? Yes, I am willing to suffer any punishment, no objection. Take off your clothes. Understood, follow the order. After Yukino finished speaking, he took off his clothes one by one, and soon appeared naked in front of everyone. Let's remove the guild's coat of arms. Yukino's body trembled when he heard this, yes. After the coat of arms was removed, Yukino knelt on the ground, although the time is short, I still want to thank you for taking care of me. Get the hell out of here, trash. Soon, the president's lecture ended, and everyone dispersed. On the way back to your room. Our president is really extreme. Sting scratched his head and said. Lecter said, no way, This is how the strongest guild survives. Flo feels so lonely. Rogue said in a deep voice, is this the guild? Huh. Sting looked back at Rogue in confusion. Yukino used to be our companion. Sting said, but it disappeared due to lack of strength. Isn't that what it takes to be open-minded in the strongest guild? Speaking of which, the eldest seems to be coming in place of Yukino-san. Oh. Isn't this the best quintet together? Kitten Flo looked up at Rogue and asked, Rogue, is Flo also going to disappear because he's too weak? You're not going away, Flo, because I'm with you. Rogue smiled at Flo. Flo is not going away. The strongest guild, can we still be considered the strongest now? Rogue said to himself. Fairy Tail returned, and showed his terrifying strength. Can the Tiger of Swordbite defeat Fairy Tail? A pub in Rockers. To celebrate, we won again today. Cheers. Makarov stood on the table and raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone in the guild gathered together, as if the banquet was held again. Although there were a few twists and turns in the competitive part today, I only got 1 and 2 points. Fortunately, the duel part has won again. Now the two teams of Fairy Tail AB are ahead of the other teams by at least 10 points, although not much, but not a lot. As long as this momentum continues, Fairy Tail has a very high probability of winning. Everyone in the guild was naturally very happy, and they all drank a lot of wine, and Suyan was also a little drunk. Urza was almost drinking and came out to the roof to get some air. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Finally found you. Who are you? Although Urza was a little drunk, he remained vigilant, and the man couldn't see his face with his hat on. Full of energy, the man said, taking off his hat. Urza was taken aback for a moment, then a happy expression appeared on his face. Miliana. It was Miliana, a childhood friend who reunited with Urza from Tower of Heaven. From Urza's point of view, it's only been about half a year, but 7 years have passed in this world, and she was still thinking about what happened to Liana and the others some time ago. Little Elu, long time no see. I miss you so much. Miliana threw herself on Urza like a cat. Ahaha. Miliana. Did you join the guild? Well, Mermaid Heel. Are Hugh, Wally and Simon in the same guild? What are you talking about? Mermaid Heel is a female-only guild. That's right. Hugh and Wally are still traveling, and occasionally they can contact the streets late. Simon is now living in the city where our guild is located, because his sister is also in our guild. Really 057. Simon finally found his family. Urza was also happy for Simon. Well, what you've seen, is our Mermaid Heel's big ace, Kagura. It's that girl. Urza remembered the other party, and instantly killed Blue Pegasus's sound with one move. He was very powerful, and his swordsmanship was very superb. It's awesome. Yeah. Very strong. Really nice to see you, Miliana. Me too, Xiaoilu, I didn't expect you to change at all. You haven't changed much, being healthy is better than anything, Urza tears down. Little Ilu, don't cry. I'm also participating in the Great Demon fight and performing martial arts. If I meet Xiaoilu, I won't be merciful. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. The two of them chatted and laughed together, and then went to the side to chat. They talked about the fun things they have encountered in the past 7 years and how their life was. Miliana was also very concerned about Urza and the others who disappeared for 7 years. After hearing about the return of Fairy Tail, she had long wanted to come and take a look. But when she came to the door, she found that Fairy Tail was already empty. I heard that it was to prepare for the big magic fight, so she also participated. Chapter 249. In the evening, a few people started to return to the hotel after eating and drinking. After all, there was a game tomorrow, so they couldn't accompany those guys all night. Puha! What a satisfying meal! Natsu said contentedly, hanging on his own. Lucy complained, you're eating too much. I'm also very full, Lucy is too good today. Happy also held his stomach, very satisfied. LOL, really? Suyan nodded and said with a smile, well, Lucy performed very well today, but there was a lot of trouble. Lucy covered his head and said, after I came back today, I was treated like a rival and loved by Juvia. After coming back today, Juvia grabbed Lucy and asked Lucy to explain clearly what his relationship with Grey was. A group of melon eaters in the guild gave Lucy a headache. Fortunately, at this time, Leon of the Scales of Snake Princess entered, and Lucy was freed from it. Huh? It looked like someone was in front of the hotel. Natsu saw someone standing in front of the hotel where they were staying. It's her. Suyan immediately recognized who this person was. Soon several people came to the door of the hotel. You are Natsu said. Sword-biting tiger, Happy also recognized it. Celestial spirit sorcerer. Several people entered the hotel room. Lucy asked, you said you have something to do with me. Yes, I have something I would like to ask Miss Lucy to do. What the hell is the sword-biting tiger doing here? Natsu's unhappy expression, he still remembers Sting's face, who is the real dragon slayer. If he meets him, he will definitely let that one good-looking guy. Although I'm sorry, please do this. Yukino put the two zodiac keys on the table. The key of Pisces and the key of Libra, I hope these two can be entrusted to you, Miss Lucy. Huh? How can you? I can't accept it, and I didn't agree to your bet. How can I accept these two such precious keys? If it's anything else, you're a celestial spirit wizard. Yukino said, it was decided from the first day I saw you that either collect all the keys or give the keys to someone who can collect 12 keys after the convention. Today's game, I made a bet not on impulse. I want to know if Miss Lucy has all the qualifications of the zodiac celestial spirit. Miss Lucy is a person who loves celestial spirit, and is also a person who loves celestial spirit. I am very relieved to deliver celestial spirit to you. What are you talking about? Isn't the convention over yet? Natsu said with his arms crossed. My conference is over, and it will probably be Minerva-sama who will appear in my place. In this case, the 5 strongest people who can change the sword-biting tiger will gather. Happy asked suspiciously, but why do it? That should be your most important celestial spirit. Because of this, if I can fight under the passive command of Lucy, the better celestial spirit mage than me, I should be happier for the celestial spirit. Lucy waved his hands a little flustered and said, although this request makes me very happy, but for me. Yukino continued to persuade, you already have one of the keys of the zodiac, and with these two, you will gather all 12 keys that can open the door to changing the world. Change the gate of the world. Suyan frowned, feeling as if he remembered something unexpected happened after the great demon fighting in martial arts, but he can't remember it now. If he can't remember, he won't even think about it. With his current strength, even if there is any accident, he can handle it. That's a very old legend, and I don't know its meaning. You've already discovered it. In the past few years, the number of celestial spirit mages has dropped sharply, and a few days ago, there was a Xantope. As for the events of Asia, maybe we are the only celestial spirit wizards left. You are the one who is loved and cherished by the celestial spirit, and you are the one who should hold the 12 keys and move forward with the celestial spirit. Lucy hesitated to hear this, but quickly refused, sorry, I still can't accept it. Yukino was surprised. Lucy said with a smile, celestial spirit magician is a magic of fetters and trust, not just a simple change of ownership. In the past, I was thinking that I must collect all the keys, but now I think so, since you value the celestial spirit so much, I can't cut the bond between you and the celestial spirit. Sutan smiled when he heard Lucy's words, and unconsciously, although it was only a few months in everyone's impression, everyone's mentality seemed to have matured as if 7 years had passed. Huh. Yukino exhaled, then stood up, it seems that the time is not ripe, but I believe that one day, the 12 keys will be reunited, so I will go first. Not long after Yukino left. Hey. Wait a minute. Wait a moment. Natsu and Happy chase after him. Natsu-sama, Happy-sama. Oh. I'm so sorry, it doesn't look like you're a bad person. Natsu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, when Yukino came over just now, Natsu's attitude was not very good. Happy taught Natsu a lesson, look, Natsu, just because she's a sword-biting tiger, you treat her as a bad person. So I am not, Li Zhao, here to make amends. Apologize. Sorry. Happy Tuko, so casual. Then he said to Yukino, I'm sorry, but Natsu is still a little bit like an adult. What do you mean by that? Just to chase after me for this reason. Your expression is rather gloomy, and I was wondering if I made you feel unhappy. Yukino bit his lip and looked like he was about to cry. No, I'm sorry. Natsu felt even more troubled. No, I'm also very confused by your apology. Yukino's tears started dripping. Natsu and Happy startled. If you cry like this, I'd be confused too. Why, what's wrong? Chapter 250. Yukino knelt on the ground and wiped his tears. Yes, I'm sorry, I've never been taken seriously by others. I used to look forward to Sword Bite Tiger, and finally joined last year, but I can't go back. What? After just one failure, he was kicked away, naked in front of a large group of people, and he had to remove the guild's coat of arms with his own hands. Natsu's face changed when he heard that. I am so unwilling to feel this shame, my self-esteem has been shattered and my memories are all shattered, but I have nowhere to go. Yukino cried, tears kept flowing, and it couldn't be wiped clean. Natsu clenched his fists when he heard it, he could understand the feeling of being homeless. Although I don't really know what's going on inside other guilds. Natsu. Happy looked up at Natsu. Yes, sorry, just casually. But even other guilds, who are also mages, can still understand this feeling, endure such humiliation, and be out of the coat of arms must be very unwilling. A guild that makes my companions cry 0